Chen traverses into a parallel world and, rather bewilderingly, finds himself wed. His bride is his childhood sweetheart, a dazzling superstar. Chen is acutely aware that this gentle and sweet national goddess before the camera is, behind closed doors, a demon and a violent maniac. She deceived him into marriage, undoubtedly to inflict greater torment upon him. Divorce. It is imperative to obtain a divorce. Beep. The first option, divorce from Bingbing, and earn a lifetime of solitude. The second option, kiss Bingbing and activate the check-in mode. System, check-in successful, reward, a skyscraper. System, check-in successful, reward, 10 trillion soft sister coins. Chen embarks on a blissful life where he gains rewards through check-ins while being playfully courted by his star girlfriend. The entire internet berates Chen as a spineless gigolo. During a live stream, Chen's transfer of 100 billion in pocket money to Bingbing is exposed, leaving the world astounded. Chapter 1. Deceive into marriage by the national goddess Bingbing. In the imperial capital, at a prestigious university. In the boys' dormitory, several young male students are gathered around a 32-inch computer screen, fixated, as if they wish to penetrate the screen with their gaze. Wow, Bingbing is so beautiful. It's 40 degrees outside, but at this moment, my heart is wholly with Bingbing. The smile of my wife Bingbing truly melts my heart. On the screen is the most popular superstar of the past 2 years, named Li Ruobing. With her sweet smile, an innocent look reminiscent of first love, and exceptional acting skills, she has achieved tremendous success in just 2 years, starring in 2 blockbuster dramas, earning the title of Best Actress and becoming the national goddess, adored across the internet. Wow, my wife Bingbing looks stunning today. I adore her. Bingbing appears a bit haggard. Perhaps she hasn't rested well. She still smiles so beautifully. The boys, entranced by her pure and sweet visage on the screen, have lost their senses and begun an impromptu peach blossom gathering. The computer screen displays an educational program in collaboration with the official channel, featuring Li Ruobing as a guest. Typically, such programs garner little attention, but with Li Ruobing's appearance, the show's popularity skyrockets. On another bed in the dormitory, a handsome young man rubs his temples, feeling the discomfort of drunkenness, with nausea stirring in his stomach. He should not have attended that gathering. That she-devil was either tormenting him or ensuring he suffered on the way. He slowly sits up and glances down at the group of boys, listening to their fanciful musings. A look of disdain crosses Chen's handsome face. I truly cannot fathom what is so admirable about Sister Bingbing. You all inexplicably adore her. Apart from her looks, what virtues does she possess? The classmates honestly reply, we simply admire Bingbing's face. Chen shakes his head, regarding them with an expression of utter hopelessness. You all have been deceived by her sweet exterior. She is merely a she-devil, a violent maniac, and a pervert. One classmate looks at Chen with a bewildered expression. Is there truly someone who does not like Bingbing? Someone remarks, that Chen fellow must have gotten drunk somewhere. He's been lying around all day, probably still half asleep, spouting nonsense. Indeed, those who haven't awakened speak with bravado. Another acquaintance of Chen adds, however, this is to be expected. Chen is Bingbing's #1 hater. I've seen him post comments disparaging Bingbing numerous times. He is a die-hard anti-fan. I wonder if he has something wrong with his brain for not liking such a sweet and pure girl like Bingbing. Witnessing his classmates entranced to the point of oblivion, Chen cannot help but shake his head. Foolish humans, you have all been ensnared by that she-devil's gentle and sweet facade. Just then, someone outside shouts, the counselor and dorm supervisor are coming to inspect the dormitory. The counselor has arrived. Run. The gathered boys, startled, instinctively prepare to flee. Wait, we are not researching action films this time. Why are we running? Exactly. We are here to acquire new knowledge and improve ourselves. What's the panic? The boys quickly regain their composure, feigning expressions of diligent study and self-improvement. Upon hearing the counselor's imminent arrival, Chen, still suffering from a throbbing headache, remains seated on his bed. Soon, the youthful counselor and dorm supervisor enter the dormitory. Noticing the cluster of boys, the counselor clears his throat and, with a serious tone, inquires, what are you all gathered here for? Donggu. We are studying knowledge and striving for self-improvement. The counselor, known as Donggu, furrows his brow, puzzled at when these boys became so conscientious. Let me see. The counselor approaches and glances at the computer screen. He then freezes for a few seconds, unable to tear his gaze away. Finally, he adopts a serious expression. Not bad. It seems the students are quite aware. Bingbing is truly beautiful. The counselor suddenly seems unwilling to leave. The students are perplexed. Donggu, why aren't you leaving? Don't hinder our viewing of Bingbing. The counselor coughs lightly. Well, I will join you in studying. The students respond with silence. After a while, as Li Ruobing exits the screen and another guest appears, the expressions of the students and the counselor align remarkably. It is as if, after the climax, everything suddenly loses its allure, entering a sage-like state. All right, I will take my leave. You all must study diligently. The counselor prepares to exit. Suddenly, he notices a messy desk. Whose spot is this? Why is personal hygiene so poor? Counselor, that is Su Chen's. Where is Su Chen? Right above you. The counselor gazes at the chaotic desk and spots a small red notebook atop it. He remarks, Su Chen, did we not discuss that student IDs must be submitted to me for stamping? Why have you not submitted yours? As he speaks, the counselor retrieves the red notebook. Su Chen, upon hearing this, appears bewildered, displaying a look of confusion. Although he has been inebriated all day, he distinctly remembers submitting his student ID yesterday. Counselor, I submitted. Su Chen remarked with a hint of confusion. At that moment, the counselor held the red book in his hands, and his expression morphed into one of utter astonishment. A marriage certificate? Upon uttering these words, the entire dormitory erupted into chaos. No way. Su Chen, you've actually done it. You're married, but don't you have a girlfriend? Well, Su Chen, you have betrayed the organization. The young counselor was equally bewildered. He had encountered countless oddities in the male dormitory. Yet, this marriage certificate was a first for him. He couldn't resist opening it. Subsequently, his astonishment deepened. With exaggerated lips, the counselor couldn't help but read aloud. Certificate holder, male, Su Chen, female, Liruobing, registration date, July 9th, 2021. This little red book also contained 2 photographs. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman radiated sweetness and purity, a perfect match indeed. The male figure was undeniably Su Chen, and the female was in fact the renowned star Li Ruobing. This revelation sent the dormitory into an even greater uproar. Ha! Su Chen, you rascal! Have you actually developed feelings for the Ice Queen? Do you suffer from Stockholm Syndrome? Su Chen, you truly have guts. You possess a marriage certificate from the goddess. In this day and age, merely proclaiming wife isn't enough. Now we're resorting to counterfeit marriage certificates? Su Chen, this document appears remarkably authentic. Did you acquire it from that old man who makes fake certificates? I want one too. Su Chen, tell us, where did you find this stunning close-up of the goddess? It's so clear and beautiful. How come I've never seen it before? You sly dog, keeping it to yourself. After the initial shock in the dormitory, peals of laughter and joyous chatter ensued. No one believed this to be true, for it was simply impossible. After all, that was the goddess Li Ruobing, the brightest star in the entertainment industry at present. Meanwhile, Su Chen was merely an ordinary undergraduate. Aside from his handsome visage and towering height of 1.87 meters, he bore no extraordinary qualities. Lying on the bed, Su Chen's expression of shock and incredulity finally began to ease. He smiled awkwardly with a tinge of bitterness. Haha, yes, it's fake. I was drunk, my mind was clouded, and I got it from the old man who makes counterfeit certificates. After the counselor departed, the dormitory returned to a state of calm, with the boys resuming their viewing of videos to admire the goddess's breathtaking beauty. As for Su Chen on the bed, his handsome face now wore an expression of profound disillusionment. That scene was not a dream. He had indeed been duped into obtaining a marriage certificate with the fierce and devilish Li Ruobing after being intoxicated. Recollections of the hungover morning were hazy yet vivid. Hello, we wish to register our marriage. Certainly. Oh, aren't you that big star? I'm not a star, merely a modest actress. Keep your voice down. Oh, all right. Oh, how did your boyfriend end up drunk? Upon hearing he could marry me, he was perhaps too overwhelmed and accidentally drank too much. That's understandable. If I were in his shoes, I'd probably faint from excitement too. Is this valid? Yes. But is your boyfriend a willing participant? Yes. The girl flashed her signature sweet smile at the staff member, appearing adorably playful. The staff member was left dumbfounded. He seemed to have asked a redundant question. What boy would refuse to marry such a delightful goddess? Do you have identification, household registration book, and such? Yes. Thus, in a state of drunken confusion, Su Chen unwittingly obtained a marriage certificate with the illustrious Li Ruobing. Chapter 2. Divorce. I demand a divorce. The following day, Su Chen, clutching the marriage certificate, traveled to the standalone villa where Li Ruobing resided. Standing outside the grand entrance, memories of being deceived into marriage flooded his mind. Enraged, Su Chen trembled uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat despite the blazing heat, his hands and feet icy. The abyss is desolate, and demons walk among us. Can society ever be salvaged? Su Chen is a reincarnated soul, originally an ordinary wage slave on Earth. He succumbed to overwork during a grueling 996 schedule, only to find himself reborn in a parallel world akin to his own. Retaining his former consciousness, he became a newborn fetus in this new realm. This parallel world shares many similarities with Earth, such as its global backdrop and cultural environment. Yet, it diverges in significant ways. Numerous popular films, music, and literary works that thrive on Earth are conspicuously absent here. Upon his reincarnation, Chen harbored no ambitions to alter this world. Instead, he chose to embrace a laid-back existence, content to be a mere small fry. Li Rubing, the woman who deceived him into marriage, is a prominent star in this world, with a sweet smile and the visage of a pure first love. She delights in flashing her charming grin at the camera, earning the adoration of fans who refer to her as Fairy Sister. Yet, Chen is acutely aware that this is merely a facade, a carefully crafted persona. Beneath her sugary exterior lies a hidden, more sinister side. In stark contrast to her gentle demeanor on screen, Li Ruobing reveals herself to be a veritable demon and a fierce tigress in Chen's presence. 3 years, Chen's junior, Li Ruobing has been his neighbor since childhood. Growing up alongside her, he witnessed her domineering and forceful nature from an early age, accompanied by a propensity for violence. Despite her delicate appearance, she is a former champion in Sonda. Due to the amicable relationship between their families and his parents' frequent business trips, Chen spent much of his childhood at Li Ruobing's home. There, he became her plaything, subjected to her whims and caprices. He vividly recalls a particular incident from when he was 3 years old, while Li Ruobing was 6. With his parents away, they were left in her care. Curious, little Li Ruobing remarked, "Hey, little guy, why are you different from other children? They cry, but you seem never to." Young Chen, though in a child's body, possessed the soul of an adult. He found no reason to weep. "Hey, little guy, I command you to cry. The books say that children who don't cry are often mentally impaired. If you want to cry, I'll find a way to make you." No matter what antics Li Ruobing attempted, Chen remained stoic, igniting her frustration to a furious blush. He merely observed her, relishing her vexation. She resembled a feisty little kitten, undeniably amusing. However, this enjoyment was short-lived. "If you want to cry, I'll bully you." Young Li Ruobing, unaware of the implications of her actions, remembered seeing adults treat other children this way, leading to their loud sobs. At that time, Chen could only endure her torment, helplessly watching as she exploited him. This experience became an inescapable nightmare that haunted him. As the years progressed, Chen, the neighborly younger brother, became akin to Li Ruobing's personal toy, often subjected to her relentless teasing. It was only when she left for university that the situation improved slightly. Thus, upon discovering that he had been duped into marriage by this celebrity, Chen felt not a shred of joy. Rather, he was engulfed in a chilling dread. This female demon had ensnared him in matrimony, undoubtedly concocting new tortures for him. This was a conspiracy. Resolute, Chen stood at the entrance of the apartment. "Divorce. I demand a divorce." If he did not divorce, he would be reduced to nothing more than a dog. Just as this thought solidified, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Upon hearing this sound, Chen froze momentarily, then surged with excitement. It has arrived. The essential tool for reincarnated souls. It had finally come. Trigger condition detected. The perfect life system is now activated. Reward: a lifetime as a single dog. 2. Kiss Li Ruobing. Reward: sign-in mode activated. Note: sign-in mode offers numerous rewards. Timely sign-ins yield random bonuses. Reward shop: currency, 1 trillion, ownership of a skyscraper, charm enhancement potion, blueprints for transformers, 1 aircraft carrier. Gazing at the dazzling array of bizarre sign-in rewards, Chen, who had just fervently resolved to divorce, fell into contemplative silence. Well, perhaps not just yet. This choice was one that any rational person would know how to make. Moreover, the cost of the first option was rather cruel. The neighborhood was eerily quiet. This was an upscale villa area in the capital, where a single property would cost at least 200 million. Yet, this villa belonged to Li Ruobing, who had purchased it outright a year prior. Indeed, Li Ruobing was a hidden little tycoon. It seemed she possessed a remarkable acumen for business, having suddenly cracked the code to wealth. Approximately 3 years ago, she won a 50 million lottery, which she then invested in several properties, fortunate investments, as those properties had since appreciated several-fold due to development into a new commercial district. It appeared she had also dabbled in Bitcoin, stocks, and various other investments, seemingly profiting from every venture. Chen was unaware of the exact amount of her current wealth, but he knew she was affluent. At times, he couldn't help but ponder, who truly is the reincarnated soul here? While he may postpone the divorce for now, he was determined to uncover the reason behind this female demon's decision to marry him. Furthermore, to unlock the system's potential, he needed to complete that task. The thought of kissing Li Ruobing sent shivers down his spine. Would he be rendered a vegetable by this female demon? When she was in school, there had been perverts who attempted to assault her. Yet she emerged unscathed while the assailants were left incapacitated. However, considering the system's rewards and penalties, Su Chen steeled himself for what was to come. Beep beep. Standing at the electronic door of the villa, Su Chen pressed the doorbell. Beep beep beep. He pressed several times, but there was no response. It seemed no one was home. Beep. He pressed patiently once more. Before coming, he had called Li Ruobing's parents to confirm she would be home today. He shouted at the door, Li Ruobing, don't hide inside and be silent. I know you're home. You have the audacity to deceive a man into marriage. Yet you lack the courage to open the door? Open up. If you can trick a man, you can open the door. Hurry up and open the door. Li Ruobing. I know you're in there. Inside the lavish villa, Li Ruobing, with her sweet demeanor and long black hair cascading over her shoulders, leaned against the door. Her exquisite and innocent face marred by a tangle of distress and anguish. How could she have acted so impulsively after a few drinks? Truly deceiving her foolish younger brother into marriage? Having been reborn, she had initially intended to employ a gradual approach, allowing him to fall in love with her at a leisurely pace. Yet, she could hardly blame her impatience. After all, she had pursued him for 3 years. And who could have predicted that this dimwit would remain oblivious? 3 long years, and he still harbored such fear of her. After entering university, he devised all sorts of excuses to avoid her. Was he now here to discuss divorce? Absolutely not. She could not allow that. If this insufferable younger brother dared to mention divorce, she would make him regret it. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Li Ruobing opened the grand door of the villa. She cast a cool, indifferent glance at Su Chen, as if nothing were amiss, and casually inquired, What brings you to seek your sister Bingbing? Her delicate hands, resting by her side, occasionally clenched into tight fists, betraying her anxiety. Su Chen had originally intended to confront her with fervor, but upon meeting Li Ruobing's icy gaze, his tones softened instantly. Ahem, Bingbing. Could you explain the situation regarding this marriage certificate? He was not cowardly. Rather, he was exhibiting gentlemanly decorum, refusing to stoop to quarreling with a woman. As Su Chen produced the marriage certificate, Li Ruobing's seemingly composed, glistening eyes flickered with a hint of panic. What to do? This insufferable brother was indeed broaching the topic of divorce. Overwhelmed by sudden disarray, she contemplated whether to render him unconscious. If he were unconscious, he could not voice his intent to divorce. Such were her crude thoughts. Then, with a nimble leap, Li Ruobing, with her seemingly fragile arms, executed a swift and precise chop to Su Chen's neck. A sharp pain shot through him, and darkness enveloped his vision as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 3. First check-in successful. Bonus reward. Mysterious gift package. Su Chen's tall frame fell straight down. Fortunately, Li Ruobing was quick-witted and caught the unconscious Su Chen, preventing him from colliding with the hard floor. Li Ruobing, with her sweet and delicate appearance, appeared fragile and helpless on screen, evoking a strong protective instinct in men. Yet, at this moment, she effortlessly supported Su Chen's tall body, laying him gently on the sofa. Li Ruobing ascended the sofa, her slender legs parting as she positioned herself atop Su Chen. Resting her chin on her delicate fingers, she fell into contemplation. What should she do next? How could she prevent this insufferable brother from pursuing a divorce? In her past life, Li Ruobing had waited for this foolish brother to confess his feelings. But despite her patience, she remained a single woman of considerable age while he remained oblivious. After the accident that led to her rebirth, she resolved not to wait idly again. This foolish brother had always been somewhat dim-witted. Thus, after her rebirth, Li Ruobing was determined to take the initiative in pursuing this foolish brother, unwilling to let another opportunity slip away. After all, how could a story unfold if a girl did not take action? It is often said that a woman chasing a man is akin to a veil separating them. And Li Ruobing believed that by actively courting this foolish brother, he would soon succumb to her charms. Initially brimming with confidence, she thought her sweet and innocent beauty would surely captivate any young man. However, she soon discovered that the more she pursued him, the farther he retreated, growing even more fearful of her. Whenever he saw her, he looked as if he feared being devoured alive. Although she indeed harbored such desires, it was not of the carnivorous nature. How infuriating! Recently, Li Ruobing had reflected on why she struggled to win over Su Chen. The conclusion was clear. Their time together was far too limited. It is said that feelings blossom over time. Thus, Li Ruobing contemplated how she could spend more time with this foolish brother, allowing their feelings to develop naturally. Cohabitation. The thought struck her with clarity. But how could she orchestrate a reasonable and logical situation for a man and woman to live together? Marriage. Li Ruobing felt a surge of pride in her cleverness. Truly, she was brilliant. Thus, she invited Su Chen to dinner, employing her gentle gaze to ensure he indulged in drink. Subsequently, She boldly went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to collect their marriage certificate. She had not coerced him. He had willingly intoxicated himself. The villa was enveloped in a serene silence. Perched atop Su Chen, Li Ruobing, dressed casually in short denim shorts, revealed her slender legs akin to white jade. She could feel the warmth radiating from Su Chen's body, igniting a heat within her own. Moreover, she could sense his heart beating powerfully beneath his chest. Li Ruobing gazed at Su Chen's handsome visage, her eyes gradually clouding with longing. The once little brother had now transformed into a striking young man. A delicate blush crept onto Li Ruobing's fair and cool complexion. In this intimate setting, the atmosphere thickened with romantic tension. Since enrolling in university, it had been quite some time since she and her brother had shared such private moments together, let alone such close contact. Li Ruobing's gaze was drawn to Su Chen's perfectly sculpted lips, and she found herself swallowing hard. Should she steal a kiss? No. She was a goddess. How could she take the initiative to kiss someone else? A girl must maintain her modesty. Yet, such an opportunity was fleeting. If missed, it would be lost forever. Besides, this foolish brother was now her husband. Kissing her own husband couldn't possibly be a crime, could it? As this thought surfaced, it enticed Li Ruobing like a demon, luring her into temptation. She bent her slender waist, leaning down slowly while perched atop Su Chen. A soft peck. Li Ruobing quickly pressed her lips against Su Chen's, intending to merely steal a fleeting kiss before retreating. Yet, once she kissed him, she found it impossible to pull away. Even counting her past life, this was her first real kiss. Of course, there had been a few innocent pecks during their childhood, but those did not count as they were merely childish pranks. Li Ruobing's beautiful, glistening eyes shimmered with a hint of intoxication. Her pure and sweet face now tinged with nervousness, resembling a girl who had tasted forbidden fruit. The kiss was soft and slightly warm, akin to savoring jelly. So, this is what kissing feels like. It was rather pleasant. Realizing the rarity of the moment, she thought she could indulge a little longer. Not because she was addicted to kissing. Just as Li Ruobing became lost in the kiss, the unconscious Su Chen began to rouse slowly. He groggily murmured. Seeing Su Chen stare, Li Ruobing quickly ended the kiss. Instinctively, her flushed face was replaced by an icy demeanor, radiating the aura of a high and aloof goddess. Indifferent to male attention, she remained perched atop Su Chen, embodying the image of a queen and her consort. Bingbing? Su Chen groggily opened his eyes, a sharp pain radiating from his neck. Ouch! This female fiend truly strikes hard. Huh? Li Ruobing gazed down at Su Chen from a commanding height. Sister Bingbing, I merely wish to inquire about this marriage certificate. What on earth is going on? You needn't resort to such brutality. From a legal perspective, this amounts to the murder of a husband. A flicker of discomfort passed through Li Ruobing's eyes before she replied. How was I to know you were so fragile? A mere touch, and you crumbled. Su Chen retorted, is that what you call being gentle? Very well. This female fiend possesses innate strength. Sister Bingbing, why did you get me drunk and trick me into marrying you? Su Chen felt compelled to clarify this matter. Marriage is no trifling matter. Moreover, he was certain that this female fiend was concocting some sinister plot. It's simply because I like you. At this thought, Li Ruobing's icy visage flushed slightly, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Indeed, she was undoubtedly scheming something. Did you see that smile? It is the smile of a demon. Of course, it's because I like you, silly brother. Li Ruobing sighed softly, her eyes brimming with affection for Su Chen, and spoke in an exceedingly indulgent tone. As a girl, she ought not to be overly reserved. She needed to take the initiative. This was, in essence, Li Ruobing's formal confession. Having articulated her feelings so clearly, surely this silly brother would comprehend her intentions. However, upon hearing Li Ruobing's confession, Su Chen displayed a look of utter despondency, as if he had encountered a ghost. Sister Bingbing, I haven't tea provoked you recently. You need tea toy with me like this? Su Chen refused to believe her confession. How could she possibly harbor feelings for him? She must be intent on tormenting him. Perhaps she merely sought to feign affection, waiting for him to fall into her trap, only to ruthlessly cast him aside. The thought of trampling on his heart would surely give this female fiend a perverse thrill. It must be so. He would not be foolish enough to fall for it. Seeing Su Chen's ghostly expression, Li Ruobing, who had initially worn a smile, instantly turned cold. An icy, dangerous aura enveloped her, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Indeed, once she donned that frosty countenance, Su Chen knew he had hit the nail on the head. He had undoubtedly guessed her wicked intentions, provoking her ire. Look, she is flustered. She is flustered, for some inexplicable reason. Witnessing Li Ruobing's vexation filled Su Chen with a strange sense of satisfaction. All right, let us get serious. The reason I married you is that I am about to apply for a position as a host. There's a stipulation that only married individuals are eligible. And this position has always been my dream. But I have no boyfriend. I can't just drag a random passerby off the street to marry me, can I? So after much contemplation, you, my silly brother, are the only suitable candidate. This was the excuse Li Ruobing had meticulously prepared. This silly brother was far too intimidated by her, convinced that her motives were impure. Thus, she had to resort to such justifications. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Chen finally exhaled in relief. He had known that her professed affection was merely a prank, intended to fool him. He was aware of her aspirations, so he did not question the validity of her reasoning. Ahem, Sister Bingbing, could you please get off me? Su Chen observed her fair, beautiful legs swaying before his eyes, and his gaze dimmed slightly. It must be said, aside from her terrible, violent temperament, she was indeed stunning. Her skin as white as mutton fat, and her figure was voluptuous. A true paragon of beauty. Su Chen, what are you thinking? She is the formidable Li Ruobing. Su Chen hastily retracted his thoughts, startled by his own musings. Initially, Li Ruobing had not perceived anything amiss with their position, but Su Chen's reminder made her belatedly realize that they were no longer children. She quickly leapt off Su Chen, her face slightly flushed. Su Chen curiously asked, Sister Bingbing, why is your face a bit red? Li Ruobing glared at him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her expression fierce. It's so hot outside. Of course a girl would blush. You nosy brother. Oh, so that was it. Su Chen nodded. He had little experience with girls. How would he know such things? Of course. With the exception of Li Ruobing. To him, she was not a girl, but a demon. Seeing that Su Chen genuinely believed her, Li Ruobing felt a tumult of emotions, unsure whether to be pleased or infuriated. This dim-witted brother. I'm so thirsty. Su Chen licked his lips, noticing a peculiar sweetness. He stood up, preparing to pour himself a glass of water, when suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Beep beep. Detected that the host has completed the second task option. Escaping the fate of a lifelong singleton. Check-in mode officially activated. Note, check-in can only be done on the same day. Late check-ins will yield no rewards. Su Chen. When did he complete this devilish task? Prompt. Does the host wish to check in now? Check-in. Despite his bewilderment regarding the situation, Su Chen instinctively chose to check in. Detected successful check-in by the host in the marriage abode with Li Ruobing. To celebrate the host's first successful check-in, the system is in a jovial mood and has decided to additionally present the host with a mysterious gift package. Su Chen. In this day and age, even systems are so considerate. Chapter 4. Goddess Bingbing. Su Chen was rendered weak in the knees by her charm. Eagerly, Su Chen opened the system's interface, curious about the rewards for the first check-in and what the mysterious package contained. Although the reborn, Su Chen intended to take it easy and enjoy life. If merely checking in could yield rewards from the system, why not relish the opportunity? Check-in success reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10% shares in a publicly listed company. Please take the share transfer document to the company for confirmation. Mysterious Package 1. Congratulations to the host for receiving a charm enhancement potion. Mysterious Package 2. Congratulations to the host for receiving a physique enhancement potion. Mysterious Package 3. Congratulations to the host for receiving an indomitable potion. System prompt. The last gift package is a special reward from the system to celebrate the host's marital bliss. System explanation. All rewards provided by this system will be rationalized and formalized through the system's extensive capabilities, so there's no need to worry about unnecessary troubles. Su Chen carefully reviewed the system's rewards, unable to suppress a sense of admiration for the system. This was indeed a rather generous system, unlike those found in many web novels that are stingy with rewards. Detected that the host appreciates this system and acknowledges its superiority over others. The system is in high spirits and has decided to gift an additional package. Su Chen. The system is a real charmer. This is the most formidable system in the universe. The systems of other web novels pale in comparison, becoming mere junior systems before it. Detected the host's deliberate flattery. This system has revoked the additional reward. Su Chen perused the rewards offered by the system, beginning with the attendance bonus. 10% equity in a publicly listed company. Given the company's market capitalization, it meant that Su Chen had suddenly become a wealthy individual with assets exceeding 100 million. He had instantaneously transformed into a billionaire. The thrill of possessing a system was undeniable. Next came the mysterious gift package. The first item was a charm enhancement potion, which, as the name suggests, would elevate one's allure upon consumption. The second was a physique enhancement potion, designed to bolster one's physical condition. The third item was a stamina elixir. As implied, drinking this potion would grant a man unyielding vigor in intimate endeavors. ensuring he remained vigorous throughout the night. Su Chen felt that the system was jesting at his expense. He was without a girlfriend. What purpose did such items serve him? Moreover, was this not a tad excessive? Even the most fertile and well-watered fields could be ravaged by an exuberantly vigorous bull, could they not? The implications were unsettling. Su Chen dared not dwell on it. Hey, Su Chen, why are you daydreaming? Aren't you supposed to be drinking some water? The sound of Li Ruobing's voice jolted him from his reverie, a mere reflex. He chuckled softly. Sister Bingbing, I was just about to have some water. He poured himself a glass of chilled boiled water, downing it in one go, smacking his lips in delight. Why did today, as ordinary boiled water, taste so sweet? Furthermore, why had the task been inexplicably completed after he fainted? Could it be? A horrifying and absurd thought began to take shape in Su Chen's mind. He glanced at Li Ruobing, who was seated on the couch, his gaze laden with suspicion as he discreetly scrutinized her lips. Her cherry-like mouth was exquisitely defined, her rosy lips and pearly teeth exuding a soft allure, reminiscent of ripe cherries glistening under the light, inviting one to steal a kiss. Indeed, one could not deny that Sister Li Ruobing's beauty was unparalleled, devoid of any flaws. She possessed an ethereal purity, and yet she was far from flat-chested. At this moment, Li Ruobing sat upright, her eyes shimmering like water, betraying a hint of unease. Could this foolish younger brother have realized that she had just kissed him? Outside the frame, Li Ruobing maintained her usual demeanor, a frosty, aloof goddess, seemingly unapproachable. Yet, under Su Chen's gaze, her heart raced, akin to a startled fawn. To mask her anxiety, she adopted an even colder demeanor, resembling a flower atop a lofty peak, beautiful to behold, yet untouchable. She shot Su Chen a fierce glare, her eyes harboring hidden daggers. You little brat, what do you intend by staring at your sister Bingbing like that? Her face, sweet and innocent, belied a voice that was soft yet commanding. However, when she assumed her icy, elegant persona, an inexplicable aura of intimidation enveloped her. Sister Bingbing, you are so beautiful. I can't help but be mesmerized, Su Chen replied awkwardly, his response lacking sincerity. He quickly averted his gaze, sensing the impending danger. Surely, he was overthinking it. A person as fierce and cold as Li Ruobing would merely toy with him like a plaything. How could she possibly steal a kiss while he was unconscious? It had to be a glitch in the system. However, Su Chen remained oblivious to the fact that Li Ruobing, sitting across from him with an expression of cool detachment, had her delicate ears flushed crimson. Her enchanting eyes cast a fleeting, wistful glance at him. Did this foolish younger brother realize that he had just flirted with her? He even complimented her beauty. She was well aware of her allure, having received countless praises, rendering her immune to such flattery. Yet, the fact that this foolish brother had complimented her filled her heart with inexplicable joy. But alas, he had merely flirted and then withdrawn. Was he doing this on purpose? Just a tease with no follow-through? What a scoundrel! As Li Ruobing's thoughts spiraled, her frustration intensified. Make yourself comfortable. It's a bit warm. I'm going to take a shower. She abruptly stood up, needing to cool down. Otherwise, she feared she might succumb to the urge to devour this foolish brother. Oh, Su Chen muttered, casting a puzzled glance at Li Ruobing's retreating figure. Why did Sister Bingbing seem so peculiar today? Was she concocting some new scheme to torment him? A chill ran down his spine. He retrieved the charm enhancement potion and the physique enhancement potion from the system's rewards. The immediate priority was to bolster his physical condition. This way, he could better endure the trials imposed by Sister Bingbing. Enhancing his charm could also prove beneficial. As for the third potion, it could wait for another time. The two small vials of potion tasted rather bland, lacking any distinctive flavor, even less sweet than the boiled water he had just consumed. Su Chen picked up his phone, for the first time activating the selfie feature, using the device as a mirror. Upon glancing at his reflection, he was taken aback by his own striking appearance. Wow, the man in the phone screen is incredibly handsome. Previously, Su Chen had been handsome, yet youthful, possessing a slightly boyish charm that fell short of being earth-shattering. However, at this moment, his familiar visage appeared more refined and distinct, his features possessing a newfound depth. His aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that his charm surpassed that of Wu Yinzu or Aaron Kwok. In essence, he exuded an overwhelming charisma that would leave women weak in the knees and men filled with a desire to duel. Meanwhile, in the bright and spacious bathroom, Li Ruobing had finished her shower. Even the heat of summer, she preferred a hot bath due to a chronic condition that prevented her from coming into contact with cold water. As she emerged from the tub, droplets cascaded down her graceful figure, curvaceous, elegant, her legs slender and straight. wrapped in a white bath towel that concealed her modesty. She revealed a glimpse of her alabaster neck and her exquisitely beautiful oval face. At this moment, her cheeks bore a rosy hue, her complexion radiant and inviting. A true embodiment of beauty, indeed. She bit her lip, admiring her reflection in the mirror. So beautiful. Li Ruobing was about to change into a new outfit when a mischievous thought crossed her mind, and a seductive smile graced her lips. Men were inherently lustful. What if he tried a wet bath towel tease? Would this foolish brother be able to withstand it? Would he be so excited as to bleed from his nose? The very thought exhilarated her. With that in mind, clad only in a bath towel, her raven tresses still damp, she opened a bathroom door and called out to the living room. Su-Chen, I forgot to grab my clothes. Could you bring them to me? Su-Chen, upon hearing her voice, became immediately alert, reluctantly responding, Sister Bingbing, I'll fetch them right away. He remained calm, firmly believing that there would be no wet surprises in store for him. This female demon was undoubtedly plotting some trick to ensnare him. He had fallen for such antics before. Su-Chen was well acquainted with every room in this villa. He casually retrieved a set of clothes from Li Ruobing's wardrobe. One must admit, the garments of a woman carry a certain fragrance. Su-Chen approached the bathroom door, eyeing the slightly ajar entrance. He remained vigilant and called out, Sister Bingbing, I brought your clothes. Shall I leave them at the door? Xiao Chen, please bring them inside. I'm currently in a bit of a predicament. What trickery is this sorceress up to now? How could she invite another woman in? Yet a man like him is not permitted entry. Brimming with bravado, Su-Chen felt as if he were heading into battle, his expression resolute and unwavering. Xiao Chen, I. As Li Ruobing executed her plan, she noticed Su-Chen stepping into the bedroom. Leaning against the wall with a beguiling pose, she cast him a flirtatious glance. However, before she could complete her sentence, her enchanting demeanor abruptly stiffened. She was taken aback by Su-Chen's unexpected allure. How had this foolish younger brother suddenly transformed into such a striking figure? He seemed to radiate light, so captivating, so handsome. Li Ruobing's heart raced uncontrollably, her spirit fluttering like a startled deer. She instinctively pressed her legs together, feeling a softness in her knees that made standing difficult. What was happening? Her head felt dizzy. Leaning against the wall, she slowly began to descend, her towel slipping away to reveal her exquisite figure. Su-Chen was momentarily stunned. Wow, Sister Bingbing. He hurried to her side, lifting her from the wall. Sister Bingbing, are you all right? As he supported her delicate frame, the softness of her touch sent his senses ablaze. How soft? Do not gaze upon that which is forbidden. This is Sister Bingbing, akin to a sister in his heart. Su-Chen's eyes grew awkward as he struggled to find a place to look, ultimately fixating on the ceiling. I am fine, it's just that the bathroom lacks ventilation. I was soaking a hot bath, and my mind feels a bit oxygen-deprived. Li Ruobing's pure and sweet face had turned crimson, glistening like a ripe peach, exuding an alluring fragrance. She felt mortified, unable to confess to her foolish brother that it was his striking appearance that had left her entranced. Chapter 5. The Master of Flirtation, Sister Bingbing. Sister Bingbing, let me help you to the bed. Su-Chen guided Li Ruobing into her room, which featured a plush large bed. Unlike a typical girl's room adorned in pastel hues, her space bore a cooler aesthetic, reflecting her true personality, aloof and commanding. Be careful, Sister Bingbing. As he assisted her, he was cautious not to exert too much pressure, fearing she would crumble like jelly. Just as Su-Chen was about to help her sit on the bed, Li Ruobing suddenly exclaimed, losing her balance. In a fluster, she reached out to grasp Su-Chen's clothing. Caught off guard by Li Ruobing's forceful tug, Su-Chen stumbled and fell onto the bed, his body inadvertently landing atop her delicate form. The towel she had wrapped herself in loosened, resembling a peeled, soft-boiled egg, white and tender. Xiao Chen, I didn't mean to. I just lost my footing. Li Ruobing feigned innocence, lying on the bed, her enchanting figure resembling a fully bloomed flower, irresistibly beautiful and utterly defenseless. A picture of vulnerability in stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. Upon witnessing this scene, Su-Chen felt as if his mind had exploded. Sister Bingbing, I'll take my leave now. He hastily scrambled off her, turning to dart towards the door, his demeanor slightly disheveled. Once in the living room, his heart raced, and his mouth felt parched. He quickly poured himself a large glass of water, gulping it down in one breath. That is Sister Bingbing, the female demon who has tormented you for over 20 years. Do not be deceived by her delicate appearance. She is undoubtedly scheming to ensnare you, to toy with you in various ways. Do not fall for it. Su-Chen mentally fortified himself, determined not to succumb. A woman like Sister Bingbing, a paragon of earthly beauty, would be impossible to resist if she continued with such antics. Su-Chen was, after all, a normal man with a normal orientation. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Li Ruobing lay on her soft bed. Her skin, pale and flawless, was now flushed akin to ripeness. Yet, the corners of her mouth curled into a satisfied smile, reveling in her victory. Had that foolish brother truly been captivated by her? Most certainly. His eyes had been glued to her. Was her body truly that alluring? Peering down at her own smooth, curvaceous figure, she mused that indeed, it was quite impressive. This foolish brother is quite the little lecher. Yet, this bashful and blushing brother is utterly charming. She found herself enamored. Thump, thump. Her heart raced faster, and Li Ruobing pressed her hand to her chest, burying her face into the pillow. A muffled sound escaped her. What should I do? I'm growing fonder of this foolish brother. She felt like a girl in love, completely shedding her icy goddess facade. After a few moments, when she re-emerged into the living room, she had changed into a crisp short-sleeved top and shorts. The shorts were exceedingly brief, showcasing her long, slender legs. Upon seeing Li Ruobing emerge, Chen was instantly reminded of the earlier alluring scene, leaving him awkward and unsure of where to direct his gaze. So what if he had glimpsed Sister Bingbing's body? What was the big deal? It wasn't he as if he had never seen it before. They had often shared the same bathtub when they were younger. With this thought, Chen felt a surge of confidence. Sister Bingbing, don't you think those shorts are a bit too short? Unable to restrain himself, he commented on her attire. Her fair legs constantly dancing before his eyes, causing a dizzying effect. Shout, Chen, do you have a say in my attire? This is my home, and I shall dress as I please. At her sharp retort, Li Ruobing shot him an indignant glare. What did this foolish brother mean? Did he not appreciate her beautiful legs? How infuriating. Chen, exasperated, relented, all right, fine, or whatever you like. Li Ruobing settled onto the sofa opposite Chen, reclining casually, her pristine legs draped over the coffee table in a commanding pose. She appeared so relaxed and natural, devoid of any pretense, even exuding a hint of mischief. This was her true self. Regardless of her sweetness and gentleness in front of the camera or her aloofness before others, they were mere facades. In his presence, she was entirely unguarded, unconcerned about appearances. Chen couldn't help but ponder if her admirers were to discover that their goddess behaved so casually and unrefined at home. Would it shatter the divine image they held of her in their hearts? Bingbing Jia, why is your ankle so red and swollen? Chen remarked, noticing a conspicuous area of inflammation on Li Ruobing's ankle. Her skin was so fair that the redness stood out starkly. It certainly wasn't because he was sneaking a glance. Li Ruobing turned her gaze casually, unfazed as she replied, it's nothing, I just twisted it a bit in the bathroom earlier. Such minor injuries heal in a couple of days. She was quite indifferent, unperturbed by a trivial sprain. Unlike other girls, she had grown accustomed to injuries during her childhood play. The system is in a good mood and randomly gifts the host a package. Chen examined the package. Random package. Congratulations, the host has acquired the skill of bone-setting massage. Chapter 6. The agreement to divorce in 3 months. Description. The bone-setting massage skill effectively treats sprains and strains. Chen accepted the skill package. Once again, this system was remarkably considerate. Bingbing Jia, your ankle is so swollen. How can you not seek treatment? Chen eserti sternly. Let me take a look. He stood up, sitting closely beside Li Ruobing. As he leaned in, a flicker of unease passed through her seemingly calm eyes. So close. His scent was utterly captivating. Hey, Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Li Ruobing's cheeks flushed slightly as she noticed Chen suddenly reaching for her foot, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Her feet were quite sensitive. At that moment, Chen was earnestly inspecting Li Ruobing's delicate foot. Her petite feet were slender and elegant, pale as snow, with toes resembling tender lotus sprouts, truly a vision of exquisite beauty. Ahem. Chen realized he was focusing on the wrong aspect and quickly cleared his throat. Bingbing Jia, I have learned bone-setting massage. Let me give you a rub, otherwise, with your ankle swollen like this, you might have difficulty walking. Li Ruobing was not particularly concerned. She waved her hand dismissively. It's just a minor sprain. No need for such fuss. Chen's tone quickly turned more authoritative. No, it must be treated. Taken aback by his assertiveness, Li Ruobing thought, wow, he looks so handsome when he's so commanding. However, after saying that, Chen felt a wave of panic wash over him. Would Bingbing Jia retaliate with a fierce reprimand? Just as he was consumed by uncertainty, he heard Li Ruobing's voice. Oh, do as you please. Chen was taken aback, surprised by how agreeable she was today. Surely, it was because she needed something from him. Otherwise, in the past, if he had spoken to her so forcefully, he would surely be in dire straits. Li Ruobing's voice trembled slightly, lacking her usual icy composure. Yet, Su Chen's attention remained fixated on her foot, completely oblivious to her demeanor. He placed her injured foot upon his knee, grasping her delicate toes with both hands, commencing a slow and skillful massage. The first sensation upon touching Bingbing Jie's exquisite foot was its softness and smoothness, as if he could almost extract water from it with a light pressure. Su Chan was wholly absorbed in the massage, his expression serious. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing gradually calmed down from her earlier fluster. Yet, her feet were undeniably sensitive, and a peculiar blush crept onto her fair, delicate face. Is this silly brother doing it on purpose? When did he learn to massage? She knew him so well, even to the point of knowing what color underwear he preferred. Was he trying to take this opportunity to get closer to her, to play with her delicate foot? What a little pervert he was. However, she found no resentment in his advances. Instead, a sweet sensation, akin to consuming candy, blossomed within her heart. Li Ruobing's gaze involuntarily gravitated towards Su Chen's handsome, charming face. A serious man exuded such allure. No, it should be said, her earnest little chuncheon was truly dashing. Bingbing Jie, does it still hurt? Should I be gentler? Is it comfortable? Su Chen asked, uncertain of the skill's efficacy, carefully inquiring as he continued to massage. He dared not apply too much pressure. If he accidentally hurt this female demon, she might very well kick him 2 meters away. Bingbing Jie. After several attempts to elicit a response, Su Chen noticed Li Ruobing remained silent. Instinctively, he raised his head to look at her. However, as soon as he did, he was met with her irritable voice. You little brat. No peeking. Dare to look over, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Li Ruobing's other foot pressed forcefully against his back, quite menacingly. Su Chen, oh, he replied, resigning himself to look down and continue the massage earnestly. Indeed, the sweet, shy demeanor of Bingbing Jie was merely an illusion. Hemitishu. Oh, if one listened closely, they would detect a slight hint of awkwardness in Li Ruobing's voice. After 10 minutes of massage, Li Ruobing curiously rotated her ankle, discovering that the pain she had felt earlier was completely gone, no matter how she moved it. Even medication wouldn't yield such swift results. Could Su Chen's massage truly have worked so effectively? How remarkable! Hey, shout Chunchung, where did you learn this massage technique? Li Ruobing inkirat pujlat. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, I just learned it from watching videos online. Thanks to the system's explanation, he knew that the rewards he received would be refined and naturalized. As expected, Li Ruobing accepted this explanation without suspicion. Then, silence enveloped them. Su Chen glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly midnight. He had almost forgotten the purpose of his visit. He picked up the marriage certificate resting on the table and addressed Li Ruobing. Bingbing Jie. When does your audition for the host position conclude? Li Ruobing's gaze turned icy, radiating an aura of menace. Why do you ask? Of course, it's to discuss our divorce. Once your audition is over, we shall divorce. Su Chen had contemplated this for quite some time. There were no feelings between him and Bingbing Jie. They were not even dating, so a divorce was inevitable. Moreover, he had already activated the check-in mode. Even if they divorced now, it should remain unaffected. However, he needed to wait for Li Ruobing's audition to conclude before proceeding with the divorce. Though Li Ruobing appeared fierce, she was, after all, like a sister to him, and he would naturally offer his assistance. Li Ruobing stared at Su Chen coldly, momentarily silent. Her piercing gaze made Su Chen feel uneasy, as though she might eliminate him at any moment, erasing all traces of his existence. Had he offended her in any way? Li Ruobing finally withdrew her gaze, calmly stating, the audition will take another 3 months to conclude. Su Chen frowned. 3 months? After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, all right, then in 3 months, regardless of whether you succeed in the audition, we shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize our divorce. All right, Xiao Chen, in 3 months, we shall divorce. Li Ruobing observed Su Chen with a playful glint in her eyes, her gaze ablaze with the fervor of battle. 3 months was ample time. She was determined to conquer this foolish younger brother of hers. He would not escape her grasp. Under Li Ruobing's intense stare, Su Chen felt an inexplicable chill. She resembled a fierce gray wolf, and he was but her prey. There was a resolute glimmer in her eyes, a gaze that conveyed inevitability. What schemes was Sister Bingbing concocting to torment him? A shiver ran down Su Chen's spine. He carefully stored away their marriage certificate and reminded her, Sister Bingbing, this matter of our marriage must remain a secret between us. Absolutely no third party should be privy to it. Given that Li Ruobing was a public figure and the most popular star at the moment, any revelation of their marriage would undoubtedly impact her career. Oh, Li Ruobing raplia langitli, finding indifferenza. Su Chen pondered for a moment before earnestly adding, and we must ensure that my parents and uncle and aunt do not find out. If they learn that I have registered a marriage with Sister Bingbing, It will be far from easy to extricate myself from a situation. My parents have instilled in me since childhood the notion of marrying Bingbing and have long dreamed of her as their daughter-in-law. As for Bingbing's parents, her mother is manageable, but her father poses a significant threat. Uncle Lee is a devoted father who does not easily allow men to approach his daughter. Despite Bingbing having graduated for 3 years without a boyfriend, I strongly suspect that Uncle Lee is covertly obstructing her romantic pursuits. In his eyes, I am akin to his son, not a conventional man who would court his daughter. But if Uncle Lee were to discover that I had married his daughter, it would be as if his cherished cabbage were being uprooted by a pig from next door. He would surely want to crush me. Uncle Lee is a champion in both sanda and boxing. His physical prowess is formidable, although I am the one coerced into this marriage. Such an explanation would hardly be believed. After all, who is Lee Ruobing? She is the current national goddess, with suitors lining up around the globe. It is inconceivable that such a goddess would deceive an undergraduate into marriage. Just thinking about it seems impossible. Lee Ruobing flashed Su Chan a sweet and genuine smile. Rest assured, Xiao Chun Chun, I will not bring up our marriage to anyone. At that, Su Chan finally felt a sense of relief. However, he failed to notice the slight curve of Lee Ruobing's lips, her beauty and intelligence reminiscent of a cunning little fox. She would not mention it voluntarily. But what if an unexpected event occurred? This silly brother is truly naive. How adorable. Chapter 7, What Job? Sister will support you. After agreeing with Sister Bingbing, Su Chun accepted his sudden status as a married man with a sense of calm. After all, in 3 months they would divorce, and he would once again be a free man. A second marriage for a man is not such a big deal. Yet would Sister Bingbing also become a divorcee? Would she be looked down upon by future suitors for having been married before? This thought troubled him. Soon, Su Chun collected his thoughts, stood up from the sofa, and addressed Lee Ruobing, Sister Bingbing, I'll be heading back to school now. Being with her made his heart race, as he felt that she could concoct some mischief at any moment to torment him. Upon hearing Su Chen's intention to leave, Lee Ruobing frowned slightly, her tone icy. What do you need to go back to school for? Does this silly brother wish to avoid being in the same space as me? Su Chun casually fabricated an excuse. Sister Bingbing, I have class. I still have a session this afternoon. However, no sooner had he spoken than Lee Ruobing tossed her phone at him. What? Su Chen exclaimed as he was struck. He picked up the phone and glanced at the screen, instantly feeling embarrassed. The screen displayed his class schedule, making it clear when he had classes. Rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, he stammered, I may have remembered incorrectly. Nonetheless, he still intended to leave and concocted another excuse. Sister Bingbing, I'm about to graduate, and I need to prepare my resume and practice for interviews. Otherwise, I'll become an unemployed drifter after graduation. In any case, he was not keen on staying with Lee Ruobing. Firstly, he feared her torment, and secondly, her current charm was overwhelming. Being in her presence made his resolve waver. If other men knew of Su Chen's thoughts, they would drown him in disdain. While other boys would leap at the chance to converse with Lee Ruobing for even a second longer, Su Chun was preoccupied with thoughts of escape. Lee Ruobing's gaze upon Su Chun grew increasingly frigid, akin to a sharp blade. Did this foolish brother wish to leave so desperately? Did she appear to be a tiger, instilling such fear in him? As Lee Ruobing's expression darkened, Su Chen's desire to flee intensified. Stay here. I'm already injured. How dare you leave? Is finding a job so critical? Once you graduate, I will support you. Su Chun, the affluent sister, spoke with impressive decisiveness. If it weren't for having grown up watching Lee Ruobing, enduring her torment, and knowing her volatile nature, he might have leapt at the opportunity presented by such a stunning beauty offering to support him. Rich lady, I'm hungry. Let us eat. Who wouldn't he relish the idea of being pampered, yet without the strings attached? Resigned, Su Chun took a seat. After all, Lee Ruobing had just injured her foot, and leaving now would be inappropriate. Observing Su Chen's reluctant demeanor, Lee Ruobing felt her irritation rising. This foolish brother was utterly lacking in romantic sensibility. She had offered herself to him, yet he was unappreciative. Cohabitation was a must. She needed to devise a plan to make him live with her, allowing feelings to develop over time, ensuring she could win him over within 3 months. Just as Lee Ruobing simmered in frustration, her phone rang with an incoming call. Glancing at the screen, her attitude was dismissive. What is it? A young man's voice came through the line. Miss Bingbing, I have reserved a table at the Michelin restaurant. Are you free tonight? Lee Ruobing, raplia curly. No. Busi. I have work tonight. The man persisted. Bingbing, I checked with your manager. You have no scheduled engagements tonight. This restaurant is hard to book. I've been trying for half a month to secure this reservation. Lee Ruobing's exquisite face grew increasingly impatient. Sorry, unavailable. With that, she hung up the phone without a second thought, her actions decisive and final. Frustrated, She tossed her phone onto the sofa, her already foul mood worsening. Su Chen, familiar with Li Ruobing, recognized that she was in a dangerously volatile state. He quietly shifted further away. Noticing his subtle movement, Li Ruobing's annoyance deepened. Su Chen, if you move even further away, do you believe I won't tie you up and give you a good beating? Su Chen. Su Chen then resumed his original position. Li Ruobing raised an eyebrow, clearly unsatisfied, and with an authoritative tone commanded, "Sit here." Su Chen complied. Currently, Li Ruobing exuded an air of danger. It was best not to provoke her, lest one experience firsthand the tremendous strength of a girl capable of shattering a sandbag with a single punch. "Hey, Bingbing, who called you just now?" Su Chen inquired nonchalantly. He had overheard the voice of a young man, seemingly inviting Li Ruobing to dinner, which stirred an inexplicable wariness within him. Li Ruobing was in a foul mood, and, in Su Chen's presence, she was always unapologetically genuine, letting loose her frustrations. "Some idiot named Wang. He flaunts his status as the son of the company's owner and buzzes around me like a fly, even after I clearly rejected him. It's infuriating." Su Chen pondered how her admirers, who usually saw her as the gentle and sweet goddess on screen, would react to her harsh words. Listening to Li Ruobing's complaints reminded him of the rumors circulating online a few days prior, claiming she had a boyfriend. At her interview, a man had arrived in a sports car, bearing gifts, roses, no less, suggesting a close relationship. Though not want to keep up with gossip, Su Chen felt it necessary to familiarize himself with the situation, considering Li Ruobing was like family to him. He had watched her grow up, after all, and even if she were to have a boyfriend in the future, he felt the need to keep an eye on things. The idiot she referred to was likely the son of her management company's owner, Huai Media, a publicly traded entity and one of the top 5 talent agencies in the country, boasting a plethora of signed artists and abundant resources. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He opened the system page to check the stock authorization he had received as a reward. Coincidentally, it was indeed for this very company, and he held a 10% stake, making him the largest shareholder. As Su Chen was lost in thought, something unexpectedly pressed against his thigh, causing him to startle. "Bingbing, what are you doing?" At that moment, Li Ruobing had reclined, resting her head on his thigh with her slender legs stretched out on the sofa, gazing up at him. Their faces were remarkably close, their eyes meeting. Su Chen could clearly see her delicate features, her skin radiant and fair, almost glistening with moisture. Her eyes sparkled like they held the vastness of the cosmos within them. In this position, it felt as though he could effortlessly lean down and kiss her. Li Ruobing held his gaze, her eyes slightly blurred, reflecting their mutual expressions. With a commanding presence, she declared, "I'm tired. I'm borrowing your leg." Su Chen, Bimusev, replied, "There are cushions on the sofa. Why rest your head on my leg?" Li Ruobing raised an eyebrow with an air of dominion, exuding a queen-like authority as she stated, "Everything in this house belongs to me, including you. If I want to lean on you, I will. Hey, little Chen, were you just staring at me because you wanted to kiss me?" Her sultry voice was like soft feathers, teasing his heart and making him feel restless. Su Chen's throat tightened, and he immediately denied it. "I did not." He attempted to maintain a composed demeanor. What game was this she-devil playing? "Little Chen, if you want to kiss, it's not out of the question. If you're that eager, I could allow you to kiss me," she said, closing her eyes as if inviting him to indulge. Gazing at her exquisite face so close and her soft, pink lips, Su Chen swallowed hard. Chapter 8. Provoked. Su Chen leaned in for a kiss. Here lay a seemingly innocent and sweet girl on his lap, presenting herself in a flirtatious manner, even closing her eyes to wait for his kiss. Truthfully, any normal man, provided his orientation was not in question, would find it nearly impossible to resist such temptation and provocation. Su Chen's throat convulsed with desire. She was indeed challenging him. She must have thought he wouldn't dare to kiss her, which emboldened her further. If a kiss was what she wanted, then so be it. Was he not a man? His eyes reddened, his handsome face taut with tension as he leaned down. With a soft sound, his lips pressed firmly against hers. The position, her below and him above, was undeniably perfect for a kiss. This marked Su Chen's first kiss. Although they had shared innocent pecks as children, that had been a different matter entirely. Her lips felt incredibly soft. Upon first contact, they were slightly cool, but soon warmed to a delightful softness, far surpassing the sensation of jelly. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing, with her eyes closed, had anticipated that her foolish younger brother would not dare to kiss her, and thus had no expectations. She merely wished to tease him, finding his blushing face utterly adorable. Yet, just as she had resigned herself to the absence of hope or preparation, her lips were unexpectedly captured by his kiss. Li Ruobing's eyes flew open wide, as if time had frozen in that moment. Buzzing, her mind raced, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of emotions. and she felt as though her brain had short-circuited. She never expected her younger brother to be this bold today. He had truly kissed her. Oh dear, with his charmingly handsome face so close, her heart raced uncontrollably, as though it would leap from her chest, and her breath quickened. Not only was Li Ruobing stunned, but Su Chun himself was also bewildered, propelled by sheer impulse. He had indeed kissed her. He was momentarily frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Logically, the next step in a typical kissing sequence would involve deepening the kiss, with the male partner's hands engaging in some unrestrained caresses. However, he felt paralyzed by fear. If he dared to touch her, he feared she might retaliate. He recalled how a few ruffians had once attempted to assault Li Ruobing and had ended up severely injured, confined to wheelchairs for life. Surely, his fate would be even more dire, considering he had crossed a line. Realizing this, Su Chun hastily ended the kiss. As their lips parted, a delicate, glistening thread seemed to stretch between them. Bingbing, you provoked me. You must understand that men cannot be dared. He cast a guilty glance at her face, wondering if she would be furious. Surely, her expression must be as terrifying as that of a fiend, right? Deep down, he must be wishing to tear him apart. Isn't that so? Just the thought of it sent a tremor through Su Chen's heart, leaving him feeling guilty as a thief. What kind of thief? A flower thief? His gaze gradually settled on Li Ruobing's face. Then he found himself momentarily entranced. At that moment, Li Ruobing's expression was devoid of any fierce or monstrous demeanor, nor did it convey any particular rage. Instead, her slightly parted lips and rosy cheeks, coupled with her alluring gaze, revealed a hint of shyness and innocence. Such a countenance was utterly against the rules. His heart nearly stopped. Wake up. This is merely a facade of the devil. Do not be deceived. Subsequently, Su Chun dared not move, maintaining his original posture. He felt that any further movement could likely result in Li Ruobing delivering a swift kick to send him flying. Wait. Who am I? Where am I? Why can't I recall what just transpired? Li Ruobing suddenly blinked her large, innocent eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like two butterflies taking flight. She casually stood up and wandered toward her room, as if she had experienced a momentary lapse of memory. Su Chun thought, don't think of me as a fool. Upon witnessing Li Ruobing enter her room and close the door, his heart, which had been precariously suspended, finally settled. Then, astonishment flooded him. Was everything all right? Was she truly unscathed? Had she not retaliated, nor kicked him away? Had Li Ruobing simply let him go? Logically speaking, given Li Ruobing's temperament, she would surely explode with rage after such an impudent kiss, potentially subjecting him to a severe beating. Yet, she had refrained from doing so. Could it be? Does Sister Bingbing have feelings for me? Well, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Su Chun himself. This was one of life's great illusions. How could Sister Bingbing possibly harbor feelings for him? In her eyes, he likely resembled nothing more than a toy or a pet. It is often said that calmness precedes the storm, and Li Ruobing was undoubtedly concocting a more formidable form of revenge within her room. Yes, that must be the case. He needed to remain vigilant, beware of her sinister schemes. Su Chun felt as though his life had plunged into an abyss of despair. He couldn't help but wonder how many blows his newly enhanced physique could withstand from Li Ruobing. Meanwhile, within Li Ruobing's room, she pressed one hand against her racing heart while caressing her lips with the other, her face adorned with an expression of rapture and infatuation. That silly little brother's kiss was quite rough. However, she found herself rather fond of it. It appeared that she had discovered the key to winning Su Chen's heart. Chapter 9. Sister, let me be your girlfriend. Reflecting on the kiss, Li Ruobing gently bit her lip, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and a playful tone emerged in her voice. That silly brother is truly incorrigible. Within her room, her exquisitely delicate face, as white as mutton fat, radiated a soft pink blush, resembling a flower in full bloom. Should those familiar with Li Ruobing's demeanor witness such a shy display, they would surely be taken aback. How could a high and aloof star like her exhibit such a girlish, bashful expression? After a while, once her heartbeat had calmed, she ventured from her door to take a seat at her vanity. Her makeup collection was modest, for her skin was naturally flawless, requiring only sun protection and hydration. Beside her cosmetics lay a bookshelf filled with an array of titles, with some titles faintly discernible, such as An Actor Prepares, Understanding Stock Investments to Win a Man's Heart, First Win His Stomach, A Woman Pursuing a Man is Like a Layer of Gauze, and How to Make the Men Around You Fall in Love with You. Before long, a knock sounded at her door, followed by Su Chen's voice from outside. Sister Bingbing, it's time for dinner. I ordered takeout. Li Ruobing closed the book in hand and replied calmly, understood. As she opened the door, Su Chun instinctively took a step back, maintaining a safe distance. Observing his reaction, Li Ruobing raised an eyebrow in displeasure. Are you serious about stepping back? Sister Bingbing, I ordered your favorite sweet and sour ribs, along with scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and sweet and sour fish. Under Li Ruobing's gaze, Su Chen found his thoughts drifting back to the earlier kiss, his attention inadvertently fixated on her alluring, crimson lips. They seemed so soft. Moreover, Sister Bingbing was undeniably beautiful, embodying the essence of grace and charm, as if the phrases stunning beauty and ethereal elegance were crafted solely for her. It was no wonder she had skyrocketed to fame within merely 2 years, becoming a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry. Of course, her talents were exceptional. Her acting skills were top-notch, and she excelled in singing and dancing as well. Li Ruobing cast a fleeting glance at Su Chen, ignoring him as she strode toward the living room, realizing that she was likely upset about the kiss. Su Chen was acutely aware that she might be contemplating how to punish him. They took their seats at the dining table. Su Chen opened the takeout packaging, revealing a feast that was visually appealing and appetizing. After preparing the disposable chopsticks, he handed them, along with the rice, to Li Ruobing, who accepted them naturally. She began to eat, while Su Chen took his time, carefully removing the bones from the sweet and sour fish before placing the boneless fish meat into Li Ruobing's bowl. Li Ruobing adored fish, but her skills in eating it were lacking. She had often been caught by fish bones in the past. Thus, over time, Su Chen had developed the habit of deboning fish for her. Once he finished, he began to eat in earnest. After a couple of bites, Li Ruobing offered him a piece of scrambled egg with her chopsticks. Su Chen glanced at it without saying a word, continuing to eat. They both enjoyed scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Yet Li Ruobing was not fond of eggs, while Su Chen had an aversion to tomatoes. The ensuing silence was filled with the sounds of their meal. Halfway through, Li Ruobing suddenly paused, dabbing her lips with a napkin before turning to Su Chen with a direct inquiry. Xiao Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Su Chen, caught off guard mid-bite, responded no. Li Ruobing continued, then let me be your girlfriend. Su Chen was taken aback, nearly choking on his food. What was this? A confession? Was this a new prank? He felt a surge of caution. Was today April Fool's Day? He flatly refused. No way. I am the man you cannot have. She must have some ulterior motive. He would not fall for it. Chapter 10. Sister Bingbing is quite skilled. Thus, Li Ruobing's second confession was rebuffed by Su Chen. She felt a surge of indignation. This scoundrel had just kissed her, and now he was rejecting her. Having finished her meal, she picked up a freshly washed cucumber and took a fierce bite, producing a crisp crunch. Upon hearing the sound of the cucumber being bitten off, Su Chen inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. How ferocious Sister Li was. If that bite had landed elsewhere, would it not mean the end of his lineage? Su Chen suspected she was merely trying to intimidate him. What scheme was she concocting? Never mind. No use pondering over it. He might as well focus on his meal. Eating with a lackadaisical attitude is a sign of a troubled mind. Su Chen lowered his head and continued to savor his food. As a laid-back individual, his favorite pastimes included eating, sleeping, and gaming. Li Ruobing sat on the sofa, legs crossed, glaring at Su Chen with disdain. This foolish brother, eating with such seriousness, was the food truly that delectable? No matter how delicious, could it compare to the charm of a fair and beautiful woman like her? He was truly a simpleton, lacking in romantic sensibilities. Yet, the sight of her dim-witted brother earnestly enjoying his meal was undeniably handsome and captivating. Why had he suddenly become so charming? Over the past 2 years in the entertainment industry, Li Ruobing had encountered numerous attractive men, whether they were youthful heartthrobs or mature, charismatic leading actors. None could rival her foolish brother's appeal. Could it be that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? As Su Chen concentrated on his meal, he sensed a gaze fixed upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. He recognized it as Li Ruobing's death stare. After finishing dinner, Su Chen lingered in Li Ruobing esse villa. During this time, she immersed herself in script reading, while he occupied the computer room, indulging in some gaming, a rather comfortable arrangement. Su Chen was engaged in a game known as PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, commonly referred to as Chicken. The villa boasted top-tier computers, making the gaming experience exceedingly enjoyable. Li Ruobing, alone in the living room, sifted through scripts but found none to her satisfaction, growing increasingly vexed. These scripts were all idle romance dramas, centered on the affection between the male and female leads. Li Ruobing had little fondness for such narratives, as they often contained excessive intimate scenes, with the female protagonist being forcefully kissed at every turn. Since her debut, she had one steadfast requirement: no kissing scenes. She disliked the thought of her foolish brother feeling jealous. In her 2 successful dramas, one where she played a supporting role and the other as the lead, the focus was on thrilling mystery and investigation, devoid of romantic entanglements. Both were crafted by the enigmatic and highly sought-after screenwriter known as S, whose output was notoriously sparse, releasing only 1 script per year. due to her specific request. Li Ruobing had turned down numerous excellent projects that came her way. Had it not been for this peculiar stipulation, she might have achieved even greater fame. After perusing scripts to no avail and feeling increasingly frustrated, Li Ruobing rose from the sofa. What was her foolish brother up to at this moment? She made her way to the computer room. Before she could approach, she heard Su Chen's furious voice emanating from the room. Damn it, LYB. Jump to the airport. Grab the steel gun. Run. The boss is coming. Li Ruobing recognized the game. It was one of the most popular titles of the time. She recalled reading that when your boyfriend plays games, you shouldn't resent him for being absorbed in it and neglecting to accompany you shopping or to the movies. Instead, you should join him in the game and share in the joy. For girls, shopping is a passion, but for boys, gaming is akin to life itself. While she did not entirely agree with this sentiment, she was willing to embrace it if her companion was her foolish brother. Li Ruobing approached Su Chen and said, Su Chen, I want to play chicken. Su Chen, wearing headphones, had not heard her clearly at first. After dying in the game, he took off his headphones and asked, Sister Bingbing, what did you say? Li Ruobing replied, I want to play chicken with you. She pointed at the computer screen, expressing her desire to team up with her foolish brother for a sweet duo match. Su Chen glanced at Li Ruobing's stunningly beautiful face, pondering how a famous star like her would even be interested in such a violent shooting game. All right, Sister Bingbing, you can log in, and we'll play the next round together. He did not refuse her invitation. Who wouldn't want a game with a girl, especially one with such a melodious voice? This was far more appealing than hiring a gaming companion. Li Ruobing settled into the adjacent computer desk, and an enchanting fragrance wafted into Su Chen's nostrils, causing his heart to race slightly. The computer room of the villa was equipped with 2 high-end computers. One thing that puzzled Su Chen was why there were 2 computers when Li Ruobing lived there alone. Don't ask, just chalk it up to a wealthy woman's whims. Sister Bingbing, when we jump, you focus on gathering supplies, and I'll handle the enemies. If you get knocked down, crawl to safety, and I'll come to rescue you after taking care of the foes. As a man, Su Chen felt a natural inclination to showcase his prowess in front of girl. He was no exception, having logged over 3,000 hours in the game. Li Ruobing responded coolly as she logged into her account. In truth, she knew how to play the game because she had practiced privately, knowing her foolish brother enjoyed it. The game commenced. Parachuting down, they landed, and the screen went black. What the heck? No gun. Su Chen exclaimed. Sister Bingbing, that guy has only a sliver of health left. I hit him so many times, he's definitely on the brink. To Su Chen's astonishment, their initial venture ended in his own demise. With over 3,000 hours logged and a 10-KD ratio, would this secret be exposed? Sister Bingbing, don't panic. Take your time. If it gets tough, just run. Su Chen took on the role of commander. Li Ruobing remained remarkably calm. She picked up a powerful gun, albeit without any attachments or even a basic scope. From across the street in P City, she swiftly eliminated the 2 opponents with headshots. Su Chen, did she just cheat? After dispatching the enemies, Li Ruobing rushed over to assist the downed Su Chen without looting the loot. The game continued. Sister Bingbing, save me. Sister Bingbing, I'm down again. Sister Bingbing, hurry, I become a dancer. Sister Bingbing, do you want a 98K? Sister Bingbing, do you need a level 3 helmet? Sister Bingbing, do you want a medkit? Li Ruobing, maintaining her aloof demeanor, replied, no. Then what do you want? Su Chen Ingwei, I want you, she declared. Today's gaming experience was delightful. The thrill of lying low felt exhilarating. Perhaps lying flat and being a lazy fish was more suited to him. He had a weak stomach. It was best to indulge in soft meals. During the gaming session, Li Ruobing received a call from her best friend, Chen Xiaoxiao. Let's go shopping. Recently, Hermes released a new collection that's particularly stunning, and there's a new dessert shop that supposedly has the most delectable treats. Li Ruobing pour cette halips, het tonne frosti. I'm not going, but why not? Don't you have no scheduled events today? Chen Xiaoxiao inquired, puzzled. I don't have time. I'm playing games with my foolish brother, Li Ruobing coldly replied, embodying the essence of an ice queen. Chen Xiaoxiao was taken aback. No love left. Chapter 11. A Couple's Dating Paradise. Chen Xiaoxiao was a top-tier singer, the kind who, without diligent effort in singing, will be forced to return home to inherit a billion-dollar fortune. Chen Xiaoxiao and Li Ruobing are university classmates with an exceptionally close bond, and she is acutely aware of Li Ruobing's true nature. Despite presenting a gentle and sweet demeanor in front of the camera, adored by fans as the sweet goddess, in reality, Li Ruobing embodies the persona of an icy goddess. Throughout their university years, countless seniors and juniors have pursued her. Yet Li Ruobing remains unimpressed by any of them, scarcely granting even the slightest hint of warmth. One might even wonder if she harbors an aversion to men, akin to the frigid icebergs of the North and South Poles, perpetually unyielding and unmelting. Your brother? Chen Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before inquiring. Is he the one you mentioned, wanting to pursue? Indeed, Li Ruobing replied, her tone as cool as ever. Pray tell, what manner of divine being is your brother? Might we glimpse the sort of man who could stir the heart of a goddess such as yourself? Shen Xiuxiu's curiosity was piqued. Not long ago, Li Ruobing had unexpectedly asked her how one might pursue a boy, a question that shattered Shen Xiuxiu's perception of reality. This was the illustrious Li Ruobing, the aloof goddess. She was considering actively pursuing a boy? Why would she need to? The ranks of men vying for Li Ruobing's affection could encircle the globe. With a mere beckon, whether they be elite business magnates, entertainment titans, or wealthy scions, they would all dutifully present themselves before her, eager for her selection. Upon hearing Shen Xiuxiu's words, a flicker of wariness crossed Li Ruobing's frosty gaze as she resolutely declared, not a chance. My brother is for my eyes alone. Shen Xiuxiu couldn't help but marvel at her possessiveness, exclaiming, what a domineering president vibe. So full of desire. How utterly captivating. She found herself enchanted by this fierce attitude. Turning the conversation, she asked, what game are you playing, Ice Goddess? Li Ruobing glanced at her screen and replied, PUBG. On the other end of the line, Shen Xiuxiu immediately became animated, exclaiming, Ice Goddess, take me along. I've always wanted to play. Shen Xiuxiu, besides being a singer, was also an avid gamer. The type who loved playing despite her lack of skill. Her collection of skins, however, was extensive. Ice Goddess, let me be your little sidekick. I can shield you from bullets, guide your shots, and adorn your character. Shen Xiuxiu eagerly pleaded. I cannot bring you along, Li Ruobing stated coldly. Shen Xiuxiu, taken aback, asked why not. Ice Goddess, take me with you. I'll be your loyal follower. Li Ruobing glanced towards Su Chen's seat, where he had momentarily stepped out to the restroom. I only wish to indulge in a sweet duo with my brother. I do not desire any distractions. Shen Xiuxiu, indignant, retorted, Ice Goddess, we have been dear friends for many years. Surely our friendship surpasses that of a mere man? Li Ruobing's response was unyielding. It does not. Shen Xiuxiu was taken aback by the coldness of her words. At that moment, Su Chen returned. Enough of this. I am off to play, Li Ruobing announced, disconnecting the call with a chilling finality. Fuming, Shen Xiuxiu vented her frustration. That insufferable brother of hers has stolen my Ice Goddess away. Bring back my aloof goddess. Su Chen and Li Ruobing indulged in gaming for the entire afternoon. A most exhilarating experience for Su Chen. The girl's voice was melodious, her beauty striking, and her skills exceptional. Suddenly, he found himself contemplating how wonderful it would be to spend endless hours gaming alongside Li Ruobing, enjoying the perks of having a goddess as a companion. As he checked the time, he realized dinner was approaching. Ice Goddess, shall we order takeout or cook for ourselves? Li Ruobing removed her headphones and gazed out at the encroaching twilight. Let's dine out. Su Chen, perplexed, replied, but Ice Goddess, why go out when we can eat here? It's such a hassle. Being rather lazy, he was reluctant to step outside merely for a meal. Li Ruobing raised an eyebrow, her demeanor frigid. We are dining out. Do you have an objection? Su Chen shook his head. None at all. At around 7 o'clock. He called out, Ice Goddess, are you ready? We must leave. Coming, she responded as she emerged from her room. The moment Su Chen laid eyes on her attire, he was momentarily entranced. She wore a flowing dark dress, her hair elegantly styled, revealing her delicate features, enhanced by subtle makeup that accentuated her already stunning visage. Adorned in high heels, her already statuesque figure commanded an even greater presence, exuding an air of regal elegance reminiscent of a queen preparing for a grand soiree. Stunning. Su Chen found himself utterly captivated. This was the first time he had witnessed Li Ruobing in such glamorous attire, and the impact was far more profound than anything he had seen on screen. Do you think I look beautiful, Xiao Chen? Li Ruobing asked, observing the awe in his expression with a satisfied smile, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Realizing his gaze lingered too long, Su Chen quickly averted his eyes and replied, you look fine, just a bit more attractive than the average person. He refrained from praising her too much, aware that it might inflate her ego. As he turned away, the smile on Li Ruobing's lips deepened with affectionate amusement. Silly brother, are you shy? How adorable. What a charmingly flirtatious little brother you are. The mere act of her dressing up had left him utterly spellbound. Put this on, Li Ruobing said, handing him an outfit. Huh? Su Chen took a glance at the clothing, realizing it was an elegant black suit paired with polished leather shoes. Why must we dress so formally just to go out for dinner? He asked, perplexed. Li Ruobing shot him a piercing glare. Are you going to wear it or not? Yes, he replied, resigned. Su Chen retreated into his room to change, the suit fitting him surprisingly well. He rarely donned formal attire, as it felt too constricting for his laid-back nature. Once dressed, he stood before the mirror, captivated by the reflection of the suave, sophisticated man before him. exuding an air of elite charm. Looking rather dashing, he thought to himself, unable to tear his gaze away. Li Ruobing, outside the door, was equally eager, curious about how her silly brother would look in a suit. Surely, it would be striking. As Su Chen stepped out, clad in the stylish suit, Li Ruobing's usually cold demeanor melted away at the sight of him. Silly brother, you look so handsome, she mused, a hint of regret creeping in. She regretted making him look so dapper, fearing he would attract the attention of insatiable women. How do I look, Sister Bingbing? Su Chen stood before Li Ruobing, deliberately showcasing his physique. Surely this girl was smitten by his charm, wasn't she? Change out of that outfit. It looks dreadful on you. Not appealing at all. Li Ruobing approached him, unreasonably pushing Su Chen back into the room. Her tone, usually composed, was tinged with irritation. Hey, Sister Bingbing, take it easy. Half an hour later, Su Chen and Li Ruobing alighted from the car and arrived at an upscale restaurant. At that moment, Li Ruobing donned sunglasses and a black mask. Even concealed, her tall figure and striking aura effortlessly attracted numerous gazes. Though Su Chen maintained a low profile, he too garnered attention. Dressed casually, lacking the striking impact of his previous suit, he nonetheless exuded charm, capturing the interest of several young women. Su Chen observed the restaurant with curiosity. The patrons were predominantly couples, creating an atmosphere seemingly tailored for romance. He was aware that this establishment was renowned as a premier dating venue in the capital, not only for its exorbitant prices, but also for requiring reservations in advance. Turning to Li Ruobing, he inquired, Sister Bingbing, this place seems rather unsuitable for the two of us, doesn't it? We're not a couple, after all. Li Ruobing, with her sunglasses and mask, radiated an icy elegance, embodying an aura that discouraged approach. Calmly, she replied, a friend gave me 2 discount vouchers that expire today. I just remembered, and you happen to be home. Chapter 12. Is Sister Bingbing not beautiful? Su Chen caught onto the key phrase. It seemed that Li Ruobing had brought him here merely as an afterthought, clearly indicating he should not overthink their situation. They entered the grand building, taking the elevator to the 79th floor. The restaurant was dimly lit, illuminated by numerous candles, with live piano music providing a romantic ambience, a perfect setting for candlelit dinner. Su Chen had never been on a date, nor had he been in a relationship, although many girls had confessed their feelings for him over the years. He had never reciprocated. Perhaps the emotional toll of being teased by Li Ruobing since childhood had left him disinterested in other girls. Moreover, having grown up alongside such a stunning beauty, his standards had become exceedingly high. The girls who confessed to him, be they the class beauties or campus goddesses, paled in comparison to Li Ruobing. The thought of bringing a girlfriend home who could not measure up to her would surely invite ridicule from Li Ruobing, an absolute no-go. Thus, he resolved that his future partner must be more beautiful than Li Ruobing. Realistically, this was a daunting requirement. Perhaps he should lower his standards. At the very least, she should be equally matched with Li Ruobing. Their table was positioned by the window. The restaurant's elevation offered a breathtaking view of the cityscape, with countless lights twinkling like stars, an exquisite sight. However, Su Chen's attention was not on the urban panorama outside. Before him sat a woman with a delicate oval face, lightly made-up willow-shaped brows, and eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Her long hair framed her elegant neck, and her features resembled the finest pieces of art in a gallery, exuding an air of sophistication. With her graceful demeanor and aloof charm, she appeared almost ethereal, as though she were a celestial being who had accidentally wandered into the mortal realm, evoking a sense of unattainable beauty that one could only admire from afar. She was truly breathtaking. Su Chen found himself pondering how it was possible for such a stunning woman to exist in the world. Xiao Chuncheng, what are you staring at? Li Ruobing, engrossed in the menu, noticed Su Chen lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to her words, which caused her to frown slightly. Startled by her voice, Su Chen quickly regained his composure, retracting his gaze. Sitting upright, he responded earnestly, Sister Bingbing, the moonlight outside is simply mesmerizing. I inadvertently became entranced. Li Ruobing's eyes grew colder, her lips pressed tightly together. Here, order what you want. Abruptly, she shoved the menu towards Su Chen with unusual force. What is so captivating about the moonlight? Nothing compares to how I look. Look at me. It was rare for her to put effort into her appearance. If he wasn't going to appreciate it, what was the point of her makeup? She was thoroughly exasperated. Li Ruobing's frigid glare was particularly fierce, making Su Chen feel as though he had committed some unforgivable offense. What had he done? While it was true that girls could occasionally exhibit heightened emotions during certain times of the month, today was not one of those days for Li Ruobing. As he had noted, it was all rather peculiar. Silently, Su Chen opted to refrain from speaking. Less talk meant fewer mistakes. After ordering his meal, He took out his phone and quietly began playing a game, feeling a sense of discomfort under Li Ruobing's formidable presence. Upon witnessing Su Chan set aside the menu to engage in his game, Li Ruobing was taken aback. Was he seriously playing a game during their first official date? Sitting across from a stunningly beautiful woman who had made an effort to look exquisite, other girls' boyfriends in the restaurant couldn't help but steal glances at her. Yet this foolish brother was engrossed in his game. Li Ruobing's eyes widened in disbelief. Her cheeks puffed with indignation, her teeth clenched, revealing her small canines. Usually, Li Ruobing was an aloof goddess, seldom smiling, which concealed her charming little teeth. Meanwhile, Su Chan continued to play his game, oblivious to the escalating tension. The meal would take a while, so he opened a fast-paced brawl mode in his game. A seasoned player of Honor of Kings, he had invested thousands of hours into it, and had attained the esteemed rank of a starry god. Just as Su Chan was about to maneuver his character, a melodious yet frosty voice pierced through the air above him. It was almost like a summons from a vengeful spirit. He looked up, bewildered. Sister Bingbing, what's wrong? Had his engrossment in the game upset her? Possessing a reasonable emotional intelligence, Su Chan quickly offered, Sister Bingbing, would you like to join? Unfortunately, I've already started, so I can't invite you in just yet, but if the food hasn't arrived by the time I finish, I'll include you. Li Ruobing, who cares about your wretched game? You might as well spend your life with it. Fuming, she snapped, hand me your phone. Her voice chilled further, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. What do you need my phone for? Although perplexed, Su Chan complied and handed over his device. With a decisive click, Li Ruobing powered down the phone, rendering it black. Li Ruobing placed her phone on the table, casting a cold gaze at Su Chan. Look at me. Su Chan turned his eyes in her direction. Li Ruobing questioned, do you think I'm not beautiful, Su Chan? Under Li Ruobing's gentle gaze, Su Chan, with utmost sincerity, exclaimed, you are stunning. Sister Bingbing is the most beautiful person I have ever seen. In Chapter 13, Su Chan's words were not spoken under duress, but were a heartfelt declaration. Sister Bingbing truly was the most beautiful he had encountered. Even amidst the glitz of the entertainment industry, her beauty surpassed that of many starlets. At that moment, Su Chan gazed intently at Li Ruobing, his dark eyes deep and captivating, as if they could draw one in entirely. Truly, he thought, she was extraordinarily handsome, previously icy with annoyance. Li Ruobing's countenance suddenly blossomed with a charming blush. Despite the sweetness swelling in her heart, she feigned a coy demeanor and asked, Chen, do you really think I am beautiful? She cast a very amiable look towards Su Chan. Silly brother, flatter me a bit more. I enjoy hearing it. Feeling a hint of danger, Su Chan immediately raised his voice. Sister Bingbing, your beauty can only be depicted through poetry. Intrigued, Li Ruobing looked at him, her enchanting eyes sparkling with interest. Do share, Su Chan promptly recited, her face like a silver plate, eyes akin to water almonds, lips naturally rosy, brows unadorned yet emerald-like. In the north, there dwells a maiden, unmatched and solitary. One glance can captivate a city, a second can enthrall a nation. Her beauty can sink fish and cause wild geese to fall, a visage that eclipses the moon and shames the flowers. Such a lady should only exist in heaven. Rare is it to hear of her on earth. Su Chan racked his brain, reciting all the verses he knew to praise a lady's beauty, irrespective of their suitability, simply to express his admiration. After finishing, he quietly observed Li Ruobing, hoping she would be pleased. The dimly lit environment, illuminated by candlelight, made it difficult for him to discern her expression clearly, leaving him uncertain whether she appreciated the verses. Across from him, Li Ruobing maintained a calm facade, yet her heart raced wildly. Her face was flushed crimson, thankfully concealed by the flickering candlelight. How clever this silly brother was. Those verses were exquisite. Had she ever heard such beautiful lines of praise before? Had he crafted them himself? To commend her beauty with such elegant poetry was impressive, rivaling even renowned literary masters. Surely he had spent considerable time perfecting these words just for this moment, to win her heart. Suddenly, applause erupted within the restaurant. Aubrey, what marvelous poetry! This is the most beautiful praise for a lady's beauty I have ever heard. It was so unique and heartfelt. The young man clearly harbored deep affection for the lady before him. Su Chan, did you hear that? Your heartfelt admiration is unmistakable, murmured one patron. Look how this charming young man praises his girlfriend. You boys should take notes. This guy is not only more handsome, but also far more eloquent than you. Li Ruobing's cheeks flushed deeper as she overheard the lively chatter. She bit her lip, casting a mock glare at Su Chan. You could have flattered me without shouting so loudly. Everyone is staring at us. Fortunately, the dim lighting in her side profile obscured her features from view. Yet, even from her silhouette, It was evident that she was a stunning beauty, fully deserving of the poetic accolades. Su Chen chakil, un perturved. Sister Bingbing, how could I not raise my voice when you are so beautiful? His gaze burned with admiration as he smiled, relishing her flustered state. He delighted in witnessing the usually domineering and icy beauty become flustered and playful before him. Li Ruobing, increasingly embarrassed under su Chen's intense gaze, felt her cheeks blaze with warmth. The tips of her brows softened, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently as she lowered her gaze. Su Chen was utterly captivated. Oh no! This feeling in his heart was becoming too intense. Setting aside her fierce demeanor, Sister Bingbing's beauty was indeed breathtaking. Eat your food. Li Ruobing, now thoroughly embarrassed, could hardly contain herself. It was usually she who teased Su Chen. In a moment of frustration, she grabbed a banana from the table, unpeeled it none too gently, and shoved it into Su Chen's mouth. Su Chen emitted a muffled sound, nearly choking on the banana. Coughing, he managed to extract the fruit from his mouth. Feeling utterly uncomfortable, his eyes sparkling with stars. Sister Bingbing, you, Li Ruobing shot him a fierce glare. What, not satisfied? She provocatively opened her rosy lips, challenging him. If you dare, shove your banana into my mouth. Su Chen realized that the woman before him was no delicate flower. She was a spirited imp. This was her true nature, bold and fierce. He had almost been deceived by her seemingly shy exterior. 10 minutes later, the waiter arrived with their meals. Li Ruobing felt her cheeks still burning. She reached for a chilled drink that had just been served. Just as she was about to sip it, Su Chen firmly grasped haridist. Sister Bingbing, have you forgotten? You're unwell and shouldn't drink cold beverages. Li Ruobing glared at him. Shao Chen, em festi. Just let me have a sip. Su Chen's demeanor turned serious, his gaze stern. Absolutely not. Just one sip. Li Ruobing's icy demeanor softened as she adopted a pitiful expression. No, your please one tea work this time. Su Chen remained steadfast. He would not compromise on her health. Not a single sip. Reluctantly, the typically assertive Li Ruobing complied. Fine. Su Chen called over a passing waitress. Excuse me, could you bring a glass of warm water? The waitress, momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's dashing visage, blushed and responded, oh, of course, right away. This young man was undeniably handsome. Yet her gaze soon dimmed, for she realized that this handsome man had hardly spared her a glance. His eyes were entirely fixed on the beautiful girl across from him. That girl, she was breathtaking. Wasn't she the renowned star, Li Ruobing? What was their relationship? Were they siblings? The waitress momentarily froze, but she quickly composed herself, uttering no further words. In this restaurant, it was not uncommon for celebrities to dine, and the first rule for the staff was to keep their eyes and mouths in check. Before long, the waitress brought over a glass of warm water. Su Chen took the cup, first sipping from it himself, and discovering it to be rather hot. He blew gently on the water, waiting until it cooled slightly before offering it to Li Ruobing. She accepted the cup without a hint of disdain for his previous sip and began to drink. The water was truly sweet. Their movements were exceptionally natural and harmonious. As Su Chen's act of testing the water temperature had become an instinctive gesture over the years, a small detail among countless similar moments. Chapter 14. Sister Bingbing has drunk too much. After Li Ruobing finished her water, Su Chen had already cut her steak into neat pieces. She glanced at the plate, admiring the precision of the cuts. Raising her eyes, she met Su Chen's gaze, who was focused on cutting his own steak. Sensing her stare, he looked up to find her gazing at him with an affectionate expression. Su Chen's heart raced with caution. Sister Bingbing, why do you look at me so? Li Ruobing rarely displayed such a soft smile. Her beauty, when she smiled, could dim the brilliance of the world around her. With a playful glint in her eyes, she observed the handsome Su Chen. This foolish brother was so considerate. How would she manage without him? She had grown accustomed to his presence and would never let him slip from her grasp in this lifetime. The subsequent dining period was tranquil, accompanied by the melodious strains of the piano in the background. Su Chen savored the moment, feeling utterly relaxed, not just physically, but in spirit as well. Sister Bingbing, you must not indulge too much in that wine. Just a little will suffice. During meals, it was inevitable to sip some wine, yet Li Ruobing's health was fragile, and Su Chen was always strict in managing her well-being. Rest assured, I shall only have a sip, Li Ruobing replied with a gentle smile. The seriousness of this foolish brother was indeed charming. Being occasionally admonished by him was rather delightful. Sister Bingbing, I shall step away to the restroom for a moment. As Su Chen rose and walked towards the lavatory, he brushed past a man clad in a suit with dyed blonde hair. Hey, watch where you're walking. The man cursed under his breath, glaring at Su Chen's retreating figure. He then sauntered deeper into the restaurant. Suddenly, he halted, casting a glance toward the table by the window, and his brow furrowed sharply. Li Ruobing, what is she doing here? Just that morning, when he had called her to invite her out, she had claimed to be unavailable. Had she come alone? The man's curiosity piqued as he approached Li Ruobing with a gleeful grin. Upon returning home and seeing Li Ruobing for the first time at his family's company, he had been captivated by her stunning beauty and perfect figure. He vowed to win her over. Initially, he believed it would be an easy conquest. After all, he had pursued other starlets with ease, merely a matter of wealth. In the chaotic world of entertainment, he doubted there were any truly untainted stars. However, his attempts were thwarted. No matter how ardently he pursued her, Li Ruobing had never acknowledged him. When he sent flowers, she accepted them only to toss them into the trash before his eyes. Gifts met the same fate, igniting his anger while simultaneously awakening his desire for conquest. Standing beside Li Ruobing's table, he wore a sullen expression, yet forced a smile. Bingbing, what brings you here? Who are you with? This is a popular spot for couples. He felt a sense of betrayal. Li Ruobing was his target. He had yet to claim her for himself. Such beauty should only exist in the heavens. Li Ruobing was lost in thoughts of the poetry Su Chen had penned for her. Her noble and aloof visage now softened with sweetness. Yet, this delightful smile faded swiftly upon hearing the blonde man's voice. Her exquisite features instantly turned frosty, radiating an aura of rejection. What does it have to do with you? Her icy gaze, devoid of any emotion, pierced through him, intensifying his fury. So, Li Ruobing believed herself above others now that she had gained fame. Did she? She ought to remember that it was his company that had elevated her status. Bingbing, I don't care who you're with. You're coming with me right now. Li Ruobing's expression grew increasingly frigid. Her patience was limited, except when it came to Su Chen. Why are you so bothersome, you fly? The blonde man's countenance stiffened. He squinted, then threatened, Bingbing. Don't forget who you belong to. My family's company can make or break a star. In this industry, everyone knows how chaotic it is. Why do you act so high and mighty? After delivering his ultimatum, he smugly awaited her response. Recalling how other starlets had once displayed a similar haughty demeanor before ultimately submitting to him, Li Ruobing's brows knitted together, a hint of irritation flashing across her face. If this fool dared to utter another word, she would gladly smash his mouth to pieces. Just then, Su Chen's voice broke through. Sister Bingbing, what is the matter? Upon returning from the restroom, he saw a young man in a suit standing beside Li Ruobing, seemingly engaged in conversation. Su Chen's brow furrowed, his expression cooling instantly. He approached, positioning himself between Li Ruobing and the blonde man, shielding her. Who are you? Su Chen, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, towered over the man, his demeanor fierce and intimidating. The blonde man scowled at Su Chen, his eyebrows knitting tightly. Who's this guy? He.S. really damn handsome. Is he that star? Standing before him evoked a sense of inferiority, which soon twisted into anger. I'm Wang Cheng, the son of Li Ruobing's agency's owner. And you, who are you? What is your relationship with Li Ruobing? Wang Cheng announced his identity, hoping to intimidate the younger man with his background. Su Chen instantly understood. This was Li Ruobing's suitor, the fool she had mentioned before. Wang Cheng assumed Su Chen was also part of the entertainment industry and expected him to cower at the mention of his family's status. Little did he know, Su Chen remained unfazed, his demeanor serious and commanding. I don't care who you are. Sister Bingbing doesn't he wish to speak with you. Furthermore, do not disturb our meal. Su Chen's demeanor only intensified Huang Mao's fury. He glared at Su Chen, realizing that Bingbing had accompanied him. He demanded, what is your relationship? Su Chen, feeling exasperated, retorted, what business is it of yours, outsider? Damn, you're quite arrogant. Do you even know who I am? This was the first time Huang Mao had been so openly provoked. He reached out, intending to shove Su Chen. Seated at the table, Li Ruobing, noticing Huang Mao's intentions towards Su Chen, felt the temperature in her icy gaze plummet to a chilling low, her hand gripping the fork tightening involuntarily. Snap! Before Huang Mao's hand could make contact with Su Chen, he swiftly retaliated, extending his hand with remarkable speed to seize Huang Mao's wrist. Having practiced Taekwondo and Sanda alongside Li Ruobing since childhood, although not as formidable as her, he was certainly more capable than the average person, especially after consuming a physique-enhancing potion. It hurts! Huang Mao cried out as a sharp pain shot through his wrist, his face, already bearing the mark of a weak constitution, contorted in agony. This young man, who appeared so gentle and handsome, seemed deceptively easy to intimidate. Who would have guessed his grip would be so powerful? Get lost! Su Chen forcefully flung Huang Mao away, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. All right, just you wait. Huang Mao, wary of Su Chen, recognized that he was no match for the strikingly handsome man before him. He opted to retreat, leaving behind a threatening remark. confident that with Li Ruobing around, discovering Su Chen's identity would not pose a challenge. There would be ample opportunities to deal with him later. Moreover, this young man appeared to be from a wealthy background. He needed to ascertain the strength of Su Chen's connections before making any further moves. After Huang Mao left, Su Chen retrieved a few tissues, disdainfully wiping his hands. Disposing of the crumpled tissues into the trash, he turned to Li Ruobing and inquired, "Sister Bingbing, did that Huang Mao do anything to you?" Just as Su Chen posed this question, his attention was drawn to a metal fork on the table before Li Ruobing. The iron fork, once sturdy, was now bent at a sharp angle, as if it had been forcefully twisted by hand. Well, it seemed his concerns were unfounded. "Sister Bingbing, why does your expression seem so strange? There is something at the corner of your mouth." No, it was not just anything. It appeared a fine elixir had dribbled out. Su Chen opted for a more refined term. Li Ruobing, lost in admiration of Su Chen's gallant defense of her, was abruptly jolted back to reality upon hearing his words. She quickly grabbed a tissue to dab at her mouth, only to find her exquisitely beautiful face flush a deep crimson. "Oh no, I feel so dizzy. I think I'm drunk." Li Ruobing, as if losing consciousness, rested her lovely face on the table, lamenting, "Woe is me. I cannot face anyone." "Su Chen si state of Bingbing, can you hear me?" He urgently called out several times. But Li Ruobing remained unresponsive, a faint scent of alcohol wafting around her. Su Chen furrowed his brow, pondering how much she had consumed. Chapter 15. Drunken Sister Bingbing's Affectionate Whims. Observing the now inebriated Li Ruobing, Su Chen felt a headache coming on. His intention had merely been to warm her up with a little drink, yet she had succumbed to inebriation. Gazing at Li Ruobing's profile, perfectly beautiful from every angle, she resembled a celestial being misplaced in the mortal realm. Perhaps due to the alcohol, her petite face was flushed, reminiscent of a cherry drenched in rain. Enticingly sweet and succulent. Unable to resist, Su Chen gently pressed his finger against her soft, fair cheek, the tip sinking slightly into her collagen-rich skin, yielding to his touch. This was a rather audacious move. "Li Ruobing, should you dare to indulge in such excessive drinking again, you shall see how I deal with you." Li Ruobing, the starlet pretending to be inebriated to avoid facing anyone, stirred slightly. Su Chen quickly withdrew his finger, standing upright, cautiously monitoring her movements, only to find that she merely shifted before slipping back into her stupor. "Damn it! You, Li Ruobing, even drunk dare to intimidate me." After a sigh of relief, Su Chen's mischief reemerged, extending his hand towards Li Ruobing's plump, collagen-rich face. A poke here, a pinch there, it was irresistibly soft. He had longed to do this. Feeling oppressed for too long and yearning to reclaim his agency, eager to indulge in her softness. "Li Ruobing, woe is me." Su Chen toyed with Li Ruobing's lovely face for nearly 3 minutes, and upon witnessing her cheeks turn a deeper shade of crimson, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. He summoned a waiter to settle the bill, which amounted to a rather hefty 50,500. While perhaps a bit pricey as an ordinary university student, Su Chen paid without hesitation, feeling no burden. After settling the account, he called out, "Sister Bingbing, it's time to wake up. We should head home, Sister Bingbing." Yet, Li Ruobing remained unresponsive, exacerbating his headache. This girl had a notoriously poor tolerance. How could she have dared to get drunk? Did she not recall the severe headache she endured upon waking from her last drunken bout? As Su Chen contemplated whether to carry her home or wait for her to sober up, Li Ruobing lifted her head from the table and sweetly said, "Su Chen, hug me. Little Chen, hug me. I want to go home. I want to go home. Quickly hold me. Husband, hold me. Chen, my husband, hold me close. I want to be spoiled in your arms." At that moment, her voice transformed from the usual cool and aloof tone of an ice queen to a soft, alluring lilt that could melt hearts. The once unapproachable diva had morphed into a sweet, clingy girl, capable of softening even the hardest of hearts. Such allure. Any man hearing it would feel compelled to offer everything, even their lives and devotion. However, upon hearing this enchanting voice, Su Chen froze, his handsome visage contorting into a pained expression of helplessness. "Oh no, this little girl's drunken persona has activated. Here comes the torment." Despite Li Ruobing's typically composed demeanor, when intoxicated, she transformed into someone utterly different, affectionate, clingy, and irresistibly adorable. Wasn't that lovely? Indeed it was. Yet, her constant need for attention felt suffocating, as if she desired to nestle in his embrace every moment. Being enveloped in the arms of the stunning superstar Li Ruobing was surely enviable, but only those who experienced it understood the tribulations involved. Each time, Su Chen found himself subjected to her whims, feeling as though he had shed a layer of skin, utterly exhausted. This was yet another reason he refrained from allowing her to get drunk. The one who suffered was always himself. Her beauty was unparalleled, no matter the moment. Her visage would leave one breathless and awestruck. Su-chan merely paused for a moment before adopting a soothing tone, as one would with a child, saying, "Sister Bingbing, I'll carry you. Let us go home." At this moment, his tone could not afford to be harsh. Li Ruobing was exceedingly delicate and vulnerable. A mere hint of sternness could provoke her tears, rendering her inconsolable, a sentiment that Su-chan deeply understood. It was best to vacate the restaurant, for who could predict what sort of commotion she might incite next? Li Ruobing cast a languorous, enchanting glance at Su-chan, and then, seated comfortably, extended her arms towards him. "Xiao, Chun-chung, I don't want to be carried. I crave a cuddle, the kind fit for a princess." Su-chen hesitated, sister Bingbing. "Perhaps it would be better for you to be carried on my back. Holding you might not be ideal." "Xiao Chun-chung, if you don't hold me, I will cry," she warned, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, shimmering like dewdrops poised to spill over at any moment. Seeing her in such a state, with an expression reminiscent of delicate blossoms weeping in the rain, who could bear to deny her? Reluctantly, Su-chan acquiesced, his tone laden with reluctance. "All right, I will hold you. Look at you. Your mouth is practically watering." After she had indulged in a drink, Su-chan felt an undeniable firmness in his resolve. Li Ruobing tilted her head. "Meow, meow, meow." He retrieved several tissues, diligently wiping the corners of her mouth with care, his tone tinged with mild disdain. Yet his touch was gentle and meticulous, as if any excess pressure might cause her pain. In his profound and expressive eyes, all that existed was Li Ruobing. She, in turn, gazed at him, her eyes reflecting nothing but his image. Su-chan adorned her with a mask and sunglasses, then shed his own jacket to drape over her, ensuring she felt no chill. "Li Ruobing, you seem rather light. Have you not been eating well these past 2 years?" Cradling her in his arms, her soft form felt as weightless as a feather, prompting him to furrow his brow. This simply wouldn't he do. He must devise a means to nourish her to a plump, rosy state. Chapter 16. Sister Bingbing is delightfully sweet. Su-chen litit Li Ruobing. She resembled a dazed little kitten, shifting slightly within his embrace to find a comfortable position, then settling contentedly against him. Su-chen gasta glans downward. This obedient iteration of Sister Bingbing was irresistibly adorable. How could a woman of such icy demeanor, known for her ferocity, transform into something so charming simply from a little inebriation? As he exited the restaurant with Li Ruobing in his arms, Su-chan, already strikingly handsome, radiated an even more captivating aura after consuming a charm elixir, effortlessly attracting the attention of onlookers. Although Li Ruobing was obscured by sunglasses and a mask, her fair skin and exquisitely proportioned figure hinted at her undeniable beauty. Carrying Li Ruobing, Su-chan became an even more magnetic presence. Unfazed by the multitude of gazes upon him, he maintained a sharp, unwavering gaze ahead, exuding confidence. "This young man is incredibly handsome, more charming than my idol. Is he a celebrity or an actor? I want to leap over the wall. Wow, this young man is stunning. Is the lady in his arms intoxicated? A princess Carrie. How romantic." Indeed, not only is he good-looking, but he also possesses a remarkable physique, exuding strength and security. He carries her effortlessly, radiating boyfriend energy. Is this a scene from a fairy tale or a drama? It's far too romantic. The young lady in his arms is so fortunate. Embraced by her boyfriend while inebriated. What a blissful scenario. If only my boyfriend would do the same for me when I'm drunk. Observing his own girlfriend, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, a certain gentleman felt overwhelmed. This young man clearly dotes on his girlfriend. He must cherish her dearly, unwilling to let her endure any discomfort. The women around were filled with envy, casting glances at Li Ruobing, wishing to take her place. Nevertheless, the lady in his arms appeared soft and delightful. Her skin was so fair, her face so petite, she had to be a stunning beauty, while her voice is so sweet. Her playful demeanor is utterly adorable. Listening to the commotion, Su-chan frowned, his expression bemused. Did these people truly believe he and Sister Bingbing were a couple? This was merely a platonic sibling relationship. Oh, there was also the dynamic of oppressor and oppressed. What love and adoration were they speaking of? He was merely compelled by her threat to carry her away, fearing her drunken antics would lead to embarrassment. And yes, Sister Bingbing might indeed appear soft and endearing now. But this was not her true nature. She was a fierce tigress at heart. As Su-chan held Li Ruobing, he strode effortlessly towards the elevator, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, despite Li Ruobing's height of 1.7 meters and an approximate weight of 120 pounds. He felt no strain in carrying her the distance to the elevator. This was the benefit of enhanced physical strength. He felt imbued with vitality, as if capable of dispatching a bull with a single blow. Li Ruobing's form was exceptionally supple, and the sensation of her soft body pressed against him was delightfully comforting, evoking a desire to hold her close forever. The faint scent of alcohol mingled with her natural fragrance, rendering Su Chen somewhat entranced. Throughout their journey, he garnered 100% of the attention, with many captivated observers capturing the moment on their phones and uploading videos to trending platforms. The keywords likely included encounter with a peerless handsome man, boyfriend energy overflowing, a paragon for all men to emulate, celestial beauty, divine boyfriend, dream boyfriend series, public display of affection, heart-wrenching, the happiest girl, exquisite looks, and a beautifully romantic pairing, straight out of a fairy tale, each enticing the hearts of young women, evoking envy and longing. These videos surged in popularity at an alarming rate, with view counts skyrocketing into the hundreds of thousands, millions, and beyond. As the male lead, Su Chen became a sensation online, while the female lead, though unseen, piqued the curiosity of netizens. Of course, all of this was merely a prelude. At this moment, Su Chen awaited the elevator, cradling Li Ruobing, who appeared to have drifted into a peaceful slumber, her tranquility enveloping him. He glanced down, a tender smile gracing his lips, a gesture he was unaware of. This serene version of Sister Bingbing resembled a cuddly little kitten. So sweet. Chapter 17. This young couple is engaging in roleplay. Before long, the elevator arrived, and as the doors opened, Su Chen stepped inside, still holding Li Ruobing. Being at the top floor, the elevator contained only a young girl. With both hands occupied, Su Chen found it challenging to press the button for his desired floor. With a charming and captivating smile, he politely addressed the young girl, saying, "Miss, I need to get to the underground parking lot on level B1. Would you be so kind as to press the button for me?" The girl, likely a university student, was momentarily dazzled by Su Chen's smile, as if she had encountered a radiant deity. "He is so handsome," she thought, her cheeks flushing with bashfulness as she replied, "Oh, sure." Su Chen returned her sentiment with a courteous smile, "Thank you," though merely a polite smile. His irresistible charm left the young girl utterly disarmed. Her face grew even redder, and she lowered her gaze, shyly murmuring, "No, it's fine." At that moment, Su Chen's warm smile faltered, replaced by a pained frown. Concerned, the girl inquired, "Are you okay?" He shook his head, forcing a calm tone as he replied, "Me fine." After that, he fell silent, his gaze dropping to his arm, which bore a red mark. Ouch! That devil, Li Ruobing, is truly ruthless. Even in her drunken state, she torments me. The elevator fell into a heavy silence. In this confined space, the girl inexplicably felt a chill creeping down her spine, as if death itself were watching her, instilling a deep sense of dread. Could be a ghost? The more she pondered, the more frightened she became, prompting her to hastily press the button for the next floor. As soon as the elevator halted, she fled. Su Chen, what was with that girl's ghostly expression? Was he truly that terrifying? How peculiar. Soon after, more people entered the elevator. When they noticed Su Chen cradling a woman in his arms, many cast him curious glances. Su Chen remained unfazed, allowing their scrutiny to wash over him. He exuded confidence. "I'm so handsome. Why should I fear your gazes?" Despite his laid-back demeanor and penchant for staying at home, he was not socially anxious. "Hey, young man, you're quite affectionate with your girlfriend. Aren't you tired from holding her like that?" Someone remarked. Indeed, it's rare to see such a striking young man with such strength. Nowadays, the boys on TV seem more delicate than girls, another added. "That girl is truly lucky to have encountered such a gem. What a pity. If he weren't taken, I would have introduced him to my daughter." Several older women admired Su Chen, their eyes sparkling with interest. "Hello, ladies, I'm not tired," he politely responded. He then clarified, "We're not a couple. She's my sister, and I'm her brother. We're family." "Oh, so she's your sister. Young man, are you still single? Would you consider my daughter?" She's still in college and is said to be the campus beauty. The older women's interest piqued, their eyes gleaming with excitement, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. At that moment, Li Ruobing stirred in Su Chen's arms, sleepily murmuring, "Honey, are we home yet?" Su Chen, the older women were momentarily taken aback. Then, breaking into laughter, they teased, young man, you claim she's not your girlfriend, yet you call her your sister. Sounds more like a romantic sibling dynamic. I hear young people these days enjoy role-playing, right? It seems you two are just indulging in some playful banter. Young man, cherish your wife." Laughter erupted in the elevator, filling the space with a jovial atmosphere. Su Chen lapsed into silence. "Well, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who should feel awkward." As the elevator descended to lower floors, It grew increasingly crowded, and the air became stale, tinged with a pungent smell of smoke. Chen noticed the Rubing's delicate nose twitching beneath her mask. She appeared visibly uncomfortable. With her sensitive sense of smell, even the slightest offensive odor could trigger her allergies. Looking at the floor indicator, he saw they had just reached the 20th floor. Observing Li Ruobing's discomfort, he steeled himself and called out to the crowd, "Excuse me. I need to get off at this floor." "Hey, aren't you headed to the B1 parking lot? This is only the 20th floor?" Someone queried, puzzled. "No, I'll be getting off here," Chen explained briefly. He then maneuvered his way through the throng, carefully shielding Li Ruobing with his broad frame, ensuring she wouldn't be jostled. Upon exiting the elevator, the fresh air seemed to revive Li Ruobing, and seeing her regain some color, Chen couldn't help but smile. "Li Ruobing, you little rascal, are you determined to torment me? Did I owe you something in my past life?" Though he complained, his deep-set eyes revealed no trace of disdain or annoyance. At this hour, on this floor, the elevator was nearly packed. "It's just the 20th floor. Let us get it done," Chen thought, gritting his teeth as he began to carry Li Ruobing toward the stairwell. Chapter 18. Truly a wolfish little brother. As Chen approached the stairwell, he beheld what seemed like an endless flight of stairs. Without hesitation, he began descending, carrying Li Ruobing in his arms, feeling as if he possessed boundless strength. Meanwhile, nestled in Chen's embrace, Li Ruobing, though slightly tipsy, retained her clarity of mind. Realizing that he intended to carry her down 20 flights of stairs, she instantly became more alert, unable to suppress her annoyance. What a foolish brother. Why not take the perfectly good elevator? For an ordinary person, descending 20 flights of stairs would be exhausting, let alone her silly brother, who was struggling even without carrying her. Should I get down and walk myself? Pretend em subir. Yet, she was reluctant to relinquish her brother's warm embrace. When had his arms grown so strong, exuding such a sense of security? In his hold, she could feel his powerful heartbeat and the pleasant scent surrounding him. Parting was not something she wished to do. Perhaps I'll continue to feign drunkenness a bit longer. I'll wait until he tires out before stepping down. Li Ruobing resolved to maintain her charade. As a seasoned actress and former award-winning performer, her skills were exceptional. Even though Chen was the person she knew best, he couldn't discern her intentional act of feigning inebriation. As Chen began his descent down the stairs, the sound of his footsteps echoed loudly in the quiet stairwell. The building's exterior was glass, reflecting the dazzling lights outside, illuminating both the glass and Chen himself. The light cascaded upon him, elongating his shadow and enveloping the scene in a romantic atmosphere. Within that shadow, Li Ruobing nestled in his arms, becoming one with him. Chen continued his descent, feeling no fatigue, merely experiencing a slight shortness of breath. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing, cradled in his embrace, widened her eyes in astonishment, her delicate lips concealed beneath a mask, slightly parted in a charmingly naive manner. How could this foolish brother possess such stamina? What was pressing against her back? So firm, it was his abdominal muscles. She could distinctly feel the hardness and strength of his abs, akin to steel. Li Ruobing discreetly glanced at the floor number. They had already reached the 10th level. Yet the foolish brother still appeared remarkably vigorous. When had he become so robust? Initially, she had planned to consult some traditional Chinese medicine practitioners for herbal remedies to bolster his health once she had successfully won him over. However, it seemed unnecessary now. The foolish brother's strength and endurance surpassed her expectations. Suddenly, a wave of concern washed over her. Her own body was so delicate. Could she withstand this robust, foolish brother? No. She needed to commence a diligent exercise regimen, all for the sake of a harmonious marital life. By the time Chen reached the underground parking lot on the basement level, he felt virtually nothing, save for a bit of breathlessness. Such an enhancement in physical condition was utterly extraordinary. Chen carried Li Ruobing to their designated parking spot. Standing beside the car, he remembered that he had left the car keys in his coat, which was currently draped over Li Ruobing. Gently, he placed her on a bench in the parking lot, squatting beside her and reaching out a hand. At that moment, the feigning asleep Li Ruobing felt her heart race uncontrollably as Chen laid her down. What was this foolish brother planning? She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, a dimly lit underground parking lot, an isolated corner. Here she was, a breathtaking beauty, inebriated and vulnerable. Surely, this foolish brother couldn't be contemplating something untoward? Was he being overly bold? Logically, Li Ruobing should have stopped him. Yet, her heart raced eagerly. What was this feeling? So shy. She subtly clutched the corner of her dress, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue, unable to resist the urge to close her eyes. Fine then. She would not resist. It wasn't that she wished to yield so easily, but given the formidable strength of this foolish brother, how could a delicate woman like her put up any resistance? He could do as he pleased. What a lecherous brother he was. Amidst her quiet anticipation, Su-chan swiftly retrieved the car keys from his coat pocket. However, there was no further action. Li Ruobing waited and waited, but Su-chan made no subsequent move. Then, an unexpectedly peculiar sound emanated from him. Strange. How could it be that in the brief moment of retrieving the car keys, Li Ruobing's face had turned so red? Could she be catching a cold? Su-chan reached out and touched her forehead, realizing it was indeed slightly warm. Li Ruobing, what was she truly anticipating? Oh dear. Oh dear. She felt utterly embarrassed. Chapter 19. Sister Ruobing clings for a kiss. Su-chan opened the car door, bent down to lift Li Ruobing from the bench, and gazed down at her serene and well-behaved form in his arms. His heart swelled, filled with an indescribable warmth. He carefully placed her in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt with utmost care. Throughout the process, Li Ruobing remained compliant, allowing him to maneuver her like a delicate and exquisite porcelain doll. Seated in the driver's seat, Su-chan gently removed her mask and sunglasses, unveiling her exquisitely beautiful face. He paused momentarily, captivated by her beauty. Indeed, she was his sister. As he gazed, he found himself lost in her allure. Meanwhile, the feigning asleep Li Ruobing, though her eyes were closed, could sense Su-chan's gaze fixed upon her. The thought of this foolish brother watching her made her heart race with anxiety. What was he planning? Alone together? Couldn't he possibly be thinking of kissing her? Could he? The foolish brother was indeed making a move. He was drawing closer. Oh no! This foolish brother was such a lecher, always taking advantage of her. A drunken damsel. Very well, let him kiss her. After all, she could not muster the strength to resist. Li Ruobing even slightly parted her rosy lips. Just then, a sharp sting jolted her cheek. Following that, she heard Su-chan's admonishing voice. Li Ruobing, you mustn't get drunk again. What would happen if you got inebriated outside without me around? Su-chan genti pinchet hersoft, suplechik. Li Ruobing at that moment. She appeared so enticingly delicate, so obedient and weak, utterly incapable of resistance, yet undeniably alluring. Even he, a victim of her whims since childhood, found his heart wavering in her presence. One could only imagine how other men might react. However, after delivering his reprimand, Su-chan realized he had spoken in vain. This little vixen, even inebriated, was not someone any ordinary man could easily approach. Li Ruobing only displayed such docility and affection in front of him. In the presence of other men, if she were to drink too much, she could become quite ferocious. Once, when she was drunk, Uncle Li attempted to assist her, only to receive a swift reversal that dislocated his shoulder. That scene was truly a testament to paternal love and filial piety. Additionally, during her early days in the entertainment industry, she attended a company gathering as a newcomer, where she partook in some drinks. One executive, smitten by her beauty, attempted to make a move, but before he could even touch her, she delivered a fierce kick that sent him crashing to the ground, resulting in multiple fractures that left him bedridden for a month. Li Ruobing's acting career nearly ended before it even began. Fortunately, at that time, Su-chan had established some influence in the industry through scriptwriting and managed to settle matters discreetly with that executive, allowing Li Ruobing to continue her career. Since then, word of that incident spread through the circles, and no one dared to pressure Li Ruobing into attending drinking parties again. As for why she became fierce towards others while being clingy and affectionate towards him when drunk, Su-chan speculated it might be a contrast. A psychological suggestion from Sister Ruobing. When she grew clingy and coquettish while intoxicated, it indicated that in her sober state, she could be quite ruthless, mercilessly tormenting herself. Xiao Chuncheng, let us go home. The drowsy Li Ruobing suddenly murmured, stretching her arms to embrace Su-chan like a kitten seeking affection from its owner. Li Ruobing, let go of me. How can I drive with you holding me like this? And look at you. Where's the demeanor of a cool and aloof superstar? You're practically in a state of surrender. Meow, meow, meow. I am in a state of surrender. Xiao Chuncheng, I want a kiss. Without a kiss, she becomes disobedient and cries. Li Ruobing pouted playfully, her voice sweet and soft like syrup, capable of melting anyone's heart, rendering them unable to refuse her every whim. Su-chan, feeling helpless, replied in a tone tinged with reluctance. All right, I will kiss you. He knew her well. If he refrained, she would cling to him for the entire night, which would undoubtedly lead to complications. With a peck, Su-chan pressed his lips against Li Ruobing's delicate, fair cheek. His demeanor tense as he scrutinized her reaction. Although the current Li Ruobing appeared soft and adorable, she possessed a latent violent streak that could awaken at any moment. potentially leading to a fierce reprimand. Once the kiss concluded, Chen nervously observed Li Ruobing. "Now, can you sit quietly?" he asked. Li Ruobing, with a look of feigned innocence and misty eyes, gazed at Chen, her beautiful orbs brimming with unspoken grievances, akin to a wife deprived of satisfaction. Such an expression held an undeniable allure, particularly potent towards men. Chen's heart raced at her gaze, and he found his voice trembling slightly as he stammered. I kissed you, what more do you want?" He had already acknowledged that in her drunken state, Li Ruobing was quite troublesome, as she adored being clingy. Li Ruobing, looking soft and inviting, playfully tapped her own lips with her slender fingers, her eyes shimmering with a captivating allure. "No, I want you to kiss here," she insisted. Chen felt an insatiable surge of desire within him. His throat tightened as he struggled to suppress his thirst. "Li Ruobing, do you realize what you're doing?" he asked, bewildered by her audacity. With a beguiling smile that resembled a playful wife, Li Ruobing replied, "Of course I know what I'm doing. I'm making my dear husband kiss me." "You're such a drunken fool. You know nothing." Suchendi Tortif. Li Ruobing warned him, "Just so, you know, it was you who initiated the kiss. No matter how I try to refuse, you wouldn't let me go. If you don't find a partner in the future, don't blame me." Chen swallowed hard, realizing that this enchanting little sprite had been sent by the heavens to torment him. Leaning closer, he pressed his lips against Li Ruobing's sweet, soft, glistening ones. The delightful sensation sent his heart racing. In that moment, he mused that if Li Ruobing were to cling to him like this when sober, it might not be so bad after all. "Wait, Chen, what are you thinking? If the awake version of this little demoness were to find out, you'd be left bettered for life. It's absurd to think she would give herself so freely." As the kiss came to a close, Chen's heart raced wildly. The sensation of kissing was undeniably addictive, an experience so alluring that it ensnared him entirely. This woman, Li Ruobing, was truly terrifying. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he cautiously observed her. Li Ruobing reclined in her chair, her stunningly beautiful face drawing his gaze. She appeared blissfully intoxicated, which eased Chen's mind. He scanned the surroundings to ensure there were no cameras before fully relaxing, resembling a thief who had just committed a heist. Sitting upright, he attempted to avert his gaze from Li Ruobing. Her beauty was overwhelming. "Li Ruobing, I'm going to drive now," he announced. At 18, freshly of age, Li Ruobing had compelled him to practice driving under the sun, earning his license and becoming her designated driver. With her enchanting eyes and sweet, innocent face, alongside a perfect figure, she was a siren of purity and allure. Who would have thought that when sober, she transformed into a cold and aloof superstar? "Li Ruobing, it's cold. Cover yourself with my jacket," Chen insisted, gritting his teeth as he draped his coat over her, striving to maintain focus. He couldn't afford to be distracted while driving. "Dear husband, I'm not cold," Li Ruobing protested, tossing aside the jacket. "Dear husband, am I pretty? Do you like me?" Although she spoke in a hazy tone, her sparkling eyes gleamed mischievously, akin to a cunning fox. Confident and proud, she teased, "Silly brother. Are you mesmerized by my beauty? Can't take your eyes off me? How naughty. Am I not beautiful? Aren't you enchanted? Don't you want to kiss me? You're so shy. It's adorable. Dear husband, do you have any wicked thoughts?" "Little Chen, you're being so indecent." Li Ruobing gazed at Chen with feigned innocence, her cherubic face contrasting sharply with her bold and flirtatious words. This juxtaposition was truly lethal. Chen felt heat bloom on his face, his discomfort causing him to turn his gaze away, proclaiming earnestly, "Li Ruobing, Chen, am not that kind of person. I would never take advantage of someone." As he struggled to swallow, his throat parched, he thought to himself, "She is far too enticing. Surely, this isn't just the effects of alcohol. It must be something more." "Stop it," he commanded, forcefully placing the jacket back onto Li Ruobing. "Li Ruobing, you are not to remove it. Dare to take it off, and I swear I'll make you regret it." Chen warned fiercely, determined to curtail her allure. He wasn't some passive bystander. "Huh? Dear husband, you're so fierce. You frighten me." Li Ruobing whimpered playfully, struggling to suppress her amusement. Though he was exasperated, her teasing demeanor was undeniably charming. Chen's handsome visage was marred by the tension in his muscles, nearly driven to madness by this little enchantress. This was a mere clinginess. It was torture. "Home," Chen declared, finally driving away. Thankfully, throughout the journey, Li Ruobing ceased her torment, quieting down as if slipping back into slumber. In her serene state, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, she resembled a celestial being. The fierce tigress before intoxication transformed into a gentle kitten afterward. Unable to resist, Chen reached out to pinch her adorable nose affectionately. "Mother tigress? Who are you calling a mother tigress?" Li Ruobing exclaimed, indignan. "I'm a gentle, kind And sweet fairy, little brother, you're in for it. Feeling a sudden chill down his spine, Su-chan sensed an ominous gaze upon him as he focused intently on the road ahead. As the night deepened, a sense of unease washed over Su-chan. Yet, his gaze fell upon Li Ruobing beside him, and his previously anxious heart immediately steadied, finding solace in her presence. With Sister Bingbing, even the most malevolent spirits would quail in fear. Traffic had come to a standstill ahead. Observing the vehicles before him halted, Su-chan reduced his speed and gradually brought his car to a halt. He rolled down the window, noticing a long line of cars ahead, indicating that the congestion would likely persist for some time. Not far off, he spotted a female reporter holding a microphone, trailed by a photographer, seemingly conducting an interview. Glancing at Li Ruobing, who was sound asleep in the passenger seat, he contemplated closing the window. If they were to be photographed, it could very well land them on tomorrow's trending topics. A-list star Li Ruobing caught on a late-night date with a handsome young man, or the unspoken secrets between a celebrity and a young heartthrob. Such headlines would surely abound. However, it was too late. His striking appearance had already captivated the reporter. She called out to him, "Hey there, handsome. Wait a moment. We are from Orange TV and would like to ask you a few questions." The reporter's eyes sparkled upon seeing Su-chan, exclaiming, "This guy is incredibly handsome, 100 times more so than any A-list actor I've interviewed." If she could secure an interview with him, the episode's ratings would undoubtedly soar, especially since their show primarily catered to a female audience. Quick on her feet, the reporter placed her hand against the window just as Su-chan was about to close it. "Damn it," he muttered inwardly. He leaned out of the car, offering the camera and the reporter a charming, gentlemanly smile. "Hello, what can I do for you?" The reporter was entranced by Su-chan's captivating smile. "Oh my gosh, he is so handsome, so polite." Regaining her composure, she introduced herself. "Hi there, we are from Orange TV, and we have a few questions we would like to ask you. Do you have a moment?" Su-chan fermi di client. "No." The reporter was taken aback. How could someone turn down an opportunity to appear on the nation's hottest television channel? "Just a few questions, please," she pleaded, unwilling to miss out on this extraordinary beauty. Positioning his body to shield Li Ruobing from view, Su-chan sensed that refusing the interview could lead to persistent entanglement. He frowned, adopting a cold demeanor. "Fine, but make it quick. I'm in a hurry." The reporter, excited, responded, Okay. Wow, a cool aloof god," she thought, utterly taken by him. "So, have you watched the recently popular suspense drama, Night Escape?" she inquired. Su-chan nodded. "Yes, I have." Her eyes lit up. "Then what do you think of Li Ruobing's performance as the female lead?" Li Ruobing had skyrocketed to fame with this series, not just for her sweet looks, but also for her outstanding acting skills, garnering numerous prestigious awards. Both audiences and critics alike had showered her with praise. At the mention of the question, Su-chan's initial irritation vanished, replaced by intrigue. This was his area of expertise. The script is excellent. The writer is undoubtedly one of the most talented in the world. He continued, his brow furrowing. "However, there is one flaw. I believe the female lead detracts from the show." The reporter blinked in confusion. "Huh?" Su-chan elaborated. "Li Ruobing is merely a pretty face. I fail to comprehend why the media lauds her acting skills. Is that really acting? Her performance is exaggerated and overdone. I suspect the media that awarded her must have been bribed." Furthermore, he had heard rumors of Li Ruobing throwing tantrums on set, a behavior that he, as an ordinary viewer, found utterly detestable. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became. Meanwhile, the reporter was left dumbfounded. This interview was intended to bolster Li Ruobing's popularity, not to unearth a hidden detractor. Su-chan had a mission, a daunting task assigned to him by Uncle Li, to ensure that Li Ruobing could not survive in the entertainment industry, compelling her to withdraw from it entirely. He was a long-standing critic of Li Ruobing, often voicing his discontent on various platforms, essentially serving as the leader of her detractors. This television interview provided him a platform to demonstrate his commitment to Uncle Li's objective. He intended to use the power of the critics to instill disillusionment in Li Ruobing regarding the entertainment industry, prompting her to exit the scene. Rational viewers, do not let mainstream media cloud your judgment. Let us bravely stand up and say no to actors like Li Ruobing, who rely solely on their looks. Su-chan called out to the camera, rallying fellow critics to unite in driving Li Ruobing out of the entertainment world. "Ahem, I'm done. Do you have any more questions?" The reporter, now in a daze, managed to muster a weak smile. No, I don't have any more questions." She dared not inquire further. Su-chan reminded her, "Oh, be sure to edit my voice and appearance in post-production. I value my privacy." Okay, she stammered, feeling utterly bewildered. Would this interview even air? As soon as the reporter departed, the traffic resumed. Su-chan prepared to start the car, only to feel a sudden shiver. "It's so cold." The sensation of being scrutinized by death itself returned. With Sister Bingbing around, I am impervious to all evil, he reassured himself. The slumbering Li Ruobing stirred slightly. Meow, meow, meow. Chapter 21. Sister Bingbing. Xiao Chuncheng, don't be like that. After starting the car, Su Chun glanced at Li Ruobing in the passenger seat, noting her deep slumber, which brought him a sense of relief. Had she overheard his earlier comments? The wrath of this formidable woman would likely have left him in a state of torment for days on end. Li Ruobing, you sleep so soundly. Are you a little pig? He couldn't resist playfully pinching her soft nose, an addictive sensation that delighted him. Ugh, this cheeky little brother is insufferable, Li Ruobing thought as she continued to feign sleep. However, the car seemed inexplicably cold, under the eerie, watchful gaze of death. Su Chen finally drove back to Li Ruobing's villa. After parking, he tilted his head to observe her, discovering that she was still asleep. Sister Bingbing, we're home, he said, leaning closer to shake her gently, his voice rich with magnetism. Li Ruobing appeared to have just awakened, her hazy eyes lending her an adorably soft demeanor that was utterly captivating. Upon witnessing Li Ruobing awaken, Su Chun exited the driver's seat, traversed the front of the vehicle, and approached the passenger door, which he gracefully opened. Sister Bingbing, please step down, he said, resting his hand against the door. Li Ruobing opened her eyes, her doe-like gaze shimmering with a hint of vulnerability, and extended her arms towards Su Chun, yearning for an embrace. Su Chun, she murmured, still under the influence of intoxication. Every time you drink, you insist on being held. Do you have any idea how exhausting this is for me? Su Chun exclaimed with a hint of exasperation. Yet, despite his words, his tall frame naturally bent down, and he effortlessly scooped the stunning beauty from the car, cradling her in a manner reminiscent of a practiced prince carrying his princess. This gesture had become instinctual for him, refined through countless repetitions. He adjusted his hold to ensure her comfort, his robust arms encircling her with care. Walking steadily, he kept his upper body as still as possible to prevent any discomfort for the inebriated Li Ruobing. Certainly, achieving such finesse in a princess carry was a skill honed under the tutelage of this enchanting yet tempestuous woman, a testament to an arduous journey marked by both hardship and growth. As he traversed the tranquil garden path, Su Chun carried Li Ruobing to the grand entrance of the villa, positioning himself in front of the facial recognition system. With a soft beep, the villa's doors swung open, a privilege he had acquired on the very day she moved in, when he had been summoned to labor there. The reason he had knocked the previous day was simply because Li Ruobing had locked the door from the inside. Upon entering the villa, Su Chun illuminated the space, instantly transforming it into a bright and welcoming environment. Sister Bingbing, we're home, he said, glancing down at the beauty in his arms, his voice unexpectedly tender and affectionate. Let me set you down on the sofa. Li Ruobing let out a soft whimper, playfully protesting, Xiao Chuncheng, I only wish to be held by you, not to sit on the sofa. The warmth of his embrace, both firm and comforting, instilled a sense of safety that she was reluctant to relinquish. However, Su Chun did not acquiesce to her wishes. Instead, he gazed down at her, soothingly replying, Sister Bingbing, you've worn high heels today. After such a long duration, your feet must be aching. Allow me to fetch some warm water for you to soak them. Although Li Ruobing possessed formidable strength, her delicate frame was surprisingly fragile. Akin to that of a porcelain doll, any minor bump could leave a mark. She was unaccustomed to high heels, only donning them for significant occasions, typically opting for flat shoes. Her skin was so exquisitely soft, reminiscent of a newborn's, that even the slightest pressure would leave traces. Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Li Ruobing complied, allowing him to gently place her on the plush sofa. Su Chun prepared a basin of warm water and returned to the living room. He knelt down and carefully removed her outer garment. His gaze darkened slightly. She was truly breathtaking. Her exquisite features and slender, graceful silhouette resembled that of a celestial being gracing the earth. Any man fortunate enough to claim her as his own would undoubtedly be the luckiest in the world. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Chen momentarily lost focus. He crouched before Li Ruobing, gently reassuring her, Sister Bingbing, I'm going to take off your high heels. But I assure you, it is not with any ulterior motive. Please do not kick me. He spoke cautiously, mindful of their past encounters, aware that even in her inebriated state, she could still deliver a surprisingly forceful kick. Am I truly that violent? She mused, recalling a previous incident where her sensitivity resulted in an unintended strike that rendered him incapacitated for days. I promise I won't kick you. I am but a delicate flower, Li Ruobing replied, her damp eyes gazing at Su Chun with a mixture of innocence and reproach, as if he were falsely accusing her. Su Chen di tortif. Let us read a fine delicate flower. He proceeded to gently remove her sparkling high heels, cradling her porcelain-like feet in his hands. Testing the water temperature, he found it pleasantly warm, ideal for a soothing soak, and added salt to alleviate her fatigue. As he submerged her feet in the warm water, the shimmering surface highlighted her fair skin, which glowed with a rosy hue reminiscent of the finest porcelain. Her toes curled shyly, a testament to her sensitivity, appearing both delicate and enchanting. She exclaimed as her feet met the warm water, instinctively wanting to withdraw. Sister Bingbing, just a moment longer, be patient and still, Su-chan urged, already prepared for her reaction as he gently held her delicate foot in place. After a brief moment, Li Ruobing adjusted to the temperature, ceasing her struggles and allowing Su-chan to tenderly massage her sensitive feet, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. "Xiao, Chun-chang, this tickles," she softly murmured, her voice imbued with an enticing allure. Hearing her gentle pleas, Su-chen's deep-set eyes glimmered with a tumultuous mix of emotions, akin to waves crashing upon the shore. "Not just you, I feel a flutter too." The sensation coursing through him was one of longing, intensified by her soft, alluring voice that sent shivers down his spine. He shook his head, silently chanting a calming mantra to dispel any impure thoughts. This was Sister Bingbing, the sister he had cherished since childhood, who trusted him implicitly. He could not betray that trust or let her down. "Is it feeling better now?" Su-chan inquired, employing his deft hands to massage her feet with care. Li Ruobing furrowed her brow, feeling the tension in her feet dissipate under his skilled touch. "When did your massage skills improve so remarkably? You used to hurt me just a short while ago." As realization dawned on her, a chill swept across her previously radiant face, transforming it into an icy mask, as an aura of menace surrounded her. Su-chan sensed the sudden shift in atmosphere and felt his body stiffen. Is she really going to kick him again? Su-chan remained motionless, thinking that if she wanted to kick him, so be it, as long as it brought her joy. Moreover, he was curious to test whether the intensity of the beatings he could endure had increased after consuming the body-enhancing potion. "Su-chen, have you given massages to other girls as well?" Li Ruobing's voice turned icy, her previously alluring tone now transformed into that of a commanding ice queen, emanating an aura of chilling authority. The once charming little enchantress instantly morphed into a frigid and aloof goddess. Su-chan was taken aback, then vigorously shook his head, resolutely denying the accusation. Bingbing, yeah, absolutely not. In this world, aside from the devil that is Li Ruobing, who would dare to force me into such servitude? Which girl would even think of doing such a thing? Upon hearing Su-chen's fervent assurance, the coldness in Li Ruobing's eyes softened slightly. Yet, she soon issued a fierce warning. "Su-chen, remember this. You are mine, and in this lifetime, you shall only massage me. You are to serve no one but me. If you dare to serve others, I will sever your hands and feet and feed them to the dogs." Su-chan understood her words as a dire warning. "Su-chan, remember, you are my slave, destined to serve only me, your master for all eternity." A chill ran down Su-chen's spine as he envisioned a terrifying scene. On a pitch-black night, Li Ruobing, wielding a knife with a smile, approached him. She bound him to her bed, methodically severing his limbs, his blood staining her white gown, resembling blooming flowers, a grotesque yet strangely romantic sight. Given his knowledge of Li Ruobing's dark nature, he believed she could very well commit such an atrocity. This was truly dancing with the devil. "Bingbing Jia, rest assured, I shall only massage you. Other girls are utterly unworthy of my service. No girl in this world can compare to you, not even a single toe of yours." Su-chen spoke with utmost seriousness, striving to convey his unwavering resolve. This devilish girl was undeniably formidable. Now that's more like it. At Su-chen's flattery, Li Ruobing's icy features warmed slightly, her face tinged with a hint of blush as she averted her gaze, responding with a touch of pride. With abandon, Li Ruobing stretched her exquisite legs, placing them before Su-chan as if commanding her loyal pet. Momentarily captivated by her long, fair legs, Su-chan blinked, distractedly uttering, "Bingbing Jia, may I have a towel?" Li Ruobing raised an eyebrow, dismissing his request. "No need." With that, her delicate feet pressed against him, using his clothing to dry her damp skin. "Su-chen." Li Ruobing eyed him challengingly. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Su-chan shook his head and replied, "Not at all. I am more than willing to be graced by your presence." Bingbing Jia. The girl had certainly sobered up. However, as their conversation continued, Su-chen's gaze turned dark and intense, filled with an undeniable heat. He beheld the most exquisite sight, one that could make a young man's blood pulse with fervor. Li Ruobing reclined on the sofa, her back resting against the cushions, while Su-chen stood, creating a noticeable height difference. She extended her leg towards him, the elegant curve of her long limbs accentuated by the soft fabric of her dress. Gravity caused the hem to slide down her thigh, revealing her alluring figure. Although she wore safety shorts, her long, straight legs were tantalizingly exposed, their porcelain-like beauty strikingly impactful. In that moment, Su Chen felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind blank and heart racing. "Su Chen, what were you dazed about?" Li Ruobing called out, unaware of the effect she was having. When she received no response, irritation bubbled within her. As she prepared to nudge him with her foot to grab his attention, her body froze. She observed her own long, flawless legs before her, fully aware of Su Chen's unwavering gaze, which burned with an intense flame. The heat seemed infectious, igniting her own senses. Li Ruobing's mind went blank as she too became entranced. Ah, how embarrassing, how shameful. Her once cold demeanor flushed red, her face radiating warmth akin to that of a ripe fruit. "Calm down, Li Ruobing, stay composed. You are an actress. You can feign nonchalance. As long as you remain unperturbed, the one who should feel awkward is that foolish little brother of yours." She continuously reassured herself as she gracefully withdrew her foot from Su Chen's body, pulling her skirt down to cover her alluring legs. Standing up as if nothing had happened, she addressed Su Chen. "Xiao, Chun-chung, I'm going to my room. You prepare the bathwater in the bathroom. I intend to shower soon." Though she appeared calm, her voice trembled slightly in the air. Su Chen, still dazed, replied, "Okay, sure." His thoughts lingered on the intoxicating scene they had just shared, unable to pull himself away. Before long, he felt warmth pooling in his nostrils. Upon touching it, he found blood, red and vivid. "Bingbing Jia, you are simply too alluring. How could I possibly resist?" Yet, one must admit, Li Ruobing truly embodied the qualities of a sister. Her mental fortitude was remarkable. To remain composed in such an awkward situation, as if nothing had transpired, was commendable. If it had been another girl, she would have likely screamed in embarrassment. Could it be that in Li Ruobing's eyes, he was merely her slave? Her little brother, nothing more than that? This notion stirred a twinge of discomfort within Su Chen. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing, maintaining her facade, walked towards her room. Initially calm, her composure shattered the moment she was out of Su Chen's sight. She dashed to her room, slamming the door behind her with a loud thud. Leaning against the door, she pressed her hands against her wildly beating heart, her cheeks flushed as if painted with the hue of blood. Biting her lip, she appeared shy and utterly enchanting. How utterly humiliating. Li Ruobing lamenta. Her dreamy eyes sparkled with a mix of reproach and bashfulness, reminiscent of a blossoming maiden. Finally, she sank down to the floor, her body melting like water. "Stupid little brother, you lecherous wolf. You've utterly embarrassed your Bingbing Jia," she scolded, her expression devoid of any true disdain. Su Chen was startled by a loud crash emanating from Li Ruobing's bedroom, causing him to shudder involuntarily, banishing all bizarre thoughts from his mind in an instant. Sister Bingbing is angry. Could she possibly harm herself? Might she gouge out his eyes? Should he flee? He glanced at the villa's entrance, uncertainty flickering across his face. Never mind, perhaps it was best not to run. Fleeing could lead to a far worse fate. With a steely resolve that defied the specter of death, Su Chen made his way toward the bathroom to draw a bath for Li Ruobing. Chapter 23. Sister Bingbing, come for a bath after preparing the bathwater for Li Ruobing. Su Chen emerged from the bathroom and called out to her inside the room. "Sister Bingbing, the water is ready. Come take a bath." Within the confines of her room, Li Ruobing calmly acknowledged him. "Got it." Moments later, she opened the door and stepped out. Halting beside Su Chen, she awkwardly remarked, "Xiao Chun-chung, could you fix the doorknob later? I accidentally broke it just now." Su Chen noticed that Li Ruobing was unable to meet his gaze, her eyes flitting about as her mind replayed the earlier incident. That mischievous little brother, such a lecher. He had been staring at her with wide eyes. Silly brother, do you truly admire your sister Bingbing's long legs so much? She had read somewhere that men have peculiar preferences in this regard. One wonders if her silly brother prefers black stockings or white ones. Perhaps she should buy both? Ahem, though she felt quite bashful. The thought of her silly brother being so captivated by her form brought an inexplicable sweetness to her heart. She yearned for him to see her, yet felt shy. A tumult of emotions swirled within her mind, threatening to overwhelm her. Silly brother, do your best to flirt with Sister Bingbing. Make her so flustered she nearly has a heart attack, and you'll be happy. Sister Bingbing, your face is so red. Are you feeling unwell? Su Chen, noticing the rosy hue on Li Ruobing's delicate face, was utterly oblivious to the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, mistakenly believing her discomfort stemmed from illness. "And no, I'm fine." Li Ruobing responded awkwardly, her flushed visage utterly enchanting, as she hurriedly turned and made her way back to the bathroom. Watching her retreat, Su Chen's expression grew, even more perplexed. Surely, Sister Bingbing was still irked by what had transpired earlier? The strange look she had given him felt as if she intended to devour him whole, bones and all. Su Chen stepped into Li Ruobing's room. Casting a glance at the doorknob she had inadvertently damaged. Goodness, the entire doorknob had completely come off. Such strength, terrifying. He retrieved a toolbox and began to repair the doorknob. His movements fluid and practiced, clearly indicative of someone accustomed to such tasks. After fixing the doorknob, Su Chen surveyed Li Ruobing's room. It was spacious, bright, and clean, yet lacked order. Her clothes were strewn across the bed, haphazardly tossed about, a clear indication of the chaos that ensued during her afternoon wardrobe selection. Indeed, a beautiful chaos. Su Chen approached the bed and began folding her clothes, categorizing them with care, and neatly placing them in the wardrobe. When he came across her varied assortment of undergarments, a flush crept up his face. He inadvertently glanced at the sizes. Sister Bingbing seemed to have grown quite a bit over the past 2 years. Do not inquire why Su Chen was so acutely aware of this. It was certainly not due to any clandestine glances at Li Ruobing. No, rather, he had frequently been compelled to accompany her to lingerie stores, assisting her in selecting styles. You can imagine the embarrassment of a grown man being scrutinized like a monkey in a women's lingerie shop. It was sheer mortification. He was trapped in a veritable purgatory. Once he had tidied up the clothes, Su Chen turned his attention to the room, noting the 2 shelves. One shelf was adorned with an array of awards and trophies. Though Li Ruobing had been somewhat mischievous as a child, she possessed a keen intellect, having been a top student since her early years. In her second year of high school, she was directly admitted to Tsinghua University. Subsequently, she continued her studies there up to the postgraduate level, even receiving an invitation to pursue postdoctoral studies at the prestigious Stanford University. Who would have known that this little girl would turn down such an enviable opportunity? She relinquished her chance to study abroad for a doctorate and chose instead to remain in the country, entering the entertainment industry as an actress. This was precisely the reason her father, Li Bo, had always wished for her to leave the entertainment sphere. Yet, Li Ruobing was resolute in her decisions. Rarely could anyone sway her. Thus, he and Li Bo formed a covert alliance against her. Li Ruobing would never have imagined that her childhood companion, her own brother, would become the leader of her detractors, with her father as the vice captain. Reflecting on this alliance brought Su Chen immense satisfaction. In reality, he endured various trials at the hands of this devil named Li Ruobing, yet online, he could strike back with vigor, a most gratifying sensation. Next to the trophy shelf stood another cabinet, adorned with framed photographs. These are not selfies of Li Ruobing, but cherished snapshots of her with Su Chen, each one a testament to their shared journey from childhood to the present. From the moment he was but a mere infant, alongside a young Li Ruobing, who gazed at him with curiosity, to his birth, where she was the first face he saw. In that moment, he did not behold his parents, but rather the little girl, Li Ruobing, who looked upon him with wonder. He vividly recalled her adorable voice, exclaiming, "Wow, this little brother is so ugly, all wrinkled. Should we toss him in the trash?" The hospital room erupted in laughter. As his gaze fell upon another photograph, he saw a pale little boy entwined with a snake, standing next to a beautiful little girl who was equally enthralled, holding her own serpent, her face radiant with excitement rather than fear. This was during a time when Su Chen was around 4 and Li Ruobing was 7, and she had an insatiable fascination for snakes, insisting on dragging him to the zoo to see them. Despite having the soul of an adult, Su Chen shared her fear of these cold-blooded creatures. The little girl was so eager to take a picture with the snake that she insisted he join her. With a large snake cradled in her arms, her porcelain-like features illuminated with joy, she declared, "I want to share what I love with my little brother." These photographs chronicled their lives together, capturing moments year by year, a visual narrative of their intertwined existence. Is it moving? Su Chen dared not stir. These images were clearly evidence of Li Ruobing's mischievous manipulation. Yet, as he beheld those photographs, a smile crept upon his lips. Just then, a sound interrupted his reverie. Beep beep. His phone vibrated, pulling Su Chen back from his reverie into the present. He glanced at the screen, where the contact was labeled, "Father of the Demon." Stepping out of the room, he surreptitiously cast a glance towards the bathroom. Confirming that Li Ruobing was still bathing, he proceeded to answer the call in the living room. "Ayu, Li dat." Su Chen spoke with a tone of utmost respect. The two families shared an exceptionally close bond, and since the Li family had only one daughter, Li Ruobing, Su Chen had taken to calling her father godfather during his childhood, thus becoming a quasi-son of the Li household. Aside from their childhood companionship, this established a deeper layer of connection between Su Chen and Li Ruobing. Li Xiong's voice resonated on the other end. "Xiao Chen, how is our grand endeavor progressing lately?" Though Li Xiong had retired, He maintained a vigorous exercise regimen, his robust constitution evident in his strong, resonant voice. He and his wife had welcomed Li Ruobing into the world at a relatively young age. Li Mama was only 20 when she gave birth, and Li Papa was merely 23 when he became a father. In contrast, Su Chen's own father had been slightly more precocious, becoming a father at the tender age of 21, while his mother was 24 at the time. Upon hearing Li Xiong's words, Su Chen instantly grasped the purpose of the call. The grand endeavor was a code between them, referring to the subtle effort to remove Li Ruobing from the entertainment industry. This inquiry was, in fact, about the progress of his work against her detractors. Excitedly, Su Chen responded, "Li Dad, I have splendid news to share. Today, I made a revolutionary advancement in our grand endeavor." With palpable enthusiasm, he recounted how he had participated in a television interview, where he had vehemently criticized Li Ruobing. Li Xiong expressed his satisfaction with Su Chen's progress, encouraging him, "Well done, Xiao Chen. Your efforts are commendable. Keep pushing forward so we can achieve success in our cause." Then, Li Xiong's tone shifted, veiled with a subtle menace. "Xiao Chen, I must warn you, do not be swayed by the enemy's deception and betray our organization. The fate of traitors is not one to be taken lightly. I trust you understand?" This served as a reminder not to allow Li Ruobing's charms to sway him from his mission of undermining her career. Su Chen hastily assured him, "Li Dad, rest assured. I will never betray the organization. I will exert every effort to see our grand endeavor fulfilled." Li Xiong's voice brightened. "Excellent. Your awareness is commendable. You truly are a good son." A chill ran down Su Chen's spine. He couldn't help but wonder if one day Li Dad would discover that it was he who had been covertly supporting Li Ruobing in her entertainment pursuits. Would Li Dad not tear him apart? The mere thought was terrifying. He had to conceal his true self. After a brief pause, Li Xiong inquired with genuine concern, "Xiao Chen, where are you currently? At school or with Bingbing?" Su Chen replied, "Li Dad, I am at Bingbing's place this evening." Li Xiong continued, "And where is Bingbing? Why haven't I heard her voice?" Casting a glance toward the bathroom, Su Chen replied, "Honestly, Li Dad, Bingbing is in the shower." Such words, uttered from another man, would certainly incite Li Xiong's protective instincts. However, in Su Chen's case, he had grown accustomed to it. For to Li Xiong, Su Chen was akin to his own son, and he viewed his precious daughter and Su Chen as siblings. Then, lowering his voice, Li Xiong asked, "Xiao Chen, has there been any male presence around Bingbing lately? Is she seeing anyone? Or perhaps has she developed any close acquaintances?" After a moment's thought, Su Chen decisively denied, "Li Dad, there is no one." Ralieva, Li Xiong responda. "That is good to hear. Bingbing is our treasure. We cannot allow those scoundrels to take her away." With a clenched jaw, Li Xiong continued, "Xiao Chen, please keep a close watch. If any suspicious individuals approach Bingbing, report to me immediately. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my precious daughter will find themselves facing serious consequences." Su Chen cast a downward glance at his long, sturdy legs, pondering the implications. He could never let Li Dad learn of his impending marriage to Bingbing. Such knowledge would be a treachery of the highest order. Logically speaking, he would be the one abducted, the true victim. Yet, such an explanation would not find favor with Li Dad. It would surely lead to dire consequences. Chapter 24. Su Chen. Could it be that I have feelings for Sister Bingbing? Just as Su Chen hung up the phone, he heard Li Ruobing call from the direction of the bathroom. "Xiao Chen, I didn't bring my clothes. Could you fetch my nightgown?" Li Ruobing's melodious voice echoed from the bathroom, but to Su Chen, it sounded like a siren's call. This tigress was treating him like her personal servant. "I'm coming, Bingbing," he muttered under his breath, cursing internally, yet he turned to comply, his body instinctively moving towards the bedroom, as if on autopilot. In Li Ruobing's room, he retrieved a simple, light gray nightgown, unadorned and modest, perfectly reflecting her cool, detached style. He refrained from taking undergarments, knowing that she preferred to sleep without them for comfort. Do not ask how Su Chen knew this. Approaching the bathroom, he noticed the door ajar, not locked. A frown creased his brow as he thought, Bingbing is rather careless. She doesn't lock the door while bathing? Isn't she afraid of being seen? Little did he know, Li Ruobing had intentionally left it unlocked, eager for him to sneak a glance. Standing outside, he listened to the sound of water splashing, imagining that she had likely risen from the bathtub by now. His mind involuntarily drifted to the stunning sight he had witnessed earlier that day, a beauty emerging from a bath, utterly captivating. Su Chen swallowed hard, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He called out, Bingbing, should I bring the clothes inside or leave them at the door? Li Ruobing's playful voice responded, you could just leave them at the door. She hesitated for a moment, thinking, let us keep it this way for now. I'm already feeling quite flustered. If I'm further stimulated, I might completely unravel. All right, Su Chen replied, relieved by her words. He too feared a repeat of the earlier enticing scene. Should it occur again, he genuinely worried about his self-control. Yet, why was there a tinge of regret accompanying his sigh of relief? Clearing his throat awkwardly, he glanced up at the ceiling, assuring himself he expected nothing. Feeling suddenly parched, Su-chan wandered to the living room and drank a large glass of water. Meanwhile, upon hearing Su-chan leave, Li Ruobing emerged from the bathroom, her body wrapped in a towel, and approached the door to retrieve her nightgown, biting her lower lip with a sulky expression. Really, why does this foolish little brother have to be so obedient? Just because I said so, won't he come in? Moreover, she deliberately left the door unlocked. How could her foolish younger brother not notice? Why doesn't he come and sneak a glimpse of this stunning beauty bathing? Is her allure insufficient? What a big fool. Her naive brother is utterly oblivious in this regard. Once she has him completely captivated as an older sister, it is her duty to educate him in the art of romance, to instill within him a sense of charm. This infuriates this fairy to no end. Li Ruobing stood at the bathroom door, her delicate, lotus-like feet blushing with shyness, tapping forcefully on the floor. She was quite vexed and flustered, reminiscent of a youthful maiden of 18 or 19. Moments later, Li Ruobing donned her night attire and gracefully made her way from the bathroom to the living room. Her lustrous black hair was dried with a towel, but still hung damply over her shoulders, exuding a natural, untamed beauty. Her petite, oval face was exceptionally exquisite, and she appeared refreshingly radiant. That stunning visage, so pure and pristine, truly embodied the essence of a national first love. Su-chan stole a glance, and his heart jolted. This was indeed a devastatingly beautiful sight. Sister Bingbing's innocent face would perfectly suit the role of a pure, youthful school beauty. Yet, despite her angelic visage, she possessed an air of aloofness. Additionally, her tall figure only accentuated her commanding presence. When she wore a cold expression, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a frosty gleam, she radiated an aura of regal elegance. The term both adorable and imposing likely describes someone like Sister Bingbing. Li Ruobing approached Su-chan and sat beside him, turning her back to him. As she drew near, an intoxicating fragrance wafted into Su-chan's nostrils, subtle yet alluring. He was momentarily entranced, quickly shaking his head to dispel any improper thoughts. Grasping the hairdryer, he plugged it in and pressed the switch, a warm, soothing breeze emanating from the device, accompanied by a gentle hum. With one hand holding the hairdryer, he used the other to delicately lift Li Ruobing's glossy locks. As he dried her hair, he meticulously separated the strands that had clung together, ensuring they received ample exposure to the warm air for quicker drying. Su-chan's technique was remarkably proficient and professional. How could a young man be so adept at drying a girl's hair? Simply put, it was a matter of familiarity. Ever since Li Ruobing had grown her hair long at the age of 14, she had insisted that Su-chan help her dry it after every wash. And with their homes situated opposite one another, he had no means of escape. The reasoning she provided for this request was straightforward. She claimed that her delicate, feminine arms would tire from wielding the hairdryer for too long. Su-chan, this was nothing short of blatant oppression and exploitation. In the midst of the gentle hum of the hairdryer, the living room was enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere that seemed to soothe the soul. Li Ruobing, eyes closed, appeared utterly relaxed, clearly relishing the moment. A harmonious and tender exchange. Su-chan, although aware that this was forced labor, approached the task with the meticulous care of an artist, treating his most cherished masterpiece with utmost gentleness. Li Ruobing's nightgown, crafted from exquisite silk, was both sheer and smooth, enveloping her alluring figure perfectly, accentuating her enchanting curves. The fabric hung loosely, creating a deep valley that, initially, allowed Su-chan to maintain his focus while drying her hair. However, as time passed, his resolve began to waver, and his gaze grew increasingly unsteady, his mouth parched. Previously, Su-chan had never harbored such thoughts about Li Ruobing. He had been psychologically hindered by his fear of her, considering her a family member. Yet, following that kiss earlier today, he found his mindset shifting in a most unsettling manner. Although he still felt a hint of timidity in her presence, he began to regard her through a lens of romantic interest. That kiss had shattered the protective barrier around his heart. Could it be that he had developed feelings for Sister Bingbing? This thought, buried deep within his subconscious, had gone unnoticed until now. Yet, following that passionate kiss, notions that should not have arisen began to take root in his mind, growing with alarming rapidity. These inappropriate thoughts, wicked in nature, invaded his consciousness, altering his perceptions. Su-chan was no fool. He understood the reason behind his changing feelings. It seemed he had genuinely begun to harbor feelings for Sister Bingbing, the kind that existed between a man and a woman. Realizing this, he froze momentarily, a chill coursing through him, a sense of dread enveloping him. Goodness, he had developed feelings for this devilish girl? Was he unwell? The Stockholm Syndrome, perhaps. Chapter 25. Sister Bingbing is truly skillful. Xiao Chun-chun, what are you doing? As Su-chan drifted into thought, the hairdryer continued to blow in one direction, causing Li Ruobing to emit a displeased hum. Although her tone carried a note of complaint, her voice was rich and sensual, devoid of anger. Instead tinged with a hint of playful charm, enough to melt one's very bones. Upon hearing her voice, Su-chan felt as if his body had been electrified, a brief shiver coursing through him. Oh no, he was truly unwell, beginning to hallucinate. At that moment, he genuinely believed that Sister Bingbing was teasing him. Sister Bingbing, I'm finished. Su-chan switched off the hairdryer, and as silence enveloped the room, his heart grew increasingly restless. Did he truly have feelings for Sister Bingbing? Or was he merely suffering from some affliction? Only time would reveal the truth, and coincidentally, they had agreed to part ways in 3 months. 3 months was ample time to assess whether this was merely a malady or something deeper. Su-chan leaned towards the latter, convinced he was not a masochist. Perhaps he should just let things unfold naturally. This was the essence of Su-chan's laid-back nature. He wouldn't force any changes. Besides, Sister Bingbing was rather delightful. Wait, he truly was afflicted. Otherwise, why would such terrifying thoughts cross his mind? Sister Bingbing, hand me the hair tie. Su-chan shook off his thoughts and extended his hand towards Li Ruobing. She removed a black hair tie from her wrist and handed it to him. As Su-chan accepted the hair tie, his fingers wove through her lustrous hair, gathering it into a neat bundle before securing it with the tie. His movements in styling her hair remained deft, tinged with a sense of tenderness that evoked sympathy. He had been under her spell since childhood. He was indeed unwell. Once he finished tying her hair, Su-chan stood up and addressed Li Ruobing. Sister Bingbing, it's done. As he spoke, Su-chan settled onto the adjacent sofa, deliberately maintaining a distance from Li Ruobing. Damn it. Once the beast within him awakened, there was no way to rein it in. His gaze wandered erratically, fixated on Li Ruobing, and he felt utterly discomposed. Little Chun-chun, why are you sitting so far away? Seeing Su-chan's considerable distance, Li Ruobing felt a pang of dissatisfaction. She rose and took a seat beside him. The moment she did, an intoxicating fragrance wafted into his nostrils, leaving him slightly dazed. Ruobing, I'm going to get some water. Overwhelmed by his restless thoughts, Su-chan felt increasingly uneasy with Li Ruobing's proximity. Seeking an excuse, he intended to rise and relocate. Yet, just as he began to move, Li Ruobing's cold voice pierced the air. Su-chan, if you dare move again, I'll break your legs. She spoke through gritted teeth, her eyes brimming with reproach. This insufferable younger brother, did he truly dislike her closeness? How could he shy away from such a stunning beauty? It was utterly baffling. Su-chan. He dare not move. With Su-chan remaining still, Li Ruobing took action, pouring a glass of water. She offered it to him. Why are you giving me water, Ruobing? He queried, bewildered, for he wasn't thirsty. He had already consumed several times his usual intake that day. Li Ruobing, incensed, retorted, didn't you just say you wanted to drink water? Su-chan, embarrassed, averted his gaze from Li Ruobing, hastily explaining, Ruobing, I'm not thirsty anymore. The glistening gaze of Li Ruobing grew increasingly perilous. This insufferable younger brother had indeed sought to create distance. Did he wish to avoid her so? She was no man-eating tiger, nor a bloodthirsty demon. This infuriating younger brother, if she were to be driven to madness, where would he find a wife as beautiful and tender as her? Li Ruobing set the glass down and kicked her slippers away. Then she reclined on the sofa, resting her head on Su-chan's lap. Su-chan is finith. Struggling to swallow as he inquired, Ruobing, what are you doing? Does she not realize that this closeness could exacerbate his condition? Fuming, Li Ruobing raplia. Using your lap as a pillow. What is wrong with that? The more he tried to distance himself, the closer she drew. For every step he took back, she advanced tenfold. Li Ruobing was determined to claim her prize, with her face directly before him. The angle and position allowed Su-chan a clear view of her exquisite curves, the peaks of which were subtly revealed. Boom! The youthful fervor of the spirited young man could hardly withstand such a visual assault. His computer nearly froze in response. He hastily shifted his gaze to the ceiling. At that moment, Li Ruobing noticed his wandering eyes, following his gaze to behold her own breathtaking form. Biting her lip, her fair and lovely visage turned crimson. Despite her blush, she remained nestled against Su-chan. This foolish brother could gaze to his heart's content. After all, his eyes were his own. And what could a delicate girl like her do? Besides, her figure was meant for his eyes alone. Yet, that fierce glint in his gaze had been truly formidable, akin to a wild beast that had been caged for too long, nearly ready to pounce. Even if he were to tackle her, she could do nothing, for she was merely a delicate beauty, incapable of resistance. However, the embarrassment, how shy she felt. Li Ruobing's cheeks deepened in hue. Her eyes glazed over as if intoxicated. Ultimately, her embarrassment became unbearable, yet she had no desire to part. Thus, she closed her eyes, feigning sleep. Now, she would not feel shy. Such self-deception. Su Chen stared at the ceiling for an extended period. He discreetly lowered his gaze. It was absolutely not an act of peeking. Had she fallen asleep? Observing Li Ruobing's serene slumber, Su Chen felt a stir of confusion. Ruobing? He called softly a few times, but she offered no response. Appearing deeply asleep, unable to restrain a chuckle, he muttered under his breath, Li Ruobing, you truly are a pig, sleeping so long. Meow, meow, meow. This Ruobing truly trusted him, dozing off in his embrace. Did she realize how alluring she was? Or perhaps, this female demon regarded him as nothing more than a mere man, allowing herself to be completely defenseless? Realizing this, Su Chen felt a slight discomfort in his heart. He gently lifted Li Ruobing, carrying her to her bedroom, and carefully laid her on the soft bed, covering her with a blanket. Good night, piggy. Chapter 26. Ruobing is truly beautiful. Standing at the bedside, Su Chen's dark, profound eyes fixated on Li Ruobing's exquisite sleeping face, his heart torn in struggle. Ultimately, instinct triumphed over reason as he slowly leaned down, unable to resist the urge to plant a secret kiss upon her cheek. A good-night kiss between siblings was hardly inappropriate. Was it? However, just as he made a move, a hand suddenly grasped his shirt and yanked him down onto the bed. Ruobing? Su Chen was startled, fearing that she had caught him in the act of attempting to kiss her and was about to deliver a fierce reprimand. Ruobing, let me explain. Su Chen struggled to regain his composure. To his astonishment, the anticipated reprimand never came. Instead, he found himself tightly embraced by Li Ruobing, who remained in slumber, her lips pouting as if she were murmuring in her dreams. What a comfortable pillow. Let me hug you. My pillow cannot escape. Su Chen, still in shock, realized that it was merely a false alarm. Li Ruobing had not awakened or discerned his ulterior motives. This little girl had taken him for a human pillow. With a token struggle, he feigned resistance, though not with much effort. Ruobing, I'm Su Chen, not a pillow. You must let me go. Li Ruobing mumbled, no. I won't let go of my pillow. My pillow is mine forever. I will never release it. Goodness, this little girl, even in her sleep, is as domineering as ever. With Li Ruobing's strength, he found it impossible to break free. It seemed he would have to share the bed with her that night. Su Chen sighed in resignation. He was a bit tired today, and with the soft, fragrant beauty in his arms, he felt increasingly drowsy, his eyelids growing heavy. It had been quite some time since he had shared a bed with this little girl. In the years of their youth, the two would share a bed almost every night, experiencing a rather tragic ordeal of being human pillows for each other. She was undeniably soft, and cradling her brought a profound sense of satisfaction. Sister Bingbing, good night. As drowsiness gradually enveloped him, the weary Su Chen succumbed to slumber. Once his steady breathing filled the air, Li Ruobing, who lay beside him, quietly opened her beautiful, glistening eyes. She cast a shy glance at Su Chen, her eyes sparkling with a sense of triumph. Sharing a bed. What a small milestone achieved. Silly brother, you shall never escape from the grasp of my palm in this lifetime. As Li Ruobing gazed at Su Chen, her eyes shimmered with determination. Yet, in the next moment, Su Chen's hand, which had been holding her, inadvertently wandered to her chest. In his dreamlike state, he seemed to have encountered something quite comfortable, and he could not help but caress it again, murmuring in his sleep, This meat bun is delicious. Li Ruobing's lovely face flushed a radiant crimson in an instant. How embarrassing. Was this silly brother doing it on purpose? What a lecherous fellow. Fortunately, Su Chen did not pursue the matter further. After a brief touch, he turned over and fell back into a deep sleep. Blushing furiously, Li Ruobing glanced at the spot where Su Chen had touched her. The fairy was no longer pure. Oh well. The following day, when Li Ruobing awoke, she found Su Chen had already vacated her side of the bed, which bore the distinct indentation of someone having slept there. That naughty brother, such a coward. He sleeps beside his sister and then runs away. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, she lowered her gaze to her figure, and a blush crept across her exquisitely pale face once again. She had read somewhere that if certain areas were developed, they could undergo secondary growth. Silly brother. You seem to quite enjoy that. Would it continue to grow? Oh no, she did not wish for it to grow any larger. Her current state was already perfect. Any more would be unseemly. Li Ruobing, what are you thinking so early in the morning? Her face was flushed crimson. She fell back onto the bed, pulling the covers over her face, hiding beneath them while kicking and flailing in embarrassment. At that moment, Li Ruobing's antics bore no trace of the aloof goddess. instead. She resembled a lovesick little woman, utterly adorable. Suddenly, a ripping sound echoed in the room as fabric tore. It seemed that the high-quality duvet had been accidentally ripped in half by Li Ruobing. Her playful movements froze instantly, her pretty face now displaying a dazed expression, looking both silly and endearing. The air was thick with embarrassment. This duvet, worth tens of thousands, is of such poor quality. I must lodge a complaint, she muttered to herself. In an instant, her cute demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold, aloof facade as she effortlessly stood up as if nothing had happened. After freshening up, Li Ruobing walked into the living room to find her favorite breakfast laid out on the dining table. Simultaneously, she glanced at her phone, where a message popped up. Silly brother. Sister Bingbing, I have an early class today, so I'm heading back to school. Please remember to have breakfast. It won't taste as good if it gets cold. Upon reading this message, a gentle smile graced Li Ruobing's exquisite face. She sat down and took a sip of the warm soy milk, which warmed her heart and tasted sweet, filling her with a delightful sense of comfort. As she savored her breakfast, she began typing a reply to Chen on her phone. Meanwhile, Chen was already seated on the bus heading back to school. His phone vibrated, and he quickly glanced at it. Great demon. Touch, touch. Chen, who had been anxiously on edge, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Sister Bingbing was unaware that they had shared a bed last night. Otherwise, she would not have sent such a cheerful message. However, regarding last night, he had initially thought that fear would keep him awake, believing that being next to the devil would rob him of sleep. To his surprise, the opposite occurred. Cradling Sister Bingbing's soft, fragrant form brought him an unprecedented sense of tranquility, security, and satisfaction, allowing him to drift off to sleep effortlessly. Did he truly harbor such fondness for Sister Bingbing? Or had his condition worsened? No, he needed to consult a psychologist. This was undoubtedly a psychological disorder. He typed a message to Li Ruobing. Silly brother. Sister Bingbing, I remember that your second major in college was psychology. Do you know any good psychologists? A friend of mine is seeking advice. In the villa, as Li Ruobing enjoyed her breakfast, she paused momentarily upon reading his message. Great demon. Xiao, Chen. I have a former classmate who is now a renowned psychologist. What does your friend wish to consult about? Silly brother. Sister Bingbing. That is hard to say, since it involves my friend's privacy. Could you please send me your friend's WeChat, so I can forward it to him? Great demon, sure. Li Ruobing was efficient, and before long, Chen saw a WeChat card from her pop up on his phone. He opened it to find the account name, Shunyu. The profile picture featured a beautiful female doctor. Chen quickly searched for her online and discovered that Shunyu was indeed a well-known psychologist. Her credentials indicated that she graduated from Qingbei University and was a leading expert in the field of psychological counseling in the country. Her team had assisted law enforcement in solving significant cases multiple times. Relieved, he typed a message back to Li Ruobing. Silly brother. Thank you, Sister Bingbing. I'll have my friend add this sister on WeChat shortly. Great demon. Chen couldn't help but admire how she maintained her aloof goddess persona. He copied the WeChat ID of Dr. Chen into his input method, then switched to a slightly more ordinary account among several options. He added the psychologist on WeChat. Third-rate composer. Hello, Dr. Chen. My friend is Chen, and he referred me to you. Dr. Chen. Hello. What area would you like to consult about? Third-rate composer. It's about a relationship issue. I think I might be suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Dr. Chen. Please describe your issue in detail. Third-rate composer. Well, it seems I have developed feelings for a woman who has oppressed and tormented me since childhood, someone I used to fear greatly. Third-rate composer. But recently, I've noticed that my heart races when I'm around her. The third-rate composer, the gaze with which he regards her, is predominantly from a male perspective, imbued with the desires that a man harbors for a woman. The third-rate composer, I find myself pondering, do I truly have feelings for her? Or have I succumbed to some psychological ailment? My inclination leans towards the latter, and I seek to comprehend the means of treatment. Chen typed out an extensive message, then awaited a response. This time, Dr. Shunyu did not reply immediately. Chen furrowed his brow. Could she be preoccupied? After a torturous 2-minute wait, she finally responded. Dr. Shunyu, good day, sir. Upon my preliminary assessment, you may be experiencing Stockholm Syndrome, though this is not definitive. Dr. Shunyu, I must apologize, sir. I'm not an expert in matters of the heart. Dr. Shunyu, however, my team includes specialists in this domain. If you wish to seek consultation, I would be delighted to provide you with the contact information of one such expert. The third-rate composer. Certainly, please send me the expert's contact details. Chen had every confidence in this esteemed team. Shortly thereafter, he received a WeChat account from her. Account name, Emotional Expert Shui. The profile picture depicted a young woman clad in a white lab coat, her face obscured, revealing only a blurred silhouette, a perfectly alluring figure. Chen gazed at the avatar for a moment, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and promptly added her. Meanwhile, within the villa, Li Ruobing switched her WeChat account, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. She accepted the request. She immediately began typing. Emotional expert Shui Shui. Hello there, young sir. I am your primary therapist for this psychological treatment. Let's first discuss our consultation fees. Emotional expert Shui Shui. Our fee structure is set at 50,000 yuan for a single cycle, lasting 3 months. During this period, you may consult me at any time regarding your concerns. Emotional expert Shui Shui. We will require a deposit of half the fee up front, but rest assured, should you conclude your consultations early, we will refund a portion of the deposit based on the circumstances. Emotional expert Shui Shui. Young sir, do you wish to proceed with the consultation? The third-rate composer. Yes. Initially hesitant, Su Chen felt a wave of reassurance wash over him upon seeing the focus on financial matters. Discussing money was indeed a positive sign. He was not concerned about the possibility of deceit. After all, the leader of this team was a university classmate of Bingbing, a familiar acquaintance. Moreover, the organization was renowned domestically, unlikely to swindle him of such a sum. At that moment, Su Chen was seated in a vehicle, having arrived at the school gate. He typed out a message. The third-rate composer. Hello, Dr. Shui Shui. I am currently occupied, but I will find time later to discuss my situation with you. Emotional expert Shui Shui. Certainly. It is no wonder she is an emotional expert. Her tone is so endearing. This girl must be an incredibly charming and adorable young lady. Thought Su Chen. He merely mused, harboring no further thoughts. Adorable girls were not to his taste. He preferred those with a cooler demeanor. Don't ask why. Su Chen switched to his regular account. He disembarked and made his way toward the dormitory. Upon entering, he was greeted by a hefty fellow who remarked, Su Chen, you've become quite the sensation on our school forum. Su Chen replied, what do you mean? The hefty guy pointed at his computer screen, a smirk of schadenfreude on his face. It's about your marriage certificate with Goddess Bingbing. Apparently, that was leaked to the forum by some scoundrel. Now everyone is mocking you, claiming you are gravely ill and suffer from delusions, even going so far as to fabricate a marriage certificate. You've become the source of amusement on the forum. Su Chen, Chapter 27, The Online Turmoil. Let me take a look. Su Chen returned to his seat, opened his computer, logged onto the website, and navigated to his school forum. The typically quiet forum was bustling with activity. One particular thread was especially popular, boasting over 3,000 replies, primarily ridiculing Su Chen for his alleged act of obtaining a fake marriage certificate. Su Chen, renowned for his striking looks, was one of the campus heartthrobs and had garnered a measure of fame. It seemed that even heartthrobs indulge in fantasies like the rest of us. Bingbing's husband belongs to us. Campus heartthrob. I heard you're Bingbing's husband? What a coincidence, so am I. Sumali good. If you're keen on marriage certificates, just let me know, and I'll break up with my boyfriend right away to get a real marriage certificate with you. My family has a car and a house. Apparently, Su Male God also harbors feelings for Li Ruobing. As expected, men are drawn to beautiful women. But who wouldn't he be enamored by a stunning beauty like Li Ruobing? I like her too. Sister upstairs, the lilies of my hometown are blooming again. Sister, while lilies are lovely, women cannot bear children together. How infatuated must the campus heartthrob be with Li Ruobing? To even contemplate obtaining a fake marriage certificate is truly remarkable. I'm an insider. Su Chen doesn't actually like Li Ruobing. He is her anti-fan and often disparages her online. Insider 10086. I suspect Su Chen obtained that marriage certificate just to slander Li Ruobing. Insider agrees. Insider is left battered. Initially, Su Chen was portrayed as a fan of Li Ruobing, but soon the narrative twisted, revealing him to be an anti-fan. Su Chen perused a few comments and then logged into his secondary account on the forum. I support the campus heartthrob. Li Ruobing is merely a pretty face and unworthy of being a star. How could the campus heartthrob possibly fancy a mere flower vase like Li Ruobing? The campus heartthrob is so illustrious. Hey, isn't that the notorious anti-Li expert on the forum? Wow, the anti-fan leader has arrived. Fellow students, Li Ruobing is just a pretty face. She doesn't deserve to be in the entertainment industry. Let us unite to expel her and cleanse the industry. Hee, fellow students. Allow me to make a small advertisement. The Anti-Li family welcomes everyone. Our code is 857904974. The anti-fan leader speaks with such conviction. Laugh out loud. No one is even in that group. Bingbing is so adorable and sweet. Who would want to disparage her? Indeed, my heart belongs to Bingbing. Hey, do you think this anti-fan leader could be the campus heartthrob's alternate account? An insider suggested. The insider's eyes were blinded, unable to see Su Chen's screen. The atmosphere on the forum was lively. Yet, no one truly believed in the veracity of the matter. Such a scenario was simply implausible. Chen shut down his computer and stood up. The hefty fellow beside him inquired, "Where are you off to, Chen?" Chen replied, "To class." The hefty guy, puzzled, asked, "What class?" "We don't have any classes today, according to the schedule." Chen gritted his teeth, "English class." The hefty guy suddenly enlightened. "Oh, I forgot. You nearly failed college English 12 in your freshman year." Chen. Despite being a time traveler and reborn, Chen's academic performance was far from exemplary. He is not the kind of prodigy with an extraordinarily high IQ like Li Ruobing, compounded by his lethargic and indifferent demeanor. He lacks the diligence and tenacity necessary for academic success. His admission to a regular undergraduate program can be attributed solely to his status as an art student, where the cultural score requirements are not particularly stringent. Otherwise, given his severe discrepancies in subject scores, the prospect of attending university would have been utterly unattainable. Chen's performance in the college entrance examination was rather dismal. He scored 140 in Chinese, 270 in comprehensive arts, and a mere 60 combined in mathematics and English. This stark reality underscores the adage that a poor academic record in one life often translates into a similarly bleak outcome in the next, as his intellectual capacity appears to be rather limited. Whether in his past life or the present, his English proficiency remains abysmally low, barely surpassing that of an ordinary elementary school student. He has already retaken the English course twice, yet has failed each time, falling short by mere points. Now, in his fourth year, if he fails English again, he will not accrue sufficient credits, jeopardizing his graduation prospects. Although the absence of a diploma may not significantly impact the quality of Chen's future life, he still harbors a desire to graduate. At the very least, when others inquire about his educational background, he wishes to respond with the same confidence as a certain streamer, boldly proclaiming, "Bachelor's degree," with his books in hand. Chen made his way to the teaching building, glancing at his phone to confirm the location of his classroom. This marked his inaugural attendance in English class this semester. As a retake, he found himself in the company of first-year students, an experience laden with an awkwardness that few could comprehend. The instructor he had chosen exuded a laid-back demeanor, never taking attendance nor fussing over students' presence. However, she was equally unyielding when it came to grading. One's exam score was final, and there were no favors to be had, not even for a single point. This teacher was renowned within the university for her beauty and was the youngest professor in the foreign language department. During his previous 2 attempts at this English course, Chen had only attended twice throughout the semester, once for the midterm oral examination and again for the final. Today was the day of the midterm oral exam. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed that, as the class had yet to commence, only a handful of students were present. He chose a seat in the back row by the window, and gradually, more students trickled in. The first-year English class was compulsory, and the cohort he selected primarily comprised dance majors, with a sparse representation of male students. As the girls entered the classroom, they were taken aback to find a strikingly handsome young man seated there. "Wow, he is so handsome. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Did he mistakenly enter the wrong classroom? But he is truly captivating. I want to be his girlfriend." They mused, realizing he seemed to be Chen, the campus heartthrob. Is it really him? Wow, he is even more attractive than his photos. Truly a case of a misleading picture. Isn't Sue the senior? Why is he still attending classes with us? I heard Sue is academically challenged. He has failed English numerous times. What? You can actually fail English? Even if he is academically challenged, with looks like that, if he were also a top student, wouldn't he that render the world utterly unfair? He is so incredibly handsome. The girls were thoroughly enchanted by Chen. Listening to their praises, Chen felt no emotional stirrings. Their voices paled in comparison to Bingbing's melodious tone, and their appearances were not nearly as striking. He felt no interest. Sue is so aloof. I adore aloof male deities. Does Sue have a girlfriend? The boys remarked enviously. Haha, Sue doesn't have a girlfriend, but he does have a wife. Don't you remember? He got married to a big star. Chen's antics were utterly amusing. How audacious of him to fabricate a marriage certificate. Didn't he fear a legal warning? Unfazed by their chatter, Chen simply wished to conclude the oral exam swiftly and return to his dormitory. There, he planned to indulge in a sip of his favorite soda before booting up his computer for a round of gaming. However, the thought of the impending oral exam filled him with dread. His grasp of English was so poor that even the most basic conversational phrases eluded him. For him, the oral examination felt akin to a public humiliation. Laying his head on the desk, he contemplated a brief nap, having resigned himself to inevitable embarrassment. After all, embarrassment was merely a trivial affair. At that moment, a notification sounded. Ding! System, has the host clocked in? Special reminder, a new day has commenced. and the system detects that the host has not summoned it for check-in. As the host is a novice, this system makes an exceptional reminder, which shall not be repeated. Chen. System. Chen. System. The host hasn't forgotten about the existence of this system, have you? Ahem. No. Chen replied awkwardly. Check-in. Detected. Host has successfully clocked in at a regular undergraduate university. Check-in successful reward. Congratulations. The host has received a language skill package. Language skill package. By utilizing this skill package, the host will achieve absolute proficiency in all languages in this world. Chen. Is this cheat code a bit too overt? Nevertheless, he found himself quite pleased. Chapter 28. Bingbing's fondness for showcasing. Before long, the class officially began. A stunning young woman clad in a black professional outfit and donning black-rimmed glasses, her heels clicking against the floor, entered the classroom. She was Chen's English teacher. Named Zhang Ye. With a petite face still bearing traces of baby fat, she appeared almost juvenile, yet her figure was strikingly voluptuous, particularly accentuated by her ample bosom. Zhang Ye maintained a serious demeanor as she surveyed the classroom. Upon spotting Chen, she exhibited a hint of surprise, but refrained from commenting. The oral examination commenced. Although her tone was ostensibly stern, her voice was soft and lacked any genuine authority, rendering her somewhat endearing and eliciting a desire to tease her. Classmates, who wishes to try this topic? Zhang Ye activated the projector, displaying the content for the oral examination. Upon seeing the questions, the classroom erupted in dismay. Why is this oral exam so difficult? Yes, I heard from senior students that oral exams in college are quite simple. Indeed, looking at this question, one would need at least a 6-level English proficiency to even attempt it. As the students voiced their frustrations, Zhang Ye tapped her desk, exclaiming in exasperation, "Classmates, quiet down. This topic was devised by me. It is not an official exam question. However, if anyone manages to complete this task, you will be exempt from attending classes and the final exam for the rest of the semester, and I will pass you directly." What? That sounds amazing. But what good is it if this question looks so difficult? Zhang Ye continued. This question was actually derived from the level 8 oral exam I took as a teacher. The students gasped. You expect us, who haven't even attempted level 4, to tackle a question from an English major's level 8 exam? Teacher, are you a devil? At that moment, sitting in the corner, Chen's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Teacher, I'm here. Zhang Ye furrowed her brow. Despite having encountered this student only a handful of times throughout the semester, Zhang Ye recognized him, as he had left a profound impression. Firstly, his striking handsomeness was unforgettable. Secondly, his English was abysmally poor, barely reaching the level of an elementary school student. It was difficult to overlook. Zhang Ye scrutinized Chen. Are you certain? Classmate Chen? He responded with unwavering confidence. Absolutely. Observing his reckless demeanor, she could only say, Classmate Chen, do not abandon your efforts. This ordinary question is quite simple. Please give another try. Zhang Ye sensed he was on the brink of surrender. Yet, Chen resolutely rejected her encouragement. No need. This is the one I will tackle. As long as I pass, I won't have to sit for the final exam. For a lazy student like him, it was sheer bliss. Very well, then, please proceed. Zhang Ye conceded without further insistence. Chen rose and approached the podium, standing beside Zhang Ye, who was about 165 meters tall, making her appear diminutive in comparison. Zhang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Why did this student seem markedly more handsome than before? As Chen gazed at the intricate text before him, the English words felt astonishingly familiar, as if he had an innate mastery of the language. He began to read aloud. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. His voice was rich and magnetic, akin to the most enchanting broadcast in the depths of night. His accent was impeccable, devoid of any trace of foreignness. The grammar flowed flawlessly. 5 minutes later, upon completing the lengthy passage, the entire classroom remained utterly still. The expressions on the faces of both boys and girls were entranced. Wow, Sue's voice is mesmerizing. It's like a symphony for the ears. Didn't they say Sue's English was terrible? Why does his spoken English sound so delightful? Is Sue reading it correctly? Who knows? This is a level 8 exam question. We can't possibly know, but his voice is simply enchanting. Even Zhang Ye, standing off to the side as a teacher, found herself captivated. Teacher, did I pass? Chen called out several times, only to find that his English teacher was momentarily unresponsive. Oh, Classmate Chen, your grammar and vocabulary are exceptionally accurate. If this were an 8-level exam, you would surely achieve full marks. Zhang Ye finally came to her senses. Being from the foreign language department, she relished listening to others recite English. She adored the deep, sensual tones that reverberated in her ears. Chen's recitation surpassed any she had ever heard, possessing a magnetic allure that enveloped her senses. Classmate Su Chen, you have indeed passed. Zhang Ye observed Su Chen's handsome visage, now so close to her, causing her cheeks to flush inexplicably. Thank you, teacher, Su Chen replied, his heart racing with excitement. Curse this English. I have finally conquered it. How exhilarating. As Su Chen descended from the podium, he left the classroom amidst a flurry of astonished and wide-eyed gazes. Once he exited, the classroom erupted into exuberance. Wow, Su is incredible. He passed a level 8 exam question. Indeed, his English is astonishingly good. As if it were his mother tongue. Unbelievable. No wonder he is my idol. Whispers filled the air, questioning why Su Chen, who now appeared so proficient, had previously failed his exams consistently for 3 years. Did he intentionally fail? But who would do such a thing? What could he possibly gain from it? English class is so tedious. Who would willingly attend? True, if it weren't for our lovely Yiya teacher's stunning looks, I would surely skip class. Suddenly, Hua Sheng uncovered a revelation. Wait, could it be that Su Chen deliberately failed to attend more of Yiya's classes? Wow, that actually makes some sense. To fail for 3 consecutive years just to be in the same class as a teacher is quite romantic. Su Chen must have feelings for Yiya. Wow, a teacher-student romance. How thrilling. However, who could resist someone as adorable as Yiya? With her youthful appearance and captivating figure, even I, a girl, would want to embrace her. As the discussions among the classmates continued, Zhang Yiya found her thoughts in disarray. Biting her lip, her cheeks flushed with heat. Could it be that Su Chen had truly failed for her sake? Over the past 3 years, he had exclusively chosen her classes, despite other options available. The more she pondered, the more confused she became. He was her student. How could he possibly harbor such feelings for her? Cough, everyone, please continue with the exam. Zhang Yiya urged herself to regain composure. Once the grueling exam concluded, she stepped out of the classroom and opened her phone to send a message in her group chat. Yiya is adorable. Sisters, what should I do? One of my students seems to have developed feelings for me. Qiu, an avid gamer. If I were your student, I would definitely fall for you. Who wouldn't like a cute girl with a youthful face and a charming figure? Yiya is adorable. Qiu, how shameless. Yuqian is great. Based on my analysis, Yiya, you seem a bit off. Clearly, many students have feelings for you, yet you've never mentioned in the group. Qiu, an avid gamer. Oh, Yiya, you're definitely not acting normally. Yiya is adorable. I am not. I am not. I am just their teacher. How could I possibly have feelings for my students? That would be morally reprehensible. Love for younger brothers. Yiya, don't you think that teacher and student sounds quite thrilling together? Yiya is adorable. Get out of here. Not everyone is like you, shamelessly pursuing younger prey, not even sparing your own brother. I adore my little brother. Little brothers are simply the best. Drools happiness. Autumn plays games exceptionally well. To the person above, mind your drool, don't wet your clothes. Contempt. Autumn plays games exceptionally well. A wicked woman forgetting her friends in the face of temptation. Last time she played games with her brother, she didn't even take me, a seasoned player. Moon is adorable. Ice, beautiful lady. What stage have you reached with your brother? Rainy Day is also wonderful. Same question. Autumn plays games exceptionally well. Indeed, same question. I adore my little brother. It's nothing much. Just that we slept together last night. Pride, boasting. Rainy Day is also wonderful. Moon is adorable. Autumn plays games exceptionally well. Chapter 29. The wealthy sister is too domineering. Li Ruobing's words detonated like a bomb in the group of friends. Autumn plays games exceptionally well. Holy moly. Goddess Ice. You can't do this. You are a goddess. Mere mortals must not touch your noble and pure body. Autumn plays games exceptionally well. Ah, which scoundrel dares to lay a hand on my goddess? I will slay him. Fury knife. Moon is adorable. Wicked woman. How could you? Shameless. Mama said such things should only happen after marriage. Blushing, shy. Rainy Day is also wonderful. Ahem. My friend asked me to inquire, does it really hurt? And after sleeping together, how do you feel? Is there any change in your heart? Rational, curious. Autumn plays games exceptionally well. Goddess Ice, quickly tell me that Brad address. I want to go eliminate him. Woe is me. My goddess is no longer pure. Autumn plays games exceptionally well. Goddess Ice, did that brat force himself upon you? Don't be afraid, speak boldly. I will seek justice for you. Moon is adorable. Yes. Mama has always said, men are like wolves, driven by their lower instincts. Goddess Ice, if you are forced, you must speak out. We will ensure the culprit is brought to justice. Rainy Day is also wonderful, watching the drama unfold. I adore my little brother. Silly brother didn't force me at all. In fact, I wanted him to, but he lacked the courage. I'm clearly such a delicate and helpless beauty. Why doesn't he dare? Confusion, confusion. Autumn plays games exceptionally well. Moon is adorable. Rainy Day is also wonderful, watching the drama unfold. I adore my little brother. Furthermore, it was I who actively pulled him onto my bed last night, inviting him to sleep with me. If we're talking about coercion, then it was I who coerced him. Shy. Autumn plays games exceptionally well. Moon is adorable. Rainy Day is also wonderful. The facade has crumbled. Bring back that aloof and abstinent goddess, Ice. I adore my little brother. Moon. Darling, your mama didn't lie. Indeed, such things should only occur after marriage. Caressing. Moon is adorable. Autumn plays games exceptionally well. Goddess Ice, what do you mean? Rainy Day is also wonderful. Goddess Ice. You're not going to flaunt your marriage certificate to us next, are you? Alert, shocked. I adore my little brother. I'm not a young girl anymore. I'm a married woman now. Joyful. I adore my little brother. You all haven't given me a red envelope yet. Bingbing sent an image in the group. It was a small red booklet, the marriage certificate she had obtained with Chen. The group fell utterly silent. A few seconds later, Autumn plays games exceptionally well. Knife. Hand me a butcher's knife. I will kill that scoundrel. Ah, my goddess. Moon is adorable. Is this what a married woman is like? No wonder her words are so wicked. Marriage is terrifying. It has turned my aloof goddess into a wicked woman. Woe is me. I shall never marry. I'm too adorable. I refuse to become a wicked woman. Crying. Rainy Day is also wonderful. I can't believe I'm even bothered about this. Quickly send me that scoundrel's address. I want to lock him away in a small dark room and subject him to the most excruciating psychological torment. I adore my little brother. Sisters, you haven't wished me a happy marriage yet. Smile, gentle smile. Autumn plays games exceptionally well. When we meet in the future, I will surely break that human trafficker's legs. Moon is adorable. When we meet in the future, I will surely break that human trafficker's legs. Rainy Day is also wonderful. When we meet in the future, I will surely break that human trafficker's legs. I adore my little brother. Don't think you can escape giving me red envelopes like this. Hurry up. Lecherous, expectant, gentle smile. A moment of silence enveloped the group. Autumn plays games exceptionally well. Reluctantly sent a 66,666 red envelope. Moon is adorable. Reluctantly sent a 66,666 red envelope. Rainy Day is also wonderful. Reluctantly sent a 66,666 red envelope. I adore my little brother. I have received your heartfelt blessings. I will definitely have children with my brother and acknowledge you as godmothers. Silence. Autumn plays games exceptionally well. Why are the photographs and names of that scoundrel obscured on the marriage certificate? Moon is adorable. Same here. Rainy Day is also wonderful. Same here. I adore my little brother. My brother is mine alone. I do not appreciate other women coveting him. Not one bit. Knife. The group fell silent once more. On the other side, after Chen returned to the dormitory from class, he retrieved a chilled can of fizzy drink from the small refrigerator. Upon opening the can, just the sound of the bubbles fizzing brought him immense joy. Taking a sip. Refreshing. Chen let out a long sigh, reclining in an ergonomic chair, sipping his fizzy drink while lounging comfortably. This is the life of a slacker. What enjoyment. Yet, suddenly, his body trembled slightly, and a chill ran down his back as if someone was cursing him. He thought to himself, hadn't he done anything particularly heinous? Had he? At that moment, his phone vibrated. The Demon King. Little Chen, can sister send you a red envelope? All right? Smile. Gentle smile. Initially relishing the moment, Chen straightened his back upon seeing the message. He suddenly understood why his back had felt cold earlier. It was the demon looking for him. Silly goose. Ice, why are you sending me a red envelope? The Demon King. Sister is happy. The Demon King dominantly sent 366,666 red envelopes. Silly goose. Ice, why are you sending me so many red envelopes? Chen was not pleased. On the contrary, he felt an unease in his heart. He sensed something was amiss. The Demon King. Are you going to accept it or not? Silly goose. Ice, I don't need the money. The 100,000 you sent me last month is yet to be spent. The Demon King. I don't care what you think. I want what I want. Accept it immediately. Silly goose. So, Silly goose reluctantly accepted the 366,666 red envelopes from her. The wealthy sister is too domineering. He was in such anguish. Who can truly understand his suffering? After accepting the red envelopes, Chen intended to boot up his computer for a game of PUBG. His phone vibrated once more. This time, it was a call from an unfamiliar number. Chen answered the call. Hello? For a moment, there was silence on the other end. Puzzled, Chen replied, "If you're a salesperson, you got the wrong person." Just as he was about to hang up, a middle-aged man's voice, calm yet tinged with urgency, emerged from the other side. "Is this Mr. Su?" "Hello, I'm the chairman of Huawei Media." Chen chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, so now even scammers are dressing up their identities so elegantly? Coming in as a chairman, are we?" With that, he promptly hung up the phone. The middle-aged man, the name Huawei Media. Why did it sound somewhat familiar? After hanging up, Chen realized that something seemed amiss. On the top floor of a magnificent skyscraper, in a grand and imposing office, a middle-aged man in a suit stared blankly at the phone he had just been disconnected from. As the CEO of a publicly listed company, it was the first time in his life that someone had accused him of being a scammer or a salesperson. Chapter 30. Sister Bingbing is at it again with the dog food. Around 6 in the evening, Chen changed into a slightly more formal outfit in the dormitory, exuding the aura of a business elite. His roommate, Xiaopeng, upon seeing Chen dressed so formally, curiously asked, "Chen, are you finally going for a job interview?" In university, ambitious students usually begin planning their future jobs in the second semester of their junior year, starting to send out resumes and accumulate experience. Wu Jinkai, from Chen's dormitory, had already begun job hunting in the first semester of his junior year. By the time they reached their senior year, he had interviewed with numerous companies and had become quite the interview expert. The other two roommates had also done some resume submissions and interviews during their senior year to varying degrees. Yet, Chen remained like a salted fish, leading a life of sleeping and playing games, showing no ambition whatsoever. Thus, seeing Chen in such formal attire piqued Xiaopeng as curiosity. Despite being renowned as a handsome campus idol, Chen's personality was quite the opposite, lazy and introverted. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't even step out of the dormitory. Chen admired his reflection in the mirror. Dressed in a suit, he appeared much more mature and composed. He turned to Xiaopeng and said, "I'm not going for an interview. I'm going to negotiate a small business deal worth nearly 10 billion. Xiaopeng exclaimed, "You can keep dreaming." Naturally, Xiaopeng didn't believe him. Over time, the roommates had come to realize that Chen was not short on money. His family was quite well off. Likely a rich second generation. Even if he were a rich second generation, who would let a senior in college negotiate a deal worth nearly 10 billion? What is wrong with this world? No one believes the truth anymore. Chen shook his head, appearing to be disillusioned. "Just get lost. Fail your interview and come back to game with me." Xiaopeng offered his most sincere wishes to Chen. Once outside the campus, Chen hailed a taxi. "Where? To Handsome?" the driver asked. "To Jinghe Garden," Chen replied. Jinghe Garden is one of the most famous gardens in Kyoto, boasting a history of several hundred years and is renowned as a scenic area. After about an hour's drive, the taxi arrived at Jinghe Garden. The driver, puzzled, remarked, "Young man, are you sure you want to go to the back mountain of Jinghe Garden? That area isn't part of the scenic spot and is not open to the public." "Yes, I'm sure," Chen confirmed. After alighting from the taxi, he found himself at the foot of the back mountain of Jinghe Garden. There is a restaurant not open to the public called Xiangu, designed to host national guests. Xiangu operates on a membership basis. Only members can dine and host banquets there, and the minimum entry requirement is a net worth of 1 billion. It was established by the wealthiest man in Kyoto, Mr. Chen, initially serving as a venue for important business collaborations. Chen took out his phone. "Mr. Wang, I've arrived." On the other end, the middle-aged man replied, "Mr. Su, please hold on. I'll come to get you right away." "All right," Chen responded before hanging up. He had come here because the chairman of Huawei Media had invited him to dine and sign a stock transaction contract. Before long, at the end of the stairs, a middle-aged man approached with a brisk pace. He glanced around and only saw Chen standing alone. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Su?" the man inquired politely. Faced with a prominent figure on the rich list, Chen felt no anxiety. He answered steadily, "Mr. Wang, I am Chen." Upon confirming Chen's identity, Wang Xuan felt somewhat surprised. During the call, he had sensed that the other party was likely quite young, but he hadn't expected him to be this young. Chen appeared to be barely in his early 20s, significantly younger than his own disappointing son. However, despite his youth, Chen exuded a mature and composed demeanor, engaging in conversation with a balance of respect and confidence, radiating an air of precocious wisdom. After all, anyone capable of producing nearly 10 billion in funds to purchase 10% of Huawei Media could hardly be an ordinary individual. Though Wang Xuan was the chairman of Huawei Media, it was not his core business. His primary focus lay in real estate. Recently, however, his core business had encountered some issues, necessitating a significant influx of cash, which compelled him to consider selling his shares in Huawei Media. Initially, He had thought it would take time to find a buyer for such a considerable amount of cash flow. While many billionaires possessed assets worth hundreds of billions, few had nearly 10 billion in cash flow readily available. Looking at Su Chen, Wang Xuan felt a newfound respect. "Mr. Su, this way, please." He led Su Chen up the steps towards the Xiangu located within the garden. Amidst the mountains and forests, a villa had been constructed, resembling a small Suzhou garden despite being situated in the north. That night, Xiangu had been entirely reserved by Wang Xuan for Su Chen, illustrating the significance he placed on this meeting. As Su Chen and Wang Xuan entered Xiangu, two tall, graceful figures emerged from another entrance. Both young women possessed stunning beauty reminiscent of national treasures, yet their temperaments differed. One exuded a gentle charm, akin to a refined lady, while the other was an ice queen, her beautiful eyes radiating an aura of distant coldness, warning others to keep their distance. Her aloofness resembled the eternal ice of the polar regions, never to thaw. "I'm so sorry, Bingbing. I just found out that Xiangu has been booked by Uncle Wang. Shall we go somewhere else?" Shen Xiuxiu said playfully, attempting to link arms with Li Ruobing. "I'm now a married woman. You can't touch me, or my husband will get jealous." Shen Xiuxiu didn't even manage to touch Li Ruobing's arm before the latter skillfully evaded her. Though her voice was cool, her words could infuriate anyone. Beneath Shen Xiuxiu's gentle demeanor, her lively and playful eyes sparkled with mischief. She wept, "The icy goddess, what merits does your brother possess? Just divorce him, and I shall support you. What do I lack compared to him?" Li Ruobing replied with a faint smile, "My brother is capable of making me pregnant. Can you?" Shen Xiuxiu's delicate visage flushed a deep crimson. "Is this what it means to be a young matron?" Li Ruobing suddenly gazed into the distance, her brows instinctively furrowing at the sight of two figures entering Xian Pavilion. "Ice goddess, what is the matter?" Shen Xiuxiu inquired curiously. Following her gaze, she too spotted the silhouettes of two men. Recognizing them instantly, she surmised that balding man must be Uncle Wang. But who was the tall gentleman beside him? Could he be the esteemed guest for whom Uncle Wang has reserved the entire venue today? Hearing Shen Xiuxiu's words, Li Ruobing withdrew her gaze. "It's nothing. I must have misseen." She had briefly thought the tall man's figure resembled that of her dear little brother. Yet, upon reflection, she dismissed the notion. It was simply impossible. Wang Xuan had once been the wealthiest man, and even now, he remained among the upper echelons of the rich list. A guest worthy of a private banquet at Xian Pavilion must possess a remarkably high status, perhaps a business tycoon with billions in assets. Her foolish brother, merely a slacker. Clearly, her affection for him ran deep, to the extent that she would associate any similarly built silhouette with him. The thought of her dim-witted brother led her to recall the way he had touched her while sleeping last night. That sensation sent electric shivers throughout her being, leaving her feeling oddly exhilarated. Yet, she did not find it unpleasant. On the contrary, it was somewhat delightful. "Li Fairy, you are truly lewd." Li Ruobing felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Shen Xiuxiu, noticing this, asked in bewilderment, "Ice goddess, why are you blushing?" Li Ruobing ruplia, kiwio. "It has only been a day since I last saw my silly brother, and now I miss him terribly, truly in a way that is hard to articulate." Shen Xiuxiu exclaimed, "He just sprinkled a handful of dog food on you." Within Xian Pavilion, Su Chen was about to take his seat when he suddenly felt a chill creeping down his back. From experience, he surmised that this was likely the work of Ice Sister's curse. Chapter 31. Ice Sister Mrs. Su Chen. In the most luxurious royal suite of Xian Pavilion, Su Chen signed the share transfer authorization with Wang Xuan, pressing his fingerprint and signing his name. From this moment forth, he became the largest shareholder of Huai Media. Affectly Li Ruobing's Iden Benefacto. Wang Xuan previously held 15% of Huai Media shares, but after transferring 10% to Su Chen, he retained 5%. Though only 5%, it still positioned him as the second largest shareholder. Wang Xuan regarded Su Chen, momentarily perplexed by his thoughts. "Mr. Su, do you have any opinions regarding the personnel at Huai Media?" If Su Chen wished, he could convene a shareholders' meeting and transfer the position of chairman to him. Su Chen shook his head, aware of Wang Xuan's concerns. "Chairman Wang, I have no opinions. I am merely an ordinary shareholder, content to receive dividends periodically without interfering in company affairs." Though a reincarnated being, Su Chen did not possess omnipotence. He could write scripts, compose songs, and make some investments. But managing a company was beyond his capabilities. Moreover, it did not align with his philosophy of being a carefree slacker. Why not lie back and reap the rewards? Furthermore, he trusted Wang Xuan's abilities, as he had risen from nothing and had consistently remained among the top 10 on the rich list, certainly a testament to his exceptional skills. "Mr. Su, that is good to hear. Upon hearing Su Chen's assurance of non-interference, Wang Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Simultaneously, his gaze towards Su Chen bore a newfound admiration. Such maturity and indifference to fame and fortune at such a young age. This young man was indeed remarkable. Wang Xuan curiously inquired, "Mr. Su, may I ask what you do?" He had investigated Su Chen, yet no matter how he searched, he could find no information about him, indicating that a powerful force was safeguarding his privacy. Su Chen did not conceal the truth. "Chairman Wang, I am currently a student." Wang Xuan surmised that Su Chen was indeed the scion of a super tycoon. What kind of super tycoon could possess such resources? "Mr. Su, Xian Pavilion has several signature dishes. You must try them later." Wang Xuan shifted the topic, choosing not to press further about Su Chen's background. Everyone harbors secrets, especially in business. Relentless probing would only result in resentment. In the realm of commerce, interactions require a certain finesse, ensuring that the other party feels comfortable rather than uneasy in conversation. "Very well, then I shall be grateful for Chairman Wang's hospitality this evening." Su Chen's demeanor was composed and unperturbed, far from the impatience typical of someone his age. This only served to reinforce Wang Xuan's impression that Su Chen was quite extraordinary. It reminded him of his own wayward son. If only his son possessed half of Su Chen's maturity and steadiness, he would be immensely grateful. He had already cautioned his reckless offspring to refrain from causing trouble lately. Should he dare to bring him distress, he would certainly face severe consequences. Suddenly, Wang Xuan proposed, "Mr. Su, if you don't mind, how about we address each other as brothers? You may call me Brother Wang, and I shall refer to you as Little Su." Su Chen understood that Wang Xuan aimed to foster a closer relationship through this form of address, extending an olive branch towards him. "Then I shall rely on Brother Wang to look after me, your younger brother." Su Chen readily acquiesced. Establishing connections with a business magnate like Wang Xuan was undeniably beneficial for Su Chen. It was the accumulation of social capital. Su Chen's forthrightness earned him Wang Xuan's admiration. As the dinner progressed, Su Chen's phone, resting on the table, vibrated. He glanced at it. "Demon King, Little Chen, are you coming back tonight?" Su Chen typed back without a moment's hesitation. "Little fool. I sister. I won't be returning tonight. I plan to sleep in the dormitory. I have classes tomorrow." He would be mad to go back. Even if he had to jump down from the building, he wouldn't return. He needed to calm down. He felt that the more time he spent with Ice Sister, the more his condition would worsen. She was truly too alluring, and yet she seemed utterly unaware of it. "Demon King. Little Chen, for some reason, my stomach hurts so much tonight, and I'm all alone at home. I'm so scared. Demon King, Little Chen. I feel like I might die from the pain. Never mind, you don't have to come. I wouldn't want to trouble you. Let me just suffer alone. Little fool. Ice Sister, I'm coming over right now." Su Chen set down his phone and immediately stood up from his chair, his movement startling Wang Xuan beside him. "Little Su, what is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the dishes here?" "Sincerely apologies, Wang Yi. But I must leave urgently today. I shall host you another time when the opportunity arises. I truly regret this." Su Chen was acutely aware that, most likely, that devilish Bingbing Jia was lying, merely seeking to lure him over to have him toil for her. But what if it were true? Wang Xuan, noticing the typically composed Su Chen now exhibiting hints of anxiety, chose not to insist on his stay. "Very well, let's arrange a proper meal another day for you. My brother." Wang Xuan added, "Little Su, I see you haven't driven. Allow my driver to take you home." "That would be much appreciated, Wang Gu," Su Chen responded, not refusing, as it was indeed difficult to hail a taxi from here. Wang Xuan waved his hand, chuckling heartily. "Not at all, we are brothers. If it weren't for your assistance this time, I would have been quite troubled myself." The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they exited the private room and made their way to the courtyard of Xiange. Just as they approached the steps, a group approached from outside, led by an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire, his white hair a testament to his age, and a dragon-headed cane firmly in his grasp, exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon seeing the elder, Wang Xuan promptly greeted him. "Old Shun, what brings you here?" This elderly gentleman was none other than Shun Zhengfu, the wealthiest man in the capital, a figure of immense power and influence. "Shen Zhengfu Smai Wam Li, Lao Wan. I heard you reserved this place today for a distinguished guest. I happened to be nearby and wanted to pay a visit." His smile radiated kindness, presenting an image of an unpretentious elder. Yet, this was merely an illusion. At over 70 years of age, he maintained his position as the wealthiest. An ordinary old man, he was not. Wang Xuan recognized Shun Zhengfu's words as a mere pretext. The elder had undoubtedly come specifically to meet Su Chen. After all, individuals like Su Chen, capable of presenting a cash flow of 100 billion, were certainly of interest to Shin Zhengfu. Little Su, may I borrow a moment of your time to introduce you to an esteemed elder? Wang Xuan was more than willing to facilitate this introduction. Su Chen too had noticed the elder, and even Wang Xuan was exceedingly polite towards him. Shen Lao, this is my younger brother, Su Chen, whom I have recently befriended. Su Chen greeted, hello, Shen Lao. Even without the introduction, he was well aware of the elder's identity. In the capital, who else but the wealthiest man, Shen Zhengfu, could command such respect from Wang Xuan? Shen Zhengfu's aged eyes gleamed as he scrutinized Su Chen intently. Wang Xuan's introduction served to bolster the young man's stature, affirming that he had indeed earned Wang Xuan's esteem. Indeed, this young man possesses striking features and, more importantly, an admirable composure, unfazed by praise or criticism, neither servile nor arrogant. It is rare to encounter such a remarkable young individual. Young man, it is a pleasure to meet you. Regrettably, I have no gifts to present. However, I offer you this supreme membership card to Xiange as a token of our first meeting. Shen Zhengfu extended a dark gold card, adorned with a vividly depicted five-clawed dragon. The moment the card appeared, the surrounding business magnates were utterly astonished, gazing at Su Chen in disbelief. What remarkable identity did this young man possess to elicit such an honor from Shen Lao? It is worth noting that the supreme membership card of Xiange is an exclusive privilege, with fewer than 10 individuals across the nation holding such a card, an unequivocal symbol of status. Even with a fortune of billions, one might not qualify for such an honor. To receive this card, one must earn the recognition of Shen Lao himself. Now, Shen Lao was bestowing such a card upon a young man he had just met. A truly astonishing gesture. Su Chen, though not deeply familiar with the significance of the card, could discern its importance from the astonished expressions around him. He did not decline, replying, "Thank you, Shen Lao." To refuse at this moment would only suggest a lack of discernment. Seeing Su Chen accept the card, Shen Zhengfu nodded with satisfaction, a look of appreciation gracing his features. Not bad, not bad. Young and yet so poised. Truly, our nation is blessed with talent. His acceptance of the card indicated that he had the confidence to warrant such an honor. Lao Wang, little Su, are you finished dining? Why not join this old man for a few drinks? Shen Zhengfu proposed, eager to learn more about the young man. His words ignited envy among the nearby business leaders, for this was a personal invitation from Shen Lao himself, elevating the young man's status significantly. Shen Lao, I apologize, but I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot join you for drinks. Su Chen hesitated, ultimately opting to politely decline. He was still uncertain about Bingbing Jie's situation. Shen Zhengfu was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated Su Chen's refusal. After a brief moment, he smiled, young brother, if you have urgent matters, we shall drink another day. Su Chen readily responded, very well. I shall toast 3 cups to express my apologies to both Shen Lao and Wang Ge. Though Su Chen possessed a laid-back demeanor, it did not imply he was inept in social matters. He merely preferred a more leisurely approach. Su Chen followed Wang Xuan's driver down the steps, heading towards the parking area. Behind them, the group of business leaders trailing Shen Zhengfu stood utterly dumbfounded. Someone had actually declined Shen Lao's invitation. This young man was remarkable. Su Chen's debut had indeed captivated the assembly of business elites. On the way back to the villa, Su Chen sat in a Rolls-Royce and immediately dialed Li Ruobing. However, after several attempts, she did not answer. He wondered if she was unable to take the call due to pain. This only heightened his concern. Turning to the driver, he implored, could you drive a bit faster? Su Chen's expression had never been so grave. Meanwhile, within the villa, Li Ruobing had her feet propped on the sofa, her knees bent while leaning back in a relaxed posture. A thick photo album lay across her pristine knees, and she was engrossed in flipping through its pages. Her phone was deliberately set to silent. As she perused the photographs, she occasionally glanced out the window, a hint of impatience surfacing in her eyes. She bit her lip, her expression reminiscent of a forlorn wife waiting for her husband to return. Where is my foolish brother? Is he not coming back? Wouldn't he dare? If he does not return, I shall never speak to him again. No, if he dares to stay away, I will drag him back and confine him in a room with chains, never allowing him to leave. She truly could not comprehend why. With such a gentle and considerate wife at home, her foolish brother still hesitated to return. How she longed for him. What was she to do? In the face of such an empty villa, she felt utterly lonely and desolate. Before long, hearing a noise from outside the villa, her expression brightened. She tossed the photo album aside, leaping off the sofa barefoot. She dashed to the bathroom, turned on the hot water, and poured it over her forehead and neck, feigning perspiration. Simultaneously, she extended her palm and gently rubbed her delicate face. That fair and beautiful visage blushed instantly, appearing woeful and pitiful. She hurried back to the sofa and reclined, clutching her abdomen, her entire demeanor shifting to one of extreme fragility and pain. It hurt oh so much. She let out a soft whimper, resembling a wounded creature cowering in the corner of the sofa, trembling with despair. The loneliness enveloped her, as if she had been forsaken by the entire world, utterly forlorn. A mere glance at her would shatter one's heart into a million pieces. As Chen opened the villa's grand door, witnessing this scene, his heart felt as though it had been pierced by a sharp object. Chapter 32. Sister Bingbing's Curious Thoughts. In her usual demeanor, Li Ruobing always exuded an air of aloofness, her presence commanding respect, even when her expression was devoid of emotion. An inexplicable sense of pressure emanated from her. She seemed invulnerable, a formidable woman with a devilish edge, capable of making his heart race with a mere glance. Yet, in this moment, curled up and clutching her abdomen, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a wounded animal, stripped of all sense of security. The defensive coldness that enveloped her had shattered, rendering her as delicate as a porcelain doll. A gentle touch could cause her to fracture. Chen improvised, disregarding the persistent ache in his heart, squatting beside her and urgently inquiring, "Sister Bingbing, how are you? Why is the pain so intense?" Upon hearing Chen's voice, Li Ruobing, seemingly weakened, only recognized his presence as he drew near. She turned towards him, her once frosty voice now feeble. "Xiao Chuncheng, you finally came. I thought you had abandoned me." The tone dripped with grievance, stirring an unfathomable guilt within Chen, as if acid had seeped into his heart, leaving him feeling acutely remorseful. He suddenly realized the heinousness of his earlier doubts, questioning whether Sister Bingbing had been deceiving him, intentionally lying to lure him back. How could he have thought so poorly of her? "Sister Bingbing, I never said I wouldn't return. Just tell me where it hurts." "It's my stomach," she replied, turning to Chen, her enchanting eyes brimming with tears, as if they would spill over at any moment. She appeared particularly vulnerable and wretched. "Sister Bingbing, why is your face so flushed? Let me check if you have a fever." Chen placed his palm on her forehead, discovering it was rather hot, indicating a possible fever. Moreover, her hair was damp with sweat. With such excessive perspiration, her stomach must indeed be in agony. "Sister Bingbing, is this where it hurts?" Chen inquired, gently pressing on her flat abdomen. Even through the thin fabric of her shirt, he could feel warmth and softness. "Yes, it's my stomach," Li Ruobing admitted, her cheeks crimson, her voice barely a whisper, her eyes flickering, unable to meet his gaze. Her ears were also flushed. The innocent boy was touching her belly. The contact felt impure. Was it intentional? Did he take advantage of her current vulnerability to bully her? If he intended to tease her, why not push the boundaries a little further? She wouldn't voice any objections. Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating how to navigate the situation, oblivious to Li Ruobing's subtle emotional shifts. Seeing her face so flushed, he assumed it was merely due to the unbearable pain. "Sister Bingbing, let me help you sit up. I'll rub your belly. Perhaps it will alleviate the pain." He spoke, settling onto the sofa, gradually lifting her up to rest against him. Her form was incredibly soft, almost boneless. The moment her back made contact with him, Chen felt his heart momentarily skip a beat. The delicate fragrance emanating from her invaded his senses, both soothing and mysterious, captivating his very soul. Embracing her, Chen entertained no inappropriate thoughts. Sister Bingbing was in pain, and if he harbored any ill intentions, what would that make him? Li Ruobing nestled against Chen, her heart racing at the prospect of him rubbing her belly. A sense of shyness washed over her. Was this considered intimate contact? "Xiao Chuncheng, will rubbing my belly really help?" Despite her embarrassment, a flicker of anticipation danced within her. Moreover, what if this was a pretext for him to draw closer to her? If she rejected him, would it wound his heart? "I think it should work. Let us give it a try," he replied, recalling a time from his childhood when his mother had soothed his stomach ache by rubbing it, and it had miraculously worked. "Okay then, Xiao Chuncheng, you can place your hand here," she said, her face flushed, her voice shy and soft, biting her lip, looking irresistibly alluring. She had nearly faltered just moments ago. Thankfully, she was facing away from Chen, who was oblivious to the change in her expression. Chen swallowed hard, feeling his heart race. "Sister Bingbing, may I touch now?" Her voice was barely audible. "Yes, Xiao Chuncheng, go ahead. I want to hold it against you." Despite an unsettling feeling, Chen proceeded without hesitation, placing his hand on her soft belly, gently kneading through the thin fabric of her shirt. Her abdomen was remarkably flat and supple, and as he rubbed, the fabric shifted slightly, revealing a glimpse of her slender waist and alluring abdominal definition, captivating to behold. Li Ruobing's figure was not merely the product of natural slenderness. It bore the marks of diligent exercise, each muscle line strikingly appealing. Sister Bingbing, do you feel any better now? Chen attempted to divert his attention with conversation. It seems a bit better, she replied, her voice still soft and delicate, reminiscent of a fragile beauty, weak as if a single step could leave her breathless. Chen continued to massage her belly, realizing just how intense her pain must be. She was incredibly fragile. Under normal circumstances, if you were to treat her belly this way, she would surely retaliate with a fierce strike. Yet, if, under normal circumstances, Sister Bingbing was indeed this gentle and fragile, he could confidently assert that no man in the world could resist her allure. However, even if Sister Bingbing was an ice queen, few could withstand her charm. Of course, Chen, was the exception. Sister Bingbing, are you feeling much better now? After a few minutes of gentle kneading, Chen inquired, is it feeling any better? Yes, it's a bit better, but it still hurts in some places. Please continue, Li Ruobing replied in a whisper soft as a breeze. Her thoughts wandered, finding solace in the embrace of her foolish younger brother. His masculine aura was intoxicating, a scent that enveloped her senses. His body was so firm, so warm. She felt as though she might melt entirely. Chen continued to massage her, noticing that Li Ruobing had grown quiet, the pain no longer as pronounced as before. Sister Bing, does it hurt now? If not, I'll stop, he said, preparing to withdraw his hands. But suddenly, Li Ruobing reached out, pressing his palm down. Just one more time. Her hand was soft and warm, and as it rested upon his, the sensation was utterly delightful. Li Ruobing did not harbor any ulterior motives. She simply wished to linger in his embrace a while longer, cherishing the feeling. Her once dim view of her foolish brother had shifted. He had matured, his chest strong enough to support her. Nestled against him, she could feel the firmness of his body, the distinct contours pressing against her sensitive back. So, he did possess abs after all. How many could there be? The curiosity gnawed at her, an insatiable desire to see and touch them. Chapter 33. His physique is truly admirable. Surely, her foolish brother's abs must be stunning, perhaps even tantalizingly attractive. She felt a rush of excitement. Oh, how she longed to see. Just a glance would suffice. After all, he had seen her completely unclothed in the bathroom. If she didn't return the favor. Wouldn't that be a loss for her? Li Ruobing reassured herself. She was a fairy, not a lecher. Besides, her foolish brother had touched his own body last night, albeit unknowingly, as he appeared to be asleep. But what if it was deliberate? If she didn't reciprocate, would she not be the one at a disadvantage? Determined not to suffer a loss, she resolved to take action. This thought slithered through her mind like a mischievous serpent, seducing her toward forbidden pleasures. Unable to resist any longer, she extended her hand, slowly trailing it towards Chen's abdomen, slipping beneath his shirt. She felt his abs. They were indeed solid. At that moment, the warmth of her soft hand against his hardened muscles sent a jolt through Chen's entire being, electrifying him. His body tensed, and he looked at Li Ruobing in disbelief, struggling to maintain a calm demeanor. Sister Bing, what are you doing? Her petite hand was exploring the contours of his abdomen, and at that moment, Li Ruobing was devoid of her usual aloof goddess-like demeanor. Her stunningly beautiful face flushed a deep shade of crimson. The once icy depths of her eyes now sparkled with a blend of fascination and shyness, akin to one savoring forbidden fruit for the first time, stimulating and exhilarating. Wow, his abs really are hard, like iron, radiating heat, and the sensation is simply divine. The overwhelming warmth seemed to sear her palm. Her heart raced, a thrilling yet enticing pulse. She could not help but touch again. After all, once she had started, she could not afford to lose out. Chen became utterly frozen, his gaze heavy with intensity. His voice, now hoarse, faltered as he grasped her mischievous hand beneath his shirt. Sister Bing, what are you doing? I. Li Ruobing stammered, abruptly pulled from a reverie. Her cheeks burned even brighter, as if they might bleed. Heavens, what had she done? How could she have actually touched him? The usually composed and rational Li Ruobing found herself utterly flustered, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Oh dear, calm down. Remember, you are an actress. Life is but a stage, and you are the leading lady in your own story. Steady yourself. Recalling a book she had read titled The Actor's Self-Cultivation, the chaotic whirlwind in her mind gradually settled. Although her beautiful face remained flushed, the panic in her eyes had begun to dissipate. Little Chen, do you not know what I am doing? Li Ruobing suddenly turned, straddling Chen's lip. Her eyes fixed upon him with an imperious gaze. Her voice rang with a calmness that belied the tempest within her. At that moment, she resembled a queen, playfully toying with her favorite subject. Her gaze was irresistibly alluring, and she anticipated the reaction of her foolish brother. As an impeccable actress and a reborn soul, her mental fortitude was formidable. She eagerly awaited the sight of his bashful expression, knowing that if he blushed, it would be undeniably charming. How delightful. Just wait until you feel shy, little wolf. Under the intensity of Li Ruobing's gaze, Su Chen found himself overwhelmed, his heart racing. He hesitated to meet her eyes. Sister Bing, I do not know what you intend to do. His gaze flickered as she sat upon him, their proximity igniting every nerve in his body. Her exquisite features were a mere breath away, an intoxicating sight that struck him like a bolt of lightning. Her cheeks glowed like a soft-boiled egg, pale yet radiating warmth, exuding an alluring fragrance that made him yearn to take a bite. As he stared, his deep-set eyes darkened with desire. Damn it, his condition seemed to worsen. If this continued, he would surely reach a critical stage. What was she doing? Was she enticing him? Teasing him? Tormenting him? Yes, that had to be it. This was not their first encounter. Her devilish nature had always found pleasure in toying with him. She surely sought to provoke a reaction, to see him flustered. And if he turned shy, she would undoubtedly mock him for being a man so easily flustered by a mere girl. This was but a prank, not a sign of affection. Stay calm. Despite the chaos in his mind, fueled by the desire to resist her teasing, Su Chen gradually composed himself, summoning the courage to meet Li Ruobing's gaze. Their eyes clashed, igniting a spark in the air. With unwavering resolve, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. This is not the spark of love. It is the spark of battle, a war that concerns the dignity of men. Su Chen locked eyes with Li Ruobing, his gaze profound and infused with a fervent, searing combat spirit. Li Ruobing, who had managed to maintain her composure and a sense of psychological superiority, found herself increasingly flustered under Su Chen's intense stare. Oh no, the gaze of her foolish younger brother was so fiery. Those deep, dark eyes seemed like a cosmic black hole, threatening to draw her entire being into their depths. At that moment, his expression resembled that of a wolf, ravenous and eager to devour her. Was he contemplating pouncing on her? She was not mentally prepared for such an eventuality. His gaze burned with intensity. Li Ruobing gradually lowered her head, unable to withstand Su Chen's penetrating look. Flushed with embarrassment, she stood up from beside him. Her eyes darted away. What should she do? If her foolish brother succumbed to his primal instincts and overwhelmed her, should she resist? No. If he were to force himself upon her, there would be little she could do but endure it. She felt so fragile, utterly incapable of putting up a fight. Chapter 34, Nosebleed. Li Ruobing sank into the adjacent sofa, presenting herself as a picture of vulnerability, exuding an air of helplessness. Meanwhile, as she distanced herself from Su Chen, his tense body finally began to relax. The torment had come to an end. Thankfully, he managed to keep himself in check, avoiding any embarrassing incidents and thwarting the schemes of this female demon, Bingbing. It was a close call. Had Li Ruobing lingered just a few seconds longer, he might have lost control, transforming into a beast and committing unspeakable acts against her. Fortunately, Su Chen truly was remarkable. In this battle, he emerged victorious. A sense of joy swelled within him. At that moment, Li Ruobing reclined on another sofa, feigning a delicate and defenseless demeanor. However, as she waited, she noticed that Su Chen remained seated, showing no intent to approach her and impose his will. Witnessing his indifference, the previously shy Li Ruobing felt a surge of frustration. Why wasn't her foolish brother coming to tease her? Was her allure insufficient? Realizing this, her mood soured dramatically. She became abruptly aloof. After a while, Su Chen, having calmed his racing heart, finally inquired, Bingbing, does your stomach still hurt? In response, Li Ruobing shot him an exasperated glare and angrily retorted, what business is it of yours, you smelly brother? Okay, it seems it doesn't hurt anymore. The female demon has returned, he mused. Li Ruobing approached him, her aura commanding as she demanded, Su Chen, stand up. Confused, he replied, huh? Li Ruobing, with an impatient arch of her brow, assumed an icy demeanor, exuding an air of authority. Stand up, lift your shirt, so I can inspect your body. I need to see if you've been exercising properly lately. She was determined to assess him. It wasn't due to any ulterior motive. She simply wanted to ensure she wasn't at a disadvantage. Well, perhaps she was being a little naughty, but what was wrong with being attracted to her own husband? Su Chen was taken aback by Li Ruobing's words. What was she planning? Did she want him to lift his shirt? What did she intend to do? Noticing Su Chen's puzzled gaze, Li Ruobing, despite being a girl, felt slightly uncomfortable under his scrutiny, as if flames were licking at her cheeks. She quickly clarified, Xiao Chen, what are you thinking? I merely want to check your body and see if you've been diligent in your training. Then, with a chilling glint in her eyes, she asserted, you haven't forgotten what I told you before, have you? Her gaze was laced with menace. A chill ran down Su Chen's spine as his mind raced. He recalled that Li Ruobing had indeed insisted he engage in regular exercise, claiming his physique was too frail. She had even crafted a training regimen for him, insisting on regular assessments of his progress. Her insistence on his fitness was likely due to her desire to better torment and toy with him, ensuring he was fit enough to withstand her whims. This wicked woman. Previously, Su Chen had been lethargic, a true sloth, even finding it exhausting to rise from bed, let alone train. He had worried how to evade her scrutiny when the time came for her to check on him. However, after consuming a physical enhancement potion, such concerns dissipated. Just yesterday, while changing clothes, he had caught a glimpse of his current physique. He now possessed a model-like physique, slim in attire, but muscular when undraped. Remembering this, Su Chen felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He had thought Li Ruobing wanted him to strip for some nefarious purpose. What was he thinking? Bingbing Jie was a superstar, a goddess in the hearts of countless admirers, with a demeanor so aloof. How could she possibly harbor such intentions? There was no way she could be a lewd woman. Su Chen chastised himself for his impure thoughts, though Bingbing Jie often tormented him. He shouldn't view her in such a negative light. Xiao Chunshan, didn't you hear me? I told you to lift your shirt, so I can properly check if you've been slacking. Seeing Su Chen remain unmoving, Li Ruobing grew increasingly exasperated. Her expression stern and self-righteous, resembling a strict teacher inspecting homework. Believing her anger stemmed from his lack of adherence to her training regimen, Su Chen quickly stood up, brimming with confidence. Bingbing Jie, I've been exercising diligently lately. Please don't be upset. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of discomfort crossed Li Ruobing's beautiful face. Of course, she knew he had been training well. She had felt his hard abs just moments ago. Let me see, she said, striding towards him. She endeavored to maintain her composure as she reached out and impatiently lifted his shirt. Her movements were slightly hurried, betraying her eagerness, though Su Chen remained oblivious. As she pulled up his shirt, his well-defined abs were fully exposed to Li Ruobing's gaze. She feigned calmness, but at that moment, she was rendered speechless. Su Chen's bare abdomen, his fair skin glistening softly, showcased broad shoulders and a narrow waist, adorned with 8 distinct abdominal muscles, a quintessential male physique. His muscles were not the exaggerated result of protein shakes, but rather the fruit of diligent training and sweat, lean yet powerful. As he breathed, those 8 sculpted abdominal muscles rolled gently, forming robust lines of sinew that exuded a primal beauty. Li Ruobing's gaze ascended, revealing Su Chen's handsome physique. With chiseled brows and starry eyes, his features exquisitely carved as if chiseled from marble. His enchanting, deep-set eyes radiated charm and allure. Truly, he was strikingly handsome. How could a man possess such attractiveness? He was simply mesmerizing. What should she do? His physique was undeniably enticing. Li Ruobing felt her mind go blank. As if deprived of oxygen, she felt slightly dizzy. Observing Li Ruobing seemingly awestruck by his appearance, Su Chen felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He smiled and remarked, Sister Bingbing, the task you entrusted to me has been accomplished well. Do you find my physique satisfactory? Look, this little girl Li Ruobing is utterly captivated by her own impressive figure. This sensation is delightful. Li Ruobing averted her gaze, letting out a haughty snort. It's merely average. She then hurriedly departed, feeling as if something was about to spill from her. She could not linger here. Sister Bingbing, where are you going? Su Chen inquired, his voice brimming with delight. To the restroom. Li Ruobing's tone was fierce, resembling that of someone in a state of exasperation. Su Chen's heart swelled with satisfaction. Was she not astonished by his physique? Did she not appreciate it? The thought of Li Ruobing admiring his body filled Su Chen with a profound sense of accomplishment. Li Ruobing quickly made her way to the restroom. Locking the door behind her, leaning against it, she felt as though all her strength had been drained, her body rendered utterly weak, as if she might dissolve into water. A rush of warmth coursed through her nostrils. When she reached out to touch it, she found a smear of crimson blood on her delicate fingers. She had a nosebleed. Oh no! She had advised her foolish younger brother to focus on physical training because he had appeared too frail, lacking in stamina and endurance. Thus, in anticipation of their future marital life, she encouraged him to strengthen himself. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would take it so seriously and sculpt his body to such perfection. Did her foolish brother heed her words so obediently? Did he harbor feelings for her? With his rigorous training, could there be ulterior motives behind it? What to do? His physique was truly robust. Would her delicate frame withstand it? Lost in thought, Li Ruobing's fair face flushed a deep crimson. Foolish brother, train as hard as you wish. With such strength, it will be you who ends up suffering should you torment me, your sister Bingbing. At that moment, her sparkling eyes shimmered with a flirtatious glint. A mixture of infatuation and shyness, her cheeks a rosy hue. The scene was utterly enchanting. In the restroom, after a brief moment of recovery, Li Ruobing gazed at her alluring reflection in the mirror, unable to resist murmuring to herself, "Fairy Bingbing, with such beauty, your foolish brother will undoubtedly adore you." A glimmer of confidence shone in her eyes. Upon exiting the restroom, she still felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her, as if a potent force was pinned up within her, yearning for release. "Shout, Chen, accompany me to practice boxing." Li Ruobing felt compelled to act, to unleash the energy confined within her body. Otherwise, she feared she might succumb to the urge to act upon her feelings for her foolish brother. Upon hearing Li Ruobing's request, Su Chen instinctively furrowed his brow in trepidation. "Huh, Sister Bingbing, you want to practice boxing?" Accompanying Li Ruobing in such an endeavor seemed a daunting task. Li Ruobing shot him an exasperated glare. "Of course, hurry up. This foolish brother. She merely wished to be in his company. Why could he not comprehend that?" Reluctantly, Su Chen steeled himself and followed Li Ruobing to the village gym. Inside the gym, an array of advanced fitness equipment was neatly arranged. In the center, a small boxing ring stood with a black punching bag suspended above it. "You can just watch from the side. I'll practice on the punching bag alone." Li Ruobing sensed a touch of irritability within herself today, fearing that if her foolish brother were to train with her, she might inadvertently strike him with all her might. Hearing that Li Ruobing did not require a training partner, Su Chen exhaled in relief. "Boxing gloves. All right." Su Chen retrieved a pair of gloves from the side, and as Li Ruobing extended her hands towards him, her delicate fingers, when balled into fists, appeared soft and unassuming, almost devoid of strength. Yet, Su Chen knew this was merely an illusion. Without needing further instruction, his years of experience as her sparring partner prompted him to remove the hairband from her wrist and secure the gloves onto her hands. The gloves, a soft pink hue, seemed devoid of any lethal intent. Su Chen diligently ensured the gloves were tightly fastened, preventing any chance of injury to Li Ruobing. "Now, tie up your hair." Li Ruobing turned, requesting Su Chen to gather her flowing locks. They cascaded down her shoulders, proving inconvenient for boxing. Typically, she would tie her lustrous black hair into a ponytail for practice. Su Chen gathered her hair and secured it with a black hairband, forming a high ponytail that accentuated her translucent ears, rendering her particularly enchanting. Her exquisite face, with finely chiseled features, appeared even more radiant. The ponytail lent her an air of cleanliness and vigor, exuding a refreshing charm. Su Chen glanced at her and could not help but murmur, "So beautiful." Li Ruobing, preoccupied with tying her shoelaces, did not catch his words, only hearing them in a distant haze. With a frosty tone, she inquired, "Xiao, Chen, what were you murmuring just now?" It seemed she had heard him suggest she was frightening. How infuriating! Fearing Li Ruobing might misinterpret his words, Su Chen averted his gaze. "Sister Bingbing, I didn't say anything." Noticing Su Chen's evasive demeanor, which betrayed his guilt, Li Ruobing was further convinced he had indeed insulted her. "You foolish brother. I adore you so much, treating you well, letting you take advantage of me, and you dare to speak ill of me? How infuriating!" The pent-up frustration within Li Ruobing threatened to overflow. She bent down and stepped into the ring, where the heavy punching bag, weighing around 80 pounds, equivalent to that used by professional boxers, swung ominously. The stark contrast between her petite frame and the imposing bag highlighted her delicate nature, making her appear even more fragile. A single punch from her might send her petite body reeling from the bag's return force. Su Chen instinctively took a few steps back, puzzled by her decision to invite him along if she did not want his assistance in training. As she pondered, Li Ruobing suddenly sprang into action, delivering a powerful punch toward the sandbag. Despite her delicate beauty, her movements were fierce and commanding, exuding a force akin to a roaring tiger. Boom, boom, boom. Her fists rained down upon the sandbag, sending ripples through the air as if it were being shaken by an unseen force. Each strike resonated with immense power. Su Chen, standing nearby, felt a chill run down his spine at the sound of the impacts. If such a punch were to land on a person, it would surely shatter bones. How terrifying! Asada ni bifani strak Su Chen. He understood why Sister Bing had invited him along. It was a gesture of intimidation, a warning that should he dare to disobey, his fate would mirror that of the sandbag. What a ruthless woman! Yet, this level of intimidation would not deter him. He had consumed a physical enhancement potion, and his current strength could rival that of a wild bull. Confidence gleamed in Su Chen's eyes as he continued to revel in the spectacle. It must be said that watching such a voluptuous beauty throw punches was truly a top-tier delight. With every punch she threw, her alluring figure swayed, captivating the gaze of men around her. Beads of sweat glistened on her skin, dampening her hair, while her white shirt clung to her body. Her porcelain shoulders were accentuated by the two slender black straps of her top, creating a striking visual contrast, particularly with her ultra-short denim shorts. Sister Bing's physique was undeniably sultry. However, she reserved such revealing attire for the confines of her home. When in public, she opted for more conservative, elegant ensembles that left little skin exposed. Even at industry banquets, she wore demure gowns that concealed her shoulders, embodying a style of grace and nobility. In contrast to those starlets who flaunted their bodies with scant fabric, Li Ruobing emerged as a breath of fresh air. Of course, despite her modest attire, her poise and beauty were beyond compare. Even in her aloofness, she shone as the brightest star at any event, gracing the covers of numerous media outlets. In the entertainment industry, where appearances reigned supreme, Sister Bing was simply mesmerizing. Whoever were to wed her would undoubtedly be the happiest man alive. It must be noted that Li Ruobing embodied Su Chen's aesthetic ideals. Her physique and visage perfectly aligned with his fantasies of femininity. Or perhaps, Su Chen's taste was sculpted by Li Ruobing's allure. Oh dear, his infatuation was growing increasingly severe, just as Su Chen found himself lost in thought. He witnessed Li Ruobing unleash a powerful punch. With a thunderous sound, the sandbag, weighing a hefty 80 pounds and constructed from durable composite fibers, exploded. This sandbag, known for its resilience, advertised to withstand 1,000 collisions with a bull, had been obliterated by this seemingly delicate beauty. The sight of such superhuman strength sent a jolt through Su Chen. Any lingering fantasies he harbored about Sister Bing were instantly quashed. Did he dare entertain thoughts of her? Such folly could cost him dearly, although he felt robust from the enhancement potion. Witnessing this display made it clear that Sister Bing could likely fell a bull with a single blow. The consequences of her fist landing on him were too dreadful to contemplate. Chapter 36. Sister Bing. A hug Su Chen had to concede. Li Ruobing's method of intimidation was remarkably effective. He turned to leave, but just as he did, her sultry voice called out, "Where do you think you're going?" Her melodious tone, typically delightful, now felt like a summons from a demon. Stiffening, Su Chen realized there was no escape. He could only turn back and offer her a smile. "Sister Bing, I thought I'd fetch you some water. I was concerned you might be thirsty." Li Ruobing pointed towards the side with her gloved hand, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Xiao Chuncheng, isn't there water here?" "Sister Bing, Su Chen replied awkwardly. "I didn't notice." Li Ruobing chose not to press further. Her gaze lingered on the shattered sandbag, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing her features as she remarked, "The quality of this sandbag is atrocious. I barely exerted myself, and it exploded." Su Chen's heart sank. "Barely exerted yourself?" The fear intensified. He had accompanied Li's father to purchase this sandbag, believing it to be the best on the market, which boasted that it could withstand 1,000 impact from a bull. This girl truly possessed extraordinary strength. Yet, she appeared so sweet and delicate, exuding an air of fragility that suggested a single punch would leave her in tears. In reality, however, a single punch from her could very well be fatal. As Li Ruobing descended from the ring, Su Chen rushed to her side. "Xiao Chuncheng, I'm thirsty," she announced, settling onto a nearby bench. Although she was glistening with perspiration, she showed no signs of fatigue. Indeed, after intimidating him, she was ready to assert her authority. "Wait here. I'll get you some water," Su Chen said, yielding to her command. He retrieved a thermos from the side and unscrewed the lid. Presenting it to her, he said, "Sister Bing here." Li Ruobing shot him a sultry glance, her damp eyes narrowing as she lamented, "Can't you see I'm wearing gloves? How can I drink?" Her tone, though reproachful, carried a playful undertone. At that moment, Su Chen's mind was still reeling from the shock of her earlier display of strength. All he could perceive was the palpable threat in her words. "Ah, feed me." Li Ruobing suddenly leaned closer, tilting her head at a 45-degree angle, parting her lips slightly to reveal her pearly white teeth and a delicate pink tongue that danced nervously, an utterly endearing sight. Su Chen is gazed darkant. Sister Bing's expression, a blend of innocence and allure, was overwhelmingly tempting. "Feed me." Noticing Su Chen's momentary hesitation, Li Ruobing gaze moved soured. "Oh, right away." Su Chen quickly regained his composure, crouching before her and carefully bringing the cup to her lips, cautiously feeding her the water. Li Ruobing glanced at him, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, feeling a touch of awkwardness. Had this silly brother been looking at her with that gaze, contemplating inappropriate thoughts? What a little rascal. Yet, she found herself quite enamored by it. Deep down, she wished he would be even bolder, to sweep her off her feet and make her pregnant with his child. She had even thought of names for the baby. What on earth was she thinking? Li Ruobing's face flushed deeper. Su Chen observed the flush on Li Ruobing's face and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Sister Bingbing, why are you blushing again?" After swallowing her drink, Li Ruobing shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Little Chun, it's all your fault." Su Chun felt aggrieved. He hadn't done anything wrong. So why was he being blamed? Though innocent, he refrained from arguing with her, for experience had taught him that disputing with Sister Bingbing yielded no favorable outcomes. Once she had finished her drink, he noticed a few droplets of water clinging to the corner of her mouth. Without a second thought, he reached out and wiped them away with his finger. The sudden contact sent a jolt through Li Ruobing's body, intensifying the already rosy hue of her cheeks, which now glimmered alluringly. "Little Chun, what are you doing?" Her eyes were filled with panic, and she felt an overwhelming shyness. Was it possible that her foolish little brother had succumbed to temptation? Was this the moment he would take advantage of her? But this wasn't a private room. Wouldn't it be too provocative? She wasn't prepared for such an encounter. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she pondered whether to close her eyes and await his advance. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Li Ruobing slowly shut her eyes, her heart a tumult of shyness and anticipation, a blend of emotions that was quite complex. Meanwhile, after wiping the droplets from her mouth, Su Chun capped the water bottle and glanced at her, perplexed. "Sister Bingbing, why have you closed your eyes? Are you tired?" Li Ruobing's feelings of shyness and anticipation evaporated in an instant, replaced by a surge of anger. She shot him a frosty glare, her expression filled with resentment. She had practically offered herself to him. Why wasn't he taking the initiative? Upon encountering the ferocity of her gaze, Su Chun was even more bewildered. Why did it seem that Sister Bingbing was dissatisfied with him? He hadn't done anything wrong. How strange. Setting the water bottle aside, he fought against the urge to flee under the intensity of her gaze, mustering the courage to help her remove her boxing gloves. Once she was free of them, Li Ruobing remained seated and called out, "Su Chun." Responding instinctively, he replied, "Sister Bingbing, I'm here." When she called him by name, it usually signaled that she was in a perilous mood. Was she finally going to unleash her wrath upon him? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Ruobing opened her arms wide and straightforwardly said, "Hug me." Su Chen's eyebrows jumped in surprise. What was Sister Bingbing up to? Noticing his bewildered expression, Li Ruobing felt a tinge of shyness and explained, "I'm tired and don't want to move." Understanding dawned upon him. So that was it. He had nearly misinterpreted her intentions. She simply wanted him to carry her because she was too lazy to move, treating him like a servant without any ulterior motives. As he stood there in a daze, Li Ruobing, her teeth clenched in frustration, threatened, "If you don't hug me, I'll chop off your hand." Here was this stunning beauty offering herself to him, and he was hesitating. Su Chun snapped back to reality, now convinced that her intentions were purely to exert her will over him. "Sister Bingbing, I will hug you," he exclaimed loudly. He then crouched down and swept Li Ruobing into his arms in a perfectly executed princess carry. She felt incredibly soft and light. Cradling her, he savored her delicate fragrance and asked, "Where shall I take you, Sister Bingbing?" As he inhaled, he couldn't help but wonder how, even when perspiring, she still smelled divine. "Let us head to the bathroom." Li Ruobing, content in his embrace, felt the rhythmic beating of his heart and found immense comfort in it. Having worked up a sweat, she longed for a shower. Chapter 37. The shadow at Su Chun's door in the dead of night. After her bath, Li Ruobing requested Su Chun to help dry her hair and even treated herself to a full-body massage at his hands, savoring the refreshing relief before finally retiring to bed. As Su Chun escorted her to her room, she contemplated ways to keep her foolish little brother by her side for the night. Wishing for his company as she often struggled with insomnia, haunted by dreams of her previous life as tragic accident. Yet, the previous night had been different. Sharing a bed with him had brought her an unparalleled sense of security. Just as she was concocting a plan, Su Chun placed her gently on the bed and hurriedly departed. "Good night, Sister Bingbing," he called as he left, moving with such swiftness as if the room were filled with malevolent spirits. "Why are you running away, you silly brother?" "I want tea bite." Li Ruobing bota. Her cheeks flushed, glaring at his retreating figure. In a fit of irritation, she raised her fist, ready to pound the bed to vent her frustration. But as she poised to strike, a thought crossed her mind, and her fist quickly retracted. "Ah, you silly brother." Li Ruobing rolled around on the bed in annoyance, her playful antics rendering her exceedingly adorable, completely devoid of her usual icy demeanor. After escaping from Li Ruobing's room, Su Chun's handsome face bore a triumphant expression. Truly, he was quite clever. Fortunately, he had made a swift exit. Otherwise, that little girl would have certainly coerced him into staying, subjecting him to her whims. Before long, Su Chun too felt the call of sleep. He entered the bathroom, ready to wash up before retiring for the night. The bathroom was spacious, still retaining the warmth and enticing aroma from Li Ruobing's recent hot shower. The centerpiece was an expansive bathtub, large enough for 2 adults. As Su-chan gazed at the lavish tub, he couldn't help but scoff internally. Sister Bingbing is truly extravagant. What does a girl need with such a large bathtub? Shaking his head, he marveled at the complexities of a woman's mind. Stripping off his clothes, he stood under the shower head, quickly rinsing off with cold water. Wow, my physique is truly magnificent. During his shower, he admired his sculpted abs and biceps, resembling a masterpiece from the Renaissance, each muscle line perfectly defined. He found himself momentarily entranced. His gaze drifted lower, and he noted with satisfaction that his physique had only grown stronger. Su-chan's shower was remarkably swift, completed in under 3 minutes. Once finished, he donned only a pair of shorts, towel drying his hair as he made his way to the living room to grab a bottle of water. With only himself and Li Ruobing in the villa, and her already tucked away in her room, he felt no need for caution, unbothered by the thought of being seen. What he didn't realize was that, within Li Ruobing's room, she had not yet retired for the night. Instead, she sat at the edge of her bed, knees drawn up, cradling a plush panda toy. Her cheeks were flushed, her exquisite and innocent face radiating a captivating allure as her shy yet excited gaze fixed upon the front. Before her hung an enormous projection screen, displaying a live feed from the villa's living room. Li Ruobing had installed a camera in the living room at an unknown time. On the expansive screen, a man clad solely in black boxer shorts lounged on the sofa, leisurely sipping from a bottle of mineral water. This man was strikingly handsome, his physique an epitome of perfection, resembling the golden ratio. As he drank, his alluring Adam's apple bobbed, and his abdominal muscles rippled beneath his skin, exuding an untamed virility, overflowing with male hormones. The camera's high-definition clarity, coupled with the vast screen, rendered every detail visible, even the fine hair on his body. How scandalous! Had this foolish younger brother intentionally appeared in the living room in such attire to entice her? Li Ruobing felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She covered her eyes with her hands, as if too shy to look. Yet, the gaps between her fingers were substantial, merely serving to shield her from loneliness. Her beautiful eyes remained wide open. This was too mortifying. Oh no, the fairy's eyes had been sullied. Li Ruobing was overwhelmed with shyness. In her bashfulness, she quietly reached for the remote control and pressed a few buttons to take screenshots. Su-chan lingered in the living room for barely over a minute before standing up to leave. Just as he intended to return to his room, he suddenly halted, gazing up at the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Did he just perceive a small red dot? Meanwhile, in her bedroom, Li Ruobing gazed at Su-chan's handsome face, captivated by his deep, enchanting eyes, and her heart raced with anxiety. Did the foolish younger brother discover the camera? What should she do? If he found out about the camera's existence, would he think she was a pervert? She was certainly not a pervert. The installation of the camera was solely for the purpose of preventing theft in the villa, not for voyeuristic intentions. She was a pure and virtuous fairy, after all. Li Ruobing pressed her hand to her chest, feeling as though her heart might leap from her chest. Fortunately, Su-chan merely glanced around before withdrawing his gaze. Li Ruobing exhaled in relief. She lethargically collapsed onto her bed, burying her face in the soft pillow. What should she do? She truly liked him. At that moment, Su-chan returned to his own room. He had been momentarily bewitched, having thought for a fleeting instant that the red dot was indeed a camera. However, as soon as this thought flickered across his mind, he dismissed it. Why would Bingbing install a camera in the living room? It seemed he not only had that peculiar fixation, but also a paranoia of being watched. Back in his room, after drying his hair, Su-chan shed the last vestiges of restraint from his body and flopped back onto the soft bed. The sensation of lying back and relaxing was indescribably delightful. For someone like him, a lazy fish reclining on the bed was akin to a fish returning to water. Just as he was about to succumb to slumber, a sudden thought struck him. He hurriedly leapt up from the bed and locked his bedroom door. Li Ruobing had a tendency to sleepwalk. He needed to be cautious. Otherwise, he might very well meet his demise in his dreams. After securing the door and confirming his safety, Su-chan returned to his bed. Alone on the soft mattress, he felt a sense of emptiness, which led him to reminisce about the comforting feeling of holding Li Ruobing in his arms while sleeping the previous night. The sensation of having her soft form nestled against him was truly nostalgic. Why did he feel inexplicably lonely? This was indeed a malady, though slightly unaccustomed. He closed his eyes as fatigue washed over him, and soon slipped into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, a shadow appeared at Su-chan's door, a figure with waist-length hair. In the dim light, she resembled a ghostly apparition from a horror film. The shadow lingered at the threshold, extending a hand to grasp the doorknob, pulling it forcefully, only to discover that the door was locked from within. This realization soured her mood. She stomped her foot and bit her lip in a sulky manner. This foolish younger brother, why did he lock the door at night? Was he guarding against thieves? This was the most upscale villa district, with security personnel being well-paid veterans, ensuring a particularly tight defense. Not a single mosquito could penetrate the premises, let alone a thief. She herself never locked her door at night. Why was he so paranoid? Suddenly, the shadow turned and returned to her room, rummaging through her drawer until she unearthed the key. Armed with the key, she returned to Su Chen's door and inserted it into the lock. The key fit perfectly. Once inserted, the door clicked open. As Li Ruobing saw the door swing ajar, a triumphant smile graced her face. Oof. A younger brother would always be a younger brother. She stealthily entered, moving with utmost care, afraid to make a sound. Although she was in her own home, her actions felt akin to those of a thief. The room was dimly lit, making it hard to see, yet Li Ruobing was already well acquainted with this space. She quietly approached, skillfully climbing onto Su Chen's bed. Lifting the corner of the blanket, she slipped beneath it like a mischievous little kitten. The thrill was intoxicating. At this moment, Su Chen was in a deep, restful slumber. His lips curled into a satisfied smile, as if lost in a delightful dream. Indeed, he was dreaming. In his dream, he was engrossed in a game of chicken dinner. Feeling exceptionally skilled as he took on a solo squad, he leaped into a luxurious mansion at the start of the game, and inexplicably felt invincible. His reflexes were razor-sharp, as if he had honed them for a century. Emerging alive from the mansion, he had already claimed 20 lives. The game had barely begun, yet his kill count was approaching that of 30 matches in reality. Su Chen's confidence soared. He patrolled the map in a vehicle, effortlessly dispatching foes at every turn. He felt like a divine being descended to earth. As he reached the final circle, the upper right corner of the screen revealed that only 2 players remained. Besides himself, only 1 player was left. Su Chen brimmed with confidence. This match was his for the taking. He had already eliminated 50 opponents, and 90% of the players on the map had fallen to his prowess. Had he activated the cheat? No. Su Chen's keen eyes scanned the computer screen, searching for the final player. His gaze locked onto a bush, where a character without skin lay oblivious to his approach. Su Chen chaked these danfidi. This must be a novice, a truly inept one. He was certain of his victory. However, simply winning without flair was uninteresting. Today, he would teach this novice a lesson. He silently drew out a frying pan. Do not inquire why Su Chen is so well-informed. He advanced quietly towards the novice hidden in the bushes. The newcomer appeared remarkably foolish, oblivious to his presence despite being so close, as if he were not wearing headphones. A sinister glint flickered in Su Chen's eyes as he brandished a frying pan, poised to strike. At that very moment, the character concealed in the grass suddenly pivoted towards him. In that instant, Su Chen beheld the visage of the game character, a female figure, whose stunning beauty captivated him. Yet, instead of awe, an involuntary tremor coursed through his body. This was sheer horror. The face he beheld belonged to Li Ruobing. Little Chen, may I kiss your lips? The character bearing Li Ruobing's likeness suddenly flashed an exaggerated grin at Su Chen, a smile so grotesque it could not possibly belong to a mere game character. It was particularly eerie, sending shivers down his spine. Could be haunted. Su Chen's hand trembled around the mouse, his body ice-cold from head to toe. Li Ruobing, you ghost. Stay away from me. In his nightmare, Su Chen was terrified, letting out a piercing scream. Meanwhile, in reality, as Li Ruobing nestled under her covers, preparing for slumber, an unexpected thought struck her. Propping herself up, she leaned closer, intently scrutinizing Su Chen's face, fixating on his lips. Her gaze grew profound, and she could not suppress a swallow. How she longed to kiss him. After all, her silly little brother was fast asleep, and she could do as she pleased. With this thought, a bashful smile spread across Li Ruobing's face as she inched closer to Su Chen. The proximity heightened her racing heart, thumping wildly within her chest. How exhilarating, how thrilling, how she adored this. Just as their lips were about to meet, the previously soundly sleeping Su Chen suddenly awoke with a look of sheer terror, gasping and shouting. Li Ruobing, you ghost. Stay away from me. As he screamed, Su Chen's eyes flew open, jolted awake. Bathed in moonlight, he recognized his familiar room, realizing he had not been gaming. Phew, it was merely a nightmare. Su Chen exhaled in relief, drenched in a cold sweat. He turned to switch on a light, intending to splash some water on his face, but at that very moment, he caught sight of a dark figure with disheveled hair approaching him from the shadows. It resembled a female ghost poised to siphon his vitality. A ghost. Shaken to the core, Su Chen was startled anew by the sight before him. His body sprang from the bed, flinging off the covers as he attempted to flee. The horror was too intense. He stumbled and fell to the floor. At this moment, Su Chen was entirely bare. He stared in dread at the shadow on the bed. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing lay on the bed, her beautiful face frozen in shock. Woo-woo. Does little Chen truly fear me so? Does he loathe me so? He calls me a ghost. Li Ruobing had never felt so aggrieved. She was indifferent to how others perceived her, but Su Chen's opinion mattered deeply to her. All she wished was to kiss him, yet he was terrified, recoiling from her, insisting she was a ghost, and to keep her distance. How unjust! Unable to bear such humiliation, thinking that her Su Chen might dislike her, her heart ached, making it hard to breathe. Her eyes stung, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. Woo-woo, woo, you nasty little brother, how dare you bully me, woo-woo. Li Ruobing burst into tears, looking utterly pitiful and wronged. Meanwhile, Su Chen, sprawled on the floor, was momentarily frozen, puzzled by how the ghostly sobs echoed those of Li Ruobing, the little girl. He turned on the light, and upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably Li Ruobing. Had he made Sister Bingbing cry? Realization dawned upon him, and it felt as if the sky were collapsing. His heart ached as if pierced by 1,000 arrows. Chapter 39, Sister Bingbing's Confession. Seeing Li Ruobing in tears, Su Chen's heart was heavy with conflicting emotions. Although he was genuinely 3 years younger than Li Ruobing, his emotional maturity surpassed hers significantly. He had witnessed her transformation from a delicate little girl into an exquisite beauty. The girl next door had blossomed. Li Ruobing had always been strong-willed, even more resilient than many boys. In her childhood, she was mischievous and often got hurt. Whether she scraped her skin or faced other minor injuries, she rarely cried or shed tears. At times, Su Chen thought she might lack tear ducts altogether. Thus, witnessing her cry now left a profound impact on him. So she too could weep. A revelation struck him. Sister Bingbing was also a girl. No matter how strong and formidable she appeared, she was ultimately an ordinary girl, capable of feeling hurt and injustice. Rising from the floor, he quickly donned a pair of pants, leaving his upper body bare, and approached Li Ruobing, who was still weeping on the bed. Sister Bingbing, please do not cry. It was my fault. I should not have frightened you. His earlier intense reaction must have startled her. Li Ruobing sat on the bed, her delicate frame trembling like a lone boat adrift on the waves, appearing so weak and pitiable, utterly alone. Witnessing this, the pangs of sadness in Su Chen's heart intensified. Without a second thought, driven purely by instinct, he knelt on the bed and enveloped Li Ruobing's fragile form in his embrace, hoping to console her. Boo-boo, Su Chen, do not touch me. I despise you. She protested. How dare you bully me? I hate you the most, little Chen Chen. You are a bad person. Always picking on your sister Bingbing, woo-woo. Cradled in his arms, she felt his familiar scent, a source of comfort. Yet the thought that he might not harbor feelings for her, that another girl could one day occupy this embrace, leaving her without a place, filled her heart with even greater sorrow and helplessness. Little Chen Chen had been a significant part of her life. He was the first person she saw upon his birth, the first with whom she bathed, and the first she kissed. Even when he started kindergarten, it was she who took him there. So many of his first experiences were shared with her. Su Chen occupied a substantial portion of her life. If a day came when he rejected her, what would she do? Contemplating this possibility shattered all her tough, prickly defenses in that moment, leaving her vulnerable and exposed. She cried even harder, struggling as if throwing a tantrum. If he truly despised her, why embrace her? Su Chen, let go of me. Do not hold me. Li Ruobing protesta, thrashing about in emotional turmoil. At this moment, Su Chen was utterly earnest, his arms firmly encircling Li Ruobing with unwavering determination. Sister Bingbing, as long as you stop crying, I will let you go. In this instance, Su Chen exhibited a resolute strength, mentally prepared to endure any punishment rather than release her. If he were to let her go, she would be left alone, crying. How profoundly lonely that would be. Let go. Li Ruobing continued to struggle. Su Chen held her tightly, his resolve unyielding. Woo, just bully me, will you? After a moment of struggle, Li Ruobing seemed to lose her strength and could no longer resist. She buried her head in Su Chen's embrace, continuing to cry in a state of utter distress. Her tears fell upon her skin, burning hot, as if they could sear through his flesh and ignite the very depths of his heart. Observing Li Ruobing sobbing softly in his arms, Su Chen felt that if he could cease her tears, he would not hesitate to offer his life without a second thought. Cradling her, Su Chen's emotions were tumultuous. He yearned to comfort her, but was at a loss for words. In his past life, and this one, he had never consoled a girl, leaving him devoid of experience. After a prolonged silence, he found the words, his voice instinctively lowering, resonating with a gentle timbre. Sister Bingbing, I truly did not mean to frighten you. It was a nightmare that caused my reaction. Lacking experience in comforting women, he could only apologize, hoping that she might strike or scold him. As long as she ceased her tears, he simply could not bear to see her cry. He would rather endure her relentless teasing and see her wear a fierce, devilish smile than witness her tears. Tears were incongruous with her regal, commanding persona. The gentler Su Chen's voice became, the more intense Li Ruobing's sense of grievance. Would he, in the future, offer such tender comfort to other girls? You despise me, she whimpered in accusation. Su Chen was perplexed, responding in bewilderment, Sister Bingbing. I would never despise you. How could I? He was terrified. Xiao Chuncheng, please don't leave me. Don't abandon me alone. I'm so scared. Feeling the tremors of the little one in his arms, Su Chen's heart ached painfully in response. He hurriedly reassured her, Sister Bingbing, we are family, childhood sweethearts. I will never abandon you. Rest assured. But you do despise me. Xiao Chuncheng, I like you so much, and yet you still despise me. You are truly wicked. Listening to her lament, Su Chen felt as though his heart had momentarily ceased to beat. The world around him seemed to fall silent, time itself frozen. Did Sister Bingbing truly say she liked him? Was he mistaken? His throat tightened painfully, each word becoming a struggle, and he incredulously asked Sister Bingbing, what did you just say? Li Ruobing buried her head deeper into his embrace, mumbled in discontent, I said I like you. Are you deaf? Her tone grew increasingly agitated. Su Chen stood in stunned silence. He hadn't misheard. Sister Bingbing indeed had expressed her affection. But what kind of affection was it? Was it the love of a sister for a brother, the bond of family, or that of a woman for a man? Was this some kind of prank? Su Chen's heart was in turmoil, unable to find peace. Could Sister Bingbing's feelings for him be romantic? The prospect stirred both anticipation and a hint of fear within him. What if it were not? The mere thought plunged his spirits into despair. Sister Bingbing, what type of affection do you hold for me? Is it love or familial affection? Su Chen could not suppress his inquiry. This was of utmost significance to him. If Sister Bingbing truly liked him in a romantic sense, he would embrace his fate, no matter how dire. Yet, Li Ruobing offered no clear answer, only her steady breathing. Lowering his gaze, Su Chen cautiously turned her small face, nestled against his chest, to find her eyes closed in slumber. Her exquisite, beautiful visage bore traces of tears, evoking a profound sense of pity and tenderness. She had truly fallen asleep. Sister Bingbing? Su Chen called gently, but she remained unresponsive, lost in deep sleep. How could she drift off at such a pivotal moment? This little girl, truly a tormentor from his past life, had come to make his current life a trial. Her earlier words had stirred his heart, yet she slept soundly. What a heartless little creature. Despite his exasperation, his gaze was filled with affection. He called her name a few more times, but upon seeing her unresponsive state, he refrained from waking her. She had finally found respite from her tears. Awakening her might lead to another bout of crying, and he truly had no idea how to console her. He would ask her tomorrow, after gently laying Li Ruobing on the bed. Su Chen rose slightly to turn off the lamp. He then lay beside her, unable to resist the urge to pull the fragrant, soft beauty into his embrace. The satisfaction of holding her was unparalleled, an addiction of its own. Even if he had amassed countless riches, nothing could compare to the happiness of this moment. Good night, Su Chen murmured as he placed a soft kiss upon her, then closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. They say that it takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat and 1,000 years to share a bed. Happiness is, in truth, quite simple. It is having someone to hold you close during slumber, ensuring you do not feel lonely through the long, dark night. Chapter 40. Hee hee. Sister Bingbing is going to take wedding photos. Su Chen's room, bathed in sunlight, featured a floor-to-ceiling window. It was now around 8 or 9 in the morning, and warm sunlight streamed in, illuminating the entwined figures of a man and a woman on the bed. The couple, locked in an embrace, appeared exceedingly intimate. The handsome young man and the stunning beauty complemented each other perfectly, resembling celestial beings. The girl, possessing an enchanting and pure beauty, seemed to be in discomfort as she slightly furrowed her brow before gradually opening her bewildered eyes. In an instant, her beautiful gaze transformed from confusion to an icy demeanor, as if she had an inherently aloof disposition. Yet in the next moment, upon noticing the boy so close at hand, all traces of her chill vanished. A smile graced her lips as her eyes lingered on his handsome face, filled with infatuation and shyness, her heart swelling with sweetness. However, recalling her behavior from the previous night, her flawless cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. How humiliating. This was so incongruous with her persona. She had never imagined she could cry like an ordinary girl. How incredibly shy she felt. However, the sight of her foolish younger brother, embracing her tightly last night and refusing to let go, exuded an undeniable masculine charm that enveloped her with a profound sense of security. Surely, he must harbor feelings for her, right? If he didn't, then why would he hold on to a girl in such a manner? And if he didn't care for her, what could possibly possess him to declare that he would never abandon her? She had confessed her feelings last night. Surely, her foolish younger brother must have understood her intentions. Yet, after that confession, she found herself utterly exhausted, despite her desire to remain awake. His intoxicating scent enveloped her like a hypnotic spell, lulling her into a deep slumber before she knew it. She could only wonder what thoughts swirled in his mind upon hearing her confession. But perhaps it was for the best that she had fallen asleep. Remaining awake would have left her at a loss on how to confront him after such an intimate encounter. The memory of her face pressed against his firm, warm chest was enough to make her feel as though she might melt away. Li Ruobing initially intended to seize the moment while her foolish younger brother was still asleep to stealthily depart from his room, lest they face an awkward situation upon his awakening. However, her gaze fell upon Su Chen's face, and she found herself unable to look away. He was undeniably handsome. His features, his strikingly defined contours, even his solitary mole at the corner of his eye, were all perfect, each detail aligning perfectly with her aesthetic. She had watched him grow from a small child into the strong, handsome young man he had become. Vague memories of his quiet demeanor as a child, where he rarely cried or fussed, made her wonder if he might have been slightly simple-minded. She even recalled an incident where she had playfully flicked his forehead to coax a cry from him. It was a distant memory, but her exceptional memory allowed her to recall it vividly, especially since it was quite an absurd occurrence. Li Ruobing's gaze drifted downward, tracing his features to his jawline, and then to his sculpted abdomen, adorned with 8 well-defined muscles. She continued lower, but he wore black pants, obscuring her view. Her eyes lingered, her thoughts seemingly wandering. As her cheeks grew increasingly flushed, though she had merely stolen a glance the previous night, the impression it left was indelible. Her foolish younger brother had truly matured, transforming into someone entirely different from the boy she once knew, almost to the point of being intimidating. Oh dear, Li Ruobing, what preoccupations are swirling in your mind? She felt as though she were losing her sanity. Was she truly so impatient? After so many years of remaining single, never once interested in matters of the heart, why had her rebirth ignited such fantasies? Just as Li Ruobing was lost in her thoughts, her cheeks ablaze and her gaze dreamy, Su Chan gradually opened his eyes. Upon noticing that he was waking, she quickly reacted, lying down and shutting her eyes, feigning sleep. She had no choice but to play the fool. Otherwise, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Su Chan blinked, still hazy from sleep, momentarily unsure of what he saw before him. Was it an illusion? He wondered briefly, but his attention was swiftly captured by the enchanting beauty beside him. While Li Ruobing slept, she exuded an aura of tranquility akin to the misty rains of Jiangnan, calming even the most restless heart. Her exquisite features and skin, delicate as silk, rendered her truly breathtaking. As he gazed, an impulsive urge to caress her youthful, collagen-rich face overtook him. However, just as he prepared to act, Li Ruobing stirred. Stretching languidly, her movements were captivating, and her voice, soft as a cherished melody, resembled that of a regal kitten. She let out a satisfied little sound, having enjoyed a profoundly restful sleep. Su Chan immediately halted his intentions. That thought had been dangerously reckless. He managed to don a perfect smile as he greeted her. Good morning, Bingbing Jia. Li Ruobing rubbed her eyes, appearing slightly disoriented. She surveyed her surroundings with a puzzled expression before turning to him with genuine bewilderment. Xiao Chuncheng, how did I end up in your room? On your bed? Upon witnessing her perplexed expression, Su Chan felt a wave of dread wash over him. It was just as he had feared. Her sleepwalking had led her into his room once more. This was not the first occurrence. Each time she sleepwalked to unfamiliar places, she would awaken with no recollection of her nighttime escapades. Bingbing Jia, you came to my room on your own accord last night, he explained. Oh, she replied with an air of nonchalance. It seems my sleepwalking has flared up again. She avoided his gaze, fidgeting slightly, though Su Chan remained oblivious to this subtle detail. Hey, how can you be so composed? You just woke up in the bed of an adult man. Li Ruobing lifted the covers as if nothing were amiss, preparing to turn and leave. Though her steps appeared calm, a keen observer would note the urgency in her stride. Su Chan was left in stunned silence. Was this it? Had she completely forgotten what she had said the previous night? Bingbing Jia, do you recall what you did last night? Her confession. Li Ruobing paused in her tracks. Was he about to bring up her tearful admission? Could he not spare a fairy her dignity? You know, Xiao Chuncheng, whenever my sleepwalking kicks in, I have no recollection of my actions, she stated, maintaining her calm facade. Indeed, you are quite the vexing little enchantress. You tease without taking responsibility. Su Chan felt his affections for her intensifying at an alarming rate. It was becoming increasingly apparent to him that he harbored feelings for her. But were those feelings romantic or familial? just as he had always considered her family. Having watched her grow up, he felt an unsettling mix of paternal instinct and desire. The realization that his feelings had shifted was terrifying. She was like a daughter to him. This was a transformation of affection. Li Ruobing gazed at Su Chen with a curious expression and slowly replied, "Little Chen, in my heart, you are undoubtedly my closest family." They had indeed registered their marriage. As intimately connected spouses, they naturally shared the bond of the closest family. Su Chen, is the closest family merely a younger brother? Had she truly overthought this? How naive of her! A chill ran through her heart. Without waiting for Su Chen to respond, Li Ruobing turned and exited the room, her delicate face flushed. This silly younger brother had called her name, deliberately engaging her in conversation. Was he attempting to seduce her? He was clad only in his bare skin, revealing a robust upper body, exuding a strong masculine aura. What a mischievous younger brother. Once Li Ruobing finished her morning routine and emerged from her room, Su Chen had already prepared breakfast. They sat together, enjoying their meal. As they neared the end of their breakfast, Li Ruobing remarked, "Little Chen, by the way, today is Friday. We need to return home to accompany Dad and Mom." Su Chen appeared somewhat distracted as he ate. Despite the fact that it was all his favorite food, at that moment, he seemed devoid of appetite. Su Chen was not surprised by Li Ruobing's affectionate address. She had always referred to her parents this way since childhood. Meanwhile, his own parents had always cherished her as their beloved daughter, leaving him feeling like an unwanted stray. Su Chen nodded. "Sister Bingbing, I shall continue to wait for you at our usual spot." Each weekend, he and Li Ruobing would return to spend time with their parents. A journey that required a 2-hour flight. Li Ruobing glanced at her phone, seemingly checking her schedule, and then said to Su Chen, "I have a commercial shoot today. You must come to pick me up after your class." Hearing that Li Ruobing wanted him to pick her up, Su Chen found it strange. "Sister Bingbing, haven't we always met at the airport?" Noticing Su Chen's apparent reluctance, Li Ruobing immediately adopted a stern demeanor. "I don't care. You must be there today. After your morning class, I expect to see you at the shooting location before 2 o'clock. Her command was exceedingly domineering, reminiscent of an aloof and assertive CEO. Su Chen, still lacking enthusiasm and seemingly preoccupied, responded softly, "Yes, I will definitely arrive before 2 to pick you up." Li Ruobing scrutinized Su Chen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with mischief and anticipation. The truth was, she insisted he come to the shoot because today she was filming a promotional advertisement for a wedding dress brand. After breakfast, Su Chen bid farewell to Li Ruobing and left the villa. In the living room, Li Ruobing observed his retreating figure, a puzzled look crossing her face. Why did her silly younger brother seem so listless today? Logically, after such a bold confession from her, he should have felt elated. Yet, upon waking, he had appeared downcast, his countenance resembling that of a heartbroken individual. Did her confession trouble him? Did he not harbor feelings for her? The mere thought of this possibility infuriated Li Ruobing. This was her third confession, and yet this insufferable younger brother remained unresponsive. What more could she do? Would she really have to resort to tying him to the bed and taking matters into her own hands? She possessed her own sense of pride. Meanwhile, Su Chen exited the villa and boarded a bus, choosing a seat at the back by the window, staring vacantly at the bustling street outside. The bus became increasingly crowded. "Young man, could you please give this elderly lady your seat?" A voice broke through his reverie, asking if he could yield his seat. "Oh sure," he replied, coming to his senses and noticing the bus filled with people, with an elderly lady standing beside him. "Grandma, please take a seat," he immediately offered. "No need, dear. I'm still quite healthy," the elderly lady replied, shaking her head. Although she was hunched over, she could still stand. Su Chen stood up, holding onto the handrail. "Grandma, you must sit. How can I let you stand while I'm a young man? You seem a bit downcast. Have you experienced a heartbreak?" The elderly lady remarked. "Isn't that obvious?" Su Chen replied, surprised. Just then, a burly bald man squeezed past, shoving the elderly lady aside as he proclaimed, "If you aren't sitting, then I will." "Be careful, Grandma." Su Chen quickly reacted, catching the elderly lady before she fell. Had he not been swift, she would have surely tumbled. After steadying her, he glared at the muscular bald man, his expression darkening. That seat was reserved for the elderly lady. The bald man, unimpressed, sat down, clad in a tank top that showcased his muscles and tattoos, exuding an intimidating presence. "This is my seat now. What business is it of yours?" He sneered at Su Chen, who appeared to be a slender young man. "Don't worry, dear, I'm fine. I can stand for a while," the elderly lady reassured Su Chen. However, he chose not to engage further and instead extended a hand towards the bald man. "Oh, you think you can play the hero?" The bald man laughed, extending his own hand. Their hands clasped together. The bald man's smug expression shifted to one of agony in an instant. It hurts, it hurts." His hand felt as if it were caught in a vice, the bones nearly crushed. He looked at Su-chan in fear, unable to fathom how this seemingly delicate young man possessed such strength. Yield, yield, the bald man gasped, hastily rising to relinquish his seat. Su-chan finally released his grip. "You've got some nerve." The bald man spat before departing at the next stop. "What rotten luck. All because of that insufferable brat. He wouldn't be able to work today." Standing at the bus stop, he glanced at his sore hand, realizing he likely wouldn't be able to work that morning. Just as he contemplated leaving, two uniformed officers approached him. Click. A silver handcuff was fastened around his wrist. "Zhang Tianba, you are suspected of multiple thefts. Please come with us." The bald man was left dumbfounded. It was all that insufferable brat's fault. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten off the bus. Su-chan arrived at school via bus and directly headed to his classroom. Along the way, he noticed many people casting astonished and curious glances his way, as if they were beholding a celebrity. However, consumed by his own melancholic thoughts, he paid little mind to their attention and proceeded to his class. During the lesson, he found himself unable to absorb any of the teacher's lecture, his mind tangled in turmoil, tangled in her feelings for him. Li Ruobing is left to ponder whether her affection is familial or romantic. Simultaneously, she grapples with her own feelings for Li Ruobing, questioning whether this is merely a fleeting infatuation. It seems he ought to consult a psychologist. Su-chan speeches Deutscheth. Third-rate composer. "Hello, Dr. Shui. Do you have a moment? I would like to discuss my condition with you." In the villa, Li Ruobing is engrossed in her drawing, meticulously sketching a handsome young man. One of her two phones on the table suddenly rings with a distinctive notification. She sets down her brush, a sly smile playing on her lips, and begins to type. Emotional expert Shui. "Good morning, Mr. Su. I am available now and would be delighted to hear your thoughts." Third-rate composer. "Dr. Shui, there's a woman in my life, my childhood friend, who has tormented me throughout our upbringing. I have developed a psychological trauma around her. Yet recently, I find myself drawn to her. I am uncertain whether this is affection or a malady, as I've always regarded her as family." Emotional expert Shui. Third-rate composer. Emotional expert Shui. "Mr. Su, I am merely taken aback by your experience. I meant no offense." Third-rate composer. "Dr. Shui, there's another matter that troubles me. It seems that the girl has developed feelings for me. Just last night, she confessed, albeit in a rather ambiguous manner." Emotional expert Shui. Third-rate composer. "As I mentioned, our emotions previously resembled those of family. Thus, when she confessed, I was unsure whether her affection stemmed from familial love or romantic interest. The distinction is significant." Third-rate composer. "This morning I inquired about my place in her heart, to which she responded that I am her closest family member." Third-rate composer. "Dr. Shui, I fear I may be deluding myself. Perhaps she regards me solely as family. Does this indicate I am suffering from delusions or Stockholm Syndrome?" Emotional expert Shui. In the villa, Li Ruobing glares at the phone, her teeth clenched in frustration. How infuriating. This insufferable brother has completely disregarded her confession and misinterpreted her intentions. When she spoke of family, she clearly meant a spousal bond. The ignorance is astounding. Calm down, stay composed, and continue to lure him in. Chapter 42. Su-chan. I have feelings for Li Ruobing. The psychological consultation continues. Emotional expert Shui. "Mr. Su, let us first address the primary question. Do you genuinely like this girl?" Third-rate composer. "All right." Emotional expert Shui. "Mr. Su, may I ask if this girl is attractive?" Third-rate composer. "Objectively speaking, she is exceptionally beautiful. She's the most stunning girl I have ever encountered, undoubtedly the most beautiful in the world, bar none." Within the villa, Li Ruobing's eyes sparkle with excitement upon reading this text. My silly brother is complimenting her. Countless have praised her beauty, and she has long since become desensitized to such flattery. Yet, hearing him declare her the most beautiful girl makes her heart flutter uncontrollably. Let him continue to woo his ice sister. Ah, how delightful. Breathe. Emotional expert Shui. "Mr. Su, please use some words to praise the beauty of this girl." Third-rate composer. "Dr. Shui, does this relate to whether I like this girl?" Emotional expert Shui. "Do not question my professionalism." Su-chan awkwardly rubs his nose, involuntarily conjuring the image of Li Ruobing in his mind. Her ethereal beauty, her devilishly alluring figure, etched vividly into his memory. Third-rate composer. Fish sink in shame, and the moon hides in embarrassment. Emotional expert Shui. Third-rate composer. Essentially, her beauty is such that even fish shy away and sink to the depths. Geese fall from the sky at the sight of her loveliness, and even the moon, upon witnessing her, retreats in shame, while blooming flowers close up in her presence. Within the villa, Li Ruobing's cheeks flush a deep crimson as she gazes at her phone screen, a look of rapture gracing her features. She murmurs, "Fish sink in shame, and the moon hides in embarrassment." What beautiful idioms. My silly brother truly knows how to flatter me. Does he really cherish me that much? Has he been so captivated by my beauty that he created these expressions? I must mean something significant to him. Ah, this silly brother is full of surprises. Such exquisite idioms, rich in meaning, must have taken him considerable thought to devise. Surely, when contemplating these phrases, his mind was filled with my image. One could not conjure such beautiful, heartfelt expressions without being deeply in love. It appears he holds a profound affection for me. Moreover, this silly brother, so unassuming, is a hidden literary genius, possessing remarkable literary prowess. The poetry and phrases he has crafted could easily be considered timeless classics. Emotional expert Shui, Mr. Su. These idioms are truly exquisite. Third-rate composer. The natives of parallel worlds are so sheltered. They have never experienced the world. Third-rate composer. Dr. Shui. Is this truly a malady I'm suffering from? Emotional expert Shui. Mr. Su, I must ask you a few more questions. Third-rate composer. Go ahead. Curious expert Shui. When you are with her, do your eyes involuntarily gravitate towards her? Third-rate composer. Yes, I'm always drawn to her. My gaze is captivated by her every move, perhaps because she is simply too beautiful. Emotional expert Shui. When you have intimate contact with her, does your heart race? Third-rate composer. Indeed, my heart feels as though it might leap from my chest, though I believe this stems more from my trepidation. Emotional expert Shui. Emotional expert Shui. Before you sleep, do you think of her? Does she appear in your dreams? Third-rate composer. Yes. I think of her before I sleep, as I must prepare for her possible ambush. She does appear in my dreams, but they are nightmares. Emotional expert Shui. Li Ruobing glares at her phone screen in exasperation. Is this insufferable brother deliberately trying to provoke her? What does she have to fear? She has been nothing but gentle and considerate towards him, satisfying his every whim. And yet he dares to be afraid of her? This is infuriating. Unable to contain herself, Li Ruobing slams her fist on the table. Boom! The expensive wooden table, worth thousands, suddenly cracks, the fissures rapidly spreading, and the entire table collapses with a resounding crash. Li Ruobing, now suspicious of the merchant's integrity. Emotional expert Shui. Mr. Su, based on my assessment, you are undoubtedly unwell. Third-rate composer. Really? Am I truly unwell? How delightful. Emotional expert Shui. What are you so excited about, you silly brother? Emotional expert Shui. Mr. Su, you are indeed afflicted, and the diagnosis is love. Third-rate composer. Emotional expert Shui. To put succinctly, you are undoubtedly enamored with that beautiful, gentle, and considerate young lady. Third-rate composer. Is that true? Emotional expert Shui. Please do not question my professional expertise. Thank you. Emotional expert Shui. Mr. Su, try to imagine, if your girlfriend were dining and sleeping with another man, what would your first reaction be? Third-rate composer. I would find a way to eliminate that man. Emotional expert Shui. This is the most direct evidence of your affection. You feel jealousy because you like her. Third-rate composer. I feel like a father figure. I have always viewed her as a daughter. Emotional expert Shui. Meow, meow, meow. Emotional expert Shui. Mr. Su, you are certainly smitten with that girl. Now, repeat to yourself 100 times, I like so-and-so. Su Chen began to chant in his mind. Ilikali Ryubing, Ilikali Ryubing, Ilikali Ryubing, Ilikali Ryubing, Ilikali Ryubing. After completing the 100 repetitions, emotional expert Shui. Mr. Su, what is the first thought that now occupies your mind? Su Chan typed instinctively, his fingers moving without conscious thought, and sent a message. Third-rate composer. I like Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing's delicate, fair hand trembled slightly at that moment. Is this a confession? How sweet. This silly brother actually likes me? I'm so thrilled I could burst into fireworks. Chapter 43. She is the salvation in his heart. Su Chan gazed at the message he had sent, and after a few seconds, he realized what he had done and hurriedly tried to retract it. Then he cautiously typed, Third-rate composer, Dr. Shui. You haven't seen anything, right? Emotional expert Shui. Mr. Su, I'm afraid I have seen it all. Emotional expert Shui. You see, I was right. You do like her. When I posed that question, your immediate thought was indeed that. Third-rate composer. ISNT this brainwashing? If you repeat something 100 times, your first reaction will naturally be that same phrase. Su Chan was concerned that the name Ruobing might have revealed too much. Would the other party think anything of it? Would she and Ruobing know each other? The silence from the other end indicated that emotional expert Shui seemed to sense his worries. Emotional expert Shui, Mr. Su. We are a professional team, and the privacy of our patients is our utmost priority, so rest assured, our conversation will remain confidential between us. Third-rate composer. True. If you dare to disclose my secrets, I will bring you to justice. Emotional expert Shui. Boo-hoo-hoo. Third-rate composer. Don't act cute with me. I have no interest in adorable girls. Inside the villa, Li Ruobing gazed at her phone screen. A gentle smile, gracing her lips as the murderous intent in her eyes gradually faded. It seems this silly brother has some awareness. If he dared to flirt with other girls behind her back, she would have to sever his hands and feet. Meanwhile, far away at school, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by the Grim Reaper. Could it be that Ruobing was cursing him again? Su Chen continued typing. Third-rate composer. Dr. Shui, are you certain that what I feel is truly love? Emotional expert Shui, absolutely love. And you like her to the point of being hopelessly smitten. Emotional expert Shui, Mr. Su, as a man, you must confront your true feelings rather than using illness as an excuse. You must bravely embrace love. Third-rate composer. Observing these words, Su Chen fell into silence. The other party was indeed a professional psychologist, having hit upon his sore spot. He was indeed evading his feelings for Li Ruobing. Although Su Chen appeared to be a sunny and handsome young man, deep within, he was somewhat reclusive. This was rooted in the insecurities of his soul. In his past life, Su Chen was an orphan. His parents had passed away when he was young, leaving him to fend for himself while studying and scavenging for scrap to survive. In his previous existence, Su Chen struggled academically due to a lack of focus, barely managing to scrape through to a bachelor's degree. Upon entering university, while his peers were engrossed in romantic relationships, he toiled under the scorching sun, juggling multiple part-time jobs. Did he have hopes for love back then? Certainly. Yet, at that time, he could barely afford his tuition with student loans, leaving him no standing to pursue romance. In his past life, he was as handsome as he was now, and many female classmates wrote him love letters since high school. However, due to his family circumstances, he ignored the confessions from these girls. Although he developed feelings for one or two, he understood that he lacked the means to pursue a relationship. As a destitute orphan, what could he offer? Even if the girls did not mind him, their parents would certainly disapprove of their daughters associating with a penniless, unanchored man. Though he felt inferior, he also possessed a formidable sense of pride. During his junior year, a girl fervently pursued him, and Su Chen, having developed a fondness for her, gradually gained confidence as he repaid his student loans through part-time work. He believed that through hard work, he could eventually bring happiness to the girl he admired. Thus, when she pursued him intensely, he began to open his heart, accepting her affections. They never formalized a relationship, but shared a period of flirtation. Su Chen thought that his life would gradually improve from that moment onward. However, he was mistaken. In the latter half of junior year, while returning home to handle some matters, the girl secretly traveled a great distance to surprise him. Due to his pride, Su Chen had not disclosed the full extent of his circumstances to her. He planned to confess to her during their senior year, clearly communicating his family background and expressing his determination to work hard. He believed she would understand him to some degree. Under such circumstances, the girl arrived at his doorstep. A dilapidated wooden shack, the interior was sparse, with some appliances salvaged from the junkyard, barely functioning after his own repairs. It was truly a home devoid of any possessions. To this day, Su Chen vividly remembers the look in the girl's eyes: shock, complexity, and pity. The girl did not say much, but spoke to Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen's spirits were low. He saw himself reflected in her gaze, a pitiful and laughable version of himself. That night, Su Chen accompanied the girl to a hotel in town, and the following day, she took a bus back to the city. From that point onward, their communication dwindled, and as time passed, they became strangers to one another. After graduating from university, Su Chen's disposition grew increasingly reclusive. He secured a position at a prestigious company, and his life revolved solely around work. He toiled relentlessly, determined to alter his circumstances. A year later, the toll of his excessive labor led to his untimely demise. Subsequently, he experienced a remarkable rebirth, finding himself in a parallel world as an infant, thus embarking on an extraordinary new life. In this realm, he felt the warmth of parental love, experiencing many emotions that had eluded him in his previous existence. Influenced by the little girl Li Ruobing, he gradually began to unseal the chambers of his heart, and his once inferiority-ridden character began to transform. He strove to integrate into society, realizing that change was indeed beneficial. At least he presented himself as a sunny young man. Yet deep within, remnants of his self-doubt lingered, perhaps a lingering fear of love. The conclusion of his previous relationship with that girl was rather mundane, devoid of melodramatic events. Yet it still pierced his sensitive soul, a pain he could not ignore. Thus, upon realizing his affections for Li Ruobing, he instinctively recoiled, crafting various excuses to distance himself. Deep down, he felt unworthy of a girl like her. His salvation, she was so perfect, so ethereal, that she seemed almost unreal, evoking a sense of awe that rendered him hesitant to approach. With her breathtaking beauty, prodigious intellect, and the aura of a superstar, she radiated brilliance wherever she appeared. Always the most resplendent presence in any setting. If life were a novel, she would undoubtedly be the protagonist. And what of himself? Perhaps merely a passerby among the throngs of characters. He remained a silent guardian, too fearful to advance further. His reverence for her rendered him cautious, as he dreaded the thought of losing her. Suddenly, Su Chen's profound gaze hardened with determination, as if he had resolved upon a significant decision. The third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, you were not mistaken. I truly harbor feelings for that girl. In our daily interactions, her every smile and frown has filled my heart to the brim. I love her and wish to never part ways with her. Within the villa, Li Ruobing read these words, her heart racing with excitement. She bit her rosy lip, her glistening eyes sparkling with thrill and joy. Her silly little brother had confessed again. How charming he was. Who could resist such a lure? She was overjoyed. She longed to set off fireworks at that very moment. Ah, such happiness! As she held her phone, overwhelmed with elation, her grip tightened uncontrollably. Then, with a crack, a tragedy unfolded. Her precious iPhone was inadvertently crushed in her grasp. Li Ruobing, mo. As a gentle and adorable fairy, isn't it quite normal to accidentally break a phone with bare hands? Chapter 44. Su Chen, it's settled. I shall pursue Sister Bingbing. Li Ruobing tossed the broken phone into the trash and picked up another, switching to her WeChat alias. The third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, I think I've begun to understand my feelings, but I feel unworthy of her. Should I pursue her? The third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, she is truly an exceptional girl. Even as a male, I can feel the pressure. She's like a goddess from my dreams, distant and noble, utterly untouchable. The third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, do you think I should muster the courage to love? I always feel I am unworthy of her, perhaps unable to provide the life she desires. The third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, why have you fallen silent? The third-rate composer, do you also think I should let go? The third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, your silence speaks volumes. Are you advising me to give up? Li Ruobing, having just switched to this account, nearly lost her composure upon reading Su Chen's messages. What did he say? Let go. He had already married her in spirit, seen her in her entirety, kissed her, and touched her. How could he even contemplate letting go? This scoundrel. The notion of relinquishing her was out of the question. Li Ruobing began typing, preparing to subtly ensnare the handsome young man, drawing him closer into her web. Emotional expert Shui, Mr. Su, I apologize, my phone fell into water. Emotional expert Shui, you must not think this way. You must summon your courage and boldly pursue the goddess of your heart. Emotional expert Shui, consider this. If you give up and your goddess becomes someone else's wife, will your heart find solace? Emotional expert Shui, moreover, if you dare not even try, what kind of man are you? Stantai. Pursue your goddess with all the fervor of your heart. The third-rate composer. Why does it feel like this psychologist is more anxious than I am? However, her words indeed infused Su Chen with strength and courage. To be honest, the thought of seeing Li Ruobing with another man would drive him to madness. He was no longer the person he had been in his past life. In this life, his family background was decent, and through scriptwriting and investments, he had accumulated a fair amount of wealth. Furthermore, he had recently awakened a system. He was the male protagonist of this world. After his rebirth, under Li Ruobing's influence, Su Chen's character had undergone significant transformation. She taught him to embrace confidence. He would pursue Li Ruobing, regardless of the outcome. Even if he were to emerge battered and bruised, so be it. This little girl, Li Ruobing, was worth the effort, worth the risk. He was ablaze with determination. The third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, thank you for helping me realize my true self. I have made up my mind. I shall take the plunge and pursue my goddess with all my might. Emotional expert Shui, meow. She shouldn't need to chase. She has already given herself so fully. What is there to pursue? Emotional expert Shui, Mr. Su, didn't you say your goddess had already confessed to you? The third-rate composer. It's different. In her heart, she likely still perceives me as family, as a younger brother. Yet, even if she does not currently love me, I shall exert my influence to transform her affection into love. In short, I will pursue her with all my strength. Emotional expert Shui, how delightful. So the silly brother likes me so much. My heart is all aflutter. Li, my fairy, how wonderful you are. Ensnare your silly brother completely. Just as Li Ruobing prepared to type a message to reassure her silly brother that she did not need him to pursue her, she had already fully given herself. Her willingness had reached a point where if he were to appear in her room, she would willingly disrobe. Ahem. Just as she was about to type, she suddenly halted. Li Ruobing seemed to be lost in thought. Her ethereal and exquisitely beautiful face graced by a fleeting yet profound smile. The corners of her lips curved gently, reminiscent of a cunning little fox spirit. Her naive younger brother had finally gained some insight. Well, as long as he dared to pursue, she would not hesitate to invite him to her bed. The emotional expert. Shui exclaimed, wow, Mr. Su, your newfound awareness is truly remarkable. I wholeheartedly support you. At this moment, you are simply brimming with charm. A man who takes the initiative to pursue a girl is undeniably captivating. The third-rate composer interjected. Wait, Dr. Shui, you can't possibly have developed feelings for me, can you? If you have, I must apologize. You are now heartbroken, for I only adore my goddess. At that moment, Li Ruobing had already exited the villa, with her manager arriving to pick her up for a shoot. As she settled into the car, she noticed a message from her younger brother that made her chuckle involuntarily. He was quite self-aware. How amusing. Li Ruobing sitiflet herlogter, revealing two delicate dimples on her cheeks, akin to blooming flowers, fresh and enchanting, sweet to the utmost degree. This was in stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor, showcasing an irresistible charm. Her manager and assistant were taken aback. The Ice Queen, Li Ruobing, was smiling. Her smile was so sweet. This was beyond the camera's gaze. As her manager and assistant, they were well aware of her private demeanor, an ice-cold beauty, frosty and unapproachable. Upon noticing their astonished expressions, Li Ruobing immediately retracted her smile, transforming from a sweet and innocent girl into an icy goddess. She straightened her face and fell silent, the temperature plummeting. Why did you decide to accept today's advertisement shoot, darling? Inquired a woman in her 30s, impeccably groomed and still exuding charm. She was Li Ruobing's manager, affectionately known as Sister Man. Sister Man gazed at Li Ruobing with curiosity. After her recent surge in popularity, countless advertisers had come knocking, eager for her endorsement and advertisement. The resources available to her were abundant. Were it any other star in the industry, being pursued by so many advertisers would be a dream come true, as who would not relish the opportunity to enhance their visibility? Yet, this little diva, at the peak of her fame, had refrained from accepting any advertisements, leaving others perplexed. Now, she had suddenly decided to take on an advertisement for wedding dresses, despite the plethora of more lucrative options like cosmetics and luxury fashion endorsements. As her manager, Sister Man felt quite helpless. If it were any other artist, she could offer some guidance. However, this little diva was simply unmanageable, and she dared not exert control. She had to cater to her whims. Li Ruobing perused the album in her hands, filled with various styles of wedding dresses sent by the bridal company for her selection in preparation for the shoot. I wonder which style would appeal to my silly brother? Oh well, I'll decide later. Frustrated, she tossed the album aside. Darling, the director just called and mentioned that the male lead for this advertisement is someone you personally chose. Who is this big star that will be featured alongside you in your first advertisement? Sister Man was exceedingly curious. Li Ruobing smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. Sister Man, the male lead I recommended, is undoubtedly the best. Sister Man was even more intrigued. In her 2 years in the entertainment industry, she had never witnessed Li Ruobing hold such high regard for any male star. She had always kept her distance from them, selecting scripts that contained no intimate scenes with male actors. At that moment, Li Ruobing felt an exhilarating anticipation. She was genuinely thrilled. Soon, she would be shooting wedding photos with her silly brother. Would he be captivated by her appearance in a wedding dress? He certainly would. After all, Li Ruobing was the most beautiful little fairy in the world. Moreover, she was so eager. She was curious about how this silly brother would pursue her. Would he make a grand romantic confession in front of everyone? As these thoughts danced through her mind, her frosty demeanor melted once more, revealing a sweet smile. Sister Man noticed this peculiar change. Something was amiss. Meanwhile, Su Chen had just finished his morning compulsory class, his spirit markedly uplifted compared to his earlier lethargy upon arriving at school. Upon exiting the classroom, he noticed a throng of students in the corridor, predominantly girls, their excitement palpable. Seeing this scene, Su Chen found himself puzzled. Had a celebrity arrived at the school? Why did these girls appear to be in such a fluster? Indifferent to the girls, Despite a few being quite attractive, they paled in comparison to Li Ruobing. Chapter 45. A sensation across the internet. Seeing the corridor ahead filled with people, Su Chen, who preferred solitude, turned to leave through another staircase. However, just as he was about to make his move, the enthusiastic onlookers surrounded him. Su School Honk, don't run away. Su School Honk is so handsome, just like in those Douyin videos, utterly charming. Truly the ideal boyfriend. Wow, I am absolutely in love with that video of him on Douyin. He exudes so much boyfriend energy, as if he were in a romantic drama, but his looks surpass those of the stars in those dramas. Su School Honk, I'm your CP fan. So incredibly handsome. A gem among men, unmatched in this world. Wow, I can't believe the male lead from that viral Douyin video is actually from our school. What? He is also the school honk? Su School Honk, can we take a photo together? Where's your girlfriend? What about the female lead in that video? The girls, filled with excitement, crowded around Su Chen. Su Chen, bewildered, thought, am I a celebrity? He was slightly dazed. While he had garnered some recognition at school, due to his handsome appearance, he had not reached such a level of adoration. What was happening? Seeing the multitude approaching him, Su Chen's instinct was to escape. Everyone please stop. I have something to say, he exclaimed loudly, and the surrounding students indeed came to a halt, their eager eyes fixed on him, anticipating his next words. Relieved that they had stopped, Su Chen flashed a sly smile. Ladies and gentlemen, farewell. Without hesitation, he turned on his heel and ran. The crowd stared in disbelief at the swiftly retreating Su Chen, utterly confounded. Su School Honk, wait, can I get your autograph? Once they regained their senses, the students immediately chased after Su Chen. Wow, isn't that the guy from that viral Douyin video? What's he doing here? Is he from our school? Wow, he is truly handsome. I encountered him while scrolling through Douyin, and I was utterly captivated. Su Chen had just sprinted down a flight of stairs when he noticed someone approaching him with excitement. At that moment, he had already reached the second floor, but both staircases were blocked. Standing in the corridor, Su Chen gazed down at the ground below, which appeared to be about 6 meters high. Without a moment's hesitation, he suddenly braced himself against the corridor and leapt off with a striking pose. His audacious act left the pursuers utterly dumbfounded. Don't jump, Su School Honk. We're your fans, not debt collectors. Su School Honk is jumping off the building. Isn't that a perilous drop? He could break his legs. That must be 5 or 6 meters high. Is he really going to be fine? Holy cow, did he really jump? If Su School Honk dies, will we be considered murderers? The young girls were terrified. What started as a fan event was about to turn into a tragic scene. Goodness, look, Su School Honk is completely unscathed. He landed on the ground without a scratch and just ran off. Wow, is Su School Honk a parkour expert? Or does he practice martial arts? How did he jump from such a height and remain perfectly fine? He must be a superhero. Did you see that? Su School Honk's landing was so stylish. It resembled a scene from a martial arts drama. And he wasn't using any wires. He was just too cool. Did anyone record it? What a pity. I missed it. I did. Remember to upload it on Douyin. This will surely be a trending video. Let us work together to make Su School Honk the most popular idol online. Although the distance from the teaching building to the dormitory wasn't too far, it required climbing 2 lengthy staircases, which usually left Su Chen utterly exhausted. However, at that moment, he effortlessly dashed back to the dormitory without breaking a sweat. His stamina truly remarkable. Su Chen even felt that with his current extraordinary physical condition, he could compete with national athletes and Olympic champions. Upon returning to the dormitory, as he stepped inside, his 3 roommates glanced at him and teasingly remarked, "Oh, isn't this our internet sensation Su Chen, the great school honk? Su School Honk, you become a big star. So many girls just heard I'm your roommate and added me on WeChat, asking me to connect them with you." Su Chen looked utterly perplexed. He grabbed a bottle of soda from the mini fridge and downed it in one go, feeling a sense of relief. He then turned to his roommates, puzzled. What on earth is happening? His roommates were astonished. Su Chen, you don't know? You gone viral online. Su Chen was even more confused. Viral? What did I even do to deserve that? You need to check Douyin. The video of you princess carrying your girlfriend has millions of views now. Those girls are calling you the best boyfriend. You're an internet celebrity. Su Chen was bewildered. I don't have Douyin installed on my phone. His roommates, especially the chubby one, looked at him as if he were from another era. In this day and age, there are still young people who don't use Douyin? Su Chen, did you just emerge from a cave? Su Chen scoffed. What is so entertaining about Douyin? The content is monotonous, and those pretty girls, who look stunning, are just filtered illusions. Indeed, Su Chen had no need for Douyin, as the primary allure for boys lay in the attractive girls featured. However, for Su Chen, who had grown up admiring Li Ruobing, no girl, no matter how beautiful, could pique his interest compared to her. His three roommates exchanged glances, their feelings a complex mix. A handsome man, inundated with love letters from girls, spoke with such confidence. Although he didn't use Douyin, he decided to download the app to understand the situation. Upon opening the app, he immediately stumbled upon the viral video, which had amassed 50 million views and 10 million likes. Clearly, Douyin recognized the video as potential and was promoting it vigorously, hinting at a possible surge to the top of the viewing charts. As Su-chan clicked on the video, the background music began to play. It was a popular song from a South Korean drama, perfectly complementing the video's atmosphere, evoking the nostalgia of countless viewers. Initially quiet while watching, Su-chan couldn't help but slap his thigh when halfway through the video. "Holy cow!" he exclaimed, his excitement startling his roommates who looked at him curiously. "Su-chan, what is wrong?" Su-chan focused intently on the video, captivated by the young man who seemed to have stepped out of a drama. "Wow, the guy in this video is incredibly handsome. I've never seen anyone this good-looking in my life." His roommates, filled with envy, remarked, "Su-chan, you're now a major internet celebrity. In this age of traffic and short videos, those who become popular on Douyin can rival top stars. Once you're famous, it signifies a life-changing turn. Su-chan imandi markablikempos. Internet celebrity? That's alright." Just a few minutes after logging into Douyin, a staff member from the platform reached out to him, as if waiting for him to come online. The staff member inquired, "Hello, is this Mr. Su-chan?" Since Douyin accounts are real name registered, Su-chan was not surprised they could locate him. "Yes," he replied. "Mr. Su-chan, we would like to invite you to participate in a partnership program, during which we will help you gain followers by encouraging you to post videos regularly." Given his current online popularity, Su-chan could be considered the hottest figure on Douyin, with numerous discussions about him circulating the platform. "Alright," he agreed. "Mr. Su, do you have any thoughts about becoming one of our featured artists? We will create a tailored promotional plan for you, ensuring you become a top internet celebrity." "Not interested." Su-chan replied. The staff member was taken aback. In this era, there are still people uninterested in becoming internet celebrities? Becoming a celebrity means earning substantial money. "Mr. Su, are you really not considering it?" "Not worth considering." After a brief conversation with the staff member, Su-chan couldn't help but glance at that video again. He was truly impressed by how handsome he looked, and he adored this video. Holding Bingbing in his arms, she looked so delicate and charming, stirring a protective instinct within him, filling his heart with satisfaction. They complemented each other perfectly. He scrolled through the comments section. "This is the love I've always dreamed of. The best boyfriend on the internet. A match made in heaven. So sweet. What a divine romance. Everyone, please support me." The male protagonist is the heartthrob of our school, known as Su-chan, and he is our senior. The female lead is truly fortunate to have such a handsome and gentle boyfriend. Indeed, it is overwhelming happiness. However, the young lady being cradled in a princess, Carrie, may not show her face, yet her skin and figure are undeniably exquisite. She must be a stunning beauty as well. I'm going crazy. I must uncover information about this female lead. I am all for shipping this divine couple. I wish to ship them too. It's simply irresistible. Don't you all think that this girl's figure resembles that of a currently popular star? Li Rubing, the one who just won the Best Actress award and is incredibly famous? I'm a decade-long fan of Bingbing. I can see the resemblance. Could this female lead possibly be the renowned star Li Ruobing? She certainly bears some resemblance. What are you all thinking? How could such a prominent star date a university student? I also find it unlikely, even though Su-chan is quite handsome. Moreover, Li Ruobing is older than Su-chan. If this were true, wouldn't it be akin to an old cow eating tender grass? Haha, perhaps she is just financially supporting a campus pretty boy. The comments began to veer off topic from here. In the dormitory, Su-chan, look, your mysterious girlfriend is trending online. Su-chan, these netizens are speculating that your girlfriend is the star Li Ruobing. It's absolutely hilarious. What would they think if they knew you were her diehard fan? But speaking of which, Su-chan, you're really something. When did you even get a girlfriend? And to carry her in public like that? You are such a dog abuser. Su-chan gazed at the trending topic, falling into silence. These netizens truly have discerning eyes. With this video gaining such popularity, what if they discover the identity of this girl? What would Bingbing do? Should I ask Douyin to delete the video? Yet he hesitated. This video was a beautiful memory shared with Bingbing, marking their first date. The high view count could be seen as a blessing from the online community, a good omen. However, since Bingbing's face was not visible in the video, even if the netizens speculated, they wouldn't have concrete evidence. Moreover, such discussions could enhance Bingbing's popularity. Su-chan decided to let it be for now. Su-chan, when will you introduce your girlfriend to us? Right? You've got a girlfriend, by the rules. You owe us a meal. Exactly. We want to see which little cabbage you've been nurturing. His roommates cheered. Su-chan replied. I have no problem treating you to a meal, but meeting my girlfriend will have to wait until I have time. I just started dating her, and our relationship isn't stable yet. Okay. The roommates did not press further. Even his closest friends would never consider that Su Chan's girlfriend could be the famous Li Ruobing, as that seemed too surreal. On the other side, Li Ruobing was seated in a van, having arrived at the filming location. The shoot had yet to commence, as the crew was busy preparing props and the set. Li Ruobing continued to study her script in the van. Ever since her rise to fame, offers from production companies had been incessant. However, Li Ruobing had little interest, as most scripts were overly focused on romantic themes. Bingbing, darling, you've trended. Sister Man had just opened Weibo, intending to check today's trending topics, only to find Li Ruobing's name. Is the female lead in that popular Douyin video really the star Li Ruobing? Li Ruobing's romantic imbulvament exposa, flirting publicly with a young heartthrob and being cradled. During this period, Li Ruobing had become exceedingly popular, and coupled with her low profile, she rarely appeared in front of the camera except for promoting her drama and attending events. This sudden gossip skyrocketed to the top of the trending list, creating quite a stir. What trending topics? Li Ruobing wondered, as she had been preoccupied with her silly younger brother and had little time to surf the internet. Upon opening her phone, she quickly grasped what had transpired. Sister Man remarked, the netizens are far too adept at speculation. I watched that incredibly popular Douyin video. There's no way that female lead is our Bingbing. It's merely a matter of similar body shape. Who doesn't know that our Bingbing is an aloof goddess? She hardly interacts with boys. Li Ruobing opened the Douyin app and immediately spotted the hottest video. Upon her first glance, her icy eyes sparkled. Her gaze lit up. Her silly brother looks so handsome. Just that first glance, and she was enchanted. They matched perfectly. Unable to contain herself, Li Ruobing switched to her secondary account and fervently commented on the video. This couple is too perfect. So sweet. Divine couple. To all netizens, please bless these two with eternal love and a bountiful family. Sister Man, noticing Li Ruobing's continuous typing, curiously asked, Bingbing, darling, what are you doing? Sending a telegram? Li Ruobing looked up, instantly concealing her delight, her stunning face cool and indifferent as she replied, nothing much. Then, as if recalling something, she inquired of her manager. Sister Man, can we purchase traffic for this Douyin video? I'd like to promote it. She wished to elevate this video to the top, ensuring that everyone could see it, and she aimed to make her comments soar to the top of the trending discussions. Sister Man's eyes sparkled at this, touched. Bingbing, darling, are you finally considering joining Douyin? The official Douyin has invited you numerous times, but you never registered. Then Sister Man added, Bingbing, darling, you're so popular now. You would need to buy promotion on Douyin. Li Ruobing ignored her manager and spoke to her assistant, Xiao Su. Please give me the contact information for handling this matter. The assistant girl eagerly nodded. I'll get it to you right away. Bingbing. Bingbing is so cold. The assistant girl was nearly frightened to death. Before long, preparations for the shoot began. Bingbing, darling, the director asked me to check if the male lead has arrived. Li Ruobing glanced at her phone, engrossed in typing as if sending a message. Big Bad, where are you? Little fool, Bingbing. I'm at the entrance of the filming location. Are you done? Should I wait for you outside? Big Bad, come in. Little fool, Bingbing, you're filming an advertisement. Why should I go in? Want to disrupt your shoot? Big Bad, stop talking nonsense. Little fool, oh, moments latte. A handsome young man could be seen approaching the filming site, capturing numerous gazes. Upon seeing Su Chen, Li Ruobing's breathtakingly beautiful face inadvertently revealed a faint smile, her frosty gaze harboring happiness and adoration. She parted her lips, her voice cool and melodious. My male lead, he has arrived. Sister Man looked over in puzzlement as a strikingly handsome young man walked towards them. He truly was exceptionally handsome, especially with his captivating aura. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, she had seen all kinds of young heartthrobs. However, the boy's demeanor and appearance still left her utterly astonished. At the same time, she was taken aback. Wasn't this boy the very same popular male lead of the trending Douyin videos? The one who had just been embroiled in rumors with Bingbing on Weibo's hot searches? As the manager, Sister Man gradually began to sense something amiss. Could the online romance be genuine? Surely not. Chapter 46. Sister Bingbing is clearly flirting with him. As Su Chen approached, he immediately spotted Li Ruobing standing beside the nanny van, her exquisitely beautiful face maintaining its characteristic aloofness, making her seem quite unapproachable. Her beauty was so dazzling that it captivated all gazes directed her way. Truly, she was indeed as Bingbing, utterly stunning. Su Chen couldn't help but think to himself, Excuse me, sir, this is our private advertisement shooting location, and outsiders are not permitted to enter. A staff member stared at Su Chen for a moment before stepping forward to block his way. Just then, A sweet yet icy voice rang out. "He is with me. Let him through." Li Ruobing approached, her tall and elegant figure exuding an air of authority, her cold expression akin to that of a queen making her entrance. Her words brooked no dissent. "I'm sorry, Sister Bingbing. I didn't know he was with you." The staff member was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly stepped aside, clearly intimidated by Li Ruobing. "It's nothing," Li Ruobing replied, her demeanor unfazed. Su Chen stood there, astonished. This was the first time he had witnessed Li Ruobing in work mode on such a set. She exuded an overwhelming presence, reminiscent of a domineering CEO in a large corporation. At this moment, the crowd's attention shifted back and forth between Su Chen and Li Ruobing. They had all seen the trending news, and especially with Li Ruobing's recent words, it further fueled speculation. Could the gossip be true? Sister Man, the manager, was now fixated on Su Chen. Could it be what she feared? Sister Man withdrew her gaze from her astonishment at Su Chen and warily regarded him. Bingbing. Who is this? Li Ruobing curled her lips, concealing a smile. Sister Man, this is my brother. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But Su Chen felt as though Li Ruobing's lips formed the word husband. His heart raced, and he quickly interjected to introduce himself. Hello, I'm Bingbing's little brother. My name is Su Chen. Little brother? Sister Man was momentarily taken aback, her heart finally easing. What a fright that had been. She had genuinely feared that Bingbing might declare, "This is my husband." Sister Man chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, so you're Bingbing's brother. I thought for a moment you were a boyfriend. You gave me quite a scare." But perhaps it was not merely a trick of the light. Li Ruobing's expression grew even colder. She unhappily remarked, "Yes, not a boyfriend. He is my husband." Sister Man scrutinized Su Chen closely, noting that he became increasingly handsome with each glance, particularly his deep, alluring eyes, which held a magnetic charm surpassing that of many superstars. Truly, the two siblings were extraordinarily good-looking. Sister Man then inquired, Bingbing, the male lead of the advertisement you mentioned, is it your brother? Li Ruobing nodded. Yes, it is him. Su Chen, however, looked perplexed. Sister Bingbing, what advertisement are we shooting? Li Ruobing shot him a glare and said, Come here, I need to talk to you. Su Chen followed her to a secluded spot. Li Ruobing halted and, maintaining her composure, addressed him, Shout, Chen, here's the thing. I accepted a commercial shoot today, but since the male lead cannot make it, I'd like you to stand in for him and shoot the advertisement with me. Su Chen was even more bewildered. Sister Bingbing, if the male lead can't come, we can reschedule the shoot for another day. Li Ruobing gazed at him with a hint of disappointment. Her lips pressed together as she fell silent, her beautiful eyes fixated on him. Su Chen felt a chill creeping down his spine. He chuckled awkwardly. Sister Bingbing, I can help with this. It's just an advertisement after all. It's no big deal. He liked Li Ruobing, and assisting someone he admired with her work seemed entirely reasonable. He wasn't timid. Xiao Chuncheng, you're wonderful. Li Ruobing's cold facade suddenly broke into a faint, captivating smile. Then, Su Chen found himself momentarily blinded, inhaling a familiar, intoxicating scent. Before he could comprehend, Li Ruobing swiftly leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek, then just as quickly pulled away. Su Chen touched his cheek where she had kissed him, feeling as if his heart had momentarily ceased to beat. He stared at her, bewildered. Sister Bingbing, what are you doing? As he felt his heart racing, he wondered if this was all a figment of his imagination. Li Ruobing looked back at him, her smile more enchanting than before, exuding a playful, youthful charm. Little brother, this is of course a reward for you. If you perform well in the future, there will be even greater rewards awaiting you. Her teasing smile was utterly enchanting, reminiscent of a bewitching vixen. With that, Li Ruobing turned and walked away, leaving Su Chen's heart racing wildly, his blood coursing rapidly. What did Sister Bingbing mean by that? Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for him? Or perhaps, she felt some affection for him as a brother. It had to be so, even if this affection were simply a sibling's love. He would strive to transform it into something more profound. Li Ruobing returned to the filming set, and Sister Man eyed her curiously. Bingbing, darling, why do you seem a bit flushed? Are you unwell? Upon hearing this, Li Ruobing, who had been wearing a faintly pleasant smile, immediately tightened her lips into a more frigid arc, reverting to her aloof goddess mode. She remained her usual indifferent self. It's nothing, just a bit warm outside. Before long, Su Chen also returned. He couldn't help but sneak glances at Li Ruobing, his mind still swirling with thoughts of that fleeting kiss. Though it had been but a fleeting touch, the cool, soft sensation lingered in his memory, as if it had been pressed directly against his heart. Yet, her current icy demeanor left him feeling that the earlier encounter must have been a mere illusion. After a moment's pause, Su Chen finally asked Sister Bingbing, What advertisement are we shooting? Li Ruobing gazed intently at him, her sparkling eyes seeming to communicate 1,000 words. Little brother, it's a wedding dress shoot. Su Chen's heart stopped. Sister Bingbing was indeed flirting with him. Was it merely an illusion? Chapter 47 Mom, she is flirting with me. Chen never imagined that this advertisement would revolve around wedding dress photos. Was this not a tad too coincidental? They had just obtained their marriage certificate, albeit under false pretenses. Now they were to shoot wedding photos like a conventional couple, though it was merely an advertisement and not a real wedding shoot. It must be said that Chen felt a spark of excitement within him. He was filled with a tinge of anticipation. Liruobing anded su Chen an album. Her tone icy yet tinged with a hint of arrogance. Here, select a wedding gown you fancy. We'll be shooting shortly. Chen, basel, ritortid, sister Bingbing. Isn't this your advertisement? Shouldn't you choose what you like? With a frosty expression, Liruobing replied, Shout, Chun, I can't be bothered to choose. Moreover, if the wedding dress you select does not meet my approval, you'll be in for a rough time. Chen realized he had overthought things. She was merely being lazy. Furthermore, she was setting herself up. If she ended up with a gown she disliked, she would undoubtedly make him suffer for it. As Chen began to peruse the album, feigning earnestness in his selection of wedding gowns, Liruobing sat beside him in silence, her gaze intermittently drifting towards him. Meanwhile, from a distance, Sister Man observed the duo with a skeptical eye, secretly scrutinizing this peculiar brother-sister pair. It was a strange sensation. She had once questioned whether there was something more between them. Yet, witnessing their dynamic, it was evident that the younger brother was clearly intimidated by Bingbing, who appeared rather fierce towards him, a typical sibling relationship found in many families. However, the sight of them together was undeniably harmonious, almost as if they were a match made in heaven. Sister Man pondered, perhaps their striking appearances contributed to this perception. After all, a handsome man and a beautiful woman together are always a delight to behold, appealing even to someone like her, a 30-something woman who had seen the world. Sister Man continued her watchful gaze. Sister Bingbing, I've made my selection, Chen announced a few moments later, presenting the gowns he had chosen for her review. Enchanted by the exquisite designs and envisioning Liruobing adorned in them, he had unwittingly picked several, only a dozen or so. Liruobing set down her phone and accepted the album from Chen, declaring, Let me see. She then scrutinized the gowns he had chosen, her cool, azure eyes gradually warming as she recognized that these were indeed styles she favored. Her foolish younger brother had a discernible understanding of her tastes. Had he been fantasizing about her in a wedding dress for quite some time? Was this a premeditated endeavor? What a brother he was. Yet how delightful it was. Her delicate, rosy lips curved into a subtle smile, unable to conceal her burgeoning joy. Noticing her expression, Chen felt an inexplicable elation, a sense of fulfillment. Sister Bingbing, what do you think? Do you like them? Liruobing rose, her demeanor still aloof, as she replied. They're satisfactory. In truth, she was thoroughly enamored. Realizing her approval, Chen silently exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had guessed correctly. Despite his seemingly earnest demeanor, he had merely chosen at random, believing the styles were quite similar. In a straightforward male perspective, there was little distinction. After all, with Sister Bingbing's stunning figure and exquisite features, any dress she donned would render her the most beautiful. Bingbing, are you ready? The director is prepared, Sister Man interjected. I'm ready, Liruobing affirmed, standing up. At that moment, a staff member approached Chen, requesting, Mr. Su, please follow us to the fitting area. Liruobing handed over the prepared album to the staff member, instructing, I've marked the selections. Have him try on these few suits. The staff member, trembling, accepted the album, barely daring to meet her gaze, clearly intimidated by Liruobing's icy demeanor and her formidable work ethic, which had left a lasting impression. Chen, observing this, couldn't help but feel perplexed. Although Sister Bingbing could be fierce and cold, surely she couldn't invoke such fear? At times, she could be quite endearing. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he realized the depths of his predicament. How could he find her occasionally adorable despite her fierce exterior? The realization struck him hard. He was hopelessly smitten. As they walked towards separate dressing rooms, Liruobing flashed him a fleeting, enchanting smile. See you in a bit, shout, Chen. Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. Oh no, she is flirting with me. Though Sister Bingbing had previously engaged in similar affectionate interactions, they had been so familiar with one another that he had regarded it as typical sibling behavior. However, since coming to terms with his feelings, he now perceived her affection through a different lens, interpreting her warmth as flirtation. Could he be developing a delusional disorder? Entering the male dressing room, the attendant presented him with the suits chosen by Liruobing. Chen responded with a nonchalant, okay, his demeanor cool. As he stepped into the fitting room, a few female staff members couldn't contain their excitement. Wow, Sister Bingbing's brother is incredibly handsome, and that aloofness gives him a vibe of a cool, distant heartthrob. So attractive. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Should we ask Sister Bingbing later? Are you brave enough to ask her? I feel immense pressure just saying a single word to her. Another replied, true, I wouldn't dare either. Perhaps I'll just ask the handsome guy for his WeChat instead. Soon, Chen emerged from the fitting room, and the girls were instantly captivated. He is absolutely stunning, clad in a tailored black tailcoat. It fit him as if it were custom-made, accentuating his tall frame beautifully. His chiseled features resembled a masterfully crafted work of art, strikingly handsome. Do we need to apply makeup? Chen inquired, admiring his reflection, feeling quite pleased with himself. No need. Your natural looks are already dashing. We'll just style your hair, the makeup artist exclaimed excitedly. That is perfect, Chen replied, as he had never favored makeup, believing it somewhat peculiar for men. Once his hairstyle was complete, he followed several makeup artists out of the room and approached the entrance of the female dressing area. He had merely changed into a suit and adjusted his hairstyle. Thus his speed was remarkable. However, the girl was somewhat slower, so he waited at the entrance for Li Ruobing. What would Bingbing look like in a wedding dress? It is often said that a girl's most beautiful moment is when she dons her wedding gown. Given how stunning Bingbing already is, how breathtaking would she appear in a wedding dress? As he awaited Li Ruobing's emergence, Chen felt an inexplicable anxiety, fidgeting restlessly and parched. It was merely a commercial shoot, so why was he so agitated? Moreover, he sensed that the moment bore a striking resemblance to that of two lovingly entwined newlyweds, with the groom waiting at the makeup room door for his bride to don the wedding dress. The anticipation was palpable. Chapter 48. It's still up to Bingbing to take the initiative. After approximately 10 minutes of anxious waiting, Chen heard an awestruck chorus of admiration from outside the makeup room. Wow, Bingbing looks so beautiful. The sight of her in a wedding dress is utterly magnificent. It's simply stunning. Even I, a girl, feel myself swaying. What an ethereal beauty. Outside the makeup room, apart from Chen, all were girls. Yet despite this, when Li Ruobing emerged, the girls could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Hearing the commotion, Chen stood up, unable to resist turning to look. At the threshold of the makeup room, Li Ruobing's breathtaking visage struck him like a bolt, seemingly piercing his heart. At that moment, it felt as if his heartbeat had ceased, and the surrounding sounds faded into oblivion. Time stood still. In his eyes, she was the only one that existed. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled, with a veil cascading over her flowing locks. The strapless gown was adorned with countless shimmering diamonds, while exuding an enchanting allure. She also emanated an aura of cold elegance. Her long, slender legs were graced by dazzling crystal heels, accentuating her flawless curves. She resembled a queen, her skin as pale and exquisite as the finest jade, a vision of beauty that seemed beyond the realm of the mundane. In that moment, Chen was utterly captivated. Even though he had gazed upon her face for many years, he was still spellbound. His eyes were reluctant to wander from her, filled with a greedy urgency. At that moment, he made a decision. He must win her heart, ensuring that one day she would truly wear a wedding dress for him. Hand in hand, walking into a hall filled with blessings. Bingbing, you are simply stunning. Sister Man supported Li Ruobing, unable to contain her praise. This is truly exquisite. Even I, as a modest aunt, cannot help but feel moved. Li Ruobing's expression was serene, seemingly devoid of desire, yet her gaze lingered on Chen, observing his every move. The foolish brother was clearly entranced by her. She knew he could not resist her charm. Was his throat moving in agitation? Was he struggling to swallow? Surely, he must be harboring some unwholesome thoughts about her. Did he yearn to whisk her away into a room, tearing her wedding dress to shreds? He must be thinking just that. This foolish brother truly was a rogue. A smile gradually faded from Li Ruobing's lips, replaced by a captivating allure that mesmerized the moment. Foolish brother, what are you staring at? Li Ruobing approached Chen, casually patting his shoulder in an affectionate manner. Onlookers were left in disbelief. They make such a perfect pair. Are they out of their minds? They are siblings. Chen withdrew his gaze, realizing he had lost composure. He quickly forced a sheepish smile and earnestly remarked, Bingbing, you look truly beautiful today. Li Ruobing shot him a warning glare, her presence commanding. When have I not been beautiful? Chen, caught off guard, felt a wave of panic wash over him, as if she had seen through his thoughts. Seeking an escape, he stammered, Bingbing, you are always the most beautiful. I'll wait for you outside. He turned to leave, the act imbued with a hint of awkwardness. Sister Man, watching Chen's retreating figure, couldn't he help but tease Bingbing, your brother Chen is really adorable. He even gets shy around his sister. At those words, the smile vanished from Li Ruobing's face, replaced by a stern expression as she fixed her gaze on Sister Man, exuding an air of regal authority. He is my brother. Do not harbor any improper thoughts about him. Her eyes scanned the room like a sovereign surveying her domain, landing on the girls who had just been captivated by Su-Chun. Her cold voice dripped with a warning. Sister Man, meeting Li Ruobing's warning gaze, felt a chill run down her spine and awkwardly laughed to ease the tension. Bingbing cough. Well, since Su-Chun is your brother, we certainly wouldn't entertain any improper thoughts. Li Ruobing remained silent, retracting her gaze as she strode out in her high heels, her demeanor exuding elegance. Once Li Ruobing departed, the makeup artist inside the room breathed a collective sigh of relief, their expressions reflecting a near miss with danger. Bingbing is truly formidable. The few girls who had been about to ask Su-Chun for his WeChat suddenly lost their nerve, nearly frightened to death. Sister Man, watching Li Ruobing's retreating figure, felt increasingly perplexed. Who would have thought that such a cool and aloof person would be so protective of her brother? Yet upon reflection, if she had such a handsome brother, she might also turn into a doting sister. Bingbing's brother is truly handsome, even as she, a reluctant romantic, found herself wanting to pamper a younger brother. Who would take her up on that offer? She had a car, a house, and was beautiful with a great figure. Though at 32, she was somewhat of an aunt. Surely those younger brothers wouldn't mind, right? Snapping back to reality, Sister Man noticed Li Ruobing had already walked far away, prompting her to hurriedly chase after her. Bingbing, wait for me. Today's shoot was entirely outdoors. Director, this is my brother, the male lead I recommended. Li Ruobing introduced Su-Chun to the advertising director. The director assessed Su-Chun, his eyes sparkling. Bingbing, your brother is incredibly handsome. Quite impressive. He is perfect for the commercial. Having received Li Ruobing's request to change the male lead, the director had initially harbored concerns about the new choice's appeal. However, upon seeing Su-Chun, his worries dissipated. After years in the entertainment industry, he had encountered countless handsome faces, yet this young man exuded a unique charm that set him apart, reminiscent of the first time he beheld Li Ruobing, whose beauty was also of an unparalleled nature. Shall we officially begin? The director checked the time, signaling the crew to prepare for the shoot. Bingbing, take a look at this. In a moment, you all will strike similar poses as depicted here. The director presented an album, adorned with various wedding photographs of couples, showcasing an array of poses. There were images of hand-holding, embracing, and kissing, each exhibiting an intimate nature. The common thread among these poses was their closeness. Upon seeing this, Su-Chun felt his heart race uncontrollably. Was he really going to engage in such intimate actions with Sister Bingbing? Wasn't that a bit too thrilling? Would Sister Bingbing even agree to this? Li Ruobing cast a glance at the album, maintaining a composed demeanor, exuding professionalism. Director, that sounds fine. You are the director. Your word is final. The director was momentarily taken aback by her willingness. Was Li Ruobing unusually agreeable today? He recalled assisting her with a previous advertisement, where he had abruptly suggested an additional scene that required the female lead to embrace the male lead. At that time, she had firmly refused, adamantly unwilling to comply, leaving a lasting impression. He later learned that her one unwavering demand was to avoid any intimate scenes with male actors, a fact that had circulated within the industry. Logically, one with such stipulations, regardless of their beauty, would find it nearly impossible to secure leading roles in the entertainment industry. It is a realm akin to a vast divat. No matter how principled one may be, remaining untainted within such a milieu is virtually impossible. Furthermore, in today's film and television landscape, a narrative devoid of romantic elements between the leads would hardly attract an audience. Nevertheless, Li Ruobing had achieved just that. Her success stemmed from her involvement in a script penned by the esteemed screenwriter S, who produced only one script a year, yet each bore a guarantee of quality. Every production became a resounding hit, each script a classic, earning the moniker of God of Scripts within the industry. It had become an unspoken truth that whoever could secure a script from this luminary would ascend to great heights in their career. Snapping back to reality, the director exclaimed with enthusiasm, "All right, let's commence filming." This was Li Ruobing's first advertisement following her rise to fame, and it was notably her first featuring intimate interactions. Given the attraction of both parties, once this advertisement was released, it was bound to set the internet ablaze. For the first pose, let us start simple. Young man, wrap your arms around Sister Bingbing's waist. Use both hands to encircle her waist, then lower your head and gaze at her with deep affection. Bingbing, you too. Extend your hand and rest it on your brother's shoulder, then look up at him, your eyes brimming with emotion. The director began to guide them through the initial pose. At that moment, Su-Chun stood frozen, momentarily at a loss. Was the first pose truly meant to be this provocative? Noticing his hesitation, the director recognized that it was a common ailment among newcomers on their first advertising shoot, an inability to let go. He encouraged, "Young man, don't be shy. This is your sister, not a stranger." If only she were a stranger, he could have been indifferent. But alas, it was Li Ruobing. His feelings towards her had evolved beyond mere familial affection. "Director, allow me a moment to gather my emotions," Chen replied, feeling a mix of nerves and an undeniable urge. What if he placed his hand on this young lady's waist? Would she retaliate with a dramatic throw? Just as he hesitated, Li Ruobing suddenly took action, positioning herself in front of Chen. She extended her fair, delicate arm, alluringly draping it over his shoulder. At the moment of her touch, Chen's body stiffened, and his heartbeat slowed, as if time itself had paused. She was so close, her breath carrying the scent of an exquisite fragrance that seemed to ensnare his senses, leaving him slightly dazed. Chen felt as though his very soul was being drawn away. He averted his gaze towards the sky, unable to meet her eyes. Lowering his head would reveal her clad in a strapless wedding gown, the sight of her delicate form both alluring and captivating. Noticing Chen's rigid stance and his gaze averted, Li Ruobing's concealed smile became even more enchanting. With her hands resting on his shoulders, she applied a gentle pressure, compelling him to bend slightly. Simultaneously, she stood on her toes, barely reaching his ear. Her breath, soft and fragrant, caressed him like a siren's call. "Xiao, Chuncheng, I am your sister. Why are you feeling shy?" she teased with a mischievous grin. The warmth of her breath against Chen's sensitive earlobe sent shivers through him, intensifying his heart's rhythm. Sister Bingbing was exceedingly adept at teasing. Surely, her playful demeanor was merely for amusement. She still regarded him as her brother. Yet his feelings for her had transformed into something far more complex. "What do I have to be shy about? You're my sister, after all. And it's not as if we haven't been close before," Chen retorted, attempting to sound resolute. "Xiao Chuncheng, if you aren't shy, then look down at me," Li Ruobing commanded, her previously soft tone suddenly turning authoritative. She grasped the tie at his chest, tugging it forcefully, compelling him to lower his gaze towards her. This naive little brother, so innocent and bashful, clearly required her to take the initiative. He was merely a timid soul with desires unfulfilled, which only served to frustrate her. "Sister Bingbing, take it easy," Chen exclaimed reflexively, fearing she might turn aggressive. His gaze then locked onto her stunning visage. The frantic beating of his heart reached an unprecedented fervor. The white wedding gown cascaded over her slender figure. The ephemeral beauty of that moment felt eternal. Her dark hair framed her gown, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks, and the gentle smile dancing on her lips rendered her breathtaking. Chen vowed that this smile, would be etched in his memory forever. Their gazes met, each pair of eyes reflecting the other's presence, filled with an overwhelming sense of connection. Chen swallowed hard, the proximity of her enchanting face igniting a storm of thoughts within him. Her unwavering gaze seemed to pierce through the secret of his affections. Their faces were almost touching, creating an atmosphere of profound intimacy. Li Ruobing's eyes glimmered as she, unable to resist, surreptitiously swallowed. What should she do? This pose was undeniably conducive to a kiss. As this thought overtook her mind, she instinctively leaned closer, their lips nearly meeting. Just then, the director's voice rang out with excitement. "Cut. Bingbing, this frame is spectacular. You both resemble a genuine couple, so perfectly matched and pleasing to behold," the director exclaimed. Having never witnessed such palpable chemistry between a pair, it was as if they were a married couple, having already exchanged vows. At the director's command, Li Ruobing froze momentarily, her mind snapping back to reality. Upon realizing what she had almost done, a delicate blush crept onto her exquisite face. Comprehending the situation, she released Chen and strode toward the director, regaining her frigid, regal demeanor, transforming back into the lofty queen she typically embodied. Chen stood vigilante, his mind a blank canvas. Had Sister Bing just been about to kiss him? "Director, let me see." Li Ruobing approached the director, her voice chillingly sharp, causing him to shiver involuntarily. A peculiar sensation washed over him, as if she harbored some animosity towards him. Chapter 49. This pair truly complements each other. Li Ruobing's indifferent gaze shifted away from the director, allowing him to exhale a silent sigh of relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. In the industry, whispers among peers often referred to Li Ruobing as the aloof enchantress. Despite possessing an innocent and sweet visage, her aura was remarkably potent, able to instill fear with a mere glance. Gazing at the image of herself and Chen together, she found them strikingly compatible and visually appealing. She endeavored to conceal her inner delight, maintaining an outward calm. With a subtle nod, she remarked, "Not bad. Ice Bing, Shall we prepare for the next pose? Li Ruobing affirmed, approaching the still-dazed Su Chen. The ensuing pose remained intimate, with the male figure standing while embracing the female, who pressed her back against his embrace. The embrace itself was innocuous, yet the pose's sweetest essence required the female to place her palms behind her back, allowing the male to grasp her hands, their fingers intertwined. Palms touching. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. If this continued, his heart might very well cease to function. Was this a death sentence? He found it perplexing. It was merely a wedding dress advertisement. Why the necessity for such intimate poses? Fortunately, it was he who was shooting. Had it been Sister Bing with another man, he could not fathom the urge to eliminate that man. Previously, when crafting the two scripts specifically for Li Ruobing, Su Chen had deliberately omitted any romantic scenes or intimate interactions with male characters. Li Ruobing approached Su Chen, lightly tapping his face with her delicate fingers, akin to a mischievous young bandit. Xiao Chen, you still haven't recovered? Do you realize, you little minx, just how captivating you are? Your casual flirtation may seem trivial and amusing to you, but it stirs thoughts within him. Su Chen recognized the necessity to alter his approach. He could no longer remain passive. He needed to assert himself. After all, he had consumed a vitality-enhancing potion, and even if it led to her wrath, he felt he could endure a beating for a while longer. With this resolve, Su Chen regained some composure. He reached out, taking hold of Li Ruobing's wrist, drawing her into his embrace. Sister Bing, let us commence this pose. Xiao Chen, be gentle. Li Ruobing found herself pulled into Su Chen's arms. His grip was a tad too forceful, causing her soft, delicate body to collide with his firm chest, akin to steel. As she chided him, Su Chen felt his senses heighten. It was exhilarating. Let us expedite this, Sister Bing, Su Chen suggested, capturing her hand, intertwining their fingers, their palms pressed together. The warmth and softness of her touch felt as though he could easily crush her hand with a mere exertion of strength. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing, nestled in his embrace, felt her heart race uncontrollably. Her once predatory demeanor faltered as she perceived herself as the prey. Previously unperturbed while teasing the naive younger brother, she now found herself blushing furiously under his playful advances. Fortunately, Li Ruobing possessed remarkable acting skills, swiftly concealing her fluster, regaining a semblance of composure. Handsome young man, splendid. Let us make it even more intimate. The director, observing the visually stunning pairing on the monitor, felt a surge of excitement. They were simply too beautiful together. What celestial siblings were these? This advertisement could potentially win awards. As they continued to shoot various poses, Su Chen transitioned from shyness to a more assertive demeanor. Relishing the closeness with Sister Bing, he suddenly perceived this advertisement shoot as an unexpected boon. The genius behind selecting the poses was commendable. Sister Bing, wrap your arms around me tightly for this pose in the album. Sister Bing, I'm wrapping my arms around your waist. Your waist is so slender and soft. As Su Chen realized he had not been physically reprimanded, he grew bolder in his embraces, his actions becoming increasingly daring. He even entertained some mischievous thoughts. Quite impressive. Young man, your poses are becoming more professional, the director praised. Little did he know, Su Chen wasn't he merely growing adept. The mischievous thoughts in his heart were manifesting into action. At that moment, the situation had completely reversed. Su Chen grew more exhilarated with each shot, entirely shedding any semblance of shyness. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing's breathtaking visage flushed deeper with each passing moment, her heart racing. So this was the younger brother she had. How delightfully mischievous. He had just wrapped his arms around her slender waist and had playfully pinched it, leaving her on the brink of exclamation. How naughty of him. Deliberately exploiting the advertising poses to take advantage of her, he was brazenly stealing kisses. With so many eyes upon them, she felt an overwhelming shyness, yet oddly found it thrilling. Being the target of her foolish younger brother's advances made her heart flutter, sweetly conflicted. This naive younger brother had finally awakened to the charms of his stunning elder sister, and she felt an immense sense of satisfaction. It had not been an easy journey. The boy next door had finally matured, realizing the sweetness of teasing his sister. The shoot persisted, while Sister Man observed the two from the sidelines, narrowing her eyes as a sense of unease crept over her. Were these poses not too intimate? Some of them, though not particularly close in the album, conveyed an overwhelming sense of intimacy between these two. Imitating is one thing, surpassing is another, she thought, feeling a nagging doubt that Su Chen, this handsome younger brother, was perhaps taking liberties with Bing. Surely, she was overthinking it. It was natural for siblings to engage in such affectionate gestures. Wasn't it? Was it normal? It ought to be. Moreover, knowing Li Ruobing's character, If she truly felt taken advantage of, she would undoubtedly retaliate with a swift move, perhaps breaking a bone or two. Quite a bargain for the offender. She still vividly recalled the time she had just signed with Li Ruobing, taking her to her first gala. At the banquet, a company president attempted to take advantage of Bingbing. However, unexpectedly, the seemingly delicate Bingbing, who appeared fragile, managed to kick the hefty president, weighing around 200 pounds, to the ground, breaking several of his bones in the process. This left her utterly startled. Cut. Excellent. Very good. Bingbing. Take a break. Have some water. We will resume filming shortly, the director exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines, proclaiming this to be the most fulfilling experience since he began directing commercials. Observing the two in the same frame was a visual treat, a delightful harmony that was truly enjoyable. As a man, he began to understand why so many young girls online obsess over fictional couples, as the sweetness of their interactions surpassed even that of real romances. Chen and Li Ruobing retreated to the shade, taking a seat. At that moment, Li Ruobing's exquisite face was flushed, perhaps due to the heat. Bingbing, darling, would you like some water? Aren't you feeling hot? Sister Man attentively fanned her with a small hand fan. Bingbing, darling, wipe your face with this towel. It's quite cool, Sister Man offered, retrieving a towel soaked in icy water from an assistant, intending to help Li Ruobing feel more comfortable. Instead of using the towel on herself, Li Ruobing waved Su Chen off. Xiao Chunsheng, come here. He moved closer, puzzled by her request. Look at you, sweating so much. Aren't you hot? Her tone carried a hint of disdain. With the cold towel in hand, she naturally began to dab the sweat from Su Chen's face. I'm fine, it's not that hot, he replied calmly, his reaction to the famous star attending to him surprisingly composed, as if it were an everyday occurrence, and a shy smile crept across his face. Their dynamic felt entirely natural and harmonious, radiating warmth that outsiders found difficult to penetrate. Onlookers were left in awe. The usually aloof Li Ruobing displayed a tender, caring side towards her brother. How affectionate. Despite knowing they were siblings, they appeared remarkably well suited for each other. One couldn't help but fantasize about their potential as a couple. Chapter 50. Su Chen, you are unworthy of my sister Bingbing. As Li Ruobing continued to wipe Su Chen's face, she eventually noticed the many eyes upon them. You do it yourself, she said, handing the towel to him. Her typically frosty voice now carried a touch of bashfulness. Su Chen accepted the towel, unable to conceal his smile. Was this little girl actually feeling shy? Truly beautiful. After a brief respite, filming resumed. All right, very good. Bingbing, handsome young man, if possible. You can get a bit closer. Yes, young man, just like that. Hold Bingbing a little tighter. Excellent. Young man, your gaze is quite captivating. It's no wonder you're Bingbing's brother. The love in your eyes is unmistakable. The subsequent shots went smoothly, and Su Chen's spirits soared. Shooting wedding photos with Bingbing was sheer bliss. All right, that's enough for now. After about 2 hours of shooting, the session finally concluded. Director, thank you for your hard work. Everyone put in a great effort, Su Chen said, as they exchanged pleasantries. Bingbing, handsome young man, come and see how the footage turned out. The director beckoned them over to view the results. Approaching the monitor, Su Chen and Li Ruobing beheld their own images, embraces and hand-holding, all radiating sweetness and compatibility. So wonderful. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Ruobing's delicate hands, draped over her skirt, clenched into fists, yet she maintained an air of cool indifference, merely commenting, It's acceptable. The director turned to Su Chen. Handsome young man, what do you think? Su Chen found himself unable to tear his gaze away from the screen. Upon hearing the director's question, he instinctively replied, Sister Bingbing is so beautiful. Li Ruobing, hearing this, glanced at him, her eyes shimmering with brilliance, her earlobes faintly flushed. This silly brother. The director was momentarily taken aback before awkwardly chuckling, Haha, young man, your words are so sweet. Complimenting your sister like that. She'll surely give you candy when you get home. Huh? Su Chen chuckled awkwardly. Haha, director, you jest. I'm too old for candy now. Bingbing giving him candy? He thought differently. Having taken advantage of her today, she was likely noting it all down, plotting how to deal with him later. Candy? He'd be lucky not to get scolded. The director waved his hand. All right, Bingbing, you two go change outfits. Reluctantly, Su Chen made his way to the dressing room. Inside the dressing room, Su Chen changed out of his filming attire back into his casual clothes. The image of Li Ruobing in a wedding gown was etched deeply in his mind, refusing to fade. She was truly beautiful. Exiting the room, he encountered Li Ruobing, now dressed in her everyday attire. Their eyes met, and Su Chen's gaze was fervent and bright, causing Li Ruobing's heart to skip a beat. What was with that hungry gaze? Was he truly so desperate? How ridiculous! She shot him a fierce glare. Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Looking at the time, he said, "Sister Bingbing, we should head to the airport soon." Li Ruobing walked away, her cheeks flushed. In the van, Sister Man praised, "Bingbing, darling, you looked absolutely stunning today. Once this advertisement airs, it will surely be a massive hit." This isn't just an advertisement. Li Ruobing seemed lost in thought, her expression somewhat distracted. Hearing Sister Man's words, she appeared listless. Sister Man paused, puzzled. "Bingbing, darling, if this isn't an advertisement, then what is it?" Li Ruobing shook her head. "Nothing." Sister Man, accustomed to Li Ruobing's aloof demeanor, suddenly had a spark of inspiration in her eyes. "Bingbing, darling, do you know if your brother, Chen, has a girlfriend? I know several wealthy young ladies. Would you like me to introduce them?" Li Ruobing, previously lost in thought, snapped to attention at Sister Man's question, her eyes turning icy. "He has a girlfriend." Sister Man was taken aback by the ferocity in Li Ruobing's gaze. So much intensity. She then sighed. What a shame for such a handsome brother to already have a girlfriend. Curiously, she continued, "Bingbing, darling, is your brother's girlfriend beautiful?" Clearly intrigued, Li Ruobing replied, coolly, "Very beautiful. His girlfriend is likely the most beautiful girl in the world." Sister Man was left speechless, her eyes wide in disbelief. Having known Li Ruobing for 2 years, she had never seen her praise another girl like this. Sister Man turned to smile and said, "Bingbing, darling, you spoil your brother too much. This is a case of love for the house extending to the crow. No matter how beautiful his girlfriend is, she could never rival your beauty." Sister Man spoke the truth. Li Ruobing was indeed the most stunning girl she had ever seen, resembling an ethereal fairy untouched by the mundane world. After a brief respite at the filming location, Chen approached the van, preparing to ride to the airport together. At that moment, a man's voice rang out, "Bingbing, I heard you were filming an advertisement here today, so I came to see you." The man's tone was deliberately intimate, as if he shared a close relationship with Li Ruobing. Chen turned to see the young man he had encountered that night at the restaurant, now holding a bouquet of vibrant blue roses. Wang Cheng also recognized Chen. Unlike the previous evening, he wore a friendly smile. "Hello, Chen, Veng Cheng. A friend of your sister Bingbing. I misunderstood things that night. My apologies." Wang Cheng had already investigated Chen's background and discovered he was merely Li Ruobing's neighbor, not her boyfriend. His initial plan to create trouble for Chen quickly dissipated. In response to Wang Cheng's greeting, Chen's demeanor was cold and dismissive, completely ignoring him, which left Wang Cheng feeling quite awkward. Concealing his anger, he forced a smile and addressed Li Ruobing, "Bingbing, I misunderstood that night. I shouldn't have been so harsh. Here are flowers I had air freighted from abroad for you. Tell me if you like them." Upon seeing Wang Cheng, Li Ruobing's icy gaze was suddenly tinged with impatience. She pointed to Chen and handed the flowers to him. Wang Cheng's heart leapt with joy. This was the first time Li Ruobing had accepted his gift. He felt certain that his threats from that night had borne fruit. "Chen, take these flowers for your sister," Wang Cheng said. Chen accepted the flowers, his expression growing increasingly frigid as he looked at Li Ruobing. "Sister Bingbing, how should we deal with these flowers?" he inquired. Li Ruobing casually replied, "It's up to you." "You little brat, can you really tolerate someone pursuing your sister?" She was curious to see how he would react. At that moment, Chen stepped in front of Wang Cheng, looking down at him. "You wish to court my sister Bingbing?" Chen towered over Wang Cheng, his muscular build contrasting sharply with Wang Cheng's more delicate frame. The disparity in their presence was palpable. Chen overshadowed Wang Cheng entirely. Under Chen's piercing gaze, Wang Cheng felt an inexplicable chill. Despite being younger, Chen exuded an intimidating aura, especially his eyes, which bore the ferocity of a beast, instilling an unshakable fear within Wang Cheng, even more terrifying than his father. "Yes," Wang Cheng admitted without hesitation. Chen laughed boldly, exuding an air of dominance. "Then I'm afraid you must relinquish that pursuit, for you are unworthy of my sister Bingbing." At these words, the atmosphere fell silent, the crowd staring at Chen in disbelief. No one had expected such a declaration from him. Wang Cheng's expression was one of utter astonishment. Chen glanced at the flowers in his hand, noting their beauty. Wang Cheng's face shifted, pride replacing his initial shock. "Of course, these were air freighted for me. Could they be anything less than exquisite?" he boasted. "Clearly, a poor boy like you has never seen the world." Chen's expression suddenly cooled. These flowers would be better suited for a trash bin. With that, he strode towards the trash can and, in front of everyone, unceremoniously tossed the bouquet inside. Witnessing this, Wang Cheng's face turned an ugly shade, transforming from pale to a deep, furious red. What did this brat mean? Was he challenging him? The onlookers were also taken aback. Chen is incredibly bold. How impressive, they thought. Chen was ostensibly protecting his sister from unwanted suitors. Yet in this moment, It felt as though he was proclaiming her as his girlfriend, leaving Wang Chung with no illusions. Don't push your luck. Just because you're Bingbing's brother doesn't mean I won't confront you. Wang Chung fumed, his anger surging. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Especially at the hands of a mere university student? Unfazed by Wang Cheng's fury, Su Chun continued to stare him down. What? Do you wish to take a swing at me? Wang Chung, initially poised to retaliate, suddenly recalled the previous night's encounter. This young man possessed a strength that was astonishing. Engaging in a direct confrontation might lead to his own embarrassment. Wang Chung retreated to a safer distance, pointing a finger at Su Chun. Fine. In light of your relationship with Bingbing, I 1T stoop to your level. With that, he turned and walked away, appearing magnanimous, yet seething inside. This brat was truly courting disaster. He had intended to let him off easy, yet here he was digging his own grave. Just wait. He would make him pay for this insolence. Seeing Wang Chung storm off, Sister Man expressed her concern. Su Chun, that person is the son of our company's boss. Provoking him could lead to trouble. Although Su Chun was indeed charismatic, his impulsiveness was reckless, disregarding the potential consequences. Sister Man then turned to Li Ruobing, saying, Bingbing, you should have advised your brother. His actions were far too rash. After all, Wang Chung is the boss's son. If he uses his connections to undermine your resources, it could spell trouble. Normally aloof, Li Ruobing now sported a smile. I think he handled it quite well. Sister Man, seated in the car, waved to Su Chun. Her mood visibly lifted. Xiao Chen Chun, get in, we should head home. Su Chun climbed into the car, which then departed the filming location, heading towards the airport. Inside, Sister Man asked Li Ruobing, Bingbing darling, did you find any script from before that you liked? Li Ruobing shook her head, no. Sister Man sighed, Bingbing darling. Those scripts were new works from top domestic screenwriters. Is there truly none that caught your interest? Li Ruobing replied with boredom. There are. But the female lead has too many scenes with the male lead. Sister Man suddenly asked, by the way, have you contacted that screenwriter? When will he release a new work? Sister Man frowned. Not yet. This genius seems to appear and vanish without a trace. With a sigh, she continued, Bingbing darling. If you could land a role in one of S's plays, your career would undoubtedly reach new heights. As long as you secure a script from S, you need not fear being suppressed. But every actor is clamoring for his scripts. If he releases a new work, it might be difficult for us to snatch it. Li Ruobing also felt a tinge of frustration, sighing softly. Indeed, so many are eager for S's scripts. I was quite surprised to be cast as the female lead last time. I doubt I'll have such an opportunity again. She added, somewhat downcast, however. I don't understand why such a talented genius doesn't write more scripts. Sister Man shook her head. I'm not sure. Many online say he has run out of inspiration, which is why he hasn't released anything this year. Sister Man admired, yet, even if this great talent has exhausted his inspiration, he remains a god among editors. He has been writing scripts for a decade, producing 10 classic works during that time. It's truly remarkable, Sister Man excitedly exclaimed. Moreover, I have heard that this prolific screenwriter is only in his 20s. Truly a prodigious talent. Li Ruobing was engaged in a discussion about work with Sister Man, while Su Chun sat quietly beside her, engrossed in his mobile game. A fleeting glance from Li Ruobing revealed that her brother was once again lost in the world of gaming, prompting a soft sigh from her lips. Though they both belonged to the same age bracket, while others had ascended to prominence, her foolish brother seemed somewhat lacking in comparison. This foolish sibling was nothing more than a dreamless little slacker, spending his days lost in games without a hint of ambition. Yet it mattered little. He could remain a slacker for all she cared, as she earned enough to comfortably support him. Although Su Chun was preoccupied with his game, he could still sense the occasional gaze from Li Ruobing directed at him, inciting a sense of inexplicable anxiety within him. Would his little secret be exposed? Surely not. It seemed he had to seize the moment to write a new script. Otherwise, if this young lady failed to secure a new role, she would be troubled for a while. However, crafting a screenplay was indeed exhausting. Despite being a literary copyist, drawing from the classic masterpieces of past generations, it was still a laborious task. For while he recalled the overarching plots of these classics, he still needed to embellish them with his own details. Moreover, typing was draining. How he wished for a tool that would eliminate the need for manual input, one that would simply transcribe the plots he envisioned directly onto the page. At that very moment, a notification chimed. Ding. System. 8 hours remain until the daily check-in period concludes. Su Chen. System. System. This is truly the last reminder for the host to check in. Su Chen. Su Chun awkwardly cleared his throat. I'll check in right now. He felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of being scrutinized by teacher for homework submissions. Furthermore, he couldn't help but grumble about the system's remarkably low presence. He often forgot that he even had a system. System. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in on Li Ruobing's chauffeur-driven vehicle. System. Congratulations to the host for receiving an automatic writing machine. Su Chen. Chapter 51. This dog food is quite filling. As Su Chen examined the rewards from his check-in, he discovered that, as the name suggested, it was an automatic writing tool, specifically a software application. Upon claiming this reward, he noticed a new and unfamiliar document editing software had appeared on his phone. This automatic writing software was now linked to his mind. As long as he conceptualized a storyline, the software would effortlessly generate text. Furthermore, this software had the added benefit of requiring him to only outline the general plot, with the software seamlessly filling in the finer details. This truly was a boon for the lazy. However, it did come with a limitation. He could only produce 100 scripts per year, regardless of their length. Nevertheless, 100 scripts was quite a considerable amount, as a typical screenwriter would be deemed prolific if they managed to produce 2 or 3 works a year. While Li Ruobing and Sister Man were engrossed in their conversation, Su Chen interjected unexpectedly. I believe this esteemed writer might be preparing to release a new work. The two women paused momentarily. Sister Man, with a curious expression, asked, How do you know handsome Su Chen? Su Chen replied calmly, I am a fan of this distinguished screenwriter. I merely guessed. Hopefully, he thought. Sister Man acknowledged his statement with a nod, dismissing it as a minor interlude. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt at the airport in the capital. Su Chen and Li Ruobing prepared to disembark. Sister Man, with a hint of reluctance, said, Bingbing dear, remember to choose a script you like when you return. Li Ruobing replied coolly, It depends on my mood. If I can't find something suitable, there's nothing I can do. Sister Man. Li Ruobing was the most zen star Sister Man had ever encountered in the entertainment industry. While others scrambled fiercely for resources, Li Ruobing appeared utterly unbothered, carefully selecting, seemingly disinterested in fame. Yet, ironically, it was she who had risen to stardom, not to mention her outstanding luck. Her looks and talent were among the best in the industry. Her debut role earned her the Best Actress award, a rarity in the entertainment world. Sister Man then turned to Su Chen, advising, Handsome Su Chen, make sure to take good care of our Bingbing dear. Don't let other men whisk her away. Su Chen smiled. Rest assured, Sister Man, with me around, Bingbing will not be taken by anyone else. Sister Man beamed. You truly are a wonderful brother. As Li Ruobing and Su Chen stepped out of the vehicle and entered the airport, even with their black masks concealing their faces, their perfectly complementary figures attracted numerous glances. Wow, this couple looks fantastic together. Indeed, the guy is tall, and the girl is equally statuesque, plus their figures are impeccable. That girl's skin is flawless. What is her secret to such beauty? The onlookers marveled at the high-quality couple before them. Bingbing, let us head inside, Su Chen said, feeling elated by the compliments from the girls. They certainly had good taste, opting for the VIP passage, which had relatively fewer travelers. They still garnered attention, but did not incite a significant commotion. After successfully passing through security, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since Li Ruobing's rise to fame, navigating airport security with her had become a delicate affair. Otherwise, being recognized could lead to complications. It seemed the time had come to invest in a private jet, as he had heard that private planes had dedicated security channels, allowing for a more discreet passage in the future. Su Chen and Li Ruobing arrived just in time, proceeding directly to the boarding gate shortly after clearing security. Li Ruobing had purchased 2 first-class tickets, and their seats were conveniently adjacent. Once aboard the aircraft, Li Ruobing settled into the plush, comfortable seat, and before long, sleepiness overcame her. Xiao Chun, I'm feeling sleepy. I'm going to rest now. Sister Bingbing, go ahead and sleep, Su Chen replied, understanding that after a 2-hour photo shoot, she was justified in feeling fatigued. Li Ruobing indeed succumbed to her exhaustion, closing her eyes and drifting off almost immediately. Su Chen, sitting beside her, couldn't he help but gaze at her. This young lady was truly stunning. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her skin fair and supple, exuding an air of elegance akin to a heroine straight out of a comic book. As the airplane's air conditioning chilled the cabin, Su Chen noticed that Li Ruobing, having barely begun to slumber, was feeling the cold. He took a blanket from the side and gently draped it over her. Once he had ensured she was comfortably covered, he attempted to withdraw his arm, only to find her clutching it. In her half-asleep state, she embraced his arm as though it were a pillow, unwilling to let go. Su Chen was accustomed to this behavior. He simply allowed her to hold on to him, adjusting his body to maintain an awkward posture. Time passed slowly. To avoid waking Li Ruobing, Su Chen remained motionless in his position. In the past, after an hour of maintaining such a posture, his hand would have gone numb. However, today he felt no discomfort. The awkward position proved to be no strain at all, a testament to the enhancement provided by the physical conditioning potion. He always felt that, with his current extraordinary physique, he could effortlessly perform an hour's worth of sit-ups. While Li Ruobing was asleep, Su Chen was not idle. He was conjuring scripts within the confines of his mind. In less than 2 hours, he had already devised a dozen stories. With one hand, he retrieved his phone and opened the application, discovering that indeed, a multitude of meticulously crafted scripts had materialized. Titles such as A Little Talk of Journey to the West, The Shawshank Redemption, Escape from Prison, and Breaking Bad adorned the document. Although these scripts were completed in a mere 2 hours, their quality was exceptionally high. Each a classic from Su Chen's previous life on Earth. These works stood as timeless masterpieces, unparalleled in their brilliance. Particularly in this parallel world where entertainment art remained in a nascent stage, these creations were akin to a dimensional strike. This parallel world boasted no shortage of talented directors or actors, yet it sorely lacked good scripts. Hence, every script Su Chen authored had become a classic upon its adaptation, making it nearly impossible for them not to garner immense popularity. Moreover, Su Chen believed that the productions emerging from this world, be it in quality or in the actors' performances, surpassed even the original creations from Earth. Previously, his earlier scripts had fetched exorbitant prices, selling for tens of millions, with some even reaching 50 million, eagerly contested by buyers. However, in recent years, Su Chen ceased selling scripts outright and instead opted for collaboration with production companies, demanding a 30% share from any film or television adaptation of his work. Initially, the industry moguls viewed his demands as exorbitant, deeming it greedy to request such a substantial cut for merely penning a script. Yet, as new scripts emerged from Su Chen, these titans of the film industry would still scramble to acquire them, for they were simply irresistible. Su Chen's scripts guaranteed quality and acted as a veritable cash cow at the box office. One of his screenplays had even become the highest-grossing film in this world, amassing a staggering $5 billion globally, epitomizing a box office phenomenon. In the past, while spending time with Li Ruobing, he felt that even a minute stretched infinitely, akin to a century. However, after realizing the transformation of his familial affection, he perceived those 2 hours as fleeting, even briefer than 2 minutes. He had scarcely had the chance to admire her beauty or the adorable visage she wore in slumber before the plane had reached its destination. As the aircraft touched down and came to a halt, passengers began to rise and depart. Once the majority had exited, Su Chen gently shook the arm that Li Ruobing had draped over him, attempting to rouse her. "Sister Bingbing, the plane has landed. It's time for us to go," he whispered softly. His gentle motion elicited a frown from Li Ruobing, her lovely face displaying dissatisfaction. "Please don't disturb my sleep. Who dares to interrupt my slumber? I shall retaliate," she mumbled, rubbing her delicate nose. Though her threat was fierce, her voice was incredibly soft and endearing, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. Utterly charming, Su Chen watched this scene, feeling as though his heart might melt. How sweet it was! At that moment, 2 flight attendants approached, politely reminding him, "Sir, our plane has landed." Su Chen adjusted Li Ruobing's mask before nodding. "Yes, I understand. We shall depart shortly." He then raised his voice slightly. "Sister Bingbing, we truly must leave now." Yet, Li Ruobing remained in a state of drowsiness, restlessly twisting her body as if indulging in childlike stubbornness. "Xiao Chuncheng, I'm so sleepy. Please don't disturb me. I want to sleep a little longer." Her soft voice possessed an innate ability to dissolve even the hardest of hearts. "Sir, your girlfriend is absolutely adorable," one of the flight attendants remarked. Indeed, her pouting demeanor resembles that of a little kitten. Despite being fellow women, they found themselves charmed by Li Ruobing's playful antics. Although she wore a mask, her beauty was unmistakable. Su Chen smiled at the 2 attendants. "She is not my girlfriend." The attendants paused in surprise, about to apologize for their misunderstanding, when they were met with the sight of a boy with deep, mesmerizing eyes, who, with a tender yet resolute voice, stated, "She is my wife, not merely a girlfriend." The flight attendants were left speechless. "Oh, he is so charming. To be his girlfriend must be an incredible blessing." "Xiao Chuncheng, hug me." Li Ruobing sleepily extended her arms towards Su Chen. What a lazy little cat she was. With a sigh of resignation, Su Chen leaned down and effortlessly cradled her soft form in his arms, executing the embrace with the grace of a true gentleman. As he descended the aircraft, his tall figure contrasted beautifully with the petite girl nestled in his arms, who, like a small kitten, found comfort in his embrace and drifted back to sleep. This scene was perfectly harmonious and heartwarming, evoking the notion that the most exquisite love in the world could be nothing less than this. The 2 flight attendants, having hardly eaten throughout the day to maintain their figures, found themselves surprisingly satiated by the sweetness of what they had just witnessed. Such delightful dog food was indeed filling. Chapter 52. Is this Sister Bingbing's punishment? Observing Su Chan's retreating figure, one flight attendant curiously remarked, "Don't you think that girl looks incredibly familiar?" The other attendant, equally puzzled, replied, "Yes, even with a mask, her face seems so recognizable, as if I've seen her somewhere before. I think she resembles that wildly popular actress." "Who? Li Ruobing?" "Surely not. Didn't the trending news just reveal her dating a college heartthrob?" "Yes, it appears so. That video went viral on Douyin. Now that you mention it, I recall watching that Douyin video 100 times. The silhouette of that boy is strikingly similar to the male lead in the video. No, they're identical. Wow. Could it be that the superstar Li Ruobing is indeed keeping a little puppy? How thrilling. Yet, whether it was true or not was of no concern to them. They knew better than to divulge the privacy of their passengers. The two flight attendants exchanged their speculations, but regardless of the identities involved, they had thoroughly indulged in a serving of high-quality dog food. Their hearts stirred with a yearning for romance, wishing for a gentle and caring boyfriend of their own. After all, who wouldn't appreciate the warmth of a strong embrace during a long, tiring workday? Their aspirations were modest. A boyfriend who was tall and handsome, with a car, a home, and savings, nothing too extravagant. As Su Chen carried Li Ruobing off the plane, they faced a considerable distance from the runway to the airport terminal, a journey typically made by internal airport bus. Yet, with Li Ruobing cradled in his arms, he confidently strode towards the airport bus, thankful to find a vacant seat for them to settle into. Within the confines of the bus, a considerable number of passengers had already gathered. Upon the entrance of Su Chen, he instantly captured the attention of all. The men and women could not help but engage in animated discussions. "Wow, this is simply extraordinary. This couple is shamelessly flaunting their affection. That young man is quite dashing. What a quintessential princess, Carrie. Oh, how sweet. Have they taken inspiration from that trending TikTok video? Is public display of affection now the norm? Though it's a bit embarrassing, I too yearn for a boyfriend like that. Brothers, I'm feeling envious. At 24, I've yet to hold a girl's hand. I'm really feeling it, sob. Look at that couple. Don't they resemble the ones in that TikTok video? Indeed, they bear a striking resemblance. Goodness, it truly does look like it. This is too impressive. That young man dotes on his girlfriend so much. He can't bear to let her walk even a couple of steps. You boys ought to take notes. The ideal boyfriend, as they say." Unperturbed by the chatter, Su Chen remained indifferent, concealed behind his mask, rendering him unrecognizable. Even without it, he felt no shame. As long as no one recognized Bingbing, he was content. The joy of being able to hold Bingbing was far too great for him to feel embarrassed. Besides, publicly showcasing their affection was an exhilarating experience. Just look at those single souls. Their gazes were filled with envy. How delightful. The youth of today are indeed quite liberated, openly embracing one another. However, some older, more conservative women could not help but voice their disapproval. Su Chen feigned ignorance. At that moment, amidst the cacophony, Li Ruobing stirred awake, hearing the commotion. Typically indifferent to others' opinions, she now felt an acute sense of embarrassment, overwhelmed with shyness. Thus, she discreetly opened her eyes for a fleeting glance at Su Chen, only to quickly shut them again, pretending to be asleep. If she acted as though she were unaware, the awkwardness would not be hers to bear. 5 minutes later, the bus came to a halt, and the group made their way toward the exit. Su Chen, still cradling Li Ruobing, headed toward the less crowded VIP passage. The security personnel at the VIP entrance, upon spotting a young man carrying a girl, appeared somewhat bewildered. "Hello, my sister is asleep, and I do not wish to disturb her. May we pass this way?" Su Chen addressed the security officer. "Are you Mr. Su?" The officer inquired. "Yes, that's me. Su Chen replied. My identification is in my pocket. Could you kindly retrieve it?" The officer approached, extracting the necessary documents from Su Chen's coat pocket and glancing at them. "Mr. Su, all is well. You may continue with your sister in your arms. We'll just conduct a quick scan." Su Chen and Li Ruobing were familiar with this passage, and the personnel were aware that the woman in Su Chen's arms was the renowned star Li Ruobing. Cognizant of their sibling relationship, hence, they did not impose any undue difficulty on Su Chen. After a brief check to ensure they were not carrying prohibited items, they were allowed to proceed. The officer handed the documents back to Su Chen, playfully remarking, "Mr. Su, you truly care for your sister. I wish I had a brother like you, handsome and attentive to his sister, unlike mine, who only fights with me for the remote." Su Chen chuckled awkwardly, feeling a twinge of guilt. Exiting the airport, the night had descended. In his previous life, Su Chen had always dreaded flying and taking trains. Being alone, whether on a plane or a train, and witnessing the bustling crowd felt overwhelmingly lonely, especially at night, even surrounded by throngs of people. He often felt like the sole inhabitant of the world, an orphan alienated from society. However, at this moment, he could not sense that profound loneliness, for he held a delicate, soft figure in his arms. She filled his heart, dispelling the notion of being alone in the world. Lowering his gaze, he observed Li Ruobing still asleep. Su Chen could not help but tease, "Li Ruobing, you truly are a sleepyhead. You could sleep through anything." At that instant, Li Ruobing stirred, slowly opening her sparkling eyes. Her voice, soft and tinged with sleepiness, resonated, "Xiao, Chen, has the plane landed?" Seeing Li Ruobing awake, Su Chen instantly masked his earlier disdain, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "Bingbing, you're awake?" Li Ruobing struggled, prompting Su Chen to set her down. "When did you wake up?" he asked cautiously, scrutinizing her expression, hoping she hadn't heard his earlier comments. "Just now," she replied, her demeanor reverting to its usual aloofness. Her fair ears slightly tinged with pink, hidden beneath the night's veil. "Bingbing, let us head home," Su Chen sighed in relief. He hailed a taxi, and they climbed in, after a brief ride. As their home drew nearer, Su Chen could not resist reminding Li Ruobing, "Bingbing, once we get home, please don't mention our marriage to Mom and Dad. Do not let it slip." Though he no longer wished to pursue a divorce, he could not allow their parents to find out. If Li's father discovered that he had been guarding his own interests while winning over his precious daughter, it would spell disaster for him. Even if he had consumed some strength-enhancing elixir, it would likely not suffice against Li's father's wrath. In response to Su Chen's plea, Li Ruobing merely smiled at him with a hint of mischief in her gaze. "Xiao Chen, I want to say a word. But for how you treated me today, you shall accept a little punishment." Su Chen's back stiffened. As he suspected, he knew that taking advantage of her would not go unpunished. Was she about to begin her revenge? Memories of his past torment at her hands flooded his mind. "Bingbing, what is your punishment?" Li Ruobing simply smiled, her expression ethereal, reminiscent of an angel. "Close your eyes," she instructed softly. The sweeter her smile, the more apprehensive Su Chen felt. "Ahem, Bingbing. All right, if you wish to punish me, then do as you please. But as a magnanimous adult, please spare my handsome face. I wouldn't want to explain it to Mom and Dad later." As Su Chen resigned himself to close his eyes, bracing for Li Ruobing's affectionate punishment, she regarded his expression of impending doom, akin to one approaching the guillotine. She couldn't help but wonder, was she truly that fearsome? While she had been somewhat harsh with him in the past, it had always stemmed from love, aimed at fortifying his resilience. This foolish younger brother, who has appeared mentally deficient since childhood, is exceedingly reticent and deeply introverted. In her quest to transform him into the bright and cheerful individual he is today, she inadvertently became a psychological expert. Had she the chance to be reborn in her youth, her matured intellect might have spared him from her simplistic and harsh methods of guidance, thereby alleviating his fear of her. Alas, she was reborn 4 years ago, by which time her naive younger brother had already developed a fear of her, making it difficult to effect immediate change. Yet, it is not too late for transformation now. "Bingbing Jia, go ahead and hit me. I promise I won't make a sound," Su Chen exclaimed, his eyes tightly shut, adopting a disposition of resignation. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Upon witnessing Su Chen's demeanor, Li Ruobing couldn't help but chuckle, momentarily dazzling the world with her enchanting beauty. Her face drew closer to Su Chen's, her heart racing, and she instinctively held her breath, feeling an inexplicable tension. Closer, ever closer. Her delicate lips were about to brush against Su Chen's. Her heart felt as though it might leap from her chest. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. They touched. With a soft and warm caress, Li Ruobing's trembling lips gently met Su Chen's. The sensation was a tender touch, as sweet and soft as jelly, and the air was filled with the enchanting fragrance unique to her. Boom! Su Chen's mind erupted, plunging into a void of confusion. Was this the punishment from Bingbing Jia? Chapter 53. Mother Su, don't let my daughter-in-law escape. The warm and soft sensation lingered sweetly, reminiscent of indulging in a delightful jelly, utterly addictive and nostalgic. However, the beauty of this world is often fleeting. It was but a fleeting kiss, timed perfectly as the taxi driver brought the vehicle to a halt. "Handsome guy, we've arrived," he announced. As the car came to a stop, Li Ruobing flung open the door, darting out like an agitated kitten, still entranced by the kiss. Su Chen only realized what had happened when the intoxicating fragrance dissipated, leaving him yearning for more. "Hey, Bingbing Jia, wait. What was the meaning of this? How could a sister punish her brother in such a manner? She must harbor ulterior motives. When she claimed to like him that evening, did it pertain to this kind of affection? Had her familial love for him begun to transform?" Su Chen's heart raced. "Bingbing Jia, wait for me." He was determined to pursue her, needing to clarify this bewildering kiss. Just then, the taxi driver shouted, "Young man, even if your girlfriend has run off, you still need to pay." Or was this a new form of freeloading? Chen holdt feeding invadist. Sorry, sir, you've misunderstood. I'm not the type to take advantage. I usually support creators with likes and gifts. After all, he was a typical billionaire. How could he indulge in such antics? Here you go, he said, producing a bill from his wallet and handing it to the driver. Hold on, let me get your change. It's 30 in total. The driver bent down for change, but when he looked up again, the young man had vanished. Seems like he had a spat with his girlfriend. Young man, don't mess with women. They must be cherished. The driver, glancing at his own puffy face in the rearview mirror, felt a heartache that no one could fathom. After settling the fare, Chen dashed towards the neighborhood, yet the girl was too swift. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of her. His heart was a tumult of emotions. That mischievous Bingbing Jia had flirted and then fled. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing, having exited the car, sprinted away as if she had just stolen something. Her exquisitely beautiful face was flushed crimson, reaching her ears. Why are you running, Li Xianenvi? This isn't in line with your persona. You're not that kind of girl. But she was simply shy. What did she do? Li Ruobing dashed to her upscale neighborhood, where two identical villas were nestled within a spacious courtyard. She approached the villa on her left, successfully unlocking the door with her fingerprint, and hurried inside. Slamming the door shut, she leaned against it, her stunning face flushed and breathless, a sight to behold. In the living room of the villa, a burly middle-aged man, muscular and imposing, stood up abruptly upon seeing the flustered Li Ruobing, grabbing a 40-kilogram dumbbell. His expression turned menacing. Sweet daughter, why were you running so fast? Did someone bully you? Was a rogue bothering you? This man was Li Ruobing's father, Li Xiong, a name befitting his formidable presence. Despite a few gray hairs, his towering physique remained robust. Just looking at him was enough to instill caution. Li Ruobing ignored her father. Lost in the memory of that thrilling kiss, her hand pressed against her heart, feeling as though it might burst from excitement. Li Daxiong, what are you doing with that dumbbell? Are you unaware of your daughter's capabilities? She wouldn't bully anyone. In the living room, a melodious voice, rich in charm, interjected. A petite and graceful woman, exuding beauty and poise, approached, reproaching Li Xiong with a cool demeanor. This was Li Ruobing's mother, Shen Xiaowan. Despite having a daughter of such stature, she maintained her youthful appearance remarkably well, showing little sign of aging. Standing beside Li Ruobing, they resembled sisters. Clearly, Li Ruobing's exquisite beauty was inherited from her mother. Darling, I'm only worried that our daughter might be wronged. Li Xiong, a towering figure, stood beside Shen Xiaowan, creating an amusing contrast of beauty and beast. Yet, when Shen Xiaowan raised an eyebrow, Li Xiong quickly acquiesced, setting down the dumbbell with a sheepish smile, revealing the dynamics of their household. Shen Xiaowan approached, her concern evident. Daughter, are you unwell? Why are you sweating so profusely? Li Ruobing finally regained her composure and flashed a sweet smile. Mom and Dad, I'm fine. It's just a bit hot outside. I'll wash my face in the bathroom. With that, she headed towards the restroom. At this moment, Chen arrived at the entrance of the two villas. He paused, gazing thoughtfully at Li Ruobing's house. Foolish son, why are you standing outside? Go in. Just then, a middle-aged couple walked by, carrying bags, evidently returning from grocery shopping. This couple was none other than Chen's parents. Chen's father, named Wan, though reaching middle age, still possesses an undeniable charm, exuding a refined and amiable demeanor. He is currently a professor at a certain university. Chen's mother, Yan, is an exceptionally beautiful woman who has maintained herself remarkably well. She was once a fierce and formidable presence in the military. Her personality is rather bold and assertive. However, in the presence of Wan, Yan becomes quite docile and obedient, generally acquiescing to his wishes and often indulging in playful affection towards him. Their son, Chen, finds himself constantly surrounded by the affectionate banter of his parents. Mom and Dad, I've been deliberately waiting for you. Chen chuckled as he approached to assist his parents with the groceries. Yan handed him a plastic bag and glanced around, curiously inquiring, "Where's Bingbing? Why hasn't Tishi come with you?" Typically, Chen and Li Ruobing would return home together. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Chen's smile widened. Mom, Sister Bingbing has already gone home. Yan immediately furrowed her brow, gazing at Chen with suspicion, her stare piercing. Did you upset Bingbing? Chen, feeling awkward, replied Mom. How could I dare? If anyone is getting bullied, it's me by Sister Bingbing. Yan raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're not pleased about being bullied by her? Chen maintained a smile. No, I'm quite pleased, very pleased. Yan, shaking her head in disappointment, admonished him. You really should pay more attention. Keep an eye on Sister Bingbing. If one day she runs off with someone else, it will be you left in tears. Su Chun, feeling embarrassed, pretended not to understand her implication. Mom, her legs are attached to her body. If she wants to leave with someone, who am I to stop her? Watching her son's silly grin, Su Yin felt a pang of anxiety. This foolish boy was just like his father, utterly clueless when it came to matters of the heart. Back then, his father had pursued her relentlessly. Did this naive lad truly believe he could enjoy the same fortune? If he didn't start being vigilant, such a remarkable daughter-in-law might be whisked away by someone else. The Su family stepped into their elegant villa. Once inside, Su Yin busily prepared dinner. Su Yin approached to his sister. Darling, let me lend you a hand. Su Yin playfully pushed him away. Dear, you are a scholar. Your hands are meant for writing. Besides, what sense does it make for a man to enter the kitchen? Su Yin was particularly tender towards Su Wan, unable to bear the thought of him laboring in the kitchen. Su Chen, what are you doing playing on your phone? Can't you see how busy your mother is? Hurry and come help. Su Chan lazily looked up. Mom, didn't you just say that men shouldn't enter the kitchen? Su Zan Zito. That was directed at my husband. You, my son, cannot be compared to him. Su Chun, realizing the double standard, sighed in resignation and trudged towards the kitchen. As he passed by his father, Su Wen cast him a sympathetic glance. Thanks for the support. Su Chen muttered, feeling slightly hurt. Su Yin continued, silly son. If you don't learn to cook now, how will you take care of Sister Bingbing in the future? Su Chan had grown accustomed to this notion. In his mother's eyes, Sister Bingbing was already considered her daughter-in-law, merely awaiting the formalities of marriage. After the meal was prepared, Su Yin instructed Su Chun, all right, go call Sister Bingbing and her parents to come for dinner. On weekends, Su Chun and Li Ruobing would gather with their families for a meal together. Understood. Su Chan replied as he opened the door to the adjacent apartment, which belonged to Li Ruobing. Though he had access through fingerprint recognition, he still pressed the doorbell. Little Chun, is that you? Shen Xiaowan greeted him warmly as she opened the door. Su Chun politely returned the greeting. Good evening, Annie Li. Upon seeing Su Chun, Li Xiong immediately offered a salute. Comrade Su Chun, it's been a while. Su Chun saluted back in a serious manner. Good evening, Comrade Li. Shen Xiaowan observed the two boys with an expression that suggested they were both a pair of simpletons. Where's Bingbing? Su Chun asked, feeling a bit sheepish, especially in the presence of Li Xiong, whose muscular build and the array of medals displayed on the wall were quite imposing. Bingbing is in her room. You can go call her. We'll head over shortly, Shen Xiaowan said, taking Li Xiong's arm as they exited. Now, the living room of the villa was left solely to Su Chun. He glanced at a specific room on the second floor, Bingbing's sanctuary. Chapter 54. Su Chun mustered the courage to confess his feelings to Sister Bingbing. He ascended the staircase stealthily, deliberately lowering his footsteps as if he were a thief. He wasn't sure why he felt the need to be so quiet. Was it guilt? Upon reaching the door to Li Ruobing's room, he hesitated, not knocking immediately, instead pressing his ear against the door, straining to hear the sounds within. What could Sister Bingbing be doing in her room? His curiosity was piqued. Inside, a cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted, reminiscent of someone bouncing on a trampoline, causing the bed to creak rhythmically. One might easily mistake it for a couple engaged in vigorous activity. Inside the room, Li Ruobing indeed lay on her bed, flailing with excitement, completely absorbed in the thrill and joy of the kiss she had just experienced. Li Fairy, you are so enchanting. How can my silly brother withstand your charms? She exclaimed, her heart racing with exhilaration. Li Fairy, you are simply marvelous. Keep up the good work. Li Ruobing fervently encouraged herself, pumping herself up. Meanwhile outside, Su Chan listened to the commotion, his face contorting with confusion and a hint of excitement. What was Sister Bingbing exclaiming? And what was that about a fairy? Su Chen's mind wandered to strange thoughts, leaving him feeling profoundly awkward. Should he knock? Would he frighten Sister Bingbing? Would she be upset? Perhaps it would be best to quietly retreat. As he contemplated this, he turned, seemingly poised to sneak away. Yet in the next moment, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he decisively knocked on the door. Sister Bingbing, I'm here to call you for dinner. The door swung open with a click. It had not been locked. Su Chun, unable to halt his momentum, stumbled forward, bracing for an imminent encounter with the cold floor. Oh no, he thought, realizing his handsome face was about to meet the unforgiving ground. Just as he was about to fall, a figure darted past him, catching him securely. He collapsed against this figure, inhaling a familiar and delightful fragrance, his face pressed against a soft surface. At that moment, Su Chun completely forgot what brand of facial cleanser he had used that morning. Su Chun, he heard Li Ruobing's voice, laced with irritation, from above. In an instant, he felt himself being lifted and unceremoniously thrown onto the bed by Li Ruobing. She appeared so delicate that with just a gentle push from her hand, a towering figure at 187 centimeters was sent sprawling onto the bed. At that moment, Li Ruobing's face flushed a deep crimson, her body rising and falling with her breath, exuding an irresistible allure. Yet, she still bore an innocent visage, embodying a paradox of purity and desire. After being knocked onto the bed, Su Chen glanced around, relieved to find nothing peculiar in sight. Rising awkwardly, he stammered, "Sister Bingbing, what were you doing in the room just now?" Li Ruobing, filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted, "Of course I was sleeping. What else could I possibly be doing?" Her gaze towards Su Chen was filled with an air of grievance, reminiscent of a discontented woman. This foolish younger brother had been so clumsy as to cause her pain. Observing Li Ruobing's innocent and pure expression, Su Chen suddenly felt that his previous thoughts had been rather inappropriate. "Bingbing, Jia, dinner is ready. Mom asked me to come get you," he said, standing up and feeling somewhat uneasy, his eyes darting. The bed where Bingbing had slept still carried her lovely scent. "All right, I understand," Li Ruobing replied, striving to maintain her composure, her acting skills proving effective in this moment. "Now, bring me the things from the table." Following her gaze, Su Chen noticed several exquisite little bags resting on the table. Curiously, he inquired, "Sister Bingbing, what are these?" Li Ruobing answered, "These are gifts from Mom and Dad." Su Chen was puzzled. "Gifts? But Sister Bingbing, it's not a holiday or anything. Why would we give gifts to them?" In Su Chen's straightforward mind, he believed that gifts were only appropriate during festive occasions. Li Ruobing shot him a fierce glare with her glistening eyes. "Mind your own business." As Li Ruobing exited the room, Su Chen hurriedly followed, clutching the little bags. Walking side by side, his gaze frequently lingered on her beautifully delicate face, and he couldn't help but ponder the meaning behind her earlier punishment in the taxi. At that moment, he felt an urge to voice his curiosity, but the coldness of her expression made him inexplicably hesitant. "No, is this how a man should behave?" Summoning his courage, he turned to the enchanting Li Ruobing and boldly asked, "Sister Bingbing, what did that punishment in the taxi mean?" Li Ruobing alta, her heart racing in a way it had never done before, the sound of its pounding echoing in her ears. How nerve-wracking. She steadied her breath, attempting to keep her voice as calm as possible before replying. "Shout, Chun Chung, whatever you think it means, that's what it is." "Sister Bingbing, do you mean?" Gazing at the sweet smile she bestowed upon him, Su Chen felt his heart race as it had never done before. The world seemed to quiet down. All he could hear was the rapid beating of his own heart. He instinctively moved his lips. "Sister Bingbing, since you said that, I take it to mean that you have feelings for me that transcend mere sibling affection. Is that not so?" Upon uttering those words, he held his breath, an unprecedented tension gripping him, akin to a criminal awaiting judgment. Li Ruobing's heart was a tumultuous storm, her nerves heightened by Su Chen's penetrating gaze. She could hardly hear her own voice as she replied, "Silly brother, I already said, think whatever you want." Her stunningly beautiful face was now flushed with embarrassment, as if it were about to bleed. Click! The verdict was in. At that moment, Su Chen felt as if Cupid's arrow had struck him squarely in the heart. It was no illusion. Sister Bingbing indeed harbored feelings that transcended mere kinship. Elation, joy, the exhilaration almost lifted him off the ground. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of youthful exuberance, a sensation he had never experienced before. "Sister Bingbing, may I pursue you?" Su Chen asked nervously. He was cautious about confessing outright, fearing that if Bingbing's feelings were just budding, a confession now would be akin to pouring boiling water over tender sprouts. At this moment, Li Ruobing could not bear to meet his gaze. Despite her typically strong and aloof demeanor, she was still a girl, and one who had never truly been in a serious relationship. She felt a blend of shyness and excitement, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. She averted her eyes, hastily making her way towards the door, leaving behind a light-hearted remark, "Whatever you want." This foolish brother, did he truly not realize? She had been pursuing him all along. If he confessed now, she would gladly return to her room with him, ready to conceive a pair of twins, names already in mind. Su Chen stood frozen, staring at the now empty doorway. His heart soared with joy. Sister Bingbing had not rejected him. This meant that he could indeed pursue her, despite having lived two lives. This was the first time he truly desired to actively pursue a girl. He was filled with excitement. How should he go about this? He had never pursued anyone before. No. After dinner, he would consult a relationship expert online. After all, they were professionals with rich experiences, and being a woman, she would surely understand how to court a girl. He would seek her advice, carrying the little bags. He exited the room, only to find Li Ruobing waiting for him at the door. Was she waiting for him to join her? The sensation was oddly akin to a pair of newlyweds meeting each other as parents for the first time. Even though he was about to meet his own parents, he felt a slight flutter of nerves. Upon seeing Su Chen emerge, Li Ruobing glanced at him calmly, as if nothing had transpired, and said, "Let us go in." Su Chen nodded, walking alongside Li Ruobing into their family villa. In the living room, both sets of parents were seated at the dining table. Upon noticing the two of them walking in side by side, both families were momentarily taken aback. This strikingly handsome pair, who had grown up together, seemed so perfectly matched at this moment, especially with Su Chen holding several exquisite gift bags. It created an impression akin to a newlywed couple visiting their parents. A strikingly fitting sight, as both sets of parents remained momentarily stunned. Li Ruobing felt a bit awkward, while Su Chen was filled with a sense of guilt. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with delight as she broke into a smile, teasingly commenting, "Xiao Wan, the moment those two walked in, I thought we had a little couple visiting us. How delightful." Shin Xiao Wan chuckled in agreement. "Haha, they do resemble a couple. If this pair stepped out together, they would undoubtedly be mistaken for lovers. No wonder their gossip made headlines today." Laughter erupted in Su Chen's family living room, filling the space with joyous mirth. Su Chen's parents were filled with joy, as was Li Ruobing's mother. Yet, Li Ruobing's father wore a stern expression, his sharp gaze fixed upon Su Chen, scrutinizing him as though he were a suspect in a crime. This made Su Chen feel increasingly uneasy. "Ha, Mom, what are you joking about? Sister Bingbing and I have grown up together like siblings. How could we possibly be a couple? Haha, that is just too funny." Su Chen chuckled awkwardly, presenting an innocent facade. It was only in this manner that he felt the deathly glare from Li's father shift away from him, allowing him to breathe a silent sigh of relief. Chapter 55. The finest gift from Sister Bingbing to Su Chen. Li Ruobing, being an award-winning actress, quickly composed herself and took several small bags from Su Chen. "Su Mama, Su Papa, these are little gifts I bought for you. This bracelet is for Su Mama, and this tea set is for Su Papa. And, Mom, this bracelet is for you." As Li Ruobing presented the gifts from the small bags, she exuded the charm of a daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. "Bingbing, why are you giving us gifts out of the blue?" Li Ruobing blinked playfully, her usual aloof demeanor vanishing in the presence of others. "Su Mama, I accomplished something very joyous, and I wanted to share this happiness with everyone," she replied, her words oscillating between sincerity and jest. Bingbing is such a thoughtful child. She is not only stunningly beautiful, but also excelled academically from a young age. And now she is a major star, truly delightful, Su Yan exclaimed, admiring the jade bracelet Li Ruobing had gifted her, unable to part with it. Then, casting a casual glance at Su Chen, she remarked, "Xiao Wan, our Bingbing is so exceptional. I wonder which lucky fool will have the fortune to marry such a beauty. If I were a man, I would surely pursue Bingbing relentlessly to bring her home." Su Chen, Vimusev. I pretend not to understand your insinuation. Shin Xiaowan also delighted in the gifts from her daughter, smiling broadly. "Well, our Bingbing is indeed beautiful, but her temper is quite fierce. Who besides our little Chun can endure her?" Shin Xiaowan cast an ostensibly casual glance at Su Chen. Su Chen, feeling the atmosphere brimming with joy. But only Li Xiong appeared discontent. He gazed longingly at Li Ruobing. "My precious daughter, where's my gift? Just 3 little bags and none for me." Li Ruobing paused momentarily before responding. "Dad, I forgot." Li Xiong, Farbruken. Snap! That was the sound of his heart shattering. Then, Li Ruobing produced a bank card and handed it to Li Xiong. "Dad, buy whatever you like." Li Xiong, momentarily stunned, hesitated to take the card. Li Ruobing immediately adopted a pitiful expression. "Dad, are you dissatisfied with me only giving you money?" Witnessing his daughter's distress, the burly man felt his heart melt. He quickly proclaimed, "My precious daughter, I would never. I absolutely love it. It's money from my daughter. How could I not cherish it?" Li Xiong eagerly accepted the bank card. Then, with a dismissive tone, declared, "Humph, you all only received a small gift, whereas I received a bank card, which indicates that my precious daughter loves me more than you all. A mere trinket cannot truly reflect her affection for me." Everyone else bemused. Shin Xiao shot a sideways glance at her husband, then poked the freshly made beer duck with her chopsticks, remarking that it had been stewing for so long, yet remained tough. Li Xiong felt as if he had no place in this family. He was utterly pitiable. His gaze wandered around the room, finally landing on Su Chen, and his eyes lit up, his wounded feelings dissipating in an instant. Pointing at Su Chen, he laughed. "At least I have a bank card, unlike some people who are utterly disregarded by my precious daughter. He has nothing. Truly pitiful. Su Chen, I suspect you are subtly mocking me, and I possess ample evidence." Yet, he dared not retort, knowing he could not hold his ground. After this reminder, the gazes of the others shifted to Su Chen. Shin Xiaowan inquired curiously, "Daughter, why didn't you bring a gift for Xiao Chen this time? In the past, You always gifted everyone in the family. Li Ruobing smiled mysteriously. Mom, I did give him something. Shen Xiaowan, intrigued, asked, what did you give him? Li Ruobing grinned sweetly, the best gift. Li Xiong, consumed by jealousy, exclaimed, precious daughter, what is this gift? Hee, you'll find out soon. It's a surprise. Li Ruobing replied with a playful grin. Meanwhile, Su Chun pondered in confusion. When did Sister Bingbing give him a gift? The best gift? Could be those several red envelopes she had sent him earlier? Just that? Dinner officially commenced. The family took their seats, with the two sets of parents sitting beside each other, while Su Chan sat next to Li Ruobing, creating the semblance of three couples at the table. Su Yan served Li Ruobing some dishes while saying, Bingbing, try this dish. It's made by Su Chun. He remembered you liked it and rushed to make it when he saw me cooking. Thank you, Su Mama. Li Ruobing chocolat secreti, embodying a sweet and innocent girl in her home, exceedingly endearing. As she savored the food, she casually glanced at Su Chun, finding the meal extraordinarily delectable. This brother might be a bit foolish, but he certainly has a thoughtful side. As Su Chun focused intently on his meal, he heard his mother's words and looked up in confusion. Mom, you clearly forced me. Before he could finish, Su Yin scolded him fiercely while wrapping her chopsticks against his bowl. Eat your food. Su Chen, Risayin. He continued to eat, muttering to himself. If you don't eat with enthusiasm, you must have a problem upstairs. However, as he dined, a chicken leg unexpectedly appeared in his bowl. He looked up puzzled, only to find Li Ruobing beaming at him, as if she were a caretaker feeding an animal, graciously offering him a piece of chicken leg. Su Chan was taken aback. His heart skipped a beat. Sister Bingbing was too alluring. Seeing Su Chun gaze at her in bewilderment, Li Ruobing couldn't help but smile, finding his dazed expression utterly delightful. She playfully asked, what is wrong? Don't you like eating your sister's chicken leg? Of course. Su Chun took a hearty bite of the chicken leg. It was incredibly fragrant and sweet. At that moment, Li Xiong chimed in, precious daughter. I want a chicken leg too. Li Ruobing glanced at Li Xiong with a tone of disdain. Dad, don't you have a wife? Let her serve you. Li Xiong, bemused. He then looked to his gentle and lovely wife beside him. Darling, I want a chicken leg. Shen Xiaowan rolled her eyes at him. Li Da Xiong, don't you have hands? Li Xiong, di Xiertanat. Just then, Su Yin served a chicken leg into Su Wen's bowl, sweetly saying, darling, eat more chicken legs. You need to replenish your strength. Look how thin you've become lately. It breaks my heart. Li Xiong, feeling utterly forlorn, thought to himself, is there no place for me in this family? Chapter 56, Inviting Sister Bingbing on a Date. Su Chan silently savored the chicken leg that Li Ruobing had placed before him. Strangely enough, it seemed to possess an aroma far more tantalizing than usual. He gnawed at it with fervor, leaving behind nothing but a pristine bone. Just as he was immersed in his culinary delight, an inexplicable sensation pricked at his back, as if someone were casting a deathly gaze upon him. Cautiously, he lifted his head and, as expected, found Li's father, with eyes sharp as a beast's, fixated on him, unblinking. More precisely, the scrutiny was directed at the impeccably stripped chicken bone in his bowl. Perplexed, Su Chen wondered what Li's father was so intent on regarding the bone for. Was he wanting to eat it? Li, Dad, do you wish to have this chicken bone? There's still a smidgen of meat left, Su Chun suddenly offered. Li Xiong's face darkened immediately. You rascal, are you itching for a fight? Want to test the 7 wolves? Su Chun burst into laughter. Li, Dad, I was only jesting. Ha ha. Shen Xiaowan, covering her mouth, chimed in with a smile. Little Chun still knows how to joke around. With such a sweet tongue, you must have deceived quite a number of girls at school. Haven't you? Although her tone was playful, her gentle eyes bore a hint of seriousness. As soon as those words were spoken, Su Chan felt the weight of multiple gazes upon him, apart from Li's father, who was still engrossed in his meal. The atmosphere grew thick with an inexplicable chill, reminiscent of an interrogation, and Su Chun felt an overwhelming pressure, particularly under the piercing stares of the 3 women, sharp as icy daggers. Straightening his back, he replied earnestly, Li Mom, you misunderstand. I don't converse with girls at school. I'm just a homebody, spending my days gaming in the dorm. I can't even recall the names of the girls in my class. The moment he uttered those words, it was as if he had uttered the correct password. The ominous scrutiny finally shifted away from him, allowing him a moment to breathe. At that juncture, Li Xiong curiously remarked, Little Chun, you're not bad-looking. So why is it that you don't have a girlfriend? By your age, your father had already been crawling around with his son. Su Chen fed silent, feeling the heat of embarrassment rise. Li, Dad, I don't have anyone I like at school. Such matters depend on fate. Li Xiong, undeterred, exposed him. You're just being timid. Why not let your sister Bingbing introduce you to some girls? She surely knows many beautiful ones. Turning to Li Ruobing, he excitedly proposed. Darling daughter, why don't you set this silly boy up with a girlfriend? It's a disgrace for him to be in college without having experienced love. Li Ruobing's face turned cold as she snatched the bowl from Li Xiong's hands and filled it with a generous serving of white rice. Dad, just focus on your meal. Li Xiong, though already satiated, felt compelled to eat the rice his beloved daughter had served him. He fell silent, head bowed, diligently consuming his food. Li Ruobing then turned to Su Chun, adopting a sisterly tone, sweetly inquiring, "Our little Chun Chun has grown up. It's indeed time for you to consider a girlfriend. Do you need me to introduce you to someone?" The atmosphere crackled with unspoken tension, a palpable sense of impending doom. With a bashful smile, Su Chun replied, "Sister Bingbing, you truly have a knack for humor." The dinner, laden with pressure, finally came to an end. After the meal, both families settled onto the living room sofa, watching a television drama and indulging in warm familial banter. On the screen, a melodramatic series unfolded, depicting a man and woman who, having known each other for but a short time, secretly acquired a marriage certificate without their parents' knowledge. The plot was predictably cliché and sweet. Su Yin remarked, "Today's youth are so romantic. They needn't even court or meet parents. They simply go straight to get married. In our day, that was utterly inconceivable." Shen Xiaowan agreed. "Indeed, it's quite romantic. It seems this flash marriage trend is quite popular among the younger generation." Although the drama was over the top, it remained an entertaining distraction for women, a delightful way to pass the time. Li Xiong, however, voiced a dissenting opinion, his tone harsh. "That is not romance. The male lead is a scoundrel, whisking away the daughter without even meeting her family. If I were her father, I'd break his legs." Sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, Su Chun felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine upon hearing this. He glanced at his legs, still intact. Shen Xiaowan shot Li Xiong a disapproving glare. You're just old-fashioned. The male lead is undeniably handsome." Li Xiong, attempting to curry favor, smiled, "Wife, that's your perspective. Men think differently." He sought the support of his fellow comrades, turning to Su Chun. "What do you think, little Chun? Isn't the male lead's behavior of sneaking off to marry without parental consent rather irresponsible? Doesn't he deserve a beating?" As Li Xiong spoke, he winked at Su Chun, the meaning abundantly clear. "If you don't side with me, you're in for trouble." Su Chun, steeling himself, proclaimed with feigned indignation, "I concur with Li Dad. Such clandestine marriages are egregiously irresponsible, akin to human trafficking." Li Xiong then pressed, "And what about this scoundrel who abducts another's daughter for marriage? Shouldn't he have his legs broken?" Su Chun gritted his teeth. "Absolutely. Such behavior is utterly detestable." Li Xiong gazed at Su Chun with satisfaction, pleased to have a comrade who stood resolutely by his side, ideologically aligned. This script is absurdly cliché. I wonder how the writers concoct such drivel. Compared to that screenwriter's, this is hardly worthy of mention, Su Chun muttered, silently changing the television channel. Just then, Su Yin seemed to recall something, her excitement palpable. "Silly boy, don't change the channel. There's a special episode on Orange Channel about Bingbing, featuring that famous random interview segment. I want to see how they praise our darling Bingbing." Su Chen's heart sank, an unpleasant memory resurfaced. Maintaining his composure, he calmly retorted, "Mom, what is so interesting about an interview? Those segments are scripted, with actors planted in advance." Su Yin snatched the remote control, adamantly insisting, "What do you know? Even if they're actors, I still enjoy hearing them praise our Bingbing." Exchanging a glance with Li Xiong, Su Chun found an understanding in their eyes, a shared moment of vulnerability. He instinctively turned to Li Ruobing, only to find her gazing back at him with a radiant smile, her beauty ethereal and regal. Yet he felt an unsettling chill creeping down his spine. Did Bingbing know? That couldn't he be? Fans could be so easily rattled, especially with the subject right beside them, and so fiercely protective. After a brief interlude of advertisements, the interview program commenced officially. As customary, the opening featured bystanders, predominantly fans of Li Ruobing, who lavished praise upon her before the camera. They extolled her beauty and lauded her acting prowess. Indeed, these passers-by possessed discerning taste, recognizing our Bingbing's allure. Not only is she striking, but she is also extraordinarily talented. After all, she is the youngest recipient of the Best Actress Award. Su Yin and Shen Xiaowan spoke with immense pride, their hearts swelling with joy as they listened to the accolades directed at their daughter and daughter-in-law. Anyone who dares to criticize her must surely be blind or of unsound mind. Su Yin and Shen Xiaowan could undoubtedly be classified as Li Ruobing's ardent admirers. Su Chen dimand quietly contemplative. The interview segment, though brief, lasted a mere 5 minutes. Just as the final interview concluded and viewers anticipated the program's closure, the camera captured a reporter, his eyes gleaming with excitement, rushing towards a vehicle. "Good day, sir. We are from Orange Television. May we have a moment of your time for an interview? No, just a few minutes, please. All right then. Sir, what are your thoughts on the currently popular Li Ruobing? Li Ruobing. She's merely a pretty face. Her acting is utterly atrocious. I suspect she only won that Best Actress award through bribes to the judges. Actors like her, devoid of talent and skill, should be exiled from the entertainment industry. I call upon everyone to unite and protect the sanctity of the entertainment realm, to expel talentless individuals like Li Ruobing. Although this man's voice had been altered, his fervor was unmistakable, as if he were leading a grand revolutionary movement to rid the industry of such reactionary figures. His face was obscured, rendering his features unrecognizable. Though he appeared to be a young man, in the Su family's villa living room, silence enveloped the space after the program concluded. Clearly, no one anticipated that the final segment would feature a vehement detractor, a staunch critic of the worst kind. After a moment of stunned silence, an exclamation broke forth from the living room. What the hell? Is this person out of his mind? How dare he call our Bingbing a mere vase? Lacking acting skills? He doesn't need his eyes. He could donate them to someone in need. This individual is downright delusional. How could he dare to malign our Bingbing? Such a person could only spout nonsense online. In reality, I would surely twist his head off and use it as a football. Su Zhang, once a formidable presence in the military, had not lost her fiery spirit even after years of marriage. Her talent for cursing remained as sharp as ever. Yes, this critic deserves to be punished. How dare he insult my daughter? Even the typically gentle and soft-spoken Shun Xiuan could not contain her indignation at this moment. Su Chen, quietly twisting his neck, felt relieved to still have his head attached. Ahem, I need to excuse myself to the restroom. He suddenly stood, sensing the need to avoid the heated atmosphere. Li Ruobing's gaze remained fixed on him, adorned with a sweet smile. Yet, Su Chen, perhaps feeling guilty for his earlier actions, found her stare unnerving. Li Xiong, nearby, was equally outraged, exclaiming, "Wife, you are absolutely right. This critic deserves a beating." Su Chen splashed water on his face in the restroom, relieved that he still recognized his reflection. Otherwise, would he have survived this ordeal? Upon returning to the living room, he checked his Weibo, and unsurprisingly, the interview program had skyrocketed to the top of trending searches. The program was immensely popular, with a solid viewer base. And given Li Ruobing's recent surge in fame, it attracted a considerable audience. Historically, the program showcased a particular star, with interviewees typically providing positive feedback. Any negative comments were swiftly eliminated. Thus, a tacit understanding emerged. Viewers of the program were predominantly fans of the featured star, as they relished witnessing others praise their idol, fostering a sense of pride and accomplishment. Those who did not appreciate the star would naturally avoid a program dedicated solely to adulation. Therefore, when a show unexpectedly featured a vehement critic, particularly one of the most scathing kind, the program's impact was explosive. It was akin to a small fish plunging into a sea of cats. Li Ruobing's fans went into a frenzy. On Weibo, fervent fans clamored for justice, eager to unearth the identity of this critic and exact retribution. They had already begun their investigation, determined to unveil the identity of this detractor. Observing this, Su Chen felt no fear. Cloaked in anonymity, he was undaunted. He discreetly switched to his alter ego on Weibo and retweeted the post, adding, "Actor Li Ruobing, well done. Kindly have some self-awareness and exit the entertainment industry, will you?" A mere vase. His audacious maneuver instantly captured the attention of countless fans of Li Ruobing. Damn it, this critic is just trying to ride the wave of attention. How dare you insult our idol? We will find you and strip away your disguise, ensuring your downfall. Li Ruobing boasted 70 million followers on Weibo, while Su Chen's account, masquerading as the critic, had amassed 5 million followers, each one a devoted fan of Li Ruobing, eager to witness his eventual demise. At that moment, Li Ruobing was also perusing her phone, having come across the trending topic and the critic's own words. This infuriated her immensely. The critic had been a thorn in her side since her debut, relentlessly tarnishing her reputation and even forming a coalition of detractors, causing her significant distress. If only she could reach through the internet, she vowed to deliver a blow that would leave him unrecognizable. She glanced at Su Chen. Could this critic possibly be him? Surely not. Though he had spoken ill of her during the interview, it was likely a rebellious impulse. Deep down, he still harbored affection for her. He was fundamentally different from the relentless critic. Angevenges intense scrutiny, Su Chen feigned calmness. Swiftly shifting his screen to a game interface, his dexterity evident. As Li Ruobing settled beside him, she casually glanced at his screen and confirmed he was genuinely engrossed in a game, fully dispelling the doubts that had briefly surfaced in her mind. She had indeed overthought the situation. How could her foolish little brother, who adored her so, ever bear to disparage her? In the living room, Li Ruobing excused herself to the restroom. Su Yin watched a retreating figure before glancing back at Su Chun, who was still absorbed in his game. Her eyes aflame with frustration, wishing he would strive to be better. This foolish boy. Just moments ago, the stunning beauty known as Sister Bingbing was seated beside you. And you still had the audacity to indulge in a game? Are you truly willing to forsake your wife? It would serve you right to infuriate her. Su Yin's eyes glimmered as she suddenly exclaimed, I just saw in the group chat that the park nearby is hosting a lantern festival, and it seems rather lively. Su Chun, why don't you take Sister Bingbing for a stroll? You both must be bored at home anyway. Su Chun, engrossed in his game of Honor of Kings, was currently being mercilessly defeated by an elementary school student. His character had suffered an exhausting series of defeats, and as he faced off against this young opponent, his kill-death ratio stood at a dismal 0-11-0. The last time they met in a restaurant, he had left this student hanging during a chaotic battle, resulting in a torrent of insults upon his return online. Initially, he had offered an apology, but that had proven futile as the student continued to berate him. Calling him a noob, refusing to be outdone, Su Chun retaliated with insults of his own, dubbing the boy a little dog. The young challenger then proposed a duel, and upon examining his profile, Su Chun realized he was indeed just a bronze-ranked elementary student. As a self-proclaimed gaming master, he could not possibly decline, eagerly accepting the challenge. He prepared to demonstrate the harsh realities of adulthood through a thorough thrashing of this child. However, to his astonishment, this gaming deity found himself unable to best the bronze-level student. Therefore, upon hearing Su Yin's words, he reflexively retorted, Mom, it's scorching outside. What's the point of going out? Besides, we've been to that lantern festival before. It's quite dull. Su Chun, a lazy and unmotivated individual, had no desire to venture out in such heat, especially at this hour. What could possibly be more enjoyable than playing games at home? Su Yin was on the verge of exploding with frustration. She shouted, Su Chun, if I say you're going, then you're going. If you refuse, do you believe I 1T beat you with my slipper? Seeing Su Yin bend down to retrieve her slipper, Su Chun immediately sprang from the sofa, exclaiming, Mom, I'll go. I'm going right now. At that moment, Li Ruobing emerged from the restroom. Su Chun approached her and inquired, Sister Bingbing, would you like to go see the lantern festival? Surely, she wouldn't want to go, would she? After all, they had attended it numerous times together, and it had become rather mundane. Li Ruobing regarded him with her mesmerizing, autumn-like eyes that sparkled with enchanting light. Leaning closer, she whispered softly, just loud enough for him to hear, Little Chen, are you inviting me on a date? A date? Completely absorbed in his game, Su Chun was momentarily stunned by her words, as if struck by lightning. How had he not considered this? Suddenly feeling anxious, he swallowed hard and asked, Sister Bingbing, if it were a date, would you agree to go? Chapter 57, Date and Handholding. Nervously, Su Chun gazed at Li Ruobing, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was, after all, his first invitation to a girl for a date. Having blurted it out with impulsive bravado, he now found himself gripped by anxiety. The waiting was agonizing, particularly as he awaited her response. The tumultuous emotions swirling within him were utterly nerve-wracking. Despite his nerves, Su Chun maintained his gaze upon her, taking in her exquisite features, her fair and rosy complexion, and her alluring figure. Every aspect of her was perfection, a genuine goddess. In a previous life, he would never have dared to dream of such a girl. As he anxiously awaited her reply, Li Ruobing revealed a gentle smile, her fair cheeks adorned with two charming dimples that made her even more endearing. I'm sorry, but I must decline. Her smile was sweet, and her ethereal voice enchanting. Yet, her response caused Su Chun's expression to darken. The glimmer of hope in his eyes extinguished in an instant. His heart plummeted, and his mind went blank, as if struck by a hammer to the back of his head, leaving him in a daze. The pang of disappointment began in his heart, spreading outward, and the sensation was unbearable. To be rejected on his first invitation to a date was a bitter blow. He had thought he might succeed, desiring to regain his composure. Su Chun attempted to control his emotions and said to Li Ruobing, very well, I suppose I'll return to my game then. As he turned to leave, a slender, snow-white arm suddenly grasped the hem of his shirt. Confused, he looked at her, and she responded with a captivating smile that was both playful and enchanting. The usually aloof girl now radiated the exuberance of a youthful maiden. Leaning in closer, she whispered softly in his ear, Silly brother, I was just teasing you. I will be delighted to accept your invitation for a date. With that, Li Ruobing departed, leaving Su Chun stunned in place. He felt dazed, the warmth of her breath still lingering in his ears. The scent that clung to his surroundings was undeniably hers. His earlier feelings of disappointment were instantly transformed, shifting from despair to elation in an instant. She had agreed. She had accepted his invitation for a date. Sister Bingbing, you mischievous woman. She had undoubtedly done this on purpose, playfully teasing her younger brother. Was this the charm of a neighborly sister? She was exceptionally skilled at it. As Li Ruobing approached the door, Li Xiong eyed her eagerly and said, "Darling daughter, I'm rather bored at home. Why don't I join you?" Before Li Ruobing could refuse, Shun Xiong interjected, "Li Daxiong, if you dare to go, don't bother coming back tonight." Li Xiong's hopes were dashed, and he looked at Shun Xiong with a fawning expression. "Wife, I want to go. Shopping outside can't compare to watching television with you at home." Li Ruobing stepped out of the villa. After a few moments of bewilderment, Su Chun turned to chase after her. As he passed by Li Xiong, the latter fixed a sharp gaze upon him and cautioned, "Comrade Xiaocheng, be vigilant. Never let those scoundrels whisk our Bingbing away." His daughter was too beautiful, and every time she left the house, Li Xiong worried she might be abducted by some rogue. Su Chun saluted, resolutely asserting, "Rest assured, I shall fulfill my mission." He would certainly not allow any other man to take Sister Bingbing away. If anyone were to whisk her away, it would have to be him. Su Chen hurried outside to find Li Ruobing waiting at the entrance, as if she had been anticipating his arrival. Upon seeing him, she said, "Wait here for a minute. I need to change my clothes." Her tone was calm and composed, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, transforming her once again into the cool and distant goddess. Su Chun's heart raced with excitement as he gazed at her. "Sure, Sister Bingbing, I'll wait for you here." Li Ruobing glanced at him and noticed the sheen of perspiration adorning his handsome face. Did he truly feel such anticipation for their date? Was it not merely a first date, after all? What was there to be so nervous about? He truly was like a little brother. Meanwhile, Su Chun continued to observe Li Ruobing, meticulously studying her expression, only to find her remarkably calm. Was it typical for girls to be so composed on a date? Truly, she was Sister Bingbing. With a nonchalant demeanor, Li Ruobing turned and walked toward her villa. As Li Ruobing stepped gracefully into her villa and closed the door behind her, the serene expression that adorned her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a delightful blush of shyness. The mere thought of her upcoming date with her silly younger brother filled her with excitement, a thrill that surged through her heart. Surpassing even the joy of winning a substantial lottery, she felt a twinge of nervousness. "Breathe, remain calm." Leaning against the door, Li Ruobing took several deep breaths and gradually regained her composure, exuding a hint of the aloof goddess vibe she often embodied. Ascending the staircase to her bedroom, she opened her expansive wardrobe, revealing an array of stunning garments. Li Ruobing began to sift through her options for the date. "This white dress looks lovely, exuding a cool, mature charm. Surely her silly brother would appreciate it." Trying on the white dress, she spun in front of the mirror, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She truly looked beautiful. However, this being her first date with her brother, she decided against such a distant style, opting instead for something sweeter. She changed into a soft pink dress, accentuating her perfect figure and complementing her innocent face, evoking the essence of a national first love. But would it be too sweet? What if her silly brother didn't fancy such a sugary style? Li Ruobing found herself in a dilemma. More changes followed. After trying on a dozen outfits, each more beautiful than the last, she still felt that something was amiss. Her exceptional figure and stunning face made her look good in anything, rendering her typically indifferent to fashion choices. She usually just grabbed whatever caught her eye, but this was her first time feeling so conflicted. She wanted to present her most beautiful self to him. Eventually, she settled on the very first dress she had tried. A delicate, light-hued gown with a hemline just above the knee, adorned with tiny pearl flowers scattered across the fabric, emanated elegance and grace. Truly beautiful. Li Ruobing admired her reflection in the mirror, feeling satisfied. After applying a touch of light makeup, her already lovely face appeared even more refined. After about half an hour of preparation, Su Chun had been waiting at the door, his gaze fixed on a brightly lit room on the second floor of the villa. As he grew impatient to enter, the light in that room finally extinguished. Moments later, the villa door swung open, revealing an enchanting woman whose beauty was breathtaking. Her cool and elegant aura was reminiscent of a celestial goddess gracing the earthly realm. Su Chun found himself momentarily entranced. How beautiful! Li Ruobing relished the astonished expression on Su Chen's face, and her typically expressionless demeanor softened into a gentle smile. With one hand lifting her skirt, she twirled before him, the fabric dancing in the breeze, resembling a radiant butterfly amidst a garden of flowers, a scene eternally etched in Su Chen's memory. After completing her turn, Li Ruobing gazed at Su Chun, her fair and exquisite face tinged with a hint of pink. "Su Chun, do I look beautiful?" she asked earnestly, devoid of any teasing tone. Su Chen's eyes widened in awe. The woman before him possessed bright, clear pupils and elegantly arched brows. Her long lashes fluttered slightly in her nervousness, reminiscent of a butterfly's wings. Her flawless skin glowed with a soft blush, and her delicate lips resembled dewy rose petals, exuding an irresistible beauty that stirred his heart. He swallowed hard. "Sister Bingbing, you look stunning," Chen exclaimed, his expression adorably dazed. "Li ruing smilat." That sweet smile of hers. "You have such a sweet tongue." With that, she stepped forward, her cheeks reddening further. Chen, momentarily frozen in place, hurried to catch up, calling, "Sister Bingbing, wait for me." Soon, he was walking alongside her, their footsteps harmonizing, and the fragrance emanating from her presence filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. As they exited the community, the surroundings grew busier. To avoid unnecessary attention, Li Ruobing donned a mask, while Chen opted not to, as he had only recently gained some fame from a viral video and was not yet widely recognized. Though night had fallen, the park was adorned with colorful lights, creating a picturesque scene. However, Chen's attention was solely devoted to Li Ruobing. This was not his first time visiting the Lantern Festival with her, but it was their first date, adding a sense of novelty to the experience. The festival was bustling with people, predominantly young couples holding hands. Clearly a popular spot for romantic outings. Li Ruobing and Chen walked side by side, their conversation sparse, resulting in a slightly awkward atmosphere. Being their first serious date, they were both uncertain about what to do next. Observing the couples around them, Chen noticed that they were all holding hands, and an idea sparked within him. Should he also take her hand? However, given that this was their first date, would doing so be too forward? Moreover, considering how sensitive Li Ruobing was, what if she instinctively reacted with a swift and dramatic throw if he merely brushed against her hand? Internally conflicted, Li Ruobing mirrored his unease, glancing at the couples holding hands with a twinge of envy, while simultaneously feeling a flicker of irritation. Why didn't her silly brother take her hand? Chen's deep-set eyes began to glow with determination. Forget it. If it's meant to be, then so be it. He resolved. "Sister Bingbing, let us go check out that lantern over there. It looks quite lovely," he suggested, moving forward and casually reaching for her small hand. His heart raced as he felt the softness of her palm. He did it. Li Ruobing followed him, her gaze falling upon their intertwined hands, and her earlier moodiness instantly lifted. Meanwhile, Chen felt an overwhelming tension, acutely aware that Li Ruobing was watching him. Yet he couldn't muster the courage to meet her gaze. Would Sister Bingbing be angry? Just as he was fretting, Li Ruobing made a subtle move. Instead of merely holding hands, she intertwined her fingers with his, pressing their palms together, their fingers laced tightly. Chen froze, momentarily stunned, staring at Li Ruobing in disbelief. She shot him a shy glare, her cheeks flushed. "Silly brother, what are you staring at? Let us keep moving," she exclaimed, her tone teasing yet flustered, her ears now tinged with crimson. Chapter 58, Buying milk tea while consuming dog food. The two of them, like the other couples around them, walked hand in hand through the Lantern Festival in the park. That lantern looks quite beautiful. This is quite acceptable. This is also rather pleasant. Chen feigned kimpoche, striving to relax, treating this date as an ordinary affair, especially since it was not his first time holding hands with Bingbing. With this thought, the once racing heart of Chen began to steady. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a gentle scratch on his palm, though merely a tickle. It sent a wave of warmth through him. The tranquility of his heart, akin to a calm lake, was once again disturbed by her playful gesture. Chen halted in his tracks, glancing at the stunning woman beside him, and inquired, somewhat dazed, "Bingbing, what are you doing?" Li Ruobing, initially brimming with pride, turned to him with an innocent expression upon hearing his words. "I haven't done anything." Her wide, sparkling eyes conveyed a particularly harmless demeanor, resembling that of a mischievous young maiden, devoid of any semblance of a cold goddess. Chen realized she was teasing him, though a flutter of excitement coursed through him. He maintained an outwardly indifferent facade. However, her hand felt incredibly soft, smooth to the touch. As he continued walking, mere moments later, her fingers grazed his palm once more, prompting him to stop again. "Bingbing, you." In response to Chen's curious gaze, Li Ruobing simply smiled, unabashedly admitting, I haven't done anything. Just want to tease a pure-hearted young man." Chen thought, she was like a little sprite, exceptionally adept at flirting, although she merely scratched his palm. His heart raced in response, leaving him vexed. As a young man, he shouldn't be blushing and heart-thumping due to a girl-less playful antics. He needed to turn the tables. With this resolve, Chen stared intently at Li Ruobing and warned, "Bingbing, if you keep teasing me like this, be careful. I might just tease you back." Li Ruobing, however, dismissed his warning with a playful gaze from her beautiful eyes. She smiled and asked little Chen, "How would you tease your sister?" With that, She suddenly stood on her tiptoes and, through the barrier of her mask, pressed a kiss on his cheek. Su-chan was taken aback. The words he had prepared in his mind became lodged in his throat, leaving him speechless. Even with the mask between them, he could still feel the softness of her lips and the warmth of her breath. He averted his gaze awkwardly, acutely aware of his racing heartbeat, and stammered, "Forget it. You're my sister. I one T hold against you." He couldn't outplay her. Li Ruobing gazed at the blush creeping across Su-chan's ears, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to consuming candy. He is so adorable. The two continued their leisurely stroll through the park, although the Lantern Festival was not particularly captivating. Su-chan found joy in merely holding hands with Bingbing, even if it was just a simple walk down the street. After a while, they passed a milk tea shop. "Bingbing, would you like some milk tea?" After all, girls generally enjoy milk tea, even someone as aloof as Li Ruobing. She nodded. Noticing the long queue at the bustling milk tea shop, Su-chan suggested, "Bingbing, you wait here. I'll go queue up and be right back." As he instinctively prepared to release her hand, he found Li Ruobing gripping it tightly, rendering him unable to let go. He looked at her, puzzled. "Bingbing, why won't you let go?" Li Ruobing's gaze flickered as she replied, "I'll accompany you. It would be rather dull standing here alone." It wasn't he, due to her reluctance to part hands. "All right then," Su-chan replied, his heart skipping a beat as he caught a glimpse of her blushing and enchanting visage. She certainly knew how to flirt. Hand in hand, they formed a noticeable and sweet picture as they queued at the milk tea shop, surrounded by mostly male patrons, while the girls waited on nearby benches. The sight of Su-chan and Li Ruobing together garnered envious glances from the boys, who thought, "What a lucky guy." After a few minutes, it was finally their turn. "What flavor of milk tea would you like, handsome?" The shop attendant's eyes sparkled upon seeing Su-chan, captivated by his handsome appearance. "2 cups of lemonade with ice." "Please," he responded politely. The attendant paused momentarily before blushing and replying, "All right." Just then, Su-chan felt a sharp pinch from Li Ruobing. "Bingbing, what is wrong?" he asked, bewildered. Li Ruobing looked at him with a seemingly kind gaze and said, "Don't smile at other girls." After a moment of surprise, Su-chan realized this was a perfect opportunity for retaliation. He had been the target of her teasing all evening. It was time to reclaim his dignity. Gazing intently at Li Ruobing, he asked meaningfully, "Bingbing, why can't I smile at other girls?" Yes, this was the essence of playfully teasing a girl. The script felt right. Facing Su-chan's smug expression, Li Ruobing calmly replied, "Close your eyes, and I'll tell you." "Close my eyes?" Su-chan smiled vulgared, his mind swirling with confusion. What was she planning? Was she going to hit him or kiss him? Given their public setting, he leaned towards the former. To avoid being struck, he awkwardly chuckled, "Bingbing, I won't ask anymore. Let us pretend this conversation never happened." Seeing him retreat, Li Ruobing remarked sullenly, "Did you think I wanted you to close your eyes to hit you?" Su-chan grinned, exuding an air of "I knew this all along." He felt relieved he hadn't fallen for it. However, Li Ruobing continued, "If you had closed your eyes just now, I would have stood on my tiptoes and kissed you." Su-chan's heart skipped a beat. It felt as though he had missed out on a monumental opportunity. "Bingbing, is it too late for me to close my eyes now?" he exclaimed. "If you want to die, then just close them." Su-chan complied, closing his eyes without any ulterior motives, simply wishing to embrace the moment. As he did, Li Ruobing's laughter sparkled in her eyes, and she stood on her tiptoes, kissing him in front of the crowd. The onlookers were taken aback. Are they really kissing in broad daylight? Public displays of affection at the milk tea shop? This boy was incredibly fortunate. His girlfriend was so affectionate, unlike mine, who demands gifts and sweet talk before granting a kiss. Ah, if only you possessed half the charm of that handsome young man, I assure you. Your girlfriend will be clinging to you for kisses every single day, draining you of all your energy. Indeed, that young man is undeniably stunning. He surpasses even the stars in allure. Those long legs are nothing short of male model perfection. Wow, he is simply breathtaking. The kiss shared between the two has captivated the nearby girls, their eyes sparkling with admiration for Su-chan. Even with a boyfriend, their appreciation for a handsome man remains unaffected. Wait, have you all noticed how familiar this young man looks? Yes, I was just about to say that. Isn't he the one who has recently gone viral on Douyin as the best boyfriend? I believe his name is Su-chan. Oh my goodness, it truly is him. Wow, he is even more handsome in person than in the videos. That girl must be the one featured in the video, the one he carried like a princess. She is so fortunate. The sweetness of that Douyin video has likely made countless hearts flutter. I never imagined they would be this affectionate in real life. They're even kissing. But that girl is stunning as well. Her figure is remarkable, her skin fair, and her aura exquisite. One can only imagine the breathtaking beauty concealed beneath that mask. Indeed, this couple's attractiveness is simply extraordinary. Su-chun, I am your fan, and I adore you both as a couple. Yes, me too. It's just too delightful to witness. Once someone recognized Su-chun, it spread like wildfire, and soon a throng had gathered around. Su-chun observed the crowd encircling him and Li Ruobing, realizing he had severely underestimated Douyin's current popularity. Although being recognized didn't bother him, he worried about Li Ruobing's potential recognition, which would surely make headlines the following day. Su-chun reached out to gently lift Li Ruobing's mask slightly, attempting to obscure her face. He then took her hand, guiding her behind him. Realizing her previous actions had caused quite a stir, Li Ruobing obediently positioned herself behind Su-chun, appearing like a delicate, dependent bird. Wow, Su-chun's girlfriend is so well-behaved. Even I, as a girl, am enamored. Yes, she is simply too adorable. The two of them together are truly a match made in heaven. I am so curious to see what his girlfriend looks like. She must be an ethereal beauty. Could it be Li Ruobing? Just look at their figures. They bear a striking resemblance. Yes, they are not just similar. They are practically identical. However, a star like Li Ruobing, even if she has a boyfriend, would likely keep their relationship under wraps, not displaying such affection publicly. But it really does seem that way. This girl can't possibly be the famous Li Ruobing, can she? The renowned superstar is here. Where is she? I'm a fan of hers. The crowd grew increasingly larger. Observing this, Su-chun couldn't help but furrow his brow. He needed to say something before the situation spiraled further out of control. Everyone, please calm down. I have a few words to share. As Su-chun began to speak, the excited crowd quieted considerably, their gazes fixed upon him. At that moment, Su-chun remained remarkably composed, even as many held their phones up to capture his image. He spoke steadily. Hello everyone, I am Su-chun. A few days ago, footage of my date with my girlfriend was inadvertently shared online, garnering attention. I am truly honored to have received your admiration. He paused before continuing. However, I have noticed the trending gossip online suggesting that my girlfriend is the superstar Li Ruobing. I must clarify that while she bears a striking resemblance to Li Ruobing, she is not her, so please do not be misled. I kindly ask that you refrain from spreading such falsehoods, as my girlfriend can be quite jealous. Su-chun's words were articulate and resolute, exuding a certain strength that commanded silence and encouraged the audience to listen intently, instilling faith in his words. This was the essence of personal charisma, ethereal yet palpably real. Wow, what a charming young man. He truly possesses an aura. His eloquence and demeanor are far more captivating than those effeminate young idols. And he genuinely dotes on his girlfriend. Can we see what your girlfriend looks like? Someone called out. Yes, we are so curious. Su-chun firmly shook his head. No, why not? With a polite smile. He replied, because my girlfriend is far too beautiful. I wish to appreciate her loveliness all to myself. The crowd was taken aback. Wow, he is openly showering us with dog food. At that moment, a tremulous staff member handed Su-chun his milk tea. Sir, your lemon juice is ready. Thank you, Su-chun said, scanning his phone to complete the payment. Please make way. The onlookers gradually parted to create a path. With one hand holding the bag containing his lemon juice, and the other clasping Li Ruobing's delicate hand, Su-chun prepared to leave. However, he soon noticed that Li Ruobing was standing still. He turned around, puzzled, and asked what's wrong. With a soft, somewhat pitiful tone, Li Ruobing replied, my feet hurt. I can't walk. Su-chun looked down at her slender legs adorned with high heels and frowned. His voice took on a slightly stern tone. Who told you to wear high heels? Didn't you know that they would hurt your feet? Those words were reprimanding. Su-chun bent down gently, cradling Li Ruobing in his arms, executing a perfect princess carry. The crowd watched in awe as Su-chun carried his girlfriend away. Everyone erupted with excitement, especially the young ladies. Wow, Su-chun is so doting towards his girlfriend. How romantic. Are we sure this isn't a scene from a drama? Her girlfriend is truly the luckiest girl alive. He is indeed the best boyfriend. This couple has won my heart. This abundance of affection is overwhelming. As people resumed filming short videos set to heartwarming romantic music, they shared them on Douyin, declaring that such high-quality affection should be enjoyed collectively. At the entrance of the milk tea shop, someone exclaimed, hello, please bring me a cup of lemon tea. Yes, I want some lemon too. Please give me a cup as well. As word spread from the first person, others quickly followed suit, expressing their desire for lemon juice. In no time, all lemon-flavored beverages at the milk tea shop were sold out, highlighting a booming business. The shop owner was left bewildered. Do people truly have such a fondness for lemons? Recalling the earlier scene of public affection at the milk tea shop, he felt a twinge of envy. Meanwhile, Su-chun was retracing his steps, holding Li Ruobing close. She nestled in his embrace, feeling soft and light, with a delightful fragrance. Throughout their journey, many turned their heads to gaze at Su-chun, their eyes filled with envy. This couple is simply too sweet. Feeling shy, Li Ruobing buried her face deeper into Su Chen's arms, appearing even more obedient and delicate. Su Chen had never anticipated that the typically aloof and frigid Bingbing would exhibit such a soft and endearing side, even in a sober state, apart from her usual drunkenness. It rendered him utterly defenseless. At that moment, he realized he didn't actually dislike cute girls. Rather, he just had no inclination for anyone other than Bingbing. Usually, the journey home from the park took merely 3 to 5 minutes. Yet tonight, perhaps due to leaden feet, Su Chen ambled along at a tortoise's pace, taking over 20 minutes to reach the community gate. Upon arriving at the entrance, Su Chen gazed reluctantly at Li Ruobing nestled in his arms before finally speaking. Bingbing, we've arrived at the community gate. Would you like to walk the rest of the way? The security guard recognized both him and Bingbing, and should they be seen, it might incite gossip. Hearing Su Chen's words, Li Ruobing slowly lifted her head for a brief look before retreating once more, burying her face in the warmth of his embrace like a clingy little kitten unwilling to leave her owner's comforting hold. Why, Bingbing? Su Chening Wei passive. I just don't want to come down, came her muffled, sweetly sultry voice from within his embrace, sending shivers down his spine. Why not? He pressed. There's no reason. I just don't want to, and it's none of your business. Li Ruobing nuzzled against him with a hint of pride. Her display of adorableness was truly overwhelming for Su Chen, compelling him to feel utterly enchanted. Whereas a medical personnel when one needed them. With a resigned sigh, he continued to carry Li Ruobing towards the community entrance, using his face to swipe through the access control. At that moment, the previously drowsy security guard suddenly opened his eyes, sharp and bright. Xiao Chen, have you brought home a girlfriend? Oui, Tazmaid, Su Chen replied, blissful. This is my Bingbing. She is not my girlfriend. Her leg is bothering her, so I'm carrying her home. He felt no need to conceal the truth. If he claimed she were his girlfriend, the news would surely reach his parents by dawn, leading to even greater complications. After all, it was quite normal for a brother to carry his sister, wasn't it? Uncle Fu scrutinized Su Chen, then glanced at Li Ruobing, who was still nestled in his arms, and chuckled knowingly. Xiao Chen, you young folks sure know how to have fun, haha. Feigning ignorance, Su Chen maintained his composure and politeness, clearing his throat. Uncle Fu, I'll be on my way now. Make sure to keep an eye on your Bingbing, or else she might be whisked away by another man. And you won't have your sister to hug anymore. Uncle Fu's teasing voice echoed behind him. Su Chen paused, retorting stubbornly, it's really just a sibling relationship. After this declaration, he resumed his path towards his villa. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing, who had been nestled against him as if asleep, began to chuckle softly. Initially stifled, her laughter grew louder and more unrestrained. Ha! Her mirth, muffled against his chest, sent delightful shivers through his body. Su Chen Hotif. Bingbing, what is so funny? Li Ruobing lifted her head, having removed her mask to reveal her exquisitely beautiful face, her formerly aloof demeanor now replaced by an irresistible smile. She was truly breathtaking, a sight to behold. Xiao Chen, I'm laughing because you're just too adorable. How can my Xiao Chen be so cute? Her eyes sparkled like the stars, captivating and mesmerizing. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively diverted his gaze, feeling a flush of heat creep into his ears. Bingbing. Using cute to describe a boy isn't appropriate. He felt compelled to correct her. With her enchanting, autumn-like eyes fixed upon him, she replied, Xiao Chen, why can't I call you cute? What should I say then? Handsome and dashing? Under her direct gaze, Su Chen felt inexplicably vulnerable, as if her eyes could devour him whole. He resolved not to allow her to tease him unchallenged. Thus, he forced himself to meet her alluring eyes and declared, yes, I'm dashing and handsome, not cute. In any case, you can't describe me as cute. Seeing his flustered state only made Li Ruobing find him even more endearing. Her smile transformed into a dazzling, radiant expression. Xiao Chen, since you don't want me to call you cute, how should I describe you? Masculine? Tough? She teased, her voice trailing off like a siren, incredibly alluring. But right now, you don't seem very tough. As she spoke, she traced delicate circles on his chest with her slender fingers, igniting a fire within him. Su Chen's body stiffened entirely. This little vixen. He ground his teeth in frustration, his temper flaring. Bingbing, do you even realize what you're doing? With a playful smile, Li Ruobing's innocent face turned toward him, her expression utterly beguiling. Xiao Chen, you're my little brother. What could I possibly do to my own brother? Her seemingly pure visage was in stark contrast to her seductive voice and demeanor. Had she been a reincarnated fairy in her past life? Such mastery of allure. Let us go home. Su Chen realized he couldn't win this battle against her wiles. Seeing Su Chen's irritation, Li Ruobing's smile grew ever more triumphant, her laughter ringing like silver bells, crisp and enchanting. Bingbing, you should get down now. We're at the door. Upon spotting the two villas in the distance, Su Chen halted, realizing he could no longer carry her forward. They had entered the territory of Li's father, and should he catch sight of them, it would spell trouble. Li Ruobing, still nestled in his embrace, showed no inclination to disembark. She pouted, "Xiao Chun, my feet hurt. I can't walk a step further. Can you carry me to bed?" Faced with her coquettish plea, Su Chen felt not enjoyment, but a chilling unease. Did she truly wish for him to meet his demise? If he were to be caught by Li's father while carrying her inside, would he not be torn to shreds? With a firm demeanor, he stated, "Bingbing, you need to get down." Li Ruobing, dissatisfied, rubbed against him, unwilling to abandon the warmth of her brother's strong yet tender embrace. "No, imitirat." As she spoke, she deliberately wrapped her arms around Su Chen's waist, clinging tightly. Su Chen's head throbbed in response. She was truly pushing him to his limits. Feeling her softness against him, he struggled to remain calm and said, "Bingbing, please stop this. Let us be good, shall we?" Yet, Li Ruobing gazed up at him with a pitiful expression, her watery eyes seemingly on the verge of tears. "Xiao Chun, you're being so mean to me." Her soft, pleading voice made Su Chen question if he had committed a grievous wrong. Just as they reached an impasse, the door of Su Chen's villa swung open. "Li Xion amarja, pujlat." Why hasn't my dear Bingbing returned yet? Su Chen, that mischievous rascal, would not truly allow someone to abduct my daughter, would he? No, I must search for her. Li Xiong stepped out of the courtyard and made his way down the path. The community boasted lush greenery, with verdant trees lining both sides of the walkway. At this moment, Su Chen stood at the edge of the grove, cradling Li Ruobing in his arms. Upon noticing Li Xiong approaching, a wave of panic surged through Su Chen, causing his heart to race and his scalp to prickle. As Li Xiong drew nearer, the tension within Su Chen escalated. What should he do? Perhaps he should sneak into the thicket? Yet, with Li Xiong already advancing, doing so would only draw attention. Standing where he was, the dim lighting offered little visibility, and Li Xiong likely had not yet recognized him. Nervousness creased Su Chen's face, while Li Ruobing, nestled in his embrace, spotted her father approaching. Remarkably unperturbed, she smiled at Su Chen, wearing an expression that suggested she was enjoying the spectacle. "Little Chen, my dad is walking this way. If he sees you holding his daughter like this, he might just obliterate you." Su Chen was taken aback. At such a critical moment, she still found the time to tease him. This was clearly a matter between the two of them, yet her attitude conveyed an air of indifference, revealing her mischievous nature. Observing Su Chen's speechlessness, Li Ruobing's sense of wicked amusement grew, and she continued, "Rest assured, little Chen, I will frequently visit your grave after you're gone." Su Chen, his expression darkening, gritted his teeth. "Sister Bing, could you please refrain from talking?" She was simply too much. Li Ruobing, with a challenging gaze, teased him further. "If you have the ability, make me shut up." As Li Xiong approached ever closer, Su Chen felt a surge of urgency mixed with indignation from Li Ruobing's provocations. With no other option left, he resorted to a trope often seen in dramas. He lowered his head and sealed Li Ruobing's slightly parted, delicate lips with his own, effectively silencing her on a physical level. Li Ruobing, caught off guard by the kiss, widened her eyes in disbelief. She certainly hadn't anticipated Su Chen would dare to kiss her so boldly. Her once serene expression evaporated, replaced by a mixture of panic and shyness. Since Su Chen was holding her in his arms while standing by the roadside, passers-by could only perceive them as a couple engaged in a passionate kiss. Their faces obscured from view. As Li Xiong walked past, he noticed the scene, his brows furrowing in surprise. He hurried on, muttering to himself, "Goodness, the youth today are becoming increasingly audacious. If you wish to kiss, at least have the decency to step into the thicket." As Li Xiong continued on his way, Su Chen felt an immense weight lift from his chest. The tension he felt was akin to that of a thief stealing right under the owner's nose, absconding with his most cherished treasure. Although Li Xiong had moved on, Su Chen still bent down, maintaining a seal on Li Ruobing's soft, rosy lips. The contact was tender, moist, and warm, akin to savoring a piece of soft candy, sweet and addictive, making it hard to pull away. Li Ruobing's lovely face flushed a deep pink. Seeing this, Su Chen's heart raced. Well then, since they had already shared a kiss, if he were to face Li Bing's wrath later, he might as well prolong the moment to make it worthwhile. With that thought, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes as he kissed her more passionately. His kiss was rather clumsy, lacking finesse, driven solely by instinct, akin to a boy indulging in candy, wild and unrefined. Yet it was undeniably sweet, soft, and luscious. "Hey, silly little brother, be gentle," Li Ruobing exclaimed, taken aback by his roughness, akin to an inexperienced youth. Despite her verbal protestations, she did not push Su Chen away. Instead, her dreamy eyes revealed a hint of enjoyment and intoxication. After an extended kiss, Su Chen reluctantly parted their lips. Ahem, Sister Bing, let us head home, he said, glancing at Li Ruobing's flushed face, which bore an expression of having been wronged. Particularly, her lips appeared slightly swollen, inciting a pang of guilt within him as he averted his gaze, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Li Ruobing, still dazed from the kiss, said nothing, too shy to even look at Su Chen, burying her little head deeper into his embrace. Her delicate ear peeked out, flushed a brilliant crimson. Su Chen glanced down, feeling a sense of fulfillment as he held Li Ruobing close, making their way toward the villa. With Li Xiong absent, Su Chen felt a wave of calm wash over him, and he knew that at this hour, the villa would likely be empty, allowing them to slip in unnoticed. Upon arriving at the entrance of Li Ruobing's villa, Su Chen found it challenging to operate the door with both arms occupied. He turned to Li Ruobing, his voice tentative. Sister Bing, could you unlock the door? She mumbled, still hiding her face in his embrace. With a single arm, she reached out, feeling for the keypad. Ding! The villa door swung open. As Su Chen stepped inside, still cradling Li Ruobing, he was taken aback to find Su Yin and Shun Xiuan seated in the living room, engrossed in a discussion about a television drama. Hearing the door open, they looked up in surprise. Su Chen froze. Shouldn't they be at his house right now? Stay calm, steady yourself. I can handle this. Surely, as her brother, holding his sister like this was perfectly normal, especially with Li Xiong absent. In the living room, Su Yin and Shun Xiuan exchanged glances before nonchalantly returning their attention to the television, as if they had not noticed Su Chen and Li Ruobing at all. Su Yin pointed at the screen. Haha, Xiaowan, look at this drama. It's so cliché. And that female lead? She pales in comparison to our Bingbing. Shun Xiuan chimed in, right? This drama is utterly ridiculous. The two women continued their animated discussion, seemingly oblivious to Su Chen and Li Ruobing. Su Chen felt the need to explain himself, maintaining his composure. Ahem, Sister Bing was in pain from her high heels and couldn't walk, so I carried her back. Please don't overthink it. Su Yin and Shun Xiuan merely nodded in acknowledgement, and Su Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him as he ascended the stairs. Still cradling Li Ruobing. In the past, he had always interacted with Sister Bingbing in a manner that was very intimate, and at that time, he felt no sense of wrongdoing. Everything was above board and straightforward. However, at this moment, he couldn't shake the feeling of being like a thief, experiencing a twinge of guilt and a hint of excitement akin to indulging in forbidden fruit, as Su Chen's figure, cradling Li Ruobing, vanished at the stairway. The two sisters downstairs, who had been feigning ignorance, could no longer contain themselves and burst into excited, joyful laughter. Wow, what did I just witness? That silly boy of mine finally knows how to embrace our Bingbing sister. Did you notice how obedient our Bingbing was in his arms? Like a little kitten. I saw it too. They're truly a perfect match. My pig has finally learned to root for the cabbage. It's about time. So sweet. Yes, too sweet. I want to hug my grandkids right now. The two of them animatedly discussed, akin to fans online fervently shipping a couple. Su Chen carried Li Ruobing into her room. Standing by the edge of the bed, he lowered his gaze to Li Ruobing in his arms and said, Sister Bingbing, we've arrived at your room. You should get down now. Only then did Li Ruobing quietly lift her little head, glance around, and respond, shout, Chun Chung, please place me on the bed. Su Chen looked at her bed, which was piled high with clothes in disarray. Truly a case of a beautiful woman in a chaotic room. All right, he said, bending down carefully to set Li Ruobing onto her bed. As soon as she left his embrace, he felt an unsettling emptiness, making him uncomfortable. After placing Li Ruobing on the bed, Su Chen became awkwardly silent, uncertain of what to say in this secluded moment with her. In the midst of this awkward silence, it was Li Ruobing who first broke it. Take off your shoes, she said, sitting at the edge of the bed and lifting her slender, elegant leg, brushing against his. Su Chen stiffened, then awkwardly rubbed his nose before squatting down to unfasten her crystal high heels. Her feet were pristine and delicate, and her calves were perfectly straight and slender, an epitome of beauty. Realizing his thoughts had strayed, Su Chen hurriedly stood up and said to Li Ruobing, Sister Bingbing, all done. Li Ruobing sat at the bed's edge, swaying her fair, delicate long legs enticingly. Su Chen wanted to look, but felt he shouldn't, caught in a dilemma. He stared at the ceiling, occasionally stealing glances. Li Ruobing noticed his furtive movements and couldn't help but laugh. This silly brother is so innocent, but I like it. Thus, Li Ruobing extended a beautiful leg, rubbing against Su Chen's waist, her lovely face adorned with a mischievous smile. Shout, Chun Chung, were you just peeking at your sister's beautiful legs? Su Chen felt a jolt of surprise. Had he been discovered? He thought he had been discreet, having only glanced. He looked at Li Ruobing, his eyes betraying his unease. Yet he feigned righteousness, stating, "Sister Bingbing, I did not peek at you. You know I'm not that kind of person." He couldn't leave a negative impression in her mind. Really? Li Ruobing's long leg continued to rub against his lean, strong waist, her voice becoming increasingly alluring. Su Chen's entire body stiffened. "I did not." He adamantly denied it. Seeing his flushed face only fueled Li Ruobing's playful spirit. "Xiao, Chun-chang, really?" Su Chan resolutely shook his head, "No." Li Ruobing retracted her playful leg, stood up, and tiptoed, whispering softly in Su Chen's ear, "Why not peek? Is it because your sister's legs are not beautiful enough?" Her voice was both soft and teasing, sounding less like an accusation and more like a provocation. Su Chan felt a ticklish sensation in his ears. His heart also stirred. He swallowed hard and could only respond, "Honestly, Sister Bingbing, I really didn't peek." He couldn't risk tarnishing his image in her eyes. What if she thought he was a little lecher? Li Ruobing then said, "Xiao Chuncheng, I am asking you if my legs are beautiful, not whether you peeked." At this moment, her long legs were obscured by her dress, revealing only a pair of rosy, delicate feet. Faced with this question, Su Chun, delighting in the moment, replied, "Sister Bingbing, I can't see them, so I cannot judge." Li Ruobing, feigning ignorance, exclaimed, "Oh, really? You can't see? How about now?" In front of him, she reached down, grasped her skirt, and lifted it slightly, revealing a pair of slender, straight, beautiful legs that were impossible to look away from. The half-revealed sight was a striking assault on his senses. Su Chen realized he could no longer evade the situation and could only speak the truth. "Beautiful, very beautiful." Li Ruobing's face flushed, but having come this far, she steeled herself to continue her playful teasing. "So, Xiao Chuncheng, do you like your sister's beautiful legs?" Su Chun could only respond from his heart, "I do." Li Ruobing's smile became even more alluring, clearly pleased with his answer. "Then would you like to touch them?" "Can I?" Su Chan felt as though he was descending into an endless abyss. "You could give it a try. Sister Bingbing, you asked for this. Don't blame me. If I'm trying, I'm trying." Su Chan genuinely reached out and boldly touched those snow-white, beautiful legs. The sensation was incredibly smooth. "Cough, cough, Sister Bingbing. My mom is calling me home for dinner. I must leave now." Seizing the moment before Li Ruobing could react, Su Chun turned and fled. In the room, Li Ruobing was left utterly stunned, her cheeks flushed. What a little lecher. Su Chan dashed out, as though fleeing for his life, and upon opening the door, he found his mother and Li's mother standing in the hallway. When they saw him emerge, a fleeting look of panic crossed their faces before they feigned calmness. Su Yin stared at the floor and casually remarked, "Ahem, Xiaowan, this floor looks quite nice." Shen Xiaowan, meanwhile, was fixated on the ceiling, adding, "Ahem, Sister Yin, our ceiling is also quite lovely." Su Chan thought to himself, "Could you please take this act more seriously?" Chapter 63. Wanting to ask Li's father to teach him how to pursue girls. In the room, after a moment of daze, Li Ruobing lifted her skirt, glancing at her fair, long legs. A red mark was visible on her smooth, white skin, clearly a result of Su Chen's earlier touch. Her lovely face flushed crimson as she gently bit her lip, filled with a mix of chagrin and reproach. What a little brother, so unaware of his strength. How will I endure this in the future? Lost in her thoughts of peculiar musings, Li Ruobing's exquisite face turned even redder, as if about to bleed. Hearing the commotion outside, she snapped back to reality, catching sight of her reflection in the mirror. Her face reddened further, feeling a bit bashful. How embarrassing. Once Li Ruobing exited her room, her formidable acting skills kicked in again, as she appeared calm and composed, as if nothing had transpired. "Mom, suis mom. What are you doing here?" She feigned innocence. Su Yin and Shun Xiaowan exchanged glances, both recognizing the awkwardness in each other's eyes. "Bingbing, your mother and I are admiring the scenery. The view here is truly enchanting. Indeed, the landscape is exceptionally beautiful, and it possesses a certain sweetness." The two of them feigned ignorance. Li Ruobing remained silent, fixating her gaze on Shen Xiaowan. At that moment, a voice filled with confusion emanates from the living room downstairs. Where's everyone gone?" Shen Xiaowan, not particularly adept at deceit, feels a wave of guilt under her daughter's piercing gaze. Upon hearing her husband's voice, her eyes brighten as if she has encountered a savior. "Li Daxiong, we are here." Shen Xiaowan hastily descends the staircase, with Li Ruobing following closely behind. Su Yin and Su Chan bring up the rear. Just as Su Chun intends to move forward, Su Yin tugs at his clothing, causing him to pause and turn around. A look of bewilderment on his face. "Mom, what's the matter?" Su Yin regards Su Chen's dazed expression and inquires, "Did you and your Bingbing sister do anything inappropriate while alone together in the room?" Su Chen's heart skips a beat. Could it be that they overheard something outside the door? That shouldn't be the case, The soundproofing in this villa has always been excellent. Maintaining his composure, he calmly shakes his head, presenting an innocent facade. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? What could I possibly do with Bingbing in the room? She is my sister. Indeed, upon hearing Su Chan's response, Su Yin realizes her suspicions were correct. This foolish boy, despite being in the same room, has done nothing at all. She gazes at Su Chan with exasperation. You foolish child. I just saw you embracing Bingbing in such an intimate and ambiguous manner, and I thought perhaps you had finally come to your senses and would pursue girls. She adds earnestly, can you not be a bit more perceptive? If your Bingbing sister allows you to hug her and invites you into her private space, it signifies that you may engage in some excessive behavior. You could kiss her. It truly infuriates me. With your emotional intelligence, when will I ever hold a grandchild? Su Yan scolds Su Chen. Su Chen feels some would be guidive. Huh? He initially thought his mother was going to reprimand him about this matter. Who would have guessed? Seeing Su Chan remain silent, Su Yin continues. Foolish boy. Where's that tender, innocent cabbage? You must take the initiative. Su Chan, undoubtedly, is left speechless. The two of them descend the staircase and arrive in the living room. At this moment, Li Xiong is sweating profusely as he gazes at Su Chan and Li Ruobing, a puzzled expression on his face. My dear daughter, when did you return? He had just searched the park and found no trace of them, and his calls went unanswered. Su Chen looks at Li Xiong, feeling inexplicably guilty, and replies, Li Papa, we just got back not long ago. Li Xiong further inquires, why didn't you answer the phone? Su Chan then checks his phone and, appearing enlightened, responds, Li Papa, I had my phone on silent. I was so engrossed in the Lantern Festival that I completely forgot to check my phone. Upon hearing Su Chen's explanation, Li Xiong does not press further. By the way, I bought a watermelon. Go cut it up. Li Xiong's muscular arms carry a large watermelon. Su Chen approaches, takes the watermelon, and brings it to the kitchen to cut it into pieces. The two families sit down to enjoy the watermelon. Su Chen finds himself seated beside Li Ruobing, feeling an odd sensation in his heart. After taking advantage of her earlier, would she be upset? And what about that kiss? Su Chan is certain that Bingbing must harbor feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed him to embrace her so freely. However, how deep are those feelings? Would a kiss, or touching her, provoke her anger? Su Chen estimates that it's quite unlikely. Even couples who are officially dating likely need time before they can engage in such intimacy. As for him and Bingbing, they aren't even officially a couple yet. Therefore, he has a long way to go. He discreetly glances at her, noticing her expression is rather cold, indicating she might not be in a good mood. Su nuntai tien silentlu munfis on watermelon. Li Xiong picks up a piece of watermelon and looks at Li Ruobing with an eager expression. My dear daughter, would you like some watermelon? Li Ruobing declines, stating, I do not enjoy watermelon. She continues to stare at Su Chan with an intensely mournful gaze. Su Chan feels as if he is sitting on pins and needles. Awkwardly, he offers her a piece of watermelon. Bingbing, would you like some watermelon? When faced with the watermelon Su Chan extends, Li Ruobing does not refuse but instead accepts it and takes a hearty bite. Li Xiong is left dumbfounded. Feeling a pang of sadness as he observes the watermelon he offered looking so lonely. My dear daughter, didn't you just say you didn't like watermelon? Li Ruobing does not even glance at Li Xiong, retorting, that was then, this is now. Li Xiong, feeling wounded, thinks to himself, my little cotton-padded jacket is so cold. Li Xiong wears an expression of dismay as he casts a deeply resentful gaze at Su Chan. Is this little brat betraying the revolution? Su Chan feels a chill run down his spine under Li Xiong's intense stare. He had merely asked out of curiosity. Who knew she would actually eat it? She must have done it on purpose. Under Li Xiong's scrutiny, Su Chan feels flustered, yet he maintains a calm exterior. He raises his arm in a theatrical manner, proclaiming, Li Papa, long live the revolution. Long live revolutionary friendship. Long live our great revolutionary cause. Li Xiong, pondering, thinks he must have misjudged the situation. This kid seems to have some awareness after all. Shen Xiuan, perplexed, asks, Xiao Chun, what exactly is this great cause you and your Li Papa are involved in? For the past 2 years, these two have been speaking in cryptic terms that others cannot comprehend, as if they were engaged in clandestine operations. My dear wife, our cause is one of saving the world. We aim to expel the evil demon king and ensure she vacates places that do not belong to her. Listening to Li Xiong's explanation, Shen Xiuan looks at him with disdain, retorting, Li Daxiong, how old are you this year? Still acting so childish. Li Xiong is momentarily taken aback, then looks at Shen Xiuan with a charming smile, saying, darling, I may not know my age, but I know you will forever be 18. Burp. Although he has only eaten a piece of watermelon, Su Chan feels somewhat full. He nearly forgets that Li Papa is also a master of pursuing women. Perhaps he should seek Li Papa's advice on how to woo girls? Cough, cough. Would that be a bit excessive?